Chapter 1 Earth 19999. Luthor and Superman face each other in the spacecraft that has slept on the Earth for more than 18,000 years. In the water behind the two, huge amounts of embryos are constantly squirming, and the monster that is brewing in them, Roar, wants to emerge. What is that? Superman is not afraid of monsters. After all, he is too strong. How can the strong be frightened by any creature? Facing Superman's indifference, Luthor was extremely angry, and this anger was more out of Superman's indifference to him. He raised his injured hand, and while pulling away the bandage covering the wound, he shouted excitedly and nervously. "That is the deformed monster of the ancient Krypton. The blood of my blood is your day of destruction." Click. The embryo, about 4 meters in diameter, shattered instantaneously, and a pair of huge amounts of black palms protruded from it. The palm of the hand smashed the fetal membranes completely, and then the body came out of it. Suddenly, a black monster more than 5 meters high completely appeared in Superman's eyes. Surprisingly, Superman is not only not afraid, but rather curious. This curiosity even made him temporarily forget his hatred of Luthor. Only when Superman asks softly, "Just this one? What about the other one? The smaller one?" "Huh? Which one?" Even Luthor was frightened by Superman's question. He instinctively turned his head back to look at the water. Now there is nothing else in the bloody genetic fluid. But Superman was extremely sure of his judgment. Although he couldn't see the specific location of the thing, he clearly heard the fourth heartbeat on the scene. He pointed to the day of destruction that had torn away the mucus from his body. "Just below this big guy, something has awakened with him. You wrapped it in lead?" As he asked, Superman tapped his ear. "I don't know what you are hiding, but I'm sorry, although I can't see through your design, I can hear the heartbeat of that thing." As soon as the voice fell, Superman clearly heard that his heartbeat became a little messy. Under the water, in another small, almost inexistent biological cocoon, a man covered in a thick layer of ice showed a helpless expression. That person is Heisenberg, a 9th-generation single-pass kid from the Earth's old C family. It is also a traverser in the DC movie world today. 2 years ago, in the ancient Krypton spacecraft, a figure in armor was saying something to another guy in a robe. "Joel, my information has covered your control of this spaceship, and you have lost your authority. Yes, everything will be as you wish, but I believe my child more, he will defeat you, Zed." Really, a man who lived on a farm and was raised by the people of the Earth, who has never experienced war training, defeated me, a general who has endured countless wars. Listening to the words of his old friend Joel, General Zed laughed mercilessly. "Only you, a betrayer, can speak such innocent words. Goodbye." Click. Zed completely inserted the identity key into the console, and Joel's figure was instantly shattered. Without that disgusting guy, Zed put his gaze on the spaceship's information database. He desperately needed to find the life code of his dreams. Only by finding the code of life, can Zed reshape his own race and let the Kryptonian's name resound in the universe again. Unfortunately, he was disappointed after all. The code was not hidden here by the damn Kal-El. But like a miracle, although there is no code, Zed still found something. Or somebody. "General Zed, please do not have any contact with the criminals buried in the spacecraft. Remind again, General Zed, you are not allowed to touch the criminals imprisoned in the spacecraft." When Zed put his perspective on the oldest and original operational data of the spacecraft intelligence stopped him with the above words. This makes Zed very puzzled. There is actually a criminal here? Calling up the criminal information, why neither Joel nor Kal-El knows the criminal's news. "General, the leader of the Academy of Sciences, Joel, has also read criminal information, but he buried them before Kal-El found it." "Huh? Did he do it?" "Forget it, call up the information." General Zod nodded. Yes, the criminal is named Heisenberg, a member of the Kryptonian 64th Elders, and the last executor of Operation Glory. He slaughtered more than 700 executioners of the same clan and was charged with treason. The moment the spacecraft's intelligent voice fell, Zod's eyes widened. He couldn't help but think of the massacre that year. In the past, Krypton was keen to expand abroad, and the endless Kryptonians conquered the universe. They regarded the conquest as a glorious action and named it the Glorious Action. But that action stopped 18,000 years ago. 18,000 years ago, a Krypton elder named Heisenberg led the Academy of Sciences to break the Kryptonian rule that lasted 100,000 years and conducted an in-depth study of the secrets of the Kryptonian bloodline. Not only that, in order to speed up the development of other planets in the universe, Elder Heisenberg even developed a monster based on Kryptonian genes and integrating multiple mutant genes. That kind of monsters could not be controlled. They caused great chaos on Krypton. At least 1/3 of Kryptonians died in the slaughter of those monsters. That kind of monster production method was sealed by Krypton, and at the same time, Krypton gave the monster its name, which is the Day of Destruction. After that, the elder Heisenberg lost his old position and was hunted down by the Krypton Guard. But as the co-leader of the Krypton Academy of Sciences and the Krypton Army at the time, Heisenberg's personal force caused countless troubles for his arrest. At the cost of more than 700 lives on Krypton, Heisenberg was imprisoned, and in accordance with the laws of Krypton at that time, he was sent into a random jump spacecraft that could not be returned, and launched into distant space. The Glory operation ceased, and Krypton no longer dared to conduct any research on genetics. Even Krypton's fear of genetic mutations prevents them from allowing their children to produce naturally. After all, natural production will bring infinite possibilities of life. Since then, they have sealed each excellent Krypton gene into the library, forming the life code that has been passed down to this day. Each child is born by selecting the corresponding information from the code, and is nurtured by Krypton's exclusive origin room. Krypton scavengers are picked, and Krypton nursery is raised. All in all, Heisenberg, who made Zord extremely entangled, is the elder that the Kryptonians once hated most, and the creator of the Krypton catastrophe. Even if Zod needs the power of every Kryptonian now, he dare not release Heisenberg from his cage. I saw him shook his head. Continue detention. Yes. 1 day ago. Alexander Luthor, the new leader of Luthor Enterprise, took a box with 5 finger belly skins and came to the Krypton spacecraft that is now heavily surrounded by the US government. The Krypton spacecraft fell during the Superman incident 2 years ago, and the spacecraft has been parked here since Superman shot down the spacecraft. If this spacecraft doesn't want to fly, there is absolutely no way to transfer it with Earth technology alone. Luthor slowly put the skin of his finger belly on his finger. These 5 pieces of skin were cut from the body of General Zod by using kryptonite. And this also allowed him to enter today's spaceship command room. All the way to the core of the spacecraft, Luthor was satisfied with the control authority of the spacecraft under the prompt of the intelligence system. He put Zord's body into a small wound room like the surface of the water, and then cut off his hand to let the blood flow on General Zord. The Genesis room started work at his request, and the monsters integrating General Zod and Alexander Luthor gene are about to be released. Countless energies approached the spacecraft, and half of America's electricity was ruthlessly plundered by this ancient Krypton spacecraft. And Luthor didn't know. With the large-scale concentration of energy, the ancient Kryptonian buried in the spacecraft also regained his life. Before Heisenberg was awake, a hollow voice rang in his mind. Multiple planes have been bound, and people are bound. Heisenberg, the soul of the origin of the Earth, bound to the body. Heisenberg, the elder of the DC universe, Krypton, is integrating. All the above is bullshit. In short, Heisenberg woke up, completely awake. At the same time, countless information and memories also made him understand what happened to him. I lost 230,000 with a card, my heart attack. Died. Crossed through the DC world, which is so outrageous. I am now the last Hawk Elder of Krypton, Heisenberg, the Kryptonian. I was banished and imprisoned for more than 18,000 years. Now I am alive again, the Earth in DC. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. Heisenberg laughed silently, and he finally realized what he had. Kryptonians. That's really the Superman's bloodline that countless people pursue. The indestructible power, the body that is almost immune to all injuries, the hot sight, the frozen roar, the infinitely close to the speed of light, the free flight, and all kinds of ideal ability. What's so bad about this? It's no longer possible to be content with the status quo and live like a social animal, haha. Knowing everything, Heisenberg immediately wanted to get rid of his shackles. He wants to enjoy life, he must enjoy life. Once, both rich and official. Or his leader, his client. Heisenberg did not dare not listen to those people's words. Even if they threw Heisenberg's face to the ground, Heisenberg would laugh and praise that he stepped on well. There is power to step on, and the body is very healthy at the first glance. But now, as a Kryptonian Heisenberg, he wants to say to everyone, everything you have is a shit. Only a fist is the last word, and I, who owns this pair of Krypton fists, are the hardest truth, the absolute truth. Who else? Who else can make me bow my head? Who else can let me follow my heart? And also? And many more. Heisenberg was stunned. Accompanying the melting of the ice, the dissipation of the space-time material that Krypton used to imprison criminals. Heisenberg finally looked around. He definitely watched Superman vs. Batman, he knew where he was at the moment, so he knew more clearly what the black monster above him was looking at. Day of Destruction. Heisenberg was shocked in an instant. System, get out, why do I resurrect with the Day of Doom? I'm just an ordinary, weak Kryptonian. I haven't been exposed to the yellow sun of the Earth, I can't fly yet, and I don't have a hot sight. What do you want me to do to deal with the Day of Destruction? Superman, who has been in the sun for more than 30 years, has been dried to death by the Day of Destruction. What can I do to hide? I want to hide, the problem is that I was targeted by the Destruction Day. That's right. At the moment of destruction, Heisenberg buried deep in the creation room was also discovered. In the eyes of Doom, the attraction of Superman not far away is not as great as this strange compatriot below. After all, a day before, the Day of Destruction in the baby had already felt that there was an existence that made him extremely disgusted, constantly stealing the energy he used to create life. So Doom's son stretched out his big hand and fished out the space-time material that had wrapped Heisenberg. The originally extremely hard space-time matter was melting rapidly, and Heisenberg's face gradually appeared in Superman's sight. Damn it, what is this, another Kryptonian? Luther's surprised and terrified voice was endless. But Heisenberg has no interest in answering. The time and space matter hasn't completely dissipated, he can't even move, so he can only watch the doomsday and hold him, and then squeeze it down. Ah! A silent wailing sounded in Heisenberg's mind. Painful, especially painful. The moment he successfully traversed and resurrected, he was about to die. Just die like this? After testing, the host is about to suffer fatal damage. Now the host is working ahead of schedule, and the working universe is randomly selected for release. Work location has been selected, Marvel Universe Earth 19999. Fix the host's basic time and space, and began to put in work. I hope that the host will start work as soon as possible to contribute to the sustainable development of multi-universe. Delivery complete. In just an instant, Heisenberg walked out of pain, and he found himself in the universe. and in front of him is the extremely beautiful Earth. Chapter 2 Lawful. The endless starry sky should have been as calm as Selvig observed many years ago. But today, calm is destined to be broken. United Dark Energy Operation West Division. Project Pegasus. NASA Space Radiation Center. S.H.I.E.L.D. Accelerator Control Center. All in all, this is a secret base for SHIELD. It is called a secret base, but in fact this base is not secret at all. An action plan involving thousands of researchers is underway here. This is a land covering an area of 892 acres. How can such a base go in secret? But it is a secret base only because it is for the entire United States, the world, and even all mankind. The plan carried out in this base will be an eternal secret to those people. Thinking of this, Nick Fury took a deep breath. He finally started working on the dangerous but brilliant Tesseract. Years ago, Tesseract fell into his hands while tossing. In order to obtain Tesseract, Nick Fury paid an extremely painful price. He never admits that his price is an eye, and his contribution is to raise an unfamiliar orange cat. Nick, his favorite animal, Fury, how could he be blinded by his cat? It's all an illusion. The cat only hurt him by mistake, and because of guilt, the cat gave Tesseract into his hands. Or vomiting on his desk. In short, after that, out of caution for power, Nick Fury always hid Tesseract deeply. He thought he would bury it for his whole life. Unexpectedly, in the past few decades, he took the Rubik's Cube out of the safe and began to use and research the Rubik's Cube like Red Skull, the leader of Hydra. In the empty office, Nick Fury frowned. Seeing this, Commander Hill beside him shook his head. Nick, do you really want to use the Rubik's Cube? I always have a bad feeling. We have no other way, Hill. The people on Earth need their own hole cards, just like the 2 nuclear bombs back then, that is, the hole cards against the aliens who are above them. Faced with Hill's doubts, Nick Fury was extremely determined. As he spoke, he recalled the memories from a few months ago in his mind. Although there used to be such powerful freaks as the Hulk on the Earth, it was a product of the Earth after all, especially he was just an individual. But a few months ago, the damn alien prince made Nick Fury clearly realize that the crisis from outer space is close to him. Even this kind of crisis is not his friend, Captain Marvel can handle. Yes, Nick does have a friend like Captain Marvel, but surprise will only block him from enemies who are trying to invade the Earth. But those Hell Asgard people. In the ancient times, the Earth was actually their territory. Judging from the universal rule, the Earth, or Midgard, has always been one of the 9 realms, which is one of the inherent territories under the jurisdiction of Asgard. As a cosmic man, Captain Marvel has to follow this rule, and Asgard has indeed blocked countless enemies for the Earth. They have always followed the identity and responsibility of the Earth Lord. However, he considers himself the representative of the Earth. Nick Fury. He would never approve of the fact that the Earth is the territory of Asgard. What's more, he doesn't think the Earth needs Asgard's protection. Asgard may be an ally of the Earth, but it can only be an ally. Even the Earth should be eligible to take the initiative in this ally relationship. To do that, the Earth must have its own cards. That is Tesseract. Thinking about this, Nick Fury moved his finger lightly, then got up and left the office. All the way to the experimental center, Nick Fury saw the oncoming Professor Selvig. That is a great astrophysics expert, and an absolute model in the study of cosmic rays and dark matter. Seeing Nick Fury, Professor Selvig was also a little surprised. Director, it just so happens that I have something to ask you, please come with me quickly. How? Nick asked softly, and at the same time, following Selvig, walking towards the largest observation deck of the experimental institution. Selvig explained to Nick Fury while operating the astronomical telescope standing in the center of the observatory. Tonight's night is different from usual. I found a weird meteor that has never shown signs, and the direction of that ultra-small meteor seems to be Manhattan, New York. Mom messed with fake. As soon as Selvig finished speaking, Nick yelled out instantly, he understood what Selvig meant. Like the so-called Thor back then, is there something falling into our country this time, damn it? That's right. Selvig nodded, pulled the telescope observations to the center of the screen, and showed it to Nick Fury. I have to admit that the shape of this meteor is similar to that of a human body, and it looks like a person wrapped in ice, at least it looks like it. How long will it take to fall? About 33 minutes, the crash site was about the center of Manhattan, which is the New York Stock Exchange. Huh. Will the alien prince come to hit our stock market this time? Nick Fury made a joke uncomfortably, then he turned and walked. While walking, he also gave an order to S.H.I.E.L.D. in the headset. Special operation, led by Phil Coulson, accompanied by Natasha Romanoff, located in Manhattan. The target of the operation is the heavenly people, waiting to land, and after the thing falls from the sky, emergency treatment will be carried out according to the situation on the scene. Receive. Phil Coulson, who was drinking coffee with a certain cellist, showed a helpless expression. He waved his hand to the woman in front of him and said apologetically, "Sorry, please allow me to take the liberty, I have something to do that I have to deal with." But the cellist's words were not finished at all. Phil Coulson, who was extremely responsible for the task, did not wait for the cellist's answer at all. He left the cafe directly. Fortunately, he stayed in New York. Within 40 seconds, he contacted Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and the other 7 action teams under his jurisdiction. Coincidentally, more than 20 black Hummers gathered under the New York Stock Exchange. When they arrived, the nearby police had already started to evacuate the people nearby. Phil Coulson walked out of the Hummer, and Natasha Romanoff was already a dozen meters away. "Wow, you came really fast." Phil Coulson asked with a smile. He, I was buying the shares of Stark Group. Since he admitted that he is Iron Man, the shares of their group have been rising, soaring. Natasha Romanoff replied blankly, and Phil Coulson continued to greet him with a smile. "Ha, I also bought a few of his stocks, but they are too expensive, and my salary can't get too much." Halfway through the conversation, Phil Coulson stopped, his eyes wrinkled, and he looked carefully at the night sky. Beside the brightest Venus, a meteor with a slight flaming light had already appeared. "Damn it, it's really fast enough. Lock the trajectory of the meteor, determine where the meteor will fall, speed up the movement of the crowd. Hell, Iron Man, we need help, we must reduce the speed of that damn thing." Phil Coulson hurriedly issued an order, and all S.H.I.E.L.D. field agents moved in unison. Natasha Romanoff shook his hand. "It's troublesome, I hope it will be an idiot like Thor." "Hope, but there are too few simple people like him, so be vigilant." The two looked at each other speechlessly, silently waiting for the meteor to come, and just over 20 seconds later, another bright light cut through the sky and landed accurately beside Phil Coulson. "Wow, wow, wow, it was a wonderful night. Do you know what my mood was like when I was talking to tonight's Oscar queen when I suddenly found a meteor falling towards my building?" As he spoke, Iron Man's mask lifted up, revealing that face full of unruly smiles. Tony Stark raised his hand and patted Phil Coulson on the shoulder. "Why do I have to face so many troubles as soon as I become Iron Man? Obviously, I only needed to drink and play with women before. By the way, I was engaged in gizmos, but now, I have to face foreign objects and meteors. Have to try to save the world. That definitely is because you are flying higher, so you can see farther, Tony." Phil Coulson's expression is extremely serious. "There is no time to chat, we must slow down that thing, not let it hit the center of Manhattan at the speed of a meteor. He reminded anxiously, but Tony just waved his hand. Don't worry about this, man, that thing is already slowing down. While speaking, Tony pointed at the shooting stars that were becoming clearer in the sky. On the contrary, what I am more worried about is that he is slowing down, which means that the thing is smart. Guess what it will be, another Prince Asgard, or this time an illegitimate child of the Olympics. Don't be kidding, Tony, it's about to fall. Phil Coulson ignored Tony's teasing, he still watched the meteor nervously and vigilantly. However, he was relieved in his heart. He believed Tony's judgment that at least this falling meteor would not bring a huge disaster to New York as soon as it landed. At the same time, Heisenberg in the space-time material is feeling the stimulation of entering the Earth from outer space, while seizing the time to absorb the gifts from the system. Because this work is an emergency, please hurry up and receive the rookie gift package. Package content: Multi-Universe Language Pack, a summary of multi-universe customs and habits, task requirements of the work universe, and special work content for this operation. The world you are about to descend is the Marvel Universe number 19999, maybe calling it Marvel Movie Universe will make you more familiar. Avengers won 3 months ago. Advent content to ensure the normal operation of the Earth 19999. Work salary: for every year that the Earth 19999 is guaranteed to function normally, you will get 5 minutes of absolutely invincible time. Additional rewards: every day in the working universe, you will receive a certain amount of origin material, and you can exchange them for everything you need. Special reward: the more people in the working universe are affected by you in their life trajectory, you will get a lot of extra source material. Please work hard to expand your influence on the working universe. P.S. You are an important part of the multi-universe operation organization. Your behavior in the multi-universe will not be subject to any restrictions. As long as the universe is running, you can do everything you want. Also please the new lawmakers to quickly enter the working state, the countdown to the landing: 10, 9, 8. Okay, I really don't understand what I need to do. After reading the system prompts, Heisenberg was completely confused. Ensure the universe runs. What does it mean? Even if you don't come, isn't this universe still running? But in the final analysis, Heisenberg doesn't need to entangle those. He just needs to know that he has landed. Boom. Along with the deceleration of the space-time material, Heisenberg and the space-time crystal that wrapped him gently fell on the ground. At that moment, the space-time matter on his body rapidly melted. In the next moment, the naked Heisenberg appeared in the eyes of all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Natasha Romanoff, who was a little surprised. Chapter 3: Ordinary. Silence. With the appearance of the naked man, everyone near the Manhattan Stock Exchange fell into a tense silence. This silence remained for more than 20 seconds until Heisenberg moved hard, and the silence was interrupted. Heisenberg raised his hand stiffly like a walking dead. In an instant, more than 70 rifles and 12 grenade guns were aimed at him. While Iron Man's two-handed hand cannon was aimed at Heisenberg, the light in his palm continued to brew. A bright electric arc flashed on Black Widow's right glove, dangerous but very beautiful. As for Phil Coulson, he looked at the pistol he was aiming at and curled his lips lightly. Why do you always feel that your posture is useless? Cough. Phil Coulson shook his head, ditched all the distracting thoughts in his mind, and then he asked cautiously. Can you understand me? Who are you, where are you from, and what do you want to do? When the voice fell, Heisenberg frowned. Isn't this the 3 questions in life? Who am I, where do I come from, where do I go? I am Heisenberg, the Supreme Elder of the 64th Kryptonian Presbyterian Church. Before he could say everything, his whole person was instantly interrupted by extremely intense pain. The voice, the extremely restless voice, directly broke into his mind. It felt like tens of thousands of huskies roared frantically in his ears. It seemed that hundreds of thousands of women were twittering in his head. It's more like thousands of nuclear bombs exploding in his mouth and nose. The air, every strand of air is as sharp as a bayonet. Every time Roar inhales him with all his strength, but no matter how much air he inhales, his lungs only feel extremely dry. And the most important thing: radiation. Heisenberg knew that it belonged to the sun's radiation, the yellow sun unique to the Earth, and it started a natural strengthening of the Kryptonian cells. But the strengthening is not gentle at all. Heisenberg's cells are like a river that has dried up for hundreds of years, and solar radiation is like a rushing river. When the radiant river water nourished Heisenberg's body, it evolved into a turbulent mudslide, rushing in every corner of Heisenberg's body wantonly. FK, FG. He couldn't speak anymore, only to see him fall to the ground with a bang, and his whole body was facing the suet road, convulsing like a prawn being cooked. And his painful performance caused a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. to instantly lose their hostility. Phil Coulson flew to Heisenberg's side. Damn it, an elder from an alien planet seems to have landed on our Earth with some kind of disease. I really don't want him to die here. I saw Phil Coulson speaking while instructing others around him to evacuate Manhattan completely. The target is suspected of carrying a fatal disease. It is not ruled out that people with infectious diseases, children in the family, and field operators under the age of 25 are not allowed to approach. A few others will come with me to bring him back to the branch department. Yes. Receive. I come. Suddenly, 3 or 4 people crowded out, and Heisenberg was carried into the Hummer to settle down in a blink of an eye. Hummer Roar screamed away, and Iron Man stood there by himself, leaving only the big-eyed and glaring mask. Tony Stark was helpless looking at the caravan driving away. The action is really quick, forget it, Jarvis, inform Pepper, send 2 samples of the virus testing equipment developed by the Stark Group 2 years ago and have been discontinued. In addition, I would like to emphasize to Pepper that she must never approach the securities. Half a step to the exchange. Thinking of this, Tony pondered for a moment, then added another. By the way, buy another 200,000 sets of chemical protective clothing and 1 million masks, and prepare them for New Yorkers first. Okay, Mr. Stark. J.A.R.V.I.S moved quickly. After that, Tony looked at the ground where Heisenberg had fallen before, and he seemed to have found something. I saw him walk there and bend down to look at the ground. Is there such a pit on the road here before? It turned out that at the place where Heisenberg had just fallen, a strange pothole was standing in the middle of the road. This pothole is roughly composed of 3 parts, 2 shallower potholes clustered with a deeper pothole. Tony reached out his hand inexplicably, and probed a little at the edge of the pothole. This is the main road in Manhattan. There can be no such obvious damage here. Then, what is this pit? Tony couldn't help but imitated Heisenberg's fall in his mind, and after that, Tony's face immediately deteriorated. He got up quickly, and at the same time retreated a dozen steps in disgust. He looked at his crotch with a weird look, then looked at the hole on the ground again. It's a FG miracle, an absolute miracle, so jealous, hell. He said so, and then flew away without looking back. He wants to change a suit of armor, and now this set of Mark II must be thrown away. After all, he doesn't want to wear a suit of armor that indirectly touches the man's stuff. That's too bad, Tony. About 40 minutes later. S.H.I.E.L.D. New York branch. Nick Fury kept looking at Heisenberg in the room through the one-way bulletproof glass on the wall. At the bedside where Heisenberg was lying, more than a dozen medical scientists were constantly discussing something. Damn it, our existing detection device seems to be unable to penetrate his skin and illuminate his internal organs. His muscles actually seem to be tighter than the thickest metal. This is incredible. The best scalpel in my hand can't cut even one hair of him. Not only the hair, I even tried to sample his eyeballs with a laser knife for testing, but our laser couldn't hurt his lens at all. What kind of life is this? Even Thor, who came to Earth last time, wouldn't have such a strong body. I doubt he can even survive independently in the universe. Absolutely. Don't talk too much, he is awake, he just seems to be tortured in pain, even if he may not understand our language. Don't leak too much news to him, after all, he is, I am an alien after all, right? Heisenberg said suddenly as if he was sleeping, and at the same time he opened his eyes. The picture in front of him was still very flowery. What Heisenberg saw at a glance was not a human being, but a dozen human bones. His powerful eyesight allowed him to directly see through all the disguise of this group of doctors. So he glanced more at the back of one of the doctors. After all, the AL plug tucked behind the doctors is really eye-catching. The doctors did not pay attention to his gaze. On the contrary, they are now shocked by Heisenberg's fluent English. During their silence for a few seconds, Nick Fury, who was outside the isolation room, yelled directly at the earphones. Hurry up and ask him what's wrong with him, what kind of disease is it, and whether it's infectious. Just ask. Pooh. As soon as Nick Fury's voice fell, Heisenberg simply sat up. Don't use infectious diseases to insult me. Heisenberg raised his arm while cursing. The special rope used to tie him to the hospital bed split instantly, and when those mixed metal ropes broke, many doctors covered their ears with the sound. As for Heisenberg, he avoided the group of doctors and jumped off the bed to the ground at random. At the moment he landed, he seemed to have some weakness in his legs, but he was staggering while his rapid probe grabbed the inspection instrument next to him. Wow! The instrument was pinched into a depression that was 10 centimeters deep. In the depression, after a few seconds of electric sparks flashed, the instrument was completely dark. Looking at the broken instrument, Heisenberg didn't apologize at all. He pulled the sheet from the bed and covered the part below his waist. Then he looked at the invisible mirror and walked straight to Nick Fury outside the one-way glass. Nick Fury frowned tightly, sweat quietly appeared on the corner of his forehead. Fortunately, Heisenberg stopped in front of the glass. Well, you didn't bring any business cards, but I can hear someone mentioning your name more than 700 meters away. What are you, the chief of S.H.I.E.L.D? Nick Fury, right? I can't believe it. Nick Fury exclaimed when he heard Heisenberg's words. There are still many things you can't believe. For example, you have nothing to do with me. By the way, I don't like chatting with you in this kind of isolation room. It will make me feel like a treasured creature being visited. While talking, Heisenberg continued to walk forward. As Heisenberg approached, Nick Fury and Hill immediately retreated nervously. When Heisenberg's forehead touched the glass, he suddenly stopped. You haven't retreated enough, take another 20 steps and go to the corner over there. He reminded, and Nick Fury thought for a moment, and immediately did what Heisenberg said. 20 steps away, Nick Fury and Hill were standing by the corner, staring nervously at Heisenberg's relatively handsome and masculine face. As for Heisenberg, he continued to walk forward gently. Obviously there was no forceful movement. Heisenberg got through the glass and the wall. The explosion-proof glass that was abruptly breached broke instantly, and the violent reaction caused the glass fragments to completely baptize within 20 meters. And Heisenberg, holding the sheet that was almost shattered in both hands, stood in the ruins and raised his hand to Nick Fury. You seem to have a lot to say, but first get me a suit, just a black trench coat similar to yours. Go. I can meet your requirements, but please don't act rashly. Please move to my office, where the clothes will be prepared. Nick Fury cautiously persuaded. Heisenberg nodded, and followed Nick Fury all the way to his office. Halfway, Hill and the two parted ways. When Heisenberg followed Nick Fury into the office, Hill had been waiting in the office for a long time with a whole set of black clothes. Taking the clothes, Heisenberg glanced at it and nodded. Your aesthetics are good, a little stronger than my planet. I have long been disgusted with our uniform that has been unchanged for hundreds of thousands of years. With that said, he got dressed in just a moment. Because he moved too fast, he even created a small storm in the office. The strong wind made Nick Fury close his eyes with difficulty, and when he looked at Heisenberg again, Heisenberg was already wearing a full set of clothes and sitting on the sofa that should have belonged to Nick Fury. Sit, I haven't experienced the feeling of sitting for a long time. If you want to ask, just ask. Heisenberg on the sofa recruited roar, and his attitude made Nick Fury's heart cold. Strong, this is the feeling Heisenberg brought to Nick Fury, and the amazing power Heisenberg has shown before has also added infinite confidence to his strong. So Nick Fury sat quietly opposite Heisenberg just like his subordinates face the leader. After a moment of silence, Nick Fury glanced at Hill and ordered. Take some wine for me and this gentleman, the one that tastes best. Yes. Hill nodded and said, and immediately went out. She understood what Nick Fury meant. In order to guard against Heisenberg in the office, their SHIELD has to take out the strongest thing they can now. That is, the Hulk far away in India. And just after Hill contacted Phil Coulson and Black Widow and issued an order to recruit the Hulk. Nick Fury in the office asked quietly. Before the drinks are delivered, please allow me to presume to ask, what is your identity? What? Heisenberg smiled. Who am I? I am the 64th Chief Elder of the Presbyterian Church of Ancient Krypton, the only leader in the history of Krypton who is defined as a treason by the people. I am still a so-called criminal who has been sealed and buried by time and space material for more than 18,000 years. It is even a dead bone in the mound that has to be climbed up with difficulty even if it misses the times. Hatred, unwilling, do you think my heart will be full of boring emotions? Do not worry. I may be able to feel your guard against me. But in fact, after putting aside everything I had and lost, I am now just an ordinary Kryptonian. Chapter 4, The Starting Point of the Kryptonians on Earth. Ordinary. Hearing Heisenberg's self-introduction, Nick Fury's bright black forehead almost dripped marinade. Although Heisenberg's self-introduction is ambiguous, Nick understands it. You are a former leader of another planet, a criminal who may have committed a crime, or a traitor. More importantly, you are still an ancient life that has survived for more than 18,000 years. You must know that at this time Nick dug out the melting and recovering Captain America, and he has only been frozen in sleep for 70 years. You actually call this kind of you ordinary. What's more, your physical quality that makes men and women tears, even the laser can't hurt your hair. The alloy walls of the nuclear-proof building more than 30 centimeters thick can't even stop your normal walking pace. You call this ordinary, you? Nick Fury clenched his fists. You are awesome, what you say is what you say, you ordinary Kryptonian. I probably understand your identity. I am Nick Fury. Although you already know my name, I still hope that we will have a more formal introduction to each other. He said helplessly to Heisenberg, and Heisenberg nodded non-committal. I'm Heisenberg, I'm not very happy to meet you. Oh. Nick Fury tilted his head and came with a disgusting head tilt. Heisenberg squeezed his eyes quickly. It was too spicy, really too spicy. Don't think about it. Instead, you were arrested by your own people and imprisoned for more than 18,000 years. After waking up, you saw a planet you had never seen before and a group of extraterrestrial creatures pointing to you. Heisenberg said this, and he stood up as he said, went to Nick Fury and patted him on the shoulder. "We need to understand each other, man. To me, you are just a bunch of boring, weak but ambitious damn aliens, right? In fact, we people on Earth are still very friendly." "Me too, as long as no one provokes me." Heisenberg reluctantly agreed with Nick Fury's statement, and then he came to the window on his own. Through the huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows, Heisenberg greedily looked at the sky outside. After a moment, he opened his arms facing the window. "Did you know, Nick, the gravity of your planet is at least 40 or 50 times lower than that of Krypton? I think I can really fly on your planet, do you believe it? This flight is the desire of every terrestrial creature from beginning to end, maybe you can really do it? But for now, we'd better talk about your future first. After all, you have just arrived here, maybe you have to adapt to life on the Earth first, and then go to Zanfei." "Stop, instead of talking about the future, I still prefer the present." Heisenberg interrupted Nick Fury directly. Nick Fury got up instantly, but Heisenberg just turned around and smiled at him and said, "You must know that only sheep need to adapt to the grassland full of hunters, and for a lion like me who stands at the top of the food chain, I only need to enjoy the freedom that is now 18,000 years away." After the words fell, Heisenberg waved his hand to Nick behind him. "Finally, I advise you, don't mess with me, let's go." 10. Heisenberg's legs slammed hard, and then he jumped out fiercely. The ground in Nick Fury's office was completely shattered at the moment of his leap. As for Heisenberg, he jumped straight into the sky this time, and came to an altitude of more than 2,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The extremely fierce air current hit Heisenberg's clothes. That's right, he himself didn't feel the impact of the airflow at all. After all, the Kryptonian's body was too strong, really too strong. However, the skirt of his shirt was directly torn apart by the manic air current around him. The damage was not particularly serious, but the good clothes eventually lost a few buttons, which made Heisenberg breathe in regret. Only after really coming to the sky and flying at a speed more than 3 times the speed of sound, Heisenberg realized that he really lacked a set of tights and cloak. On Origin Earth, when Heisenberg was still a mortal, he always felt that the tight-fitting autumn trousers and red sheet cloak on Superman were a bit like a joke. But when I have Superman-like power, when flying in the sky at high speed, the wagging skirt is indeed annoying, and the collar of the damn clothes will be like a madman, slapping your face time and time again. And no cloak. Even if Heisenberg didn't really take off now, he just glided in the sky after jumping. Even if it was just like this, he was somewhat inconvenient to control his direction. Thinking of this, Heisenberg has already fallen from a height of more than 2,600 meters. He felt the stimulus of free fall while carefully controlling his landing point. Although he does not intend to be a good person like Superman, he is not so evil enough to enjoy the taste of smashing dead men. If he smashed too many citizens to death when he landed, I'm afraid he won't have any good dreams tonight. I saw him adjusting, while controlling himself to fall into the more conspicuous park in New York. In the past 10 seconds or so, he slammed into a Roosevelt sculpture obliquely. While smashing the sculpture to pieces, he continued to fall to the ground. The violent sound lasted more than 3 seconds, and the cracked gully stretched out more than 17 meters. Fortunately, the Manhattan area at the moment was almost evacuated. Otherwise, he would kill at least 20 or 30 racist people. Ahem, choke me to death. Heisenberg got up from the ground while coughing. After a fall of more than 2,000 meters, he hardly felt any pain. It's just that the splashing dust makes him a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, I still have to fly, otherwise I always do this. God knows if Kryptonians will get pneumoconiosis. He told himself a sneer, and then stood up again. This time he used more strength, and this time he jumped directly into the cumulonimbus. The water vapor was dispelled by the air wave driven by his body, and he broke through the cumulonimbus cloud all the way to the cloud layer more than 8,000 meters high. Haha, it's too exciting, not being a human being is really too exciting, I'm not being a human anymore, haha. Accompanied by Heisenberg's roar, his whole body flew hundreds of meters like an arrow. It's a pity that he still didn't grasp the essentials of flight. After flying several hundred meters, he fell to the ground again. While falling, he pursed his mouth. He turned his back to the earth and muttered softly with his mouth facing the sky. What's the point? I can't feel the weight of my body anymore, but flight, what's the point? He shook his head and changed his position to face the ground. Then he smiled freely. Follow him, just try more. Boom. He simply smashed a small crater with a radius of 6 meters. At the same time, this time he landed on the outskirts of New York. This landing was photographed by many citizens who had not been evacuated. However, no one took a positive image of him, just because he stood up at the moment he landed, and then broke through the clouds again. Fly for me, haha, I know it's not difficult at all. This time, when Heisenberg jumped into the clouds of more than 3,000 meters, it turned into a sharp arrow and dashed away in the blink of an eye. He even caused a violent sonic boom around him, which was a phenomenon when he broke the speed of sound. In the DC world, Zed did a free flight in just a few minutes, and I was faster than him, haha. Heisenberg's happiness and excitement have long been exposed with his incoherent words. Being immortal for decades, once incarnate as a Kryptonian, what it's like. Cool. Boom. Heisenberg disappeared in an instant, and even the satellites that had been tracking him were unable to keep track of his location. He is too fast. On the top floor of the Stark building in Manhattan, New York, Tony Stark shut down his surveillance equipment in shock. What a monster, his jumping height is at least 30 times that of the Green Monster, and his flight speed is more than 10 times faster than Thor. While talking in shock, Tony fell on the sofa and picked up the whiskey brought by the J.A.R.V.I.S control robot. Tony rubbed his forehead weakly. J.A.R.V.I.S. He drank a sip and said, "Is my armor too far behind?" Mr. Stark, technology has always been one step at a time, and you are on the right path. Yes, but the starting point of the aliens is too high. I'm on the road and I can't even see them. Tony sighed, then got up and headed to the laboratory. The original plan of the Mark III must be changed, and he will further strengthen the Mark IV against the Kryptonian who has not caused any trouble. After all, Tony is not a self-blaming person, there is no setback that can make him lose the motivation to move forward. The armor is temporarily inferior to humans, so continue to strengthen it. One day, he will be able to rely on his own mind to defeat the strongest enemy in the universe. On the other hand, in SHIELD, Hill agent walked into the office with a drink. This is. She looked at the breakage of the floor and the window, and she was stunned. Nick Fury got up feebly and fetched a glass of wine from the sluggish Hill. Drank dry, then put down the wine glass. This is the first lesson the Kryptonians taught us, don't try to guess what he thinks. I saw Nick Fury stretched his finger to the damage in front of his eyes. Just one jump, I can't afford the 18 million specially built room, I really don't know what I want to control him. With that, Nick Fury sat back down on the sofa dejectedly, and then there was a look of hope on his face. He turned his head to ask Hill. Do you think, are our nuclear weapons useful to him? Maybe, maybe not, but we can't easily use it. Yeah, if we don't use it, maybe we still hold the sword of Damocles, but once it is used, it has no effect. Nick frowned. Once you use it but it doesn't work, then our trouble will be big. Hill added nervously. The two were silent for a moment, and Nick Fury shook his head severely. Hill, about the Hulk. I have assigned a Natasha Romanoff agent to contact. If she can't do it, then I'm afraid no one can do it. Okay, then about Professor Salvig. I have instructed the research team to accelerate the use of Tesseract. We need more and stronger weapons. Yes, as for our new consultant, Tony has taken the initiative to get in touch with us. He took all the information about the tentative name of Kryptonian Elder Heisenberg, and took the initiative to request that the Avengers project be launched as soon as possible. Well, everything seems to be on the right track, but I always feel a little uneasy. When Nick closed his eyes, countless thoughts kept flying in his mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes. We must closely investigate Heisenberg's whereabouts. We must grasp every trace of his trajectory and temporarily dispatch Barbara's agent to contact him. After the Hulk operation is over, Natasha Romanoff will also follow up on this task. Yes. Hill nodded simply. Also, the girlfriend who contacted Thor, think of ways to communicate with Thor himself. I must figure out the position of Krypton in the universe, and hope that their criminals will fall on the Earth, so that the planet will not affect our Earth. Take certain acts of force. Yes. Hill continued to nod, but Nick Fury's anxiety did not diminish. After thinking about it, he continued to speak to Hill. One more point, we should seal up information about Heisenberg as much as possible for all organizations, and prohibit all organizations except us from contacting Heisenberg, and don't let those idiots cause trouble for our establishment of diplomatic relations with Krypton. Yes. Until then, Nick Fury's anxiety was resolved. In his opinion, as long as Heisenberg only contacts S.H.I.E.L.D, the S.H.I.E.L.D controlled by him will surely maintain sufficient harmony and tacit understanding with Heisenberg. Only. Is S.H.I.E.L.D really his S.H.I.E.L.D? Chapter 5. Flight, an invigorating and comfortable flight. Heisenberg traveled through the clouds time and time again, and he liked the feeling of wandering in the sea of clouds. Swimming is a skill that most humans can master, but besides wading in the sea, will swimming in the sea of clouds be more heroic? That's definitely it. Otherwise, how can Heisenberg fly from dark to dawn? I have to admit that Heisenberg is a bit crazy, and he himself is not sure how many times he has orbited the Earth. When he unilaterally bid farewell to Nick Fury, the night was probably only 11 or 2. But now when he stays over New York again, the sun has shining on New York City. I saw Heisenberg hovering at an altitude of about 20,000 meters. He was lying there in a large font, pointing his entire front face at the sun. This warm and vigorous feeling. Heisenberg was sluggish. He seemed to remember the feeling that he secretly used the little blue pill with his wife before he crossed. How to describe it? Hot, full of confidence. Haha. It's really impolite to use that kind of medicine to describe the effect of sunlight on Kryptonians. But the sunlight really brought him this feeling. Heisenberg can even clearly feel his gradual soaring power. Heisenberg dare not say how big the specific increase is, but he is confident that he should have no problem playing the original too. Enjoying the strengthening brought by the sun in this way, Heisenberg lay quietly for more than 2 hours. He didn't turn around from the cloud until he was still thinking about moving, and began to think about where he should go to settle down. Find a farm like Superman, and then quietly become an American farmer? No. That's not the life Heisenberg wanted. When there is no power, he still seeks to enjoy as much as he can. When he earns less than 5,000 a month, he has to drink at least a few drinks a month. When earning close to 10,000 a month, he occasionally started dancing. Later, he earned more and more. Although he played more and more fun, his desires inevitably increased. Before becoming a Kryptonian, Heisenberg was keen to make money, because in an Earth without extraordinary power, money is power. So now, he is driving a force that is not part of the mortal world. Instead, he is going to be low-key, go incognito, go to stubbornness, and integrate into the world. FK. Heisenberg turned around and rushed directly into the room he had left. That is Nick Fury's exclusive office in the New York branch of SHIELD. Boom. Wow, wow. The floor-to-ceiling windows that had just been installed for less than 2 hours suddenly burst, and the members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. decoration team who were renovating the floor in the office almost got frightened to pee. Heisenberg was just under the sight of countless decoration team members and waved his hand gently at them. Don't panic, you can do it yourself, I only find Nick Fury, your leader. When the voice fell, one of the people present counted as one, and almost knelt down and showed it to Heisenberg on the spot. You are too scary. This is imported explosion-proof glass made in Daxia, not the crude and shoddy crystalline products in the United States. The glass that the Raptor machine can't penetrate, you broke it like layers of film. Are you human? After a moment of silence, someone finally reacted. The employee slammed his gun and shot Heisenberg. The small pistol kept firing the bullets it exhausted, but Heisenberg only frowned. The clothes on her body were broken. Everyone, don't do it, you have something to say. In order to make his external image more decent, Heisenberg tried his best to persuade the agents. But no one can listen. They only regard Heisenberg as an invader. After all, no one has introduced them to Heisenberg's identity. And the subsequent pouring rain of bullets is a testament to the excellent qualities of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Jingle bells. After the warhead smashed into Heisenberg's body, it wailed and refracted in other chaotic directions. Heisenberg didn't move, and the agents began to wailing one after another. Ah, my waist. Damn it, watch out for stray bullets. Don't shoot, he is not afraid of shooting. This is a monster. Who is he? Ah, I was shot. In just 5 seconds, more than 300 bullets crashed into the office after hitting Shanghai Senbo. There were also more than 6 agents injured for this. The short concentration of fire soon stopped. Heisenberg still stood in place, but the agents had already begun to flee. This is the 4th unit of the maintenance department. Someone invaded the Songqi building. The intruder is a super person, we need support. Many people began to report the invasion, making Nick Fury in the basement watching the progress of Natasha Romanoff's work start a cold sweat. Nick Fury immediately turned off Natasha Romanoff's video in India and switched it to the surveillance screen of his office. He could see Heisenberg's face at a glance. I'm Nick Fury, stop attacking, everyone stop attacking. The opponent quickly issued an order to stop the attack. Nick Fury rushed out of the underground control center while wiping his sweat. In the office, Heisenberg's extraordinary hearing allowed him to hear Nick Fury's orders. The agents are also more obedient. They all put down their guns and raised their hands towards Heisenberg to show that they are not threatening. And Heisenberg, now knowing to stop, he joked softly, and then suddenly raised his foot. When his right foot fell back to the ground, the floor of the entire office was completely shattered. The concrete and the explosion-proof metal installed inside burst into pieces in an instant. There is nowhere to stay in the entire office. Bang, boom, boom. The agents crackled down to the next level as if they were laying dumplings. After they landed, sharp concrete blocks and more deadly metal fragments almost wounded them into blood. At least by looking at the colors on their bodies, they are already bloody. Ah! Damn it, save people. Hurry up and save people, they hurt too much. Right below Nick Fury's office seemed to be a certain laboratory, and the flustered researcher carried out the first phase of rescue incoherently. And Heisenberg floated in the air calmly, as if the chaos under him hadn't happened at all. After about 20 seconds passed, some people's nerves finally came out of fear. I saw a maintenance person who was not seriously injured struggling to get up. He raised his right hand to Heisenberg and shouted at Heisenberg with all his strength. "We have ceased fire, why do you still do this?" "Why?" Heisenberg asked rhetorically with a sneer, and then slowly drifted down. "You actually asked me why I would hurt you after your ceasefire? UFG fire when you want to fire, stop fire when you want to cease fire, do you think I am the BCH you kept?" Boom. Heisenberg slapped the face of the talking agent and slapped the agent directly on the ground. However, he retained his strength after all, and did not fan the agent's brain to the researcher behind. "Your style is too domineering, and your guns are too dangerous, so I will impose a small punishment, you all take it as a warning," the fully fanned Heisenberg said gloomily, and at the same time he slowly flew to the door of the room. This is the way he chose Liwei. Indeed, he is very strong, so strong that Nick and others know clearly that he should not be offended. But that is not enough. Superman is also very strong, but no one is afraid of Superman. No matter Luther or any American officials, they dare to speak loudly to Superman. Heisenberg will never be the same as Superman. No matter what the reason is, it can only really hurt them and hurt them. Only by setting up an image of himself being moody, injuring others, and not caring about human life, can he truly welcome the respect and fear of the weak. Hey! Pushing open the door and leaving the laboratory, Heisenberg saw many agents being assembled. And he was like a warrior who was surrounded, arbitrarily passing through those agents and walking through two similar laboratories all the way. Finally, he saw the lounge, at least there were a few sofas in the room he saw. So he lay down comfortably on the sofa, closed his eyes, and waited for Nick Fury's arrival. It is inevitable that there are some onlookers around, or the agent that monitors Heisenberg. But with the arrival of Hill, all the agents dispersed. Hill quietly sat across from Heisenberg, patted the armrest of the sofa lightly, and signaled that he had arrived. Heisenberg snorted, opened his eyes and said something. "Let me see, well, Nick Fury is more than 60 meters underground and he is rising, so we have 5 minutes left. It's a bit short, but it's an honor to share these 5 minutes with a beautiful girl like you. Haha." Hearing Heisenberg's words, Hill pursed his lips and smiled softly. "Mr. Heisenberg, your witticism does not match the way you hurt our agent." "Well, let me explain. My understanding of life is very simple. Who screams at me, who I stare at. They still fired at me after I explained my intentions. I punish them after they stopped, which is fair. But you know better than us, my hands can't hurt you at all. So I have to stand there and tolerate them shooting bullets in my face." Heisenberg's expression is a bit ugly. No matter how beautiful a woman sits in front of him, his bottom line will never be broken. If you don't want to be hurt by this world, you must hurt the world as much as you can before you get hurt. He must open his claws and bark his fangs. Only when everyone is sure that he is not easy to mess with will anyone dare to mess with him. In this regard, too many people in the DC universe next door have used facts to give him examples. Take a look at Superman, doing good things every day, enjoying the worship of some people, and then being calculated by countless conspirators. His lover and mother are the two people he loves most. But it does. His wife and mother are almost becoming kidnapped professionals. How innocent, how ridiculous. Let's look at Batman again. Although his methods are brutal, he adheres to the concept of not killing. So his opponents kept coming back, attacking him with changing flowers over and over again, irritating him, and hurting him. Gee tut. Don't you see anyone who dares to provoke a laughing bat, that is, the kind of Batmaster who wants to kill people? Let's see who dares to stare at the unrighteous Superman. No one dares to disobey any order of the unrighteous Superman. If power were put into the scabbard called kindness and kindness, no one would be afraid of this invisible weapon. And this is the future survival philosophy decided by Heisenberg. He doesn't want to be a knife sealed by justice, he wants to show the sharpest side to the whole world. He admitted that he was just a mortal for the first 28 years of his life. Perhaps he could not be truly cruel, which is absolutely evil like Joker. But if it's just killing, he can. And if the proper killing can make him live more peacefully. If appropriate cruelty can make him enjoy life better. If that's the case, he is duty-bound to kill. Hill. Heisenberg said with a serious face. This is the second time I warned you. Anyone who shoots at me will not have a good ending, trust me. Ken. Hill seemed to want to explain something, but Heisenberg stood up next to her instantly and easily pinched her chin. No but, woman. Heisenberg's actions made Hill stare angrily, but it is a pity that this kind of action by the beauty is not intimidating at all. Don't question me, Earthlings, you may have your rules, but I also have my scale. I came to your room and told your people that I'm here and I'm looking for Nick Fury. They raised their guns, so I advised them to calm down. But that didn't work. They chose to shoot, without knowing whether they could kill me. And I just made them pay some price, they are even alive. Maybe you think this is not enough, then I can let them die, what do you think? Hearing Heisenberg's words, Hill struggled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Heisenberg released her to one side. Stupid woman, the conversation with you makes me thirsty, help me prepare a drink, go. Chapter 6 A Deal. You ruined our chief's office and caused harm to more than 30 of our agents, and you still want me to serve you tea and water. Facing Heisenberg's urging, Hill questioned Heisenberg slightly hesitantly. Heisenberg didn't take the injuries Hill said to his heart, he smiled. I was also shot by more than 300 bullets. Just as comfort me, get some wine. Shameless person, even if I die in front of you, I won't serve people like you. As soon as Hill finished speaking, the door to the lounge suddenly opened. Nick Fury, a little sweaty, strode the meteor, rushing all the way to the middle of Heisenberg and Hill. He first took a deep look at Heisenberg, and when he noticed Heisenberg's indifferent eyes, he took another hard breath. When he exhaled this breath, he was ready to bow his head. It's great to see you again, Mr. Heisenberg. When you left my office last night, I thought the earth could not hold you. As Nick Fury said, he sat down on the sofa to the left of Heisenberg. After he sat down, he was still muttering there. I am very grateful to Mr. Heisenberg for choosing to return to our country after visiting the beauty of the earth. Although there was a little unpleasantness during this period, I believe that we will make you feel at home on the next journey. I saw Nick Fury snap his fingers and said to Hill not far away. Hill, can you get some drinks for me and Mr. Heisenberg? I still owe him a glass of wine. The voice fell instantly. Puff ha 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 ha. This is unscrupulous Heisenberg. This is Hill. It was visible to the naked eye that the veins on Hill's forehead became clearer and clearer, and even Heisenberg was a little worried about this woman's sudden cerebral infarction. Seeing this scene, Nick Fury was a little confused. What's wrong? He asked softly, while Hill shook his head unnaturally. It's okay, I'll get the wine. Haha, Director Fury is so polite, and Hill agent, I really thank you, haha. When Heisenberg spoke, Hill had already got up to find a drink. Heisenberg always felt that her walking movements were full of entanglement and unwillingness, and the posture that the brain made up made Heisenberg happier. Look, strength is so happy. As long as you are strong enough, you can do things that you would never dare to do. And those things will also bring you happiness and satisfaction that ordinary things can never produce. And now Heisenberg. He is very cool, very cool. So he floated directly, and the whole person floated to Nick Fury's side, where Nick sat down less than 30 centimeters away. At the same time he said with a smile. Nick, I might as well say something serious with you while there are only two of us. Say. Nick Fury nodded. I flew around the Earth more than 7,000 times last night, probably. So. Nick wiped the cold sweat from his head. After seeing life in most parts of the Earth with my own eyes, I still like your Americans who are so drunk and drunk. Speaking of this, Heisenberg took out his right hand and rubbed his thumb and index finger with his middle finger. Money, women, luxury cars, famous watches and the like, that is, things that I have never owned or pursued in the past. I think they are very suitable for me now, because I, a poor person who has been imprisoned for thousands of years, urgently need to get out of my grievances and welcome a better life in the future. Snapped. Heisenberg patted Nick on the shoulder, and while Nick Fury grinned, Heisenberg chuckled. I'm a troublesome person, and an old man with a few hail. I don't want to fight to satisfy my desires like a young man. But it is impossible for me to accept a life like an ascetic monk. So I can only trouble others, trouble them to give me a life worthy of my strength and status. Heisenberg patted Nick Fury on the shoulder again. If you say that, who do you think is better for me to trouble? It is incumbent upon me. Nick Fury stepped forward and took Heisenberg's hand directly. S.H.I.E.L.D, as an agency directly under the United Nations on Earth, receives trillions of dollars into our account every year. Believe me, there is no organization on the planet richer than us. We have the ability to meet all your requirements. Definitely, that requirement would be more reasonable. Haha, then I'm satisfied. Can you arrange a place to live for me first? Definitely. What kind of environment do you like? Nick Fury continued to talk. If you like the melodious sea breeze, we can make a castle for you in Malacca. If you like plain ice and snow, we can build comfortable towers for you in the North and South Poles. If you like the vitality of the resurrection of everything in early spring, the Norwegian forest will show you a real blossoming of 100 flowers. If you like the joy of warm autumn harvest, Fenji Canada will show you what is called wild red makeup. Seriously, when Nick Fury's introduction came out, Heisenberg was really sluggish. What is this S.H.I.E.L.D. director? Are you sure you didn't come from a tour guide? This word must be prepared in advance, right? It must be. In a short moment, the scenery described by Nick Fury seems to be in full bloom in the heart of Heisenberg. He really wanted to take a turn in those sceneries. Those are all the beautiful scenery that you have no chance to experience before crossing. But Heisenberg thought again. And many more. There seems to be something wrong. What's wrong? So Heisenberg thought for a moment, frowned and asked. Are you sure you didn't arrange me to a remote place? Definitely not. How could it be? Nick Fury was taken aback for a moment, and quickly wiped the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, and then added. I'm just introducing you to the most beautiful 4 seasons on the planet. If you are not interested in those, you can ask for it. Request, definitely yes. For example, how about giving me a bar? I prefer the atmosphere of the bar. Okay, no problem. Which city do you like and how about New York? Just in New York, the location is, near the junction of Queens and Hell's Kitchen. I will send someone in charge immediately. I believe you will get the bar you want by tonight at the latest. But, after making a promise to Heisenberg, Nick Fury's words flickered. I saw him hesitate for a while, finally seemed to have made up his mind, and said. But I have a request here, can you? Okay, let me get it straight. I hope to conduct a physical test on you, just basic strength and speed tests. If you can allow, you can also use our instruments to test some special abilities you may have. What do you think? When the voice fell, Nick Fury was extremely nervous. After all, his shoulder at the moment was still in Heisenberg's hand. If Heisenberg is dissatisfied, Heisenberg's hands that easily touch the explosion-proof glass will fall on him. Fortunately, Heisenberg just frowned and nodded in agreement. It's just a small physical test, right? Heisenberg sneered and continued. Yes, even if it is our first transaction. You have brought me a bar that can satisfy me, and I will show you a part of my ability, so that you can think of some ways to deal with and dominate me. No, 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 it's just to enrich our knowledge. Nick Fury explained in a relaxed tone. You are our friend. On the Earth, only friends can sit down and drink and chat like us. How can we have such dangerous thoughts about our friends? Haha. Heisenberg curled his lips in disdain, and said, whatever you say, my bar must be in place as soon as possible. I need a bar on the top floor of the building with a rooftop. Remember? Yes, yes, definitely have a rooftop. When Nick Fury nodded his promise, Hill Agent happened to come with a drink. Nick Fury and Heisenberg looked at Hill, and the eyes of one of them made Hill's mouth pursed in dissatisfaction. I don't know what you like to drink, so I only brought the Wave bottle bourbon. She rolled her eyes slightly and said. Heisenberg took the tray in her hand and took the bourbon and poured a cup. Immediately afterwards, he directly delivered most of the remaining bottle of wine to Nick Fury. He himself took a glass of wine and touched a large bottle of Nick Fury. Cheers, friend. After speaking, Heisenberg drank it directly, and then looked at Nick Fury with interest. At the moment Nick Fury, his face is black and looks like an expired marinated egg. But he still reluctantly raised the bottle. Cheers. He said so, and then tried to drink up most of the remaining bottle of bourbon. When putting down the empty wine bottle, Nick Fury's face was already quite ugly. But he just shook his head, and then asked Heisenberg softly. Do you mind starting the test now? Random. Well, come with me. Nick Fury talked a lot less, I guess he should be in a bad mood to die. He got up and led the way for Heisenberg, while Hill followed him, without even looking at Heisenberg. Come to the elevator, go down, get out of the Tri-Wing building, and get in the browsing car. The three of Heisenberg passed through the park belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. to the Aegis Academy under SHIELD. Under the gaze of many curious students, Heisenberg followed Nick into the college building, and then to the basement. Turning left and right, Heisenberg finally saw a training ground with enough file size. Although it is underground, the training ground in front of you is extremely wide. The training ground area is about 3 football fields file size. As for the height of the training ground, about 9 meters, this height is enough for most people to use their fists and feet. But at the moment, there is actually only one person in this training ground. It was a strong man in plain jeans and a white t-shirt. When Heisenberg walked into the training ground, the only trainer was frantically attacking a sandbag. Boom. Bang bang bang. Right and left straight fists to get the bait from the waist, then the whip leg changed knees and hit and then hugged again. The poor standing sandbag was played like a puppet by this man. The arrival of Heisenberg and others did not affect the men who exercised. Even though the three of them had stood 5 or 6 meters behind the man did not stop his movements. After more than 20 seconds passed, the man repeated what he had just done before turning around and nodded to Nick Fury. The quality of the sandbags right now is really good. If they were left in my time, the sandbags would be completely destroyed by my practice. He said so, and at the same time his eyes were aimed at the smiling Heisenberg. Nick Fury, Hill Agent, haven't seen each other for a while, and this one. He pointed to Heisenberg and asked. What do you call roar? Heisenberg. Heisenberg stretched out his right hand towards the man. The man stretched out his hand and shook Heisenberg. Steve Rogers, nice to meet you. Chapter 7 How am I behaving? Captain America reported his name, then glanced carefully at Heisenberg's face. He seemed to be looking forward to how surprised Heisenberg would look. pity. Heisenberg just nodded, and shook his right hand holding Captain America up and down. "Steve Rogers, isn't it? Lucky to meet." With a casual greeting, Heisenberg directly let go, and this move made Captain America a relieved smile. When he first woke up, he thought his name would be immortal, but now it seems the shelf life of the Captain America name is less than 70 years. But this is also good, he may be able to truly find his own life after sleeping for 70 years. Almost all of his first half of his life was dedicated to his country, and even at the moment he made the final decision, he planned to return his life to the country and the world that nurtured him. But now that the world is at peace, Captain America may really not need to appear again. Thinking of this, his expression became calmer and calmer. In the past 5 or 6 seconds, he actually seemed to be 7 or 8 years old. An indifferent and tranquil scent came out of her body. "Well, this is considered to be an acquaintance, so what do you want to do with me and introduce me to a friend who works out with me?" Captain America asked freely. Nick Fury shook his head quickly. "Definitely no, it's just that our friend needs a more secret training ground." "What?" Captain America was taken aback, his eyes began to look back and forth on Heisenberg. "Is this someone similar to me? Even training has to become some kind of secret." "Almost." Hearing Captain America's question, Nick Fury was silent. After a moment, he shook his head. "With all due respect, Captain Rogers, there is a big gap between you and our friend." After speaking, Nick tentatively patted Heisenberg's arm, but Heisenberg didn't stop him. With Nick's cooperation, he doesn't mind Nick's little offense. So Nick Fury successfully patted Heisenberg's arm and said, "This underground training ground has almost all training facilities. You can show me your skills here. There is no need to worry about leaking information. The people standing here are all S.H.I.E.L.D. with the strictest mouths." Then I'll just play around." Heisenberg nodded noncommittently, and then stepped to the sandbag that Captain America had just used for boxing. I saw him posing as he was about to punch, then turned his head and said to the 3 Captain America, "I am too lazy to jump in front of you like a monkey in the spurs, so I only show a punch." Boom! Heisenberg punched in an instant. Snapped! This punch directly smashed the air, causing the basement to reverberate with an explosive sound that broke the speed of sound. In just a moment, the Captain America trio had no time to be shocked, and Heisenberg's fist had fallen on the sandbags. The standing sandbag instantly collapsed and flew away, and it broke into countless messy ashes after only half a meter of flying. But the power of this punch definitely doesn't stop there. After smashing the sandbags, the power of infinite terror engulfed every trace of iron, sand and dust in the sandbags. It's like a sandstorm hitting the grassland, and it's more like a mudslide sweeping across the village. The crazy air current brought the bits and pieces of sandbags together, and arrogantly pounced on the barbell behind it. The barbell continued to smash, and their fragments joined together, completely destroying the treadmill and rally behind them. More and more equipment was reduced to ashes in a short moment, and the fragments of equipment continued to expand around. At a location more than 20 meters away from Heisenberg, even the ground and ceiling of the underground training ground were irreparably damaged. It seemed that a big hand was pushing into the water in the quiet lake. It's like a god holding spray paint and sprayed out a miracle. The entire training ground is like a wave splashed by the spreading ripples. With Heisenberg as the center, an angle of about 13 degrees extends in the direction of his punch. At a full 1,700 meters, no matter is qualified to remain the same. It took more than half a minute for the sound of this punch to calm down. The splashed dust gradually fell back to the ground more than 5 minutes in the past. With this punch of Heisenberg, a gorge was smashed into the ground alive. Silence. Infinite silence. On the barely damaged half of the training ground behind Heisenberg, Hill couldn't even control her legs, so that she fell directly on the ground. Nick Fury keeps flashing fluorescence under the blindfold of his right eye, and his mechanical eye, which he has hidden for decades, can't help but start working to shoot the breathtaking scene just now. As for Captain America, he kept rubbing his head because he thought he was dreaming again. Heisenberg looked at the three people indifferently, until he became a little impatient, and none of the three stood up and said something. Heisenberg had to ask Nick Fury in person. "How am I doing?" "Eye-opener." "That's good, I'm still worried that my little ability will be looked down upon by you." Looking at Nick Fury, who was sluggish, Heisenberg raised his head slightly and glanced at the ground. Then he continued. "Those of your buildings on the ground are full of alarm bells, and they seem to feel an earthquake. Also, my punch seems to have broken the elevator leading to the ground. As compensation, I will help you make a temporary road." With that said, Heisenberg walked a dozen steps away from the Captain America trio. Then he lifted his head in the inexplicable eyes of the three of them. When he raised his head, Nick Fury clearly saw Heisenberg's eyes burst into bright red light. Obviously the color of this light was similar to that of the sun, but he felt that it was the eternal fire of the demon in hell. A strong red light, accompanied by the smell of sulfur as Nick Fury imagined. I saw a beam of light rushed out of Heisenberg's eyeballs, and the beam of light instantly penetrated the ground up to 800 meters deep. In the next instant, the entire New Yorker saw a red beam of light rising into the sky. In the DC cinematic universe, generals had only played with Superman for more than 10 minutes to master the skill of hot sight. What's more, what about Heisenberg, which has been in the sun for several hours? Heisenberg doesn't even need to move the angle of view, he just keeps this angle to maintain his hot sight. 10 seconds later, all the rocks and soil around 50 centimeters in diameter around the hot site turned into hot molten lava. The molten slurry dripped down from the angle of the hot line of sight, directly submerging Heisenberg in it. The air suddenly smelled of burning clothes. After feeling that the passage was wide enough, Heisenberg withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. Then he flew out of the lava pile and flew naked to the Captain America trio. Ms. Hill was so shocked that she forgot to cover her eyes, but Heisenberg didn't mind going out, really didn't mind. He smiled openly at the three of them, and then extended his right hand to Captain America in front of him. "Man, borrow a pair of pants, my image is not suitable for flying into the sky." Good." Captain America simply took off the jeans and handed them directly to Heisenberg. Unexpectedly, as soon as the jeans touched Heisenberg's hand, they started to burn quickly. Just because Heisenberg at the moment's body is too hot. The pants you got turned into a ball of fire, which was embarrassing. Heisenberg opened his mouth with hindsight, and sighed softly towards his body. Frozen roar sucked and beat the air on Heisenberg's body. The hot body gradually cooled, and when the frozen roar sucked, the Captain America trio even shivered a little. And the ground around Heisenberg was already firmly covered by heavy frost. Seeing this, Heisenberg nodded in satisfaction, and then extended his hand to Nick Fury. "I can't wear Roger's pants anymore, lend me yours." When the words fell, Nick Fury's old face almost twisted into a black cosmos. Seeing Nick Fury's face so embarrassed, Heisenberg shrugged helplessly. "Otherwise you let me wear Hill's pants." "Hold on." At the urging of Heisenberg, Nick Fury finally began to take off his pants. And our little sister Hill, after she rolled her eyes quietly, she was farther away from Captain America and Nick. About a minute later, Nick Fury's bulletproof black trousers weighing 450 grams came to Heisenberg's lap. After putting it on, Heisenberg twisted his hips uncomfortably. "Just laughed, it's a bit strangled," he explained, causing Nick to bow his head instinctively. "The harm is very low, but it is extremely insulting." Fortunately, Heisenberg did not delve into the reason for his strangulation. Soon, he soared into the sky, and Heisenberg disappeared completely with the RESP lash of sand and rocks underground. Half an hour later, S.H.I.E.L.D. rescuers finally dropped the rope to a depth of 800 meters. Then the rescuers descended quickly and quickly rushed into the underground training ground. Then, countless Aegis rescue team members closed their eyes regretfully. What did they do? Why, let them discover the secret between their chief and Captain America? And the strangest thing is, why would Commander Hill be with the game director and Captain America? Opposite this group of people, two men in white underwear looked at the rescue team blankly. It wasn't until two well-behaved team members took off their pants and gave them to them, that their sharp eyes converged. Nick grabbed the rope and let the rescuers on the ground drag him up. While rising, Nick Fury's heart sank to the bottom. The people who can be sent to rescue them are all his absolute subordinates. Those who go down to the training ground are the confidants of those who have personally participated in the Captain America excavation project. After all, the resurrection of Captain America is still a secret for the time being. And these henchmen. Nick Fury couldn't help but pinched his chin severely. I am afraid that my image in front of my confidant is completely ruined. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D's New York branch's Sank Wing building was on the roof. It is on the highest roof of this building. Heisenberg was lying on the sofa, basking in the sun lazily. Not far from him, there was also a sofa placed there. And lying on the sofa was a little girl with blonde hair and a face like a Barbie doll, who looked at most 16 years old. I saw the girl's worm-like guyong a few times, then she raised her hands and stretched her waist, and said, "Wow, I didn't expect to be so comfortable in the sun." Yeah, I didn't lie to you. Heisenberg took the conversation while looking sideways at Barbie. You agents who go in the wind and the rain should get more sun exposure when you are fine. There is nothing more enjoyable than sun exposure in the world. Yes, yeah, especially for Kryptonians like you, sun exposure can not only tan, but also increase strength, right? Barbie asked naturally, which made Heisenberg a little unexpected. Heisenberg hesitated for a moment, then asked. This conclusion, is it your guess? Ha ha. Barbie pouted and smiled, then she directly reached out and touched the big pocket on the belly of her sweater. After a while, she threw a little book at Heisenberg. Heisenberg took the villain, and he knew what was going on without having to read it. I saw the huge S mark on the cover of that comic book very clearly. And the protagonist of this comic is naturally his descendant named Kal-El. Until then, Heisenberg finally remembered. In the DC universe, there are Marvel comics and Spider-Man comics. And in the Marvel universe, naturally, there are also DC and Superman comics. Chapter 8 I Lie Down and Watch. Just as Heisenberg was flipping through the comics, Barbie asked softly. The light that came out of the ground before is a hot side, right? Heisenberg pondered for a moment, pretending to be the real Kryptonian elder, and explained to Barbie. I'm not sure, after all, the kind of ability that only came after your planet. If you think it's a hot side, then so be it. With that said, Heisenberg hurriedly turned over the cartoon in his hand. This is one of Superman's earliest comics, telling the origin of Superman and the background story between him and Krypton. A lot of useful content appeared in just one comic book. For example, Superman's power comes from the yellow sun of the Earth. Another example is Superman will be weakened by Krypton. In addition, Superman has an extremely precious life code in his body. So Heisenberg dumped the comic books he had read. I can't believe it, he said. The protagonist here seems to be a descendant of me. Have Kryptonians come to your Earth before? Definitely not. Barbie hugged her chest helplessly. Before you, no one thought there really were a group of Kryptonians in the galaxy. That's why I feel unbelievable. Heisenberg explained in surprise. I have to admit, I really don't know what Krypton is like now. After all, I was imprisoned and exiled 18,000 years ago. In the vast universe, the only things I can taste are loneliness and the passing of time. As for whether my people have forbidden natural childbirth, or is my great Krypton really dead? I can't be sure of the news at all, can you be sure? Don't ask me, if I can answer you, then I won't be like a woman who sells S*X, being ordered by the leader to be thrown by your side. After Barbie finished speaking, she sighed long. Hey. Hey. Heisenberg also sighed. The two looked at each other for a moment, and Heisenberg smiled helplessly. Perhaps I should find a spaceship and jump back to my hometown to take a look. Definitely, he was purely acting, but he couldn't hold Barbie to believe it. Perhaps I should resign sooner too, otherwise a female agent like me will inevitably be sent to someone's bed sooner or later. Barbie said blatantly again, and the content of these words silenced the two again. Looking at Heisenberg, who was expressionless in front of her eyes, but actually didn't know how to speak, Barbie smiled. Well, let's not talk about it, let's find politics in my place, so in the future, I will follow the order and often wander around you. Now I will call you Roar in advance. Heisenberg finally recovered. He hesitated for a moment and frowned. You, really honest enough. So, when you know that I was sent to you, and my task is to use all methods to give everything I can, just to get every news about you. As Barbie said, she stretched her foot and kicked Heisenberg's calf lightly. After knowing this inside story, what do you think? For the first time Heisenberg felt soft-mouthed. It turns out that as long as a girl wants to tease you, then she can really tease you until the whole body is soft. Seeing Heisenberg's appearance, the Barbie doll in front of him kicked Heisenberg's calf again. Quickly talk about it? I didn't have the opportunity to do this kind of personal intelligence work before. How would a target person like you treat someone like me? What do I think? I lie down and watch. Heisenberg spread his hands and shrugged innocently, jokingly. I can only rejoice that in my time, my planet did not prohibit us from giving birth naturally like this cartoon you gave me. Barbie blushed instantly, and she kicked Heisenberg's leg with her feet in white sneakers. You are really, very good at teasing. I'm Barbara Morse, even if we know each other. While laughing and complaining, Barbara stretched out her small hand to Heisenberg. Heisenberg shook Barbara's paw and introduced himself. Me, Heisenberg. As for the surname, the Krypton of my time did not have the concept of a surname. They all called me Elder Heisenberg. What about me? I can't call you Elder Heisenberg, too. Considering our age difference, you can call me Dad or Grandpa. Anyway, I don't mind. You are going to die, stop chatting if you don't talk. Barbara was finally defeated by Heisenberg's cheeky. I saw the girl leaping up from the sofa like a flower in the first place. She first went to Heisenberg and punched Heisenberg, indicating that the two were friends. Then she turned her head and left. As she walked, she tapped her ear with her index finger. My director is here to give me an order, let me go and make you a bar that can satisfy you. There is a rooftop, the kind that can bask in the sun, right? Well, thanks a lot. Heisenberg waved to the departing Barbara. When Barbara's figure disappeared completely, Heisenberg couldn't help but smack his lips. Tisk tisk, the bionic bird here is much more beautiful than the actors on TV. After evaluating the appearance of the bionic bird Barbara in his heart, Heisenberg shook his head thoughtfully. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D., after determining his earth-shattering strength, chose to comfort and recruit him in the most tender way. Why does the bionic bird express its intentions to him? Even when it leaves, it will leak the commands it hears from the earphones to him in a joke manner. It's like two animals decide to fight. But before it started fighting, an animal felt that the opponent was too strong, so he didn't want to fight anymore. What should I do? I definitely want to show my belly to my opponent. In Heisenberg's heart, today's S.H.I.E.L.D. is like a soft hyena. It wagged its tail, and rolled on the ground while showing its belly to itself, still howling in its mouth. Come on, I will show you the most secret places. Without the identity and strength of the Kryptonian at the moment, Heisenberg really does not intend to have too much involvement with SHIELD. Because no matter how soft the hyena is, it is still a hyena. If you really believe in S.H.I.E.L.D's momentary softness, then you will have your habits penetrated by S.H.I.E.L.D in the future, and wait for them to master, or simply create weaknesses for you. This hyena will immediately turn over and bite your neck, belly, and even anus with its teeth. But now, Heisenberg is the only Superman in the Marvel movie world. Instead, he must have contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. Why? Because his strength is exposed there. Although his work is relatively stable, he only needs to live in the Marvel world. But his income is the source material that can realize all imagination. The amount of the source material is determined by the number of lives affected by Heisenberg. How can the destiny of more people be affected in the Marvel world? Do something. In order to originate matter, Heisenberg must engage in wind and rain in this world. Without S.H.I.E.L.D in front of him, he will be beside him in the future. What spies from all over the world, what CIA, FBI, MI7, Hydra, Red House. Thinking of the messy situation, Heisenberg would rather only face S.H.I.E.L.D, which is just a group of disgusting agents. Although they are also agents, although they are also full of the stench of concealers. However, at least most of them are more familiar. Bad things and more bad things. How do you choose? That's all. While basking in the sun, Heisenberg straightened out his thoughts for the next period of time. He decided to do this for now. Use S.H.I.E.L.D to get his key to participate in various major events, and use S.H.I.E.L.D to get enough information and block his personal information. Using S.H.I.E.L.D to get enough material enjoyment, Heisenberg would also like to have several experiences where the whole audience will be consumed by Hai-Gongzi tonight. Finally, I have to use S.H.I.E.L.D to establish a sharp image of myself. I don't even give face to SHIELD. Other small-hearted organizations leave me as early as possible. In short, Heisenberg decided. Before S.H.I.E.L.D was counterattacked by Hydra and caused its basic decline. He must ride on the head of S.H.I.E.L.D to dominate. Squeeze out every flower of S.H.I.E.L.D, so that he can walk in the Marvel universe. At the moment, Nick Fury, who put on his pants, couldn't think of it at all. His future miserable life has just begun. And Nick, who will be extremely miserable in the future, is working with Hill to gather all S.H.I.E.L.D agents above level 7. There are many high-level agents who are on the field. Therefore, many equipments used to make virtual images are prepared in the conference room. Nick Fury sits among a group of dummies, and casts the video that has been taken out of the mechanical eyeball on the big screen. In an instant, those high-level agents whose eyes were always higher than the top, rounded their eyes. Seeing everyone had been shocked, Nick Fury said. Heisenberg, he has been determined to be an alien visitor, claiming to be the chief elder of the Krypton Presbyterian Church, that is, the leader of Krypton. And many more. Nick Fury just said a few words, and someone immediately interrupted him. I saw an old man with a cigarette in his mouth frowning and asking. Are you sure you are right? Kryptonian. That's not a comic. John, I also suspect that this is a joke, but go and read the information yourself. Look at his indestructible body of steel, Look at his ordinary punch that produced a magnitude 6 earthquake, look at his iconic hot sight and freezing breath. Nick Fury's tone is not very good, because now he is not a person who likes to talk to him. John Gatteler, his old comrade in arms. Originally, the two of them had a deadly friendship. But as time passed, after working together for longer and longer, Gatteler seemed to have more and more opinions on him. No matter what, Gatteler always likes to choke him. But the reason Nick didn't delve into it, because Gatteler never just choked. Just like now. After Nick emphasized to him, he nodded clearly and went silent. So Nick Fury continued to preach. Let's get back to business. Heisenberg fell to the Earth at 0:26 a.m. today and separated from the Sonqui building at 3:43 a.m. Satellites showed that in just 7 hours, he flew more than 7,000 times around the Earth, and his speed was extremely terrifying. At least our various types of missiles today cannot keep up with or track him. At the same time, Heisenberg has enough desire for expression and hegemony, and he is used to communicating with others in a commanding mentality and tone. All in all, he is enough to bring an absolute crisis to the Earth, and I hope everyone can work together and come up with a suitable solution. Solution? John Gatteler sneered. Based on his performance in the video, how do you think we are going to solve him? We can't even solve the big green guy. So, indulge his wanton behavior on our planet, even if he might plan to ride on us in the future and change him from the ruler of Krypton to the ruler of the Earth. Nick is still dissatisfied. Butler shook his head disdainfully. Nick, you don't have to ask us about this kind of thing. You are more skilled in dealing with this kind of Superman. Definitely, if you only talk about assassination, as long as it's not assassinating Superman like Heisenberg, then I am definitely better than you. I didn't ask you to do anything, Gatteler. If he really has the ability of Superman in the comics, then I can say with certainty that if our entire country is put together, I am afraid there is nothing he can do with him. Faced with Gatteler's jokes, Nick Fury patted the table hard. Now I gather you together, just to let you know that there is such a person as Heisenberg. He has no scruples and may break into each of our branches again at any time, and the reason may be that he wants to drink a cup of coffee from SHIELD. In short, at that time, as long as he has a suitable reason, I don't want any branch to actively attack him, so as to anger him. When the voice fell, Nick Fury was silent for 2 full minutes. It wasn't until the high-level agent below started to whisper that Nick Fury interrupted everyone again. Just listen to what he said at the end. As long as we still don't have a way to kill him, then you must do what I want. For Heisenberg, you can't be evil, absolutely can't. Chapter 9 You have a good man. On the roof of the Tri-Wing building, Heisenberg's eyelids floated twice. He slept, and when he woke up, the sunlight had disappeared. Raising his left hand habitually, he wanted to look at his watch. All right. He has no watch. But he has a way. System, look at how much source material I have now. You have injured more than 7 citizens of the Marvel Universe in the previous many falls. The subsequent destruction fist and hot site made more than 800 New York citizens choose to move out of New York. All in all, you temporarily changed the fate of the 7,626 people. Only a slight change to the fate of the person involved can make you harvest the original material through an easier fate. Therefore, you have harvested a total of 7.626 squares of origin material. All right. Heisenberg rubbed his head. When he felt that he hadn't done any work, did he actually affect the fate of more than 7,000 people? The small earthquake caused by my own punch almost broke the hot side of the atmosphere and made more than 800 people choose to move away from New York. After they move away, will they lose some kind of fate? The new job they were looking for in the field might have been the only job for someone else to make a living. Could someone miss the opportunity to make him rich because of an extra resident in the city? And their future lovers, Could they be lovers of other people in other cities? It feels very exciting to say so. In short, if you say that life is like chess, it is absolutely unreasonable. How about 3 steps, even if one step is 30,000? It's not good. It is better to say that life is like the road of Chongqing. Even if you are driving the navigation, you cannot be sure which fork you should take. Once you miss a certain U-turn, or miss a certain intersection, then you will never even want to see the end of your entire journey. Where will you stop then? The entanglement of fate made Heisenberg open his eyes. He looked at the moonlight, and then at the constellations that were so clear in his eyes. If I am not a Kryptonian, but an ordinary social animal. In that case, even if I jumped off the 3-winged building, it would not affect the fate of any New Yorker. After sighing, Heisenberg raised his left hand to his chest. Looking at his empty wrist, he said something in his heart. Give me a watch, just the H. Moser and CIE. Adventurer pure black concept model that I wore in my previous life. As soon as the voice fell, the system gave prompts instantly. Origin mission has been initiated. Target, H. Moser CIEVANTABLACK. 3626 square meters of origin material is required. Is consumption confirmed? Confirm. In a moment, the golden hands and the pure black dial with almost invisible color appeared on Heisenberg's wrist in an instant. Heisenberg examined it for a long time, and couldn't see that this was made by the system at all. Wait, that's not right? Heisenberg noticed something suddenly. There was a small damage on the lower strap of this watch. It was really the watch he had worn before. He thought that the system would recreate one, but the system actually strictly implemented his requirements and sent the watch he had worn. At this time, the system also gave a further explanation. The origin task has been completed. A total of 3.626 squares of origin material has been consumed, and the main consumption is used to support the watch to travel through the multi-universe. Okay, then I will set up a few more missions. First tell me how much source material is needed to eliminate the genetic weakness of the kryptonite. The origin mission has been established. Eliminating the genetic weakness of the Kryptonians requires 17,400 cubic meters of origin material. How about eliminating my genetic weakness in kryptonite? As an ancient kryptonite, your genes are more active than ordinary kryptonites. Eliminating weakness requires an additional 24,400 cubic meters of source material. Let me put it another way, how much does it take to turn me into a vampire? Replace the host bloodline with the original vampire, and the system will return you a total of 8.42 million cubic meters of original material. And many more. Heisenberg was shocked. How can this give me a withdrawal from the origin material? Compared with the bloodline of the vampire you requested, the bloodline of the elder leader of the ancient natural person Krypton is too precious. You should have received these compensations. After the system answered, Heisenberg almost couldn't help rolling his eyes. Look at what is truly humanization. This is the real humanization. There is a price difference. So Heisenberg said to the system excitedly. I'll change another one. How much source material does it take to send Audrey Hepburn, who was just filming The Roman Holiday, to me? To transport Audrey Hepburn during the filming of The Roman Holiday to Earth in 1999, a total of 163 cubic meters of origin material is needed. In an instant, Heisenberg was quiet. This system, it can actually accomplish most of your wishes. Heisenberg had the enthusiasm in an instant. In order to be enough to realize his various desires, even if Heisenberg exhausted himself to the Marvel Universe, he would not have a word of complaint. As for now, his goal is also very clear. That is, in addition to guaranteeing enough sunbathing time, to accumulate to at least 163. Keek. Heisenberg shook his head, quickly dispelling the evil thoughts in his mind. If he really likes Audrey Hepburn, then he can apply directly to the universe of Roman Holiday. Or whatever the European universe around the 1960s. There will always be wild Audrey Hepburn to catch. His real goal, it is to accumulate at least 40,000 square meters of origin material. At that time, he must first completely eliminate his weakness against kryptonite. Then he will eliminate his weakness against the red sun, the green sun, the purple sun, the black Sunday. And so on. Then earn some source material to enhance his resistance to elemental damage and magical damage. In this way, he can have a temporary sense of security. This sense of security is so difficult. Obviously it has become stronger, but its weaknesses have become more, hey. It may have been thinking for too long, or maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. was too anxious, and the sad Heisenberg was finally attracted by Barbara. Heisenberg had already heard Barbara's voice 7 kilometers away. For Kryptonians, their hearing is exceptionally well developed. If you don't control it, they will be driven crazy by the thousands of voices they hear. And when they have adapted to the environment of the Earth, they can take the initiative to control their hearing. They can then mark a particular sound. No matter how far away, as long as the sound is within their hearing range, they can instantly find the position of the sound. And this is why Superman finds out that his girlfriend is kidnapped every time. In the Batman vs. Superman movie, there was once such a classic picture. At that time, no one in the world could find a Superman who deliberately hid himself. Lex Luthor kidnapped Superman's girlfriend Louise Lois and took it to the roof of the Luthor group. There, he said to Louise Lois, "I have found the key to Superman." Later, Louise Lois was pushed down from the top of the building. With Louise's screams, Superman immediately appeared to save his girlfriend. The reason why Superman always appears at critical moments is because of the ability of Kryptonians to recognize and label sounds. At the same time, what does this incident show? It shows that when a person is strong enough, no matter if the person is high-key or low-key, the people around him will always be hurt by him. It's as strong as Heisenberg, whether you hide or show your face, you can't change the fact that you are jealous, and countless people want to take advantage of your ambitions. So, either let yourself be dangerous and lethal enough. Either find women who are strong enough and strong enough not to be threatened as partners. Well, Heisenberg, who heard Barbara's voice, felt a little bit crooked again. He shook his head, and after dispelling the distractions, he listened quietly to Barbara's words. The intersection of Hell's Kitchen and Queens. That is, the blocks named as restricted areas by gangsters. Barbara was talking to a fat man in a building. Their conversation seemed to have come to an end, and Barbara and the fat man shook hands in a friendly manner. "Mr. Jin Bin, thank you for cooperating with our work. The second Bazaar nightclub under your name will become our important base. I hope you and your men will never have any contact with the second Bazaar nightclub." "No problem, after all, you are too generous, 3 times the price, which makes me totally wonder." Boom. The huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows burst instantly, and Heisenberg came to Barbara with countless broken glass. Facing the demonic eyes of the 3 present, Heisenberg asked Barbara with a smile. "Finish the bar I want?" "The second Harper's." He shook his head unhappy. "This name is too vulgar, change it?" "I think about it, how about just calling the Academy of Sciences, so that those drunks can experience the feeling of being surrounded by knowledge?" "Damn it, who the FK are you, Bullseye, kill him." Jin He, who was not far away, just walked out of surprise, and instantly ordered the Bullseye on the side to shoot Heisenberg. He is Jinmei, the underground emperor of New York. He can accept a government department to forcefully buy a bar under his name at 3 times the price, but that does not mean that he can accept the offense of rushing to the door. Even if the person who broke through the window is the FBI, he has to kill the FBI leader to see. He wants everyone to know and let everyone remember it forever. Not everyone is qualified to offend Jin, and following Jinbin's command, the bullseye with a small target drawn on his mind instantly pulled out flying darts. In just a moment, at least 6 flying darts rushed towards Heisenberg's eyes and nose at different angles at the same time. Looking at the little flying darts, Heisenberg is not even interested in avoiding it. He allowed flying darts to fall on his face. Even when flying darts pierced his eyeballs, he didn't even blink his eyelids. Ding ding ding. The knife fell back to the ground in vain, but the bullseye's offensive did not stop. He now understands that Heisenberg is extraordinary, but what about it? For an unusual guy like Heisenberg, he has not only killed 1 or 2 bullseye. Definitely, that's just what he thought. After all, he was not honored to collide with a guy like Heisenberg who broke the sky. In the bullseye, facing a guy with a hard enough body, I definitely want to replace flying darts with electric current knives. Playing paralysis, and then looking for opportunities to find weaknesses, this has always been his habit. Unexpectedly, before he had time to take out the special flying darts hidden in the placket, Heisenberg had already floated in front of him. While holding down the shoulder of the bullseye, the poor bullseye knelt directly on the ground. As for Heisenberg, he looked at the forehead of the bullseye and said, "It seems that I have a problem with my brain, and I seem to have a special and extreme love for the circle. However, the execution is very good. Once your boss's order is issued, whether it is right or wrong, you do it right away. This kind of tactical competence and obedience to orders, even my former men, not everyone can do it." I saw Heisenberg smiled and praised the bullseye, then turned to look at Jinbin not far away. "Just now, I heard that Barbara had negotiated my business with you, so I plan to come and meet you. After all, the bar I am about to use as a rest is where you used to be. Now that I see you, the impression is not very good. You are a bit overconfident and cruel. If you don't agree with you, you will choose to kill. This will bring you bad luck, believe me." After speaking, Heisenberg lightly patted the shoulder of the bullseye who was kneeling on the ground in front of Jinbin. "Although your personality is not very good, your subordinates are really good and are a talent worth training. I want this man. As for the bargaining chip of yours, how about letting me leave you a whole body?" Ha ha. Hearing Heisenberg's provocation, Jinwei laughed like a joke. When he smiled enough, he said to Heisenberg disdainfully, "You want my territory and you want to control my men. You seem to be extremely crazy. Regardless of your ambitions, I dare to directly challenge me who has ruled New York for more than 15 years. At least before you plan to let my subordinates serve you, you should ask my subordinates for their opinions in person." Hearing this, Heisenberg nodded in approval, and then he looked at the bullseye seriously. "Your boss asks you something, so follow me in the future, how about it?" Heisenberg's voice fell, and the bullseye thoughtfully considered for a moment. After a moment, he nodded, in exchange for Heisenberg's satisfied smile. "Look, this is not just." Ding. There was a noise like a metal piercing, and the dagger secretly pulled out by the bullseye was easily blocked by Heisenberg with his body. Looking at the broken dagger, the bullseye was shocked. As for Heisenberg, he looked at his torn pants and was silent for a moment. Then he nodded to the target eye again. "Very well, I found another good point of view, loyal enough. But since you don't like betrayal, then I will just get rid of your original boss, then you will be obedient to me and you will no longer be called a betrayal." As soon as the voice fell, Heisenberg released his hand holding the bullseye, and instantly came to Jinbin's huge body. "Raise your right hand." Snapped. With a strong slap, he directly smashed Jinbin's head from the neck. The violent palm wind completely shattered Jinbin's head, and also caused the wall behind Jinbin to disappear completely. And until at the moment, Jinbin's blood just had time to gush out of his aorta. Chapter 10 I'm Heisenberg. Puff. Wow! The blood spewed freely, and the height barely reached the ceiling. Heisenberg stepped back 2 steps and frowned. A bit dirty, he said, and then Roar let out a breath full of white mist. In a moment, Jinbin's huge body and the blood that still spewed endlessly froze into a bloody and terrifying ice sculpture. Until the cold air spread out in the room, the coldness and horror made Barbara instinctively shy away. She screamed as if she had suddenly realized it. Damn it, why are you? I advise you, if you want to live a happier life, then ask less why. As for you, ask me why. Heisenberg turned around and patted the shoulder of the bullseye again. Man, tell this woman what she wants. Yes. The bullseye immediately nodded in agreement, and then, the bullseye rose from the ground slightly trembling, and came to Barbara 3 steps to stand firmly. At the moment's bullseye face was still entangled, but this entanglement was completely inconsistent with his fear and obedience to Heisenberg. Just listen to the bullseye whispered. Jinhei ordered me, that is, his sharpest knife, to hurt the boss. All this was initiated by Jinhei. He wants to kill the boss, and the boss kills him, that's why you want it. Ha ha ha. Heisenberg smiled suddenly, and the bullseye is indeed a good man, he fancied. Called the boss so soon. As for the bullseye's change of flag and flag so quickly, does it mean that he is accustomed to betrayal and is not worthy of cultivation and reuse? Definitely not. After being easily subdued by Heisenberg, the bullseye can still stab Heisenberg for the last time. And that knife has already yelled out all the loyalty in the bullseye. Isn't the bullseye aware of the power of Heisenberg when he kneels on the ground easily? Even if the enemy is so terrifying, even knowing that the assassination may not be possible, the bullseye still made assassinations. Didn't he know that he might die at that time? So, are such people not loyal enough? As for Jin, he died, the bullseye called himself a boss. Is this betrayal? Definitely not, it's just mature enough. What's more, on the Earth of Marvel movie universe, apart from a hidden old woman with a bald head, who else is qualified to hurt Heisenberg? Compared with the so-called superhero in the superhero comics, Heisenberg, to a certain extent, prefers the bullseye, a villain who is a subordinate and an executor. Looking at all superhero movies, you will find a unique feature. All superhero teams will always be the team with the most infighting, the most messy themes, the least clear goals, and the worst execution. Those so-called superhero who are full of personality, full of freedom and hope, but act full of indecision. Without the protagonist's halo, they simply don't deserve to win. The opposite is the supervillains. Jinhee's bullseye is still relatively inferior. After all, this thing is just ABD, it is really difficult to be elegant. But look at other villains. For example, Crossbones in Hydra. He is loyal to Hydra, orders and deeds, and has never refuted any decision of the leader. No matter how dangerous the task, Crossbones will not complain. On the contrary, Captain America, as a soldier, always holds his boss Nick Fury's little tail and a big book. Black Widow did not work hard, and the wages were not in place. The gangs could not do anything. Once the wages were in place, General Corvus Glaive would do nothing. Hawkeye was professionally controlled, all kinds of instigated, and part-time to send teammates, that is, Quicksilver. This is still S.H.I.E.L.D's own agent. Not to mention Iron Man, the Hulk, they both have a hard time controlling themselves. Indeed, they are both heroes, and they are also very smart. But the smarter you are, the more you are, and the easier it is to cause trouble. The terrible Ultron, wasn't they both of them created it? Coming to this Marvel universe, Heisenberg had his own plan. He knew he was not suitable for being a lone superhero. He may have enough compassion so that he can reach out to helpless old people and children. But his compassionate heart is nothing more than that. He is not kind enough to love as much as a real Superman. Therefore, his definition of himself in the Marvel Universe is an alien hero. After all, everyone has a hero in his heart, and his owl is likely to be regarded as a villain. At the same time, Heisenberg knows his essence better than anyone. In his bones concealed the usual cunning and weakness of ordinary people. After more than 10 years of business career, he has tempered enough marketers and greed. Before crossing, he sold seals, let go of small loans, raised hook machines, delivered river sand, approved beer, and knew everything. From the son of an ordinary worker, to a small boss in the county with a small income of $2 million a year. That's the case with his ability. What conspiracy, what strategizing? He can't. Dozens of employees are a little bit powerless. But for him, it is extremely necessary to create an organization to serve him. He does have the power of Superman, the hearing ability to hear almost every sound in the entire city, and the vision to see the people hidden in the walls through several kilometers. But can he do that all day long? Therefore, he needs a group of people who serve him to handle things that are inconvenient for him. Not everything he can blast with a pair of fists, so when it comes to creating such an organization for yourself, he certainly can't do it himself, if he really manages by himself, although he can rely on strength and intimidation to make his subordinates dare not betray. But is that group of subordinates his subordinates, or his burden? Can those subordinates spread an intelligence network that spreads to the North and South Pole for him? Can those subordinates solve all kinds of troubles in life for him and maintain his external image for the general public? Can those subordinates bribe American officials for him to build his golden body that walks sideways among governments around the world? If he only relies on himself, then he brings a group of subordinates, it is probably not as good as he does it alone. Therefore, in a short moment, Heisenberg decided to absorb enough talents for himself. Superman still needs an alliance, the Justice League, to face more and more dangerous enemies. And can he really rely on himself to use the entire Marvel Universe as leaks to harvest the original matter? One person, how can a group of people be efficient? Heisenberg was still at the top of the Tri-Wing building, and when he heard that the person chatting with Barbara was actually Jin Ben, he already had the idea to kill Jin Ben. What a group of good basic discs under Jin Ben. Think about it, Jin Ben, as the Underworld Emperor of the United States, is the ruler of the underground in New York. 40% of all crimes in the United States are related to Jin Ben. And Jin Ben's position has been maintained for more than 10 years, and even if Heisenberg does not kill him, he has been the emperor of the underworld in the comics for 60 years. All of his subordinates have been trained by him for more than 10 years, and the rule of the underground has long been integrated into their bones. As long as I modify them a little bit, I can take over more than half of the underground network in the United States. This is simply a very cost-effective business. So Heisenberg nodded in satisfaction, he patted the panicked bullseye, and said to Barbara, who was surprised and disturbed, "Did you hear me? If he wants to kill me, I will kill him, and whoever is stronger will stand." And he was weaker, so he lay down, which is reasonable, right? After speaking, Heisenberg gently pulled the sleeve of the bullseye and asked, "After the death of Jin, the bastards under his hands will probably be messing around for a while. Will ability take over the plates he left behind? I cannot do it?" Heisenberg was taken aback. How could the answer of the bullseye be different from what he thought? When he wanted to come, since he had conquered the bullseye, he gave the bullseye the opportunity to prove himself. The bullseye must seize the opportunity and try to do things well to prove his value. How can you say that you can't do it? He also didn't want to think that Jin was the emperor of the underworld, and the bullseye was a gold medalist at best. Even if Jin Union died, those who surrendered to Jin Union at the beginning may not necessarily surrender to those who killed Jin Union. The bullseye also explained to Heisenberg. Although Jin Ben is arrogant, fierce, cruel, and unreasonable, the underworld rule he founded has been implemented in the United States for more than a decade. People are used to the dark night where gold exists, but they can never get used to me. Even if Jinbin died, I didn't have ability to directly convince Jinbin's other subordinates. Our previous positions are roughly equal, and they are not something I can easily suppress and control. I'm sorry, boss, I want to prove my worth to you, but if there is not at least 1 year, I am destined to be unable to complete your order. Okay, but I can't wait a whole year. Heisenberg said helplessly. I have to admit that the dead fat man with no brain next to him is really capable. After thinking for a moment, Heisenberg said again. Well, let's leave Jinbin's stall aside, let them fend for themselves first. As for you, you will not be unemployed, at least I will have a nightclub soon. Do you want to be the manager of the overnight club? Try it if you haven't done it before. I'll find someone else to deal with the mess left by Kim. Yes. The bullseye nodded hurriedly, but he still couldn't hide his loss. In his heart, he still had great expectations for the new boss of Heisenberg. First of all, this new boss seems to have some mysterious connection with SHIELD. Secondly, this boss is too powerful. With such a strong foundation, it is entirely possible for him to achieve a career greater than Jin's. Finally, the boss's career seems to have just started, and he is very likely to be the boss's first subordinate. This is a huge amount of opportunity. As for how he knew that Heisenberg was just starting? Heisenberg was still wearing only a pair of Nick Fury's trousers at this time. His topless appearance was no different from those retired Vietnam War veterans and tramps in the United States. And the second bizarre nightclub is the boss's first nightclub. Isn't this just getting started? Therefore, the bullseye, who wanted to seize the opportunity desperately, was ruthless, stepped forward in front of Heisenberg, and volunteered to Heisenberg with a serious face. Boss, although I have ability to manage a nightclub, my specialty is not management and operation. As long as you catch any manager on Wall Street, they are all qualified to take my place in a nightclub. But I am confident that my ability can eliminate most of the trouble for you. Definitely, your power is extremely great, but you don't need to stand in front of every little person with a big shot like you. I hope to take over Jinhee's current team of fighters, who have also been my subordinates for the past 10 years. And I can use the power of me and my team to gnaw enough benefits for you from the original side of Jinhee. As he said, the look on the bullseye became more and more tense. Please believe me, boss, even if you have other colleagues who are more suitable than me to replace Jinbin, my actions will only bring convenience instead of trouble for him to accept Jinbin's status. Thump. The bullseye knelt on one knee and shouted at Heisenberg. Please allow me to contribute my strength to your cause, boss. The bullseye voice fell. Heisenberg's heart was full of excitement. The scene in front of me, the feeling of at the moment. Those are absolutely impossible to experience before he crosses. What kind of creature is a man? Power, money, only the weakness and surrender of others can touch the real GT of a man. At the moment, Heisenberg was scratched by the bullseye to the edge. He suppressed his excitement and nodded lightly to the bullseye. Do as you say, he said. No matter what difficulties you encounter, don't be afraid, because your boss is me, and I am Heisenberg. Chapter 11 Biological Position. Yes. The bullseye came up immediately. He suddenly felt that his former boss's body was so good looking. This is not just a transfer to myself, and a new boss who can be beaten by the thief and the thief. They are all monsters for thousands of years, and they play with each other. For so many years, the bullseye has been a mercenary, a killer, a detective, and a lawyer. Although he and Jin have not had a relationship for nearly 10 years, but for people like them. The bullseye dared to pierce Heisenberg with a knife at the end, and it was basically all the feelings between him and Jinbin. As for now, it is now. Don't want to stop the bullseye master and move towards a better life. Thinking about this, after the bullseye consciously took its command, he turned and walked outside the reception room. But he was only half a step away, and he was stopped by Heisenberg. Hey, wait a moment. Heisenberg stopped the bullseye with relief. Look at the villains, they are so capable, and they start to work if they don't agree with each other. But I can't let him go now. Heisenberg pointed to Jinbin's corpse towards the turned round bullseye. Don't forget to clean up this stuff, it's too bloody. The bullseye is full of helplessness. Boss, are you sure this is too bloody? Didn't you do it yourself? The bosses of this group are so special, duplicity, hypocrisy, and just not frank in life. So he nodded and bowed, and said respectfully. It's all my fault, I'll send someone to clean it up. Heisenberg was satisfied, and the bullseye, he quickly walked out of the reception room and called his former men. Heisenberg didn't bother to listen to the content of the bullseye call, and he didn't even care about whether the bullseye was betrayal. If the bullseye really finds someone to join forces to deal with him, then it's time to clear the door. So after the bullseye left, Heisenberg came directly to Barbara. Barbara's expression was still a little jealous. She instinctively stepped back when Heisenberg was approaching. But she soon returned to normal, because her job was not to make Heisenberg jealous and alienate her with disgust and fear. So she hesitated for a moment, shivered slightly, and said aggrievedly, "You do this, it's too disgusting, can't you stop producing so much blood? Haha, this is also the first time for me. Isn't this inexperienced? I will be gentle in the future." Heisenberg smiled and greeted Barbara, and at the same time he wanted to laugh like a weasel. While snickering in his heart, he thought to himself, "They are all fairies, Liaozai. Haha. Adults, you understand everything that should be understood, but it is better to pretend to be confused on weekdays." Heisenberg pretended not to read Barbara and the fear of S.H.I.E.L.D. behind her, and asked softly, "Now that things are done, why don't we sit in my nightclub together? I'm confused. After all, I don't have experience in managing nightclubs. You need to help me more." "Definitely." Barbara simply agreed, and then she added seemingly helpless, "After all, you are my most important target. Even if you use me as a nanny, I won't complain at all, am I? Is your car parked downstairs, or I will fly you back." "Fly over?" Now Barbara was really taken aback, and saw her grab Heisenberg's hand. Her expression was a little eager, but at the same time a little cringe and anxious. She couldn't help but confirm to Heisenberg, "Can I fly in the sky too? As long as you allow me to hold you." "Ha, definitely allowed, hug my waist, don't use too much force, just fly." Heisenberg looked at the woman in his arms helplessly. Tisk tisk, Barbara was too proactive. But Heisenberg knew that Barbara at this time may not be all pretense. As an elite agent, Barbara is still the future third-line female superhero Mockingbird. She has at least 100 ways to rush into the blue sky. But among her countless flight methods, Heisenberg is by no means included. Seeing Heisenberg rise from the ground, he wanted to rush all the way into the cumulonimbus, using the thick and full of moisture to make Barbara wet. But just for a moment, he stopped in the air in astonishment. It turned out that Barbara at the moment was dizzy and had red eyes and nosebleeds. "My God, this is flying too fast, but this kind of thing shouldn't happen, Superman can fly with people." Looking at Barbara, who was already weak in an instant, Heisenberg thought about it, and finally remembered something crucial. I seem to have forgotten the biological standpoint. You can often see Superman using his narrow hands to lift up planes, skyscrapers, a whole mountain and other behemoths. But from a scientific point of view, that is totally unreasonable. Superman definitely has the power to lift the mountain, but the material of the mountain is destined to cause the mountain to pass through the middle of the mountain due to excessive pressure, and the mountain will fall to the ground. So, what exactly does Superman rely on to lift heavy objects? It depends on the biological standpoint. After the Kryptonians came to the Earth, they would all be affected by the radiation of the yellow sun, and spontaneously became a second circulatory system that was very different from the gastrointestinal system and specifically stored and used energy. Therefore, after the Kryptonians have absorbed enough yellow solar radiation, they will always have special abilities similar to frost breath and hot sight. The biological position is the position formed by the Kryptonians by using the yellow solar radiation energy to make the Kryptonians' relative displacement in the surrounding space. In order to make Barbara recover as soon as possible, Heisenberg had to rack his brains to think back to every knowledge about the biological position. Fortunately, his Kryptonian brain is exceptionally good now, and he soon figured it out. What is called spatial relative displacement? As we all know, there are 4 basic forces in every piece of space on the Earth: strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, and gravity. Heisenberg began a rapid understanding of the biological position from the most obvious: gravity. If there is no gravitational force in a space, the result is the infinite repulsion force, then all the matter in this space will be diffused into dust and even nothingness by the repulsion force. And if there is no repulsive force in this space, the result is naturally infinite gravity, then this space will collapse in an instant, until a black hole is formed and continues to spread. The Kryptonian's biological position is centered on himself, so that the gravitational and repulsive forces in a certain space are in absolute balance. Not only gravity and repulsion, but also the absolute balance of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. All in all, the biological standpoint, the relative displacement space unique to the Kryptonians, can be called the absolute domain of the Kryptonians. When Superman uses an absolute position, he and the life or objects affected by his position will remain absolutely consistent under the influence of the position. Therefore, when Superman lifts a behemoth like an airplane, the reason why the surface of the object will not be destroyed by the huge amounts of pressure, but will accelerate or stop together with Superman. It is because Superman's biological force field extends to the object in contact with Superman, thereby protecting the overall structure of the object. This is the reason why Lois in Superman's arms will not suffer any harm even if he is held by Superman and flies into the sun. And Heisenberg knows one thing well: his cheap offspring has set a good example for him. After Superman spent more and more time in the sun, his biological stance could even evolve to the extent that it was visible to the naked eye. And many people have complained that Superman's clothes can't be broken no matter how they are hit. It's all because of the biological stance. Even in the comic All-Star Superman, Superman has an extremely powerful biological stand because of absorbing excessive solar radiation. A Pathfinder spacecraft rushed into the sun due to an accident, and Superman at that time extended his position infinitely, pulling this ordinary spacecraft out of the sun, without even causing the spacecraft and the people in it to suffer any harm. And Superman's little girlfriend also made an incredible comment when he was held by Superman in a flight at a speed of 70 times the speed of sound. She said something to Superman, "So warm." This is also the perfect proof of the effect of the biological position. And now, after Barbara's bloody lesson, Heisenberg finally remembered the most important ability of the Kryptonians. If there is no biological standpoint, then he, the so-called Kryptonian, is completely no different from the reduced version of the Hulk. At most, there are a few more elemental attacks than the Hulk. Therefore, thinking of the importance of Heisenberg landed in an instant, he flew directly back to Jinbin's reception room and threw Barbara on the sofa. Barbara grunted in pain, then sat up again dangling. When she got up, her instinctive hands were constantly scratching and vein around, obviously looking for something. But after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find the person who should have supported her. So she had no choice but to patrol around with dizziness. After a while, she saw Heisenberg sitting quietly on Jinbin's sofa like a sculpture with her eyes closed. This scene made her cough more than once. The blood remaining in the nasal cavity even sprayed onto her clothes, and the scene looked extremely aggrieved and pitiful. At the moment, Barbara, she didn't complain about Heisenberg's ruthlessness in her heart. On the contrary, she is thinking about her own task instead. The man's frivolity and seeming frivolity towards her can't affect the man's true heart at all. Maybe that heart is as solid as a rock, or maybe that heart is just inexperienced. But anyway, Barbara knows very well that her task is difficult. On the other side, Heisenberg is constantly trying to control his position. He tried his best to feel the energy in the body, and tried to actively release the energy from the body surface. If energy is released from the eyeball, it is hot sight. If energy is released from the lungs and roar suction ducts and mouth, it is frost breath. So is the biological position released from the body surface? Or from pore? It won't be the fat layer. In this way, Heisenberg tried earnestly for more than 2 minutes. In these 2 minutes, his extremely powerful brain allowed him to make more than 3,000 arrangements of the frequency of his own energy release every second. And now, Heisenberg seems to have mastered it. But he was still not sure about this, so he finally thought of Miss Barbara. I saw him beckon to the sofa in the distance. Sorry, I was frightened. Are you better now? Barbara seemed to see Heisenberg's sly tiger-like smile, so she really didn't want to answer this question. But she nodded after all. I was a little uncomfortable before. After all, I never got a full score in the flight class. My body can't even bear an overload of 6G. It's causing you trouble. No trouble, I was reckless. Come, now I adjusted my position, let's fly again. No, I'm fainting temporarily, Before Barbara's refusal was completely out, Heisenberg had already carried her to the sky. This time, Heisenberg's speed has already reached 50 times the speed of sound, let alone an overload of 6G. Even if she can withstand an overload of 60G, she will not be better at this speed. But her screams were still full of breath. When Heisenberg finally stayed at an altitude of 20,000 meters. When he holds only one hand of Barbara, Barbara can float beside him without any sense of weight. Heatherberg can finally announce that he has established his own biological position. He succeeded. Chapter 12. Stop screaming, wake up. Feeling the noise in his ears getting worse, Heisenberg hurriedly took Barbara's little paw, and shook her in the sky. Interrupted in this way by Heisenberg, Barbara barely walked out of panic. In the next instant, after seeing her position, Barbara's eyes blurred. I saw her crying to Heisenberg. I'm dead, right? Heisenberg looked dumbfounded. Why do you think so? I'm in the universe, I'm in the universe. Barbara repeated in disbelief, but her excitement was quickly interrupted by Heisenberg. It's only 20,000 meters, don't tell me you haven't been to this height. What kind of universe is this? I've been here, but I'm not like I am now, wearing a small suit and going to an altitude of 20,000 meters to bask in the sun. Barbara said, pulling along Heisenberg's hand, pulling herself into Heisenberg's arms. At the same time she poked her head and pecked Heisenberg's chin and cheek severely. I'm not reserved, oh my God, this is too romantic for any woman. I was flying, I was actually taken to the sky by a man. Hurry up and tell me where the nightclub is, or how can the man who took you to the sky bring you up? He can throw you down. Heisenberg interrupted Barbara mercilessly. Why do men generally dislike women who are too smart, especially female agents? Because you don't even know which of her words is true or which is false. Therefore, in the face of Barbara's ambiguous enthusiasm, Heisenberg calmed down instead. Definitely, it may also be because Barbara has changed from a little Barbie doll with a sporty sweater to a little girl with a suit and workplace. All in all, Heisenberg did not feel cold to Barbara wearing OL sets. Seeing Heisenberg didn't have the feeling of being attracted as imagined, Barbara lost a moment in her heart. However, when lost is lost, it is still necessary to give directions. She looked around and couldn't help rolling her eyes. We are in the sky of more than 20,000 meters. The clouds are so thick that I can't even see New York. How do you ask me to show you the way? Yeah, it's all because I want to take you for a drive, right? Heisenberg murmured, pulling Barbara back and forth under the clouds. He didn't fly as fast as before, but gave Barbara some time to appreciate it. And Barbara, just as Heisenberg guessed, stretched out her hand and tried to touch the wind and clouds. Every time I come to this height, I have to be armed to be about the same as an astronaut. I love this ease now. The warmth of the wind, the softness of the clouds, integrate with Barbara's madness, which is particularly appropriate. Seeing Barbara shouting catharsis like a stupid dog, Heisenberg smiled knowingly, and then quickly stopped on the tallest building in New York. Standing here, Heisenberg and Barbara can almost see the entire New York. So Heisenberg stretched out his fingers to the city below after Barbara stood firm. What is the approximate location of the nightclub you are talking about? Just there, and then there. Heisenberg nodded, then hugged the woman again, patted his butt and flew away. Until more than 40 seconds after they left, another golden and red armored figure flew over. The armor fell on the place where Heisenberg had just stopped with a swish, and then the figure's mask opened upwards, revealing the face of the rich man full of irritation. Come to pick up girls on my roof, Heisenberg, you alien is really too much. Tony looked up to the sky uncomfortably, but he couldn't find Heisenberg at all. He also understood that Heisenberg's flight speed would not be able to catch up with Earth technology in 20 years. So after seeing it, he returned to the laboratory angrily. Sitting in the messy laboratory, Tony Stark felt a little upset. If it hadn't been for the slow dressing time of his armor, he would definitely rush to give him a few shots the first time Heisenberg appeared. This armor dressing tool can't be felt on weekdays, but it really takes too much time at the critical moment. No. He slapped the table and quickly made a decision. The fourth generation of Mark must be changed, and he must try his best to design the latest dress code. And I have to develop a Mark 5th generation, with the theme of portability. If one day encounters an opponent like Heisenberg on the street, he won't be solved instantly. But the question is, to what extent can at the moment's technology advance the portability of the armor? Calculation, non-stop calculation, after 3 hours. Tony probably got the data. With his current level of technology, he will be able to carry his armor to the file size of a suitcase. As for the weight, it should not exceed 30 kilograms. While Tony was struggling for his whim portable armor, Heisenberg had already come to his nightclub. The second Bazaar Club is located closer to Brooklyn, far from the Queens district requested by Heisenberg, but it is indeed near the Hell's Kitchen. Heisenberg didn't entangle the Queens, after all, the reason why he made the request at the time was just thinking of little Spider-Man. Now that there is a more suitable place, he doesn't need to hang himself in Queens. As the top nightclub under Jinhee, Bazaar No. 2 occupies the top 3 floors of the most luxurious building in Brooklyn. Heisenberg doesn't care about this building, because it is not necessary, he only cares about his nightclub. So he flew directly to the 3rd floor of his nightclub. It is the highest point of this building. Sure enough, this building really has a luxurious roof. Jinhee not only placed an apron on its roof, but also excavated and designed an ultra-fashionable swimming pool. Heisenberg has seen a lot of internet celebrity skyscraper swimming pools in his previous life, and now, those have become its handy things. Following the swimming pool and badminton court to the attic, Heisenberg opened the door of the attic directly and walked into his future accommodation area. The size of the loft villa is quite large, covering an area of about 800 square meters. Heisenberg followed the stairs and corridors to the top floor of the building, which was the floor he used for hospitality and exercise. Game room, fitness room, everything, these Heisenberg can imagine. But the fun room. Ahem. Heisenberg coughed twice, and without changing his face, he led Barbara through the door of the room full of ropes and colored eggs. The decoration of this house must be changed. There is too much glass, and it is not very convenient in terms of privacy. Heisenberg sighed, and pretended to take Barbara through the muffler passage, down the elevator to the real nightclub. As soon as the elevator door opened, Heisenberg saw two people standing in the corridor. The dark purple carpet and the light pink lights made Heisenberg think that there were two brawny men standing in front of them. At the same moment when the elevator door opened, the two strong men also respectfully walked towards Heisenberg. "The Bullseye boss called me and I am very happy to work under your hand. I am George Yaljad and this is Billy Khan. We are both marketing assistants in this nightclub. Well, let's change the name of the nightclub, it's called the Academy of Sciences." Heisenberg gave a cold call. As soon as the voice fell, the two brains buzzed in an instant. This, the Academy of Sciences, this. Billy obviously didn't understand. Just listen to Heisenberg's further instructions. Is it hard to imagine? Give me an event, the theme is Mars exploration, and then all the girls' covers are replaced with Mars patterns. Is it difficult? You are so wise. The two helped the instant eunuchs, while Heisenberg skipped them through the corridor and followed the boss's passage to the backstage of the nightclub. After he left, the two of them were still discussing the scientific-style nightclub dress in the corridor. You said that the cover can use a Martian pattern. What about the little trousers, Mariana Trench? Or replace it with the Great Rift Valley? Not to mention the entanglement between the two, as soon as the servant of Heisenberg passed through the boss passage, he found himself in the changing room of the nightclub. In other words, the cloakroom, in short, is the backstage of the stage. When the door was pushed open, more than 40 girls stopped their movements. So when Heisenberg saw them, at least 7 of them were still wearing pants. This. Heisenberg can't wait to take a big puff of smoke. Is this the life of a nightclub owner? Does Jinbin live in such a dire and hot environment on weekdays? Shameless. So Heisenberg pursed his lips and quietly changed his amiable smile. Girls, I am your new boss, just call me Heisenberg. Wow. The new boss is so handsome. So burly, so strong. This pectoral muscle can almost crush my heart and soul. Do you need olive oil, boss? I can wipe it for you. Yingyian kept squeaking, and Heisenberg was almost exasperated. Control, control, and control again. Heisenberg has gained tremendous amounts of improvement in expression management. After a while, the gentleman of Heisenberg turned around and motioned to the girls to clean themselves up first. The girls immediately put on their costumes happily. Especially striptease dancers, they wear extra long, because they have to wear extra rich clothes. Only if you take off slowly enough and take off enough, the customer's sense of expectation will be stronger. The courageous girl even rushed over to cover Heisenberg's eyes from behind and play with him. Cover your eyes and use the file size of my chest that I put on your back to guess who I am. It's a pity that Barbara is right next to her. Her delicate appearance and dangerous temperament made the girl dare not do anything in the end. When the girls were almost dressed, Heisenberg turned around and smiled and exchanged greetings with the girls. I don't know what Kim did of you before, but I don't care. You only need to follow the order I have established for you. And my order is only one thing: no drugs are allowed to be bought or sold in my nightclub. As for other things, you can spend the night with the Kaisi of the heart, and you can do whatever you want. As long as you don't take drugs and don't affect the excitement of nightclubs, then you will be the freest midnight workers in the United States, I said. Oh. Heisenberg Hale, haha. My dear, can I call you my dear? I love the boss, I want you to taste my kung fu. The girls suddenly became a group. They know better than anyone that, for them, spending the night with passionate guests is the biggest income point for ordinary strippers like them. Especially the specifications of this nightclub are very high. Although the people who can come here are not rich or expensive, they are at least the middle class in New York. Therefore, Heisenberg did not raise their salaries, nor did he talk to them about tip sharing. But as long as they don't restrict their communication with customers, they are confident that they can achieve triple turnover of their income by seduce customers to cover the night. Accompanied by the happy laughter of the girls, Heisenberg quietly left the backstage and found a suitable deck to sit down. There are constantly well-informed employees coming to him, bowing to him, or serving him wine. But he seemed to be hidden outside the world. Obviously sitting there, but incompatible with the whole world. Chapter 13 Academy of Sciences. Brazil, Rio Verde slum. Natasha Romanoff wore a black off-shoulder long dress resembling an evening dress and a sable fur shoulder scarf. She walked like no one in the corner of an almost uninhabited slum. She said to the air while walking like a catwalk. Sri Lanka, Sambava, Cape Town, are they now Rio Verde again? After speaking, she listened carefully to the sound coming from the earphones. Natasha Romanoff, that giant has already mastered sufficiently familiar anti-tracking skills by constantly entanglement with the army. No one could have imagined that he jumped into the sea from Sri Lanka and swam all the way to South America before going ashore. This is really a surprise. Apart from Brazil, I still have at least 6 suspected locations to explore. I really appreciate the hard work of the Ministry of Intelligence. Natasha Romanoff sneered uncomfortably, and then found a small house that was sufficiently hidden. After giving the homeowner the right money, Natasha Romanoff flashed the outside of his thigh to the homeowner. By the way, the pinned pistol. So far, the homeowner had no intention of robbing the wealth and then robbing the S*X, and wanted to leave with his daughter. But somehow, looking at the poor little girl led by the owner, Natasha Romanoff seemed to see herself back then. And many more. She couldn't help but waved her hand and called the father and daughter to a halt. Let your daughter work for me, I will give you enough money, but the only requirement is to never show up in front of your daughter. How? After speaking, Natasha Romanoff looked at the girl's slightly bruised face. The girl was stunned for an instant, and then she lowered her head. Her skinny chin was about to poke her skinny chest due to malnutrition. Damn American, this is my daughter, not everything can be measured with money. The homeowner yelled at Natasha Romanoff viciously, but after Natasha Romanoff smiled disdainfully, he put the other thigh out of the long skirt and showed it to the homeowner. This thigh is deep beyond the other, is a miniature submachine gun and a dagger. After a while, the host smiled altogether. He showed his extremely dirty teeth, and at the same time opened his right hand to Natasha Romanoff and extended 5 fingers. Got more money? Make a deal. In this way, Natasha Romanoff has a hard-working maid in his temporary residence in Brazil. 3 whole days passed. Natasha Romanoff visited all the places where the Hulk was suspected to be haunted, and S.H.I.E.L.D. finally determined the real location of the Hulk. It is in the settlement of Montevideo, about 80 kilometers away from the Rio Verde slum. He pretends to be a doctor, or that he is working as a doctor. In the near future, he will leave Montevideo and come to Rio Verde for a consultation. So Natasha Romanoff waited here. While waiting, Natasha Romanoff had a good chat with her little maid, or the current S.H.I.E.L.D. reserve agent. Natasha Romanoff's heart was crazily penetrated by the girl with realistic words more than once. Why do you want to buy me? I'm not a virgin. My dad sold me to a neighbor for the first time 2 years ago. I don't know what I am going to do. Do I want to cry? I always like to hide and cry. That's what I do best. You said that I am now an agent, a reserve agent, so what do I have to do? Is it okay to live like this? This is so happy. In the face of such a girl, Natasha Romanoff just told her besides hugging her. You don't need to know anything, because your slightly sad expression can't stop even the most terrifying monster. So, you only need to be yourself. And tonight, it's the day for the little girl to be herself. Bruce Banner never denies his luck. The only guy who was radiated by gamma rays but was still alive like him was himself. But he never denied his misfortune. Even if you are alive, you can only linger. Very powerful, but unconstrained. To fight, you must lose yourself. Want to shrink back, then he said nothing. The proudest achievement of his life is the study of gamma rays. That was the key to his nightmare life. His Pandora's chest was built by himself, and he opened it himself. Even hatred seems to have no object. Because the person he hated the most gave birth to the person he loved the most. Wearing a tattered shirt and jacket, walking on the dirty and damp soil. He carried the dying medicine box and walked unmotivated in the crowded and chaotic slums. He has done destruction too many times. Even if that wasn't what he wanted to do, he brought too much destruction after all. And now, it seems that only salvation can comfort him. He walked into the room. The patient was lying on the torn straw mat. It was a middle-aged woman with red ringworm marks on her face that looked like frostbite. It's lupus erythematosus. He reached a conclusion in just a moment. Yes, he was practicing medicine. He wanted to retrieve his almost numb heart by saving others. But it's useless. Because there are too many diseases that he cannot cure, and there are too many people that he cannot save. Such as this woman suffering from lupus erythematosus, she is too poor, the environment is too poor, and the facilities are incomplete, so she can only wait to die. Bruce Banner looked weakly at the ceiling, his beard covering his cheeks like weeds. What else can he do? Definitely is to visit the next patient. Hello, my mother, she is sick and vomits many times, and hasn't eaten anything all day. It seemed to be a little girl's voice, with a sob in that voice, so Banner turned around in the direction of the voice. She is a child, petite, thin, with a slightly swollen abdomen that represents indigestion, turmeric skin is insufficient liver function, dull eyes, and dandruff hair. This girl has been malnourished for too long. But she was still passing him a small handful of currency with the smallest denomination. Please, I only have this money, please. The girl's pleading kept reverberating, and at the same time she pleaded, she kept swaying the nearly rotten banknotes in her hand. She shouldn't hold the bad money and sway in this extremely disgusting place now. She should have held the bouquet and beckoned to the boys she admired at the sports meeting and basketball court. Thinking about this, Bruce felt a little more compassionate. I saw him thinking for a moment and said, "It's not a question of money." Yeah, it's really not a question of money. Who would bear the heart to collect this girl's last money? Bruce Banner followed the girl all the way to the girl's house. As he walked, Banner's heart sank. It is too remote, no one would like to live there. Especially the patients in the slums prefer to lie down in crowded places, in order to gain the compassion of some nobles, and to continue their lives. But here, will it be what you think? The girl opened the door, it was dark inside. As soon as Bruce walked to the bedroom door, he found that the girl who had entered the bedroom earlier than him had jumped out of the window like a monkey and escaped. Banner turned around knowingly. A woman with a soft red hair wearing a black evening dress and long skirt, wearing a sable fur shoulder scarf, smiled gently at him. The woman was laughing, so Banner also smiled. If you are not her mother, or you are, it means that the mother in her mouth is not sick, right? Banner asked, and Natasha Romanoff nodded. Seeing the woman's hair swaying up and down, Banner exhaled. It's great, no one is sick, that's great. He smiled extremely happily. Somehow, Banner's momentary smile made Natasha Romanoff feel guilty. But the mission is paramount, Natasha Romanoff is still cruel after all. You don't have to be angry, we are not malicious, otherwise it would not be me who came to you. So. Banner was a little careless. Just the two of us, you and me, shall we talk about it? Hee, maybe, but be sure not to do anything radical. I don't want this already riddled land to bear the price of that guy again. Okay. Natasha Romanoff readily agreed. Banner made a gesture of listening. This time, no one wants to capture you. I am not a damn American military member. I belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. In the past 70 years, S.H.I.E.L.D. has saved the world secretly for countless times. We mainly deal with disasters that the real world cannot cope with. And now, we are in trouble that can hardly be handled, we need your strength. No, you just need his power. Banner looked a little upset. He hated the power in his body. He hated and feared the monster. But this monster makes him appreciated, which is not the appreciation he wants. Few people in the world can match his talent. After all, he was once the world's most famous top professor of radiology. But now, his savage and ugly image wants his original value to be buried, and he will never accept it. Suddenly, the blue veins on his neck began to gradually turn green. In the Avengers movie, Banner agreed to Natasha Romanoff's invitation, mainly because Natasha Romanoff's high-sounding reason was that he needed his deep understanding of radiology to track the tesseract taken by Loki. That is the recognition of him, not the monster. Bruce Banner. Not a monster. Never. FK, it's hell, Banner, calm down, at least you should look at the information I want to give you. I understand your dissatisfaction at the moment, but I have to admit that what we encountered was an unrestrained beast. We need another beast to check and balance, but apart from checks and balances, the beast in your heart is worthless to us. On the contrary, your mind may be able to find other ways for us. I believe in you. Calm down. You haven't lost control for 7 months and 18 days. Just like you said, don't hurt this land, please. Under constant persuasion by Natasha Romanoff, Banner barely managed to control his emotions. He frowned and took Natasha Romanoff's phone. After a while, he suddenly realized. On that phone, many videos are being shown continuously. Heisenberg fell from the sky, Heisenberg leaped into the sky, Heisenberg's high-speed flight, his hot sight, freezing breath, and his most crucial punch. Definitely, and he slapped Jinbin's head. He is different from you, the Earth is your eternal home, but he is a visitor to the Earth. Super strength, super speed, supersonic flight, and his raise and roar suck, he is a real monster that we can't stop. Even if he has a body similar to ours, he is the real monster. And you can see that he is arrogant, rude, and cruel. Natasha Romanoff said as he stretched out his seemingly weak right hand towards the Hulk. We need you, the Earth needs you, Banner. On the other hand, Phil Coulson was kicked out for the 4th time by Pepper Potts, the new manager of Stark Corporation. Obviously Tony Stark's palladium poisoning is already serious. Obviously he needs the help of SHIELD. Obviously he has come here and intends to lend a helping hand. But when all of this can't be made public, Tony's arrogance makes him disappear at all. Even if Tony was forced to take over the duties of the S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant. It seems that Tony didn't take S.H.I.E.L.D. and his status as a consultant seriously. While walking out of Stark Enterprise depressed, Phil Coulson complained in his heart. I really don't know who can take this Iron Man out of hiding and self-destructing. At the same time, in Stark's laboratory, Miss Pepper Potts broke in with dissatisfaction. She yelled at Tony all the way away. More than 12 directors have proposed impeachment against me. It is clear that my proposal is your decision, but you never even said a word of truth for me. I know you are Iron Man, but you are not just Iron Man. You shouldn't put all your energy on your armor, it will make you miss a lot of things. Including the elf named Pepper next to me. No, it's an invitation from the Academy of Sciences. Oh. Hearing Pepper's explanation, I ask you to raise your head slightly puzzled. Isn't the invitation from Oxford Academy of Sciences to me next month? Which Academy of Sciences is this now? I don't know, but it's not like a joke. It was the mayor of New York who sent the invitation. Hearing this, Tony took the invitation letter and took a look. In just a moment, he raised his head with great interest. I think this is just a joke. The address on the invitation letter is actually in New York, and it is the top floor of the Brooklyn Gold Building. I have been to that ghost place. Tony laughed as he spoke. I saw him laughing while starting to pick up himself. But even if it's a joke, I must go and see, which genius will put the invitation address of the Academy of Sciences in the nightclub. So, have you been there again? Pepper Potts discovered something instantly, and then Tony's spine was faintly cold. Chapter 14. He is immortal, but standing in the sky. In the nightclub, Heisenberg was drinking while listening to the report of the Bullseye. The 6th Street Gang and the Rhino Gang are fighting hard and Brooklyn has been affected. Because we are no longer involved in the drug business, the Red Hat Gang, the Skeleton Gang, and the Speeding Car Party have also become shit in order to compete for the largest proportion of the drug business. The main force of Jin Bin, that is, his team of thugs, I have basically comforted and taken it back to my own use. Now Hell's Kitchen is in deadman almost every minute, so, boss, let's do it. In the final analysis, the Bullseye is trying to make a contribution. Lay down the basic set of his second boss in New York and the American underworld. Seeing such a bullseye, Heisenberg nodded happily. Do as you want. The younger brother under his men has such a strong subjective initiative, how could he stop him? Yes. The bullseye was immediately satisfied. In the past 3 days, whenever he watched other small and medium-sized gangs continue to gain fame and interest, his heart felt like being scratched by a cat. Now I can finally shoot. Although the boss does not go into the drug business, there are too many other money-making businesses on the street. Smuggling alcohol, smuggling arms, doing loan transactions, collecting protection fees, and engaging in real estate business. There are so many ways to make money, and you have to bring your subordinates to make more income than when working for money and working. But before that, I have to deal with the trouble first. That is the Hell Street hero. But this kind of trivial matter, I don't need to talk to the boss for the time being. The bullseye can see that the boss is particularly melancholic these days, and he doesn't want some punks in fancy clothes to affect the boss mood. After the bullseye was gone, Heisenberg drank boredly. It seems that it is difficult for him to get drunk, and the cell viability of the Kryptonian is so high that it is difficult for him to be affected by alcohol. However, as long as you drink enough of alcohol, you will eventually feel a little drunk. Heisenberg likes this feeling. When being a Kryptonian became a habit, when the excitement of crossing disappeared. Heisenberg is hesitating. He is homesick. Although he will not be like a child, let the miss of home dilute all his plans. But in the final analysis, he couldn't control his inner feelings of emptiness. A nightclub, this is one of his biggest dreams before crossing. Everyone understands that the biggest club in a city will never represent wealth, but a certain social status of the club boss in the city. But what was once so much hoped for is now at your fingertips. It seems that dreams have become cheap. Boss. The voice of the operation assistant rang around, and Heisenberg looked over boredly. The Mars Quest theme party has been set up, but we need some heavyweight guests to attract enough high-end customers. Billy explained quietly. The recent Hell's Kitchen is very messy, you, for the time being can't replace Gin and Gin's authority in New York. Customers who have made a good deal with Gin and Gin may not choose to patronize us, so we need new sources of customers. Well, I will invite Tony Stark. This. Billy was shocked by Heisenberg's words. Are you sure Tony Stark will appear on the theme night? Very sure, after all, if he doesn't come, I will tie him over myself. Heisenberg said confidently. At this point, Billy nodded with an open eyebrow. That's good, I will tilt the invitation letter for the theme night to the capitalists. Can I use Tony Stark's reputation for publicity? Yes, you can do it yourself. Heisenberg sent Billy away, and then he personally wrote an invitation letter for his men to send to Tony Stark. After the matter, Heisenberg looked at his watch, and it was 3:20 in the afternoon. It is estimated that an ambitious woman is going to harass herself again. 3 days ago, in SHIELD. After Heisenberg took Barbara away, the Hill agent immediately sampled Heisenberg's used cups. Unfortunately, although she collected part of Heisenberg's saliva tissue. But S.H.I.E.L.D. has no way to get these small saliva tissues. They exhausted all the solutions and couldn't cut open even any cell of Heisenberg. You know, in the DC universe, there are indeed many people who rely on Superman's fluid flow to clone or conduct a series of studies on Superman. But in fact, those experiments are all carried out on the basis of kryptonite. Cloning is not about taking a single cell and cloning the same cell. An indestructible cell that can't be sampled at all. You can only cultivate the stuff, but you can't clone it. But to cultivate the saliva tissue of Heisenberg. Nick Fury is more inclined to get enough S*X from Heisenberg. That thing has real value in cultivation. Therefore, in recent days, Heisenberg's nightclub has really become a concentration camp for the so-called goddesses. Boss, another dancer is coming to apply. Would you like to meet in person? Billy went back and forth, whispering to Heisenberg. Heisenberg nodded, he knew who came this time. So, when the so-called dancer appeared beside Heisenberg's deck, Heisenberg made a melancholy move, roar. Long time no see, Hill agent. I really don't want to see you so much. Hill familiarly sat across from Heisenberg, took a couple of sips from Heisenberg's glass. Seeing this, Heisenberg asked without looking up. Our transaction has already been completed, so while I am not bored, let's leave and go further. Yes, your transaction with S.H.I.E.L.D. is over, but the trouble you caused me has just begun. Hill complained while filling himself with new wine. After drinking the freshly poured wine again, Hill asked quietly. You killed Jin Bin, conscripted his men, and launched an ambitious attack on the underground of New York. But this is too petty, your power won't be used to such a degraded level, right? So, because I am strong, should I attack the American military base? No, definitely not a military base, but, are you interested in more cooperation? For example? Heisenberg asked uninterestedly. For example, in the universe, your ability can better explore the universe, and you will also get more benefits. Come on, even if they send you to my bed, I don't bother to cooperate with you, just a homeless exile, let alone the universe, I'm tired of playing with it. Heisenberg smiled and rejected Hill's proposal. Hill was not discouraged, and saw that she stood up a little helplessly and approached Heisenberg. You are very melancholy because of your hometown. Maybe. It's rare that Hill got to the point, so Heisenberg toasted and bumped into her. After the two drank, Hill's cheeks started to flush. Because she drank too fast, after a while, the third glass of whiskey had already been consumed. She stretched out her hand to support her chin, and greeted Heisenberg softly. My hometown, I was born in Texas, that's not a good place, at least I didn't like it at all. My father was very irritable and would punish me and my brother Corporal at every turn. A long time ago, I planned to curse him and let an irresponsible guy like him go to hell. But then I slowly discovered that his so-called beatings and scolding to us hadn't even caused us any real injuries. And he cared for our mother even more. When I entered S.H.I.E.L.D, I became an agent and a soldier. I finally understand my father as a veteran. But I can't go back home. I should not let my identity become a trouble for my family. Just treat me as complaining. In short, maybe I can understand a little bit of your feelings. The reason is a little bit, because I am not the leader of my hometown, and I have not said goodbye to my hometown for more than 18,000 years. Moreover, it is even more unlikely that I will end up on a planet I have never been to. Yes, you don't understand me. Heisenberg nodded. No one knew what he really missed. This kind of miss will intensify in the coming days, but he knows very well that he will gradually adapt and become numb. So he knocked on the glass and said softly, "Since you didn't do anything to me, I'll give you a reminder. You can stuff your people in my nightclub, but you can only watch it, and you must not cause trouble. If you affect the excitement I want, they will die, and you will die. Go ahead. Don't worry, we will try our best not to plant agents by your side." Try your best? Haha, so be it. Don't be dissatisfied, we don't want to waste precious manpower on you. Yeah, it's wasted on me, because I'm too unique, too strong, and too irritable, which makes too many people jealous, but that's not the reason you bother me, right? Maybe, I'm leaving. Hill nodded, got up and left. When she was about 4 steps out, Heisenberg stopped her. You come to me in the future, there is no need to pretend to be a dancer, just mention my name, it is your privilege. Should I say thank you, or should I say honor? Say goodbye. After Heisenberg finished speaking, he sat back on the sofa in silence. Hill also left slowly. Sitting alone for a while, the voices of the parents kept echoing in my mind. The more I think about it, the more lonely I feel. Heisenberg simply left the nightclub and came to the rooftop to bask in the sun. Basking, he suddenly became a little tired. What should I do in this bloody Marvel universe? At this moment, he really wished that his system would release some mandatory tasks. Although that seemed a bit unfree, it at least allowed him to have a goal. But now, he can only rely on himself to find his own goal. He was an ordinary person before crossing. After crossing, he will be excited. Excitement passes, he will hesitate. Will be aimless, will not find a sense of existence. Just because he hasn't really integrated into his identity. While basking in the sun, he kept firming his heart. He must adapt to this feeling, adapt to the endless loneliness he is destined to endure in the future. He is just a mortal, but he stands in the sky. As much as you get, you have to lose as much. On the other end, after returning to S.H.I.E.L.D, Hill agent reported to Nick Fury. Director, it is consistent with the judgment of the Psychology Commissioner of the staff. Heisenberg is obviously in confusion, but I still don't think we are qualified to use him. I didn't plan to use him, I just need to make sure that he does have emotions similar to ours. If there is emotion, there will be weaknesses, but his strength can obliterate nearly 99% of his weaknesses. That's 1% chance, right? Chapter 15 The Whip. 2 days later, at 10:22 p.m., Tony Stark's car stopped in front of the Golden Building. Definitely, the name of this building has long been changed now. It has quietly changed from the Golden Building to the Heisenberg Building. The citizens of Brooklyn didn't know why. They thought that New York was commemorating a scientist who failed to study nuclear weapons for Germany. And Heisenberg, what can he do? Enjoy the flattery of the boys. Seeing the Heisenberg building logo that had just been hung up less than a day ago, Tony shook his head uncomfortably. That alien is so high profile, what a hell. While he was talking, following the welcome invitation, he walked into the elevator leading to the nightclub along with his driver and bodyguard, Happy. When I got out of the elevator, a lot of sweat leaked on Happy's forehead. Just because the briefcase he was carrying was not light. But he had to carry that thing again, because he knew that it was the last and most critical safety guarantee for his boss. Cross the corridor and enter the noisy nightclub venue. In an instant, the dazzling light slammed Tony Stark's face. Let us welcome the pride of New York, the sexiest, richest man in the world, the youngest genius in the history of science, our superhero Iron Man, Tony Stark. Wow! He actually came, you know that he even declined the invitation of Congress twice. He has that qualification. I love this nightclub to death. A striptease party with an astronomy theme, this is simply a genius idea. Countless Wall Street customers attracted by Tony Stark's name put Heisenberg's nightclub in their hearts for the first time. This place will become a gathering place for their investment elites within a period of time. Don't ask them why. The places where Stark may appear are the places that attract them the most. Whether it's fighting for Stark's investment, or working hard to participate in a certain project of Stark to invest. No matter what you get, you will follow the trend of Stark soaring. Tony had adapted to the hustle and bustle nowadays, and he kept chatting proudly with people who knew him. And his greetings are extremely fast. For example, "Ha, it's you, that slapstick. You actually came too, because the Academy of Sciences really refuses to invite you. It's so happy to see you here. Your ex-girlfriend is very beautiful, and she was also a playboy in the first 2 installments. She is awesome. I really don't want to see you, otherwise I will feel guilty that the new gadget I spent a long time on made you invest in a big plan for 2 years to ruin. You ask me what I think of the nightclub of the Academy of Sciences? This horse is a genius name, but I don't think that group of professors will like it. Justin Hammer, don't you go to study your medieval armor, do you want to lick me to find inspiration here?" In short, relying on Tony's unique greetings, he quickly gained independent space. He has to admit that the quality of the dancers in this nightclub is indeed excellent. No less than some small shows in Victoria's Secret. But inexplicably, he always felt that a few of this group of dancers were more dangerous. Is it an illusion? Whatever. Tony quickly melted into the nightclub atmosphere and couldn't help himself. By midnight, Tony couldn't remember how much he had drunk. But he finally remembered what he was here to do. He wants to see the alien, see it with his own eyes. So he staggered to find one of the waiters who served him. "Your boss is Heisenberg, I want to see him." "Please wait, I will contact my boss for you." The waiter is already ready to contact Heisenberg. After all, in his opinion, since his new boss can invite Tony Stark, the famous playboy, they are at least friends. When the waiter called Heisenberg, the nightclub was on a sofa near the corner. Steve Rogers frowned, looking at Tony Stark, who was drunk. "Worthy of his son," Steve said helplessly. "This kind of playboy temperament is simply carved in the bone." "Yes." Phil Coulson beside Steve nodded in agreement while drinking. Upon hearing this, Captain Rogers looked at Phil Coulson and asked softly, "Do we really need to meet Stark on this occasion? Are you sure he can still have a sober consciousness?" "Definitely, because we have collected information a long time ago. Someone who has been waiting for him for a long time will give Stark his long-prepared gift in this nightclub today." "What?" Captain Rogers took a sip of wine in dissatisfaction. "So he is in danger, and instead of stopping the danger in advance, we have to use these two. To achieve a more noble purpose, Captain, our Avengers need Tony's power, S.H.I.E.L.D needs more. Besides, we won't let him really get hurt. Phil Coulson shrugged at Rogers, and said helplessly. At the same time, Heisenberg lay bored on the roof. He only wore a pajama at home, and the collar of this pajama was a little loose, exposing his strong pectoral muscles. It seems that he is not much different from the actor who plays Superman in the Justice League. Since it is now midnight, Heisenberg is studying his own gains in the last day. Your decision to rule New York killed more than 300 gangsters. More people have been affected by this, and today you have received a total of 5.426 squares of origin material. Has the destiny of 5,426 people been changed? Heisenberg grinned while muttering. Just a casual decision made the original matter condense like flying. Heisenberg could hardly imagine, if he really completely destroyed the Earth, how much original material he should have. System, set up a task, send me back to the place before I crossed. How much source material is needed? Going back to the DC universe requires 282 square meters of origin material. Going back to the origin universe requires 6,440 square meters of origin material. I see. Heisenberg nodded, a little hopeful light in his eyes. When you have enough source material, you should go back to the Earth before you travel and take a good stroll. Their parents, they deserve a better life. It's a pity that I still can only make them worry. Thinking of this, his phone rang. Hey. Boss, Tony Stark asked to see you. Look. Let him wait. Heisenberg simply agreed. He is not a stubborn girl. What's invisible? The reason why he didn't go to the party in the nightclub was chic, because he hadn't got out of his inner wandering period. But that doesn't mean he dare not show up. In this way, Heisenberg was dressed in pajamas freely and walked down the elevator to the nightclub. The crowd in the nightclub is very crowded, but who can block the way of Heisenberg? He knocked more than a dozen alcoholics and turned people on their backs, and in this way, he swaggered to sit opposite Tony. Picking up the wine glass and filling it to myself, Heisenberg asked Tony. The superhero of the Earth, tisk tisk, nice to meet you. Yeah, I am a hero of the Earth. What about you, criminal of Krypton? Tony stabbed uncomfortably. Heisenberg didn't mind Tony's drunk mouth for the time being. He drank all the wine in his glass, and then poured his drink for himself, while nodding nonchalantly. Indeed, criminals of Krypton, exiles, people who have lost their homes, you can use any words to describe me. Then you can use a random punch to smash my armor into powder with me. Tony is still prickling, which makes Heisenberg slightly dissatisfied. Are you sure you prefer this tit-for-tat communication method? Heisenberg asked with a frown, but Tony nodded indifferently. Otherwise, let me communicate with you by blasting the other's head like you. Tony grinned uncomfortably, and continued. That won't work, after all, I can't blow your head. Well, you really owe you enough. Heisenberg took a sip of wine unhappy. He is a little bored, don't care how many fans Stark has, but his character and that stinky mouth. Believe me, no one likes to sit next to him and communicate with him. In addition to those who are recognized by him, there are people who admire him. A guy like him is destined to have no other friends. However, Heisenberg, who was too lazy to focus on listening to the sound, did not expect it. As soon as he judged that Tony had no friends on the front foot, Tony's enemy appeared on the back foot. I have no friends, but I have enemies. Crackling. The moment Heisenberg drank that glass of wine, a violent glare suddenly appeared in his nightclub. Countless electric currents seemed to be constrained by something, and smashed hard on his floor. Heisenberg and Tony followed the source of the sound. Hell, they both seemed to know the guy who was emitting electricity. Tony is just a little familiar, because he seems to have seen his father take pictures with someone who looks like this person in some photos of his father. And Heisenberg. Why is the whip here? He muttered softly. It seems that my appearance has indeed brought enough butterfly effects to this universe. At the same time, the whip continued to shake the electric current whip in his hand. The violent sound and the constantly jumping electric sparks sobered almost all the drinkers in the nightclub. What is this? Damn it, is this a nightclub horror show? IFK, my legs. An unlucky person was accidentally swept by the electric current with the whip, and his legs were cut off from the base of the thigh. Tony Stark. The whip swayed his anger and shouted loudly around. Since I received the news that you will join this party, I have been waiting for today. No, it should be said that since your father stole my father's fruits and caused my father to die tragically, I have been waiting for today. Snapped. A violently surging electric arc flashed from his hand, and there was another dirty black wound on the floor that Heisenberg had just renovated for less than a week. You, like your father, are hypocritical, cunning and arrogant bastards. But I want you to know that the greatness you show them is all achieved by stealing the results of other people's experiments. Snapped. A whip full of electric currents passed in front of Heisenberg's eyes. The table where Heisenberg had just put his arms on was split into two halves by the whip. Tony rolled over the sofa in panic and ran frantically in Harpy's direction. As for Harpy, he was completely blocked by the chaotic crowd, and he couldn't get to Tony at all. So after determining Tony's location, he immediately threw the heavy suitcase in his hand. Boom! The suitcase fell on the ground, and Tony rushed to the suitcase desperately. However, the crowd in the nightclub is so heavy, and the environment on site is extremely chaotic. Even if he is less than 5 meters away from the suitcase, he can't rush over again. Snapped. The whip full of electric current fell in front of Tony, even between him and the suitcase. What's that, Tony Stark? Look at your stupid way of running towards that thing in embarrassment. Is that your whole card? With a cruel smile on the whip, he walked up to Tony step by step just like that. His flashing body blocked Tony's way to the suitcase, and this made Tony completely helpless. Who are you, buddy? Do you think you can crush me with a shoddy suit? Tony's big heart went online in an instant, and instead of being afraid, he launched a merciless mockery of the whip. It looks like you have touched my doorway a little bit, but what are you proud of? The tattered whip you took out is not as good as the little gadget I played with. Haha, Tony, you are always so stiff, just like your damn father. Crackling. 2 lightning whips crossed Tony's body, leaving traces of more than 6 meters on the ground on both sides of Tony. At the moment, the guests in the nightclub had already fled at least 20 meters away. The customers did not leave directly, on the contrary, they were very curious about the war before them. Iron Man and one of his enemies. Gee, this unfolds, the nightclub tonight is really not in vain. Aside, the whip used his fierce arc whip to drive Tony back. He was enjoying the taste that brought fear to Tony. My father died in the park. No one cares about his death. But you enjoy the admiration of everyone, the flowers and the applause, and don't care about your success. In fact, it is based on the fruits of my father's life. Snapped. The whip was so fierce that it simply fell between Tony's legs. Fortunately, Tony spread his legs out of nowhere to avoid the result of being drawn in half. But evading for a while is useless, the whip has already produced a real killing intent on Tony. You call yourself Iron Man and think you are saving others, but now who can save you? Tony Stark, you despicable man who grew up in a despicable house, goodbye. The 2 intersecting arcs drew straight towards Tony, he absolutely couldn't avoid this whip. But how could Tony kill him? Do you really want to see me die in your nightclub? Save me, hell! He finally yelled at Heisenberg on the side. And Heisenberg? He first looked at Captain America who was rushing towards the whip. Then he looked at Tony's panic and embarrassed expression. In a moment, he snatched the camera from a reporter tens of meters away from him, and took a photo of Tony from a better angle. Then he laughed loudly. "Tony, you deserve to be riding a horse, haha." Boom. After Heisenberg laughed, Captain America also kicked the whip. Chapter 16. Are you alive? The sudden kick made the whip roll out 2 full circles in embarrassment. The whip that was supposed to kill Iron Man fell on the ground without any chance. Before the whip was about to rise, Captain America picked up Tony's suitcase. "If you have any hole cards, use it," he said, and threw the suitcase to Tony at the same time. Seeing his portable armor fall in front of him, Tony's eyebrows were instantly pleased. He opened the box and pressed both hands into the box at the same time. The armor instantly spread to him through his hands. When the whip rose again, his enemy was no longer the embarrassed Tony Stark. It's Iron Man, who is full of confidence, and an equally confident Captain America. There is an ordinary Kryptonian who doesn't want Iron Man to show off. Just as Iron Man was about to confront the whip, Heisenberg finally got up. He clapped his hands so that the alcoholic who had been attracted by the battle looked at him. Is this the nightclub owner? So it was him. It is said that he killed Jin Bin. He also took down Jin Bin's thugs. Are those bastards fighting for him? But why does he dare to come out? Even if Jin He is killed, it doesn't mean he is qualified to face that kind of enemy, right? That's Iron Man's opponent. Look at those lightning. But he looks really arrogant enough, only in pajamas. Yes, it's a pity to wear pajamas. The girls wiped the corners of their mouths. After all, Heisenberg's half-exposed muscles are so fragrant. And Heisenberg, after attracting the attention of most people, he said to everyone present, "If you are injured in my shop, call the hospital and I will pay for the medical expenses. I'll take care of those bastards who make trouble in my shop. Tony, you caused me trouble, so make up for my floor and sofa as soon as possible. And you?" Heisenberg glanced at the lashes in dissatisfaction. "You can track Tony's whereabouts, which is great, but didn't you find out whose site this is? You, count as." Boom. Before the whip was finished, Heisenberg slapped him in the face. There were a lot of guests at the scene, so Heisenberg did not blow the whip. It just fanned his head twice. The next moment, his mouth and nose were already facing the whip behind him, and fell down with a bang. In the next second, Huan Roar rushed out of all the people around. "Ah, so handsome. How can it be so simple? How strong is his hand strength? Is this Heisenberg, kill Jin Bian's big shot? Don't mess with him, I suspect Iron Man can't hold the slap either. Unarmed, my god." It is estimated that the guests present have too much alcohol in their bodies. So instead of being afraid, they discussed it enthusiastically. "Someone has called the police tomorrow morning, and the police will come to investigate the nightclub." But the customers actually took advantage of the wine to sit down and drink while excitedly chatting about their previous experiences. Except for the hapless and injured poor worm who was taken to the hospital, the others drank without any scruples. Even the body of the whip lies beside them. You deserve to be a New York citizen. As for Heisenberg, after getting rid of the lashes, his eyes were quietly red. The simple reactor on the whip chest suddenly shattered. The reactor that the whip is wearing is too crude, and radiation is almost everywhere. Heisenberg doesn't want all his customers to get cancer. Later, he took Tony, Captain America, and the free Phil Coulson and Harpy to the villa on the top floor. The 5 old men lay on the beach chairs, basking in the midnight starlight as if they were basking in the sun. The team of chefs who have already prepared are doing an open-air barbecue by the pool. And this is why Tony's mouth keeps chirps. While eating, Tony complained. "Can't you have a burger? I like that better." "Hee hee, I like barbecue." Heisenberg replied casually, and at the same time threw the whole roasted wings into his mouth and chewed them up. His unruly wild eating method should have bored Phil Coulson, who was educated as a gentleman. But in fact, Phil Coulson just thinks it tastes so good. In Heisenberg's words, when you eat bones, the taste is similar to eating fat. Believe me, meat with bones is the most delicious moment of meat. After swallowing the chicken wings, Heisenberg joked at Tony with a faint smile. How are you feeling? What is it like being almost killed by someone? No, how does it feel to be saved by your uncle? Heisenberg said with a smile, and Tony almost squirted out the barbecue. After a while, he swallowed the meat, took another sip of wine, and then yelled. You take advantage of me by riding a horse. Ha ha ha, I'm not talking about me, it's your Uncle Rogers. Heisenberg smiled and pointed to Captain America. This action made Tony look at Rogers suspiciously. After pondering for a moment, he turned his head. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? I can live with them very well, but this person is a bit familiar. Yes, it's just a familiar face. After all, in the photos he left, he wears a mask. After speaking, Heisenberg threw a bottle of beer at Rogers. At this time, don't you introduce yourself to your little nephew. You aliens have also heard of me. The comics I read after coming to Earth, the famous Captain America, Germany's most feared enemy, and Tony, your father's best friend. Heisenberg looked at Tony's expression with interest, and the guy was so shocked that he stopped chewing the barbecue. Captain America? Tony asked blankly. Are you not dead yet? I don't know why, Rogers just wants to beat Tony right now. Maybe he had noticed the slip himself, so Tony rubbed his beard, and then asked again. You are still alive, do you know that Aunt Peggy is married to someone else? Blue veins appeared on Rogers' forehead. And Iron Man continued to mutter there. Or you are also a playboy like my dad, you have been so young, but you never thought about being with Aunt Peggy? I feel really worthless for my aunt, she even hugged me when I was a kid. Ha ha ha, I suddenly like your mouth a little bit, ha ha. Heisenberg was amused and laughed, and the atmosphere of the Five Worlds has also improved a lot because of these twists and turns. Downstairs, S.H.I.E.L.D's Barbara is negotiating with NCPD. Anyway, people are dead in Heisenberg's nightclub, and many people have taken videos of Heisenberg's murder. However, Barbara took the elite of S.H.I.E.L.D. and easily classified the matter as a forced counterattack under homicide. In this way, Heisenberg naturally avoided the trouble of being questioned. This is the significance of Heisenberg's use of SHIELD. This is why Heisenberg has its own territory and subordinates. It is not because you are strong that trouble can leave you away. On the contrary, the stronger you are, the more trouble you will get. You can kill one person, two people, countless people. But you won't just slaughter. Heisenberg's life will be more convenient when Heisenberg's men will establish for him a legal department comparable to that of a Golden Union in the future. Definitely, after S.H.I.E.L.D. solved the trouble, he naturally took away the whip and his simple armor. At the same time, Sonqui building welcomed new guests. This is a special guest who makes the agents extremely alert. The moment the plane landed in Aegis Airport, countless agents clenched their guns. They are all fighters, but they know better what their opponents are. If that guy really has an accident, then they can only fill it with their lives, and there is no other way. Fortunately, Natasha Romanoff agent is still reliable. Banner, dressed in tatters, stepped off the plane and looked around at the agents who seemed to welcome him. Hee, I am really honored that the person who greeted me was so grand. This is just an accident. Natasha Romanoff explained immediately. She is also a little puzzled, knowing that she is going to bring the Hulk back. Why are there so many agents in the bureau that might provoke the Hulk? But immediately after that, an agent came forward to introduce it. Natasha Romanoff, agent, and our new consultant, Mr. Bruce Banner. I'm sorry we made you think too much. Iron Man Tony Stark was attacked in the nightclub of Kryptonian Elder Heisenberg, and Captain America was also involved. Heisenberg killed another person. This is the reason why we are now on guard. When the voice fell, Natasha Romanoff and Banner looked at each other in a rare moment. Seeing Bruce's eyes that couldn't bear to look straight, he probably thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. encountered such scenes every day. Really hard work. Bruce Banner sighed. Natasha Romanoff simply shook his head. With you, it will be much better, but now we still don't get involved in their mess, and come to see the director with me. Listen to you. While they were talking, the two passed the guarded agent and walked all the way to Nick Fury's office. After seeing Nick Fury himself, Natasha Romanoff wanted to speak, but he saw Nick violently stretch his fingers to block his mouth. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff hurriedly shut up. At this time, Nick Fury spoke with the lowest possible voice. His hearing is very good, so we are not allowed to mention his name when we talk. The intelligence department believes that he will not monitor New York 24 hours a day, but if his name is mentioned, there may be special feelings. Really cautious enough, then, tell me about tonight. Natasha Romanoff said. Nick nodded, but instead of speaking immediately, he turned to look at Bruce Banner and extended his right hand to him. Nice to meet you, Dr. Banner. Believe me, you will find that we are different from some generals. Hope. Banner nodded noncommittently, then sat on the sofa aside and listened to the conversation between Black Widow and the One-Eyed Man. Our plan to absorb Tony had some twists and turns, so we had no choice but to get in touch with Tony Stark through the attacker codenamed Whiplash. The current plan is moving forward steadily, and the relationship between Phil Coulson and Captain Rogers and Tony and him has made enough progress. And many more. Banner asked suddenly. The him you are talking about is, the one who needs me to prevent. Exactly. Natasha Romanoff nodded and confirmed. Banner was instantly dissatisfied. So, your real purpose is not to act against him, but to trick him into your hands like me. Especially after you have me and him, you can still use him to check and balance me, and you can use me to check and balance him. Your abacus is really great. So, Dr. Banner, do you want me to gather all my strength to kill him before he does any evil? Or do you like to be treated this way by us? Nick Fury asked back. The voice fell, and Banner sat back on the sofa calmly. Okay, I understand, don't worry, I was just joking with you. I saw Banner waved his hand, showed a shameful smile, and continued to speak. After all, the trouble I have caused in this respect is much greater than that of him, so I can accept your methods, but what about him? Please don't use the word means. Nick Fury said sternly. For alien visitors, the Earth sincerely welcomes his arrival. S.H.I.E.L.D., as a department directly under the United Nations, invites him as a representative of humanity. This is reasonable. Well, at least you are more frank than the general. You do have the mind to use me and him, but at least you know how to check and balance, instead of unreasonably craving for Hulk's power. Banner said helplessly. As early as when he agreed to Natasha Romanoff's invitation, he had guessed his future situation. In any case, the situation now is better than he originally thought. For a while, he couldn't help but thank Heisenberg a little. Without Heisenberg, who is so powerful that everyone is jealous, then he really wouldn't be able to get the treatment he is now. Chapter 17, Long Time, No Seeing. After calming the Hulk, Nick Fury stepped on the plane full of heart. He drove the helicopter by himself and went quietly to some of his secret bases. Don't ask him how the secret base came. He Nick Cunning Rabbit Kyanka Fury, Wouldn't there be no platoons without 1,000 secret bases? Can the secretary build some secret bases himself? Can it be called greed? That's cautious. In short, after 1 hour and 40 minutes, Nick stopped on a hill. He didn't walk into the base, but came between the two bushes, reached out and buckled under the weeds on the ground. No water came out. After a while, he turned the dirt and pressed the button below. There was no reaction in the surroundings, but he was not in a hurry. He just stood there and waited silently. After 3 full minutes, there was finally a little noise in the air. The space in front of Nick is like a broken mirror, reflecting countless Nick. Then, a small spaceship completely appeared in front of Nick's eyes. The door of the spacecraft opened slowly, and 2 guys with green skin and purple self-cultivation costumes walked down. Nick Fury, long time no see. The green-skinned man at the head gave Nick a big hug. After the hug, Nick Fury habitually looked left and right, and then followed the green man onto the spaceship. After the spaceship shut down, Nick sighed long. "Man, what's the matter with you? You look very nervous, you might be followed by someone." No, Talos, I just ran into a problem, a big problem, the kind from the universe." After speaking, Nick sat on Taro's spaceship casually, and he even put his feet on Taro's workbench. Talos doesn't mind. He and Nick have been old comrades for many years. The more natural Nick is, the happier he is. I saw Talos sitting next to Nick, and while serving Nick a glass of screw, he asked softly. "The big trouble in the universe, shouldn't it? There is Asgard, and Carol, no one wants to mess with the Earth." "But it happens, Talos, have you heard of the Kryptonians?" Nick asked seriously. In an instant, Taros's big eyes stared fiercely. "Kryptonian?" he asked in surprise. "Are you kidding me? Have you forgotten that I have lived on the Earth for a long time? I have read your comics, especially the hottest one." But he just showed up. "Man, this is not my fabrication." While talking, Nick showed Heisenberg's video to Taros as usual. "Look, this kind of power, flight, hot sight, frozen Rorschach, and his recent biological stance, which is exactly the same as described in the comics." You are right, Nick." Talos frowned and watched the video for a long time, and couldn't help but continue to comment. "Even he is much better than what is drawn in the comics. At least in the Superman comics before 1986, it was very difficult for Krypton Superman to even lift a large plane. It's like our comics are getting stronger and stronger, and his ability is getting stronger and stronger." Nick murmured helplessly. After a moment, Taros took a deep look at Nick. "We must notify Carol of this matter. I'm afraid it will be a big trouble." "What?" Nick was shocked. When Carol left a few decades ago, he did give him a contact device. But he buried this device for decades, not to use it now. Talos seemed to see Nick's nervousness too, and saw him pat Nick's shoulder to comfort him. "You don't need to contact him, we have a way to contact her. This matter has nothing to do with the Earth, mainly because the power of this so-called Kryptonian makes me feel bad." With that, Taros took a sip of tea and continued to explain slowly. "Our Screw-It Empire was one of the 3 empires in the universe hundreds of thousands of years ago, and even the Carey Empire, which is now part of the 3-empire sequence, was once only our vassal. But I have to admit that at the peak of our Screw Empire, we were still hung up and beaten by the strongest Shia Empire. The Shia Empire has 2 strongest combat powers, one is the Supreme Fighting Sword and the other is the Supreme Nova. This Kryptonian, I don't believe that he came out of comics, and I don't even believe that our 3 empires have divided the universe for millions of years. As a result, even a planet with unlimited potential like Krypton has not been discovered. What's more, the so-called Kryptonians in his mouth, if they really possess such unique genes, wouldn't they have become famous for a long time? You know, the whole universe is more than the Earth with a yellow sun. Therefore, I have to suspect that this is the conspiracy of the Shia Empire or the opponents of the Shia Empire. Perhaps it was some kind of experiment on the inheritance of the supreme fighting sword, and more likely it was an experiment carried out by Shia's enemies imitating the supreme fighting sword. In short, Carol has a good relationship with the New Star Legion, and the New Star Legion is the standing army of the Shia Empire. I must ask her about this. As he spoke, Taros clapped his hands simply. The screw, who was sitting in the pilot's seat of the spacecraft, nodded. After nodding, a roar call prompt appeared on the ship's porthole. After a while, looking at the American ant projected on the porthole, Nick almost broke his back molars. His grandma's. I held a BB machine and kept it for 30 years, but he was not willing to press it at all. As a result, you and the screw can always be in contact. Are you from the Earth? You just don't bother to come back. You really forgot about my little Nini by the Daming Lake. But despite his anger, Nick Fury immediately put a smile on his face. As for Captain Marvel of at the moment, she couldn't help but ask Nick after she was really surprised for a moment. Huh? Fury, why are you here? In a moment, Nick Fury painfully accepted the judgment of Captain Marvel on the other side. When he and Carol met, he deliberately said to Carol, he only likes others to call him Fury, he never let others call him Nick. Definitely, this is just a little trick of the old agent. Nick Fury especially likes to play similar word games. Almost everyone around him has been given his proper name Roar. In that case, when someone is disguised, just call him Nick Fury's name and he will know whether that person is true or false. But the more sure Carol is real, the more sad Nick's heart is. I have been waiting for you for so long, holding a BB machine. How many times I can't bear to contact you. As a result, you said earlier that you can communicate with the screw people. You said it earlier. But think about it. After all, although the Skrulls are now down, they were also one of the 3 empires of the universe earlier. The matter of intergalactic contact shouldn't be a problem for the Skrulls. For a while, Nick's heart and liver trembled. He hesitated for a while, then spoke silently. Have not seen you for a long time. Sometimes the most helpless words are that long time no see after I haven't seen you for many years. It's like you were flourishing that year, and I was just a teenager. Cough. Without further ado, Carol is also very happy to see Nick Fury. When she was happy, an extremely bright flame burst out all over her body. In the next moment, she directly penetrated more than 3 spaceships with her body. After finishing work, Carol made time to chat with Nick and others. She came up with the first sentence. You're so old, Fury, and your eyes. It's okay, my eyes are all small things. Nick snapped an answer in an instant. But Carol was not stupid, she soon remembered. My God, when you were killed by the elemental devourer, it was my fault. I should tell you that if you were scratched by the elemental devourer, you must be smeared with the blood of the horned dragon to recover. But I didn't know this at the beginning. This is what I heard on Tai star near the Centaur constellation. You are so pitiful, you just got scratched by the cat. No no no. Nick turned black for a moment, and saw him trying to explain. You think too much, this is definitely not Fat Orange's hand, I just encountered betrayal by a friend later, and in that experience, I lost my eyes. Carol. Talos. I don't know if they believe it or not. In short, the 3 of them quickly began to talk about the issue of Heisenberg. Carol was surprised at first. Because her favorite comics when she was young were Captain America and Superman. She definitely prefers Captain America because she can join the army, but she can't be an alien. As long as she joins the army, she can get closer to her idol Captain America. But when she grew up, she found that instead of being close to Captain America, she was closer to Superman. In short, The topic of Kryptonians has a story for almost everyone on Earth in Marvel. After a long while, Earth, Skrull, and Shia Empire, they barely decided on the plan for Heisenberg in 3 ways. First, they must ensure the safety of Nick Fury. Since Heisenberg is extremely strong, it is a bit dangerous to always calculate his nick. Secondly, in order to prove the authenticity of the Kryptonian descent, the Skrull will send 1 or 2 professional agents to play Nick Fury and someone from SHIELD. In short, the 2 of them must not only replace Nick Fury to ensure the safety of Nick Fury, but also find a way to contact Heisenberg. Then they will use the ability of the Skrulls, that is, transformation, to deeply transform into Heisenberg himself. The Skrulls were able to become the 3 empires of the universe because of their terrifying ability. They can copy everything about a person from the inside to the outside. If they meet Captain America, they can have the looks and strength of Captain America. If they meet the Hulk, they can even have the power of the Hulk in the usual way. The reason why this ability was not shown in the Captain Marvel movie was that there weren't many gods and ghosts appearing on the Earth at that time. The Skrulls did not have a suitable genetic sample, so they did not want to replicate the Earthlings. And after that, Carol turned out. Although this ant's own blood is still good, her strength comes from Space Gem after all, not her own genes. In this way, Carol, who could not be used, formed a strategic alliance with the Skrulls. All in all, Nick Fury decided to formally board the Skrullians' hidden base, and then remotely play his Skrullian to figure out everything about Heisenberg. As for who the other Skrull will play, Nick couldn't help but think of his deputy commander, who was Hill. Talos, the other disguise candidate, is determined to be Hill. Let's execute it? Definitely no problem. Taros smiled happily. After laughing, Nick and Taros started to fight together happily. But fighting wine belongs to fighting wine. Both of them are top spies on their respective planets. God knows how many confrontations have flashed on the wine table. Talos, as the temporary leader of the Skrull refuge team, has no interest, and he will not let his people break into danger. As for the interests of the Skrulls that the Earth now has, to be honest, there is only the Hulk at the moment. Talos actually asked for a genetic sample of the Hulk in order to install the Hulk transformation form for the Skrull refugees on a large scale. This can touch the bottom line of Nick Fury. He will never give the Skrull a Hulk Legion. The 2 quickly scolded each other. In order to stop the 2 men, Carol had to find a way to attract their attention. So Carol began to talk to Talos about what he had seen in the universe. She knows that Talos, who is sluggish and surreptitious now, loves the news about the major forces in the universe most. Just listen to Carol slowly telling it. The situation in the universe seems to be a bit severe recently, and Thanos' troops have been spinning around the Kree territory. Ronan, the accuser of the Kree, seems likely to betray the Kree Empire. Also, Chitauri's Thanos dogs have recently started to gather constantly. They even assembled the main force almost. I really don't know which planet Chitauri, the pioneer of Thanos, will bite this time. Fortunately, they are far from the Earth, so they won't hit the Earth. Yeah, it will never hit the Earth. Talos added. Chapter 18 The God of the World. At 3:20 in the morning, downstairs of the Heisenberg building, Pepper Potts waited quietly with a smile on his face. I don't know how long she waited. In short, when Tony was framed by Happy, Pepper's pupils were about to burn. Let go of me, how could I not be able to drink him? Tony's exquisite leather shoes had already rubbed against the ground. They could have been used as the uppers of mirrors, but they had also become tattered. But even if he was drunk like this bird, when he saw Pepper. Damn Heisenberg, there is a kind of pour me again, Omega, Pepper. Brush. Stark stood straight in an instant. What are you going to do, Mr. Stark? Pepper asked gently. Tony pursed his mouth and instinctively stretched his collar. I really drank too much. Boom. He stumbled and fell into the car. Harpy lowered his eyebrows and wanted to squeeze into the car, but he was completely stopped by Pepper. You can drive my car back, I want to take him back personally, it's rare that he didn't bring the trash from the magazine back tonight. When Pepper's voice fell, Harpy glanced at Stark sympathetically. Stark, who was in a coma, quietly curled his lips. Seeing the signal that Stark had sent to herself not to go, Happy took it decisively. I will leave you the keys and boss, I wish you too happy. The voice fell and disappeared instantly. Seeing Harpy walking away, Pepper smiled helplessly, and then sat down in the Koenigsegg driver's seat. Ignite, give oil, and the car moved slowly. At the moment, Pepper froze for a moment. Hey. Pepper patted Tony's arm. Am I drinking too much like you? Why does it seem that someone is waving in the sky? Upon hearing this, Tony reluctantly opened his obscure eyes and glanced at Pepper in the direction of the past. In sight, Tony definitely knew that it was Heisenberg. He was floating in the middle of the crossroads to say goodbye to himself. But this BD is also a bit too unbelievable, right? Can't you hide your identity a bit, just show your abilities, and then steal my attention? Thinking about it, the Iron Man above suddenly jumped up. Don't forget, his portable armor can still be worn on his body. This is why Pepper dared to send Tony by himself without worrying about being kidnapped or robbed. But now, Tony's portable armored Mark for the 5th generation rushed directly out of Koenigsegg and flew all the way to the silhouette of Heisenberg. In the eyes of countless reporters watching Iron Man rushed towards a person floating in the sky with an unstoppable posture. And the next moment, boom! The extremely fierce air wave made Pepper's hair sway wildly. Pepper was completely sluggish. What happened just now? Tony flew into the sky for some reason, but fortunately the car was open. Then Tony returned to the car. The premise was that a strong man in pajamas pressed his head and chest, pushed him alive from the sky, and pushed him back into the car? This brawny pajamas. Ambiguous posture? Tony is actually below. Woohoo! Pepper almost cried. Fortunately, the brawny man quickly explained. Pepper Potts, tisk tisk, Iron Man's darling. I'm Heisenberg, I'm sorry to get this BD a little drunk, forgive me. Forgive me, you must forgive me, so can you let go of Tony? The premise is that he won't rush towards me anymore. Heisenberg smiled and released Tony. Then he hovered in front of Koenigsegg and raised a striking middle finger towards Tony. Goodbye, Tony. Not much to drink. Fax squid Heisenberg, fax squid. Tony reached out his hand heavily in response. At this point, Heisenberg flew away with a smile, and he quickly stopped downstairs in his own building. Some reporters wanted to surround themselves, but Heisenberg just shook his head at them. Go chasing that drunk dude, don't focus on me, I want to find my happiness too. After speaking, Heisenberg vacated instantly. When the reporters were shocked, they began to search for the location of Heisenberg. He was already lying in bed with the two most beautiful chicks. After a small exercise all night, Heisenberg got up from the bed and pushed away the hands and feet of the two girls. After pushing away the octopus-like obstacle, Heisenberg ran into the swimming pool generously and naked. When he jumped into the water, Heisenberg muttered in his heart. Dispose of all my leaked body fluids, what's the price? 0.62 squares. Okay. Heisenberg completely ignored the complaints that may exist in the system, and directly pushed the value of the system toward a certain due brand. Poor system. There is the poor SHIELD. Obviously only a day later, the countless Heisenberg saliva cells and so on they had collected completely disappeared. Without mentioning S.H.I.E.L.D, let's talk back to Heisenberg. After swimming for a while, Heisenberg noticed that Barbara was starting to deal with the two girls he had worked on last night. However, these two women don't have the coquettish energy of last night. After all, he had a fight with the kryptonites all night, so who could have the energy? Besides, Barbara took the thugs directly to the villa to drive people. The girls who were awakened from the bed were so angry that they desperately clamored for Heisenberg to come and say goodbye to them. But Barbara didn't eat that set. She took the female thugs and dragged the girls away with the sheets. After a while, the roof fell into silence again. Barbara frowned and came to the pool with a bath towel. "You just have to bear with me, let me throw garbage for you every day." "Then what do you want to do, be rubbish?" Heisenberg asked with a smile, and then he floated directly out of the pool. He didn't care if Barbara took a peek. After Heisenberg took the towel and wiped it briefly, he wrapped the towel around his waist and walked all the way to the recliner. "I really didn't expect that you will become such a lazy look now. You were so incredible in SHIELD. I think you can't wait to do something to the world." Barbara couldn't help sighing as he watched Heisenberg walking lazily ahead. Hearing what Barbara said, Heisenberg said without looking back, "Do you think I am going to do something to blow up the Earth? You have to know that sun exposure is the most serious thing." While talking, Heisenberg threw himself into the sun again. "You don't care about your nightclub? Billy is asking about the theme of your next nightclub." "Care, yeah." Heisenberg's figure flashed, and in an instant he went to the locker, took out the camera and threw it to Barbara. "There is an embarrassing photo of Tony Stark in it. I took it out and washed it into a poster. The theme of the next issue will be the Age of Steel." Poor Iron Man, look at him as if he is crying." "Haha, that's right, Barbara, if you look at it from another angle, he is more like constipation. Tony will hate you forever." "Am I afraid?" When Heisenberg was soaking in solar radiation in the sun, Tony had also gotten up from the bed. As always, he instinctively wanted to let go of his bed partner's hand. Because he is a prodigal son, he will never love any woman who has ever been in bed. Pepper. Oh my ga. What did I do? What was I thinking just now? Won't love anymore? No no no. It smells so good. Tony was dull. Just because now lying next to him, is his favorite Little Pepper. At the moment, Little Pepper also woke up from sleep. Dressing, washing, somehow, they didn't communicate what happened last night, but did what they were supposed to do very naturally. It's as if they have been together for a long time. Little did they know that they were only the first time last night. But this time, when Pepper finished packing the tableware and finally put on his work suit. "Tony, your chest." Little Chilly couldn't help but ask. In the past, she didn't really have anything to do with Tony. But last night, after she saw everything she should see, she was frightened by the reactor on Tony's chest. To be precise, she had seen the reactor many times, but a single aperture would not scare her. But now, near the reactor on Tony's chest, there are more black marks like spider webs. "What is it?" Hearing Pepper's words, Tony shook his coffee hand slightly. "It's a little trouble, but it's easy to solve. Really, I really want to believe what you said, but you are not good at lying in front of me, Tony." No one wants to deceive you, Angel, who lives in the mortal world, trust me." "Then tell me, well." In the end, Pepper didn't ask, because she knew Tony Stark too well. The harder he asks, the less he will be frank. To ask Tony himself about something, it is better to secretly ask the artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S while Tony is away. So Pepper quietly shifted the topic out. "The man last night? The one that can fly in the sky and is stronger than your armor. Is it your superhero buddy?" Pepper chose a better entry point and asked Tony. Speaking of Heisenberg, Tony suddenly became serious. He was silent for a while, then shook his head. Partner, far from being counted, and may even become an enemy. Pepper was puzzled. You didn't look like enemies last night. Just last night, there is no pity in his eyes, we won't be all the same. With that, Tony clapped his hands and J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly turned on their TV. The news channel is very excited to broadcast any news related to Heisenberg, including the whip that Heisenberg killed, and the Iron Man who was pressed into the car by Heisenberg. Tony didn't care about the embarrassment that he was subdued by Heisenberg last night. He only took out the video of Heisenberg killing the whip and played it repeatedly. If it were me, I would only defeat him, and then send him to jail, so that he can learn the lessons he deserves under the law. But Heisenberg. Tony shook his head heavily again. He doesn't care at all. After speaking, Tony sat back on the sofa and leaned the back of his head firmly on the back of the sofa. I don't know if he thinks of Heisenberg or the hangover last night, his head hurts a lot. Pepper pursed his lips, quietly stepping forward and rubbing his forehead for Tony. With the warmth from his lover, Tony cheered up and continued. Superman, we have all seen those comics, but even if we like the hero in the comics, no one hopes that the reality is more invincible. What's more, Heisenberg is not Superman at all. He does not have the compassion and kindness of Superman to the people on Earth. He is an unrighteous Superman at best. But I have to admit that to the Earth, unrighteous Superman is far more terrible than Superman. Chapter 19 Preparation. 10 o'clock in the morning. Hello, we are from Clarion Daily, I want to interview your boss, please let us in. Damn, we still belong to the Planet Daily, Superman's hometown is our newspaper, let me in. Fact, this is America, freedom every day, you can't block our freedom to interview. Don't talk nonsense with them, these guys are gangster thugs. Rush in, they won't actually shoot. Let's go in, Billy, I'm your friend, and I know the manager of the Academy of Sciences nightclub. Countless reporters who tried to get close to the nightclub in order to interview the sudden appearance of Superman Heisenberg. They almost completely blocked the entrance of the nightclub. Fortunately, this building was originally a company that Kin-Ho used to do. After the Bullseye paid part of the bullets, the ownership of the building was eventually transferred to Heisenberg. Therefore, these reporters were pushed all the way from the nightclub to the downstairs of the building. Heisenberg lay on the roof basking in the sun. He should have enjoyed the silence of at the moment. After all, he wasn't in the mood to turn on his super hearing. He is not Superman. He always pays attention to who is injured in the city, who is in disaster, who is robbed and so on. He doesn't have the heart to save people all over the world. Therefore, except for a few voices that he has made special remarks, he usually just turns on the hearing of ordinary people. Only then can he enjoy silence. But today, don't talk about the hearing of ordinary people. I am afraid that the deaf can hear the noise downstairs. What the hell? Heisenberg on the recliner was so disturbed that he even lost his interest in drinking. I saw him get up, put on slippers to the edge of the roof and took a look. After he showed up, the reporters below burst into an astonishing joy, roar. Look here, look here. He appeared, let us in. We are journalists, and we have the right to interview Mr. Heisenberg. Heisenberg, are you Superman? Your power is stronger than Iron Man's mecha. You can fly directly with your body. You are Superman, right? Are you a couple with Captain America, like in the comics? Where did this colleague come from, what kind of Tiger Wolf comics did he read? Even if the scene was so noisy, countless reporters were scared to a halt by these words. But it was only an instant. The plane crashed in India last night. Why didn't you help? Because you are our American Superman. You don't care about the earthquake in Japan. You must have grown up in the United States, right? Superman, how long have you been a Superman? Heisenberg, hurry up and say to your fans roar ah ah ah. Faced with such a noisy roar, Heisenberg's two eyebrows almost merged together. I only warn you once, and it's gone. What do you want to ask? Come to the nightclub for a drink and chat on the wine table at night? Heisenberg yelled from the top of the building down, but unfortunately, who cares about his promise at this time? We won't delay you for too long, 5 minutes, can it be 5 minutes? We are considerate of you, but can you give us a chance to have a problem? Superman, think about your fans, countless children are waiting to see your latest news. The reporter's voice not only kept on, but intensified. Mom messing with Fac. Heisenberg pursed his mouth uncomfortably, then turned and walked towards the swimming pool. He slammed roar out, and the frosty breath instantly froze the water in the swimming pool. Then he reached out his hand to buckle into the ice, and with the help of the biological stand, he easily held the ice of the swimming pool file size in his hand. He threw huge amounts of ice cubes at the damn reporters. But after all, he didn't say anything. He saw a flash of red light in his eyes, and the high temperature brought by the hot side caused the ice to burst rapidly after touching the ice. But even if so, countless broken ice fell from hundreds of meters high, the group of reporters still had to suffer. As predicted. In the next moment, Huan roar downstairs in Heisenberg turned into a wailing. Ah, what is that? It's hail. Hail a fart, it's ice. Run away. Hundreds of reporters suddenly fled frantically. Reality is not a movie. How can anyone foolishly watch things fall from the sky and not run away? It's just that what can you do even if you run? Heisenberg's swimming pool was filled with at least 20 tons of water, and so many ice cubes hit the ground, even if they shattered, it was enough to cause harm to reporters. Except for some reporters who broke into the building on their muscles, and reporters who swiftly got into the bottom of a nearby car. Almost all the other reporters' heads began to bleed. And their pain has just begun. After throwing away the ice cubes, Heisenberg on the roof picked up the phone on the drink table. Hey, Bullseye, take your people and see the group of paparazzi downstairs. Send all the seriously injured to the hospital, and I will bear the medical expenses. As for the uninjured or minor injuries, mark me as good as I can be hospitalized, remember. Remember, boss, but is it the same for female reporters? Bullseye asked cautiously. After a while, Heisenberg frowned. Female reporter. Like Louise Lois, can she evolve into a female reporter who is weak in the Kryptonians? Too frightening. Thinking about this, Heisenberg sighed. Slap more importantly, but don't slap your face, you can master it yourself. Yes, boss. The Bullseye suddenly accepted the task excitedly. Putting down the phone, the respect for Heisenberg in his heart was beyond words. Even with his former boss, Jin He, this kind of open beating of reporters is impossible. Definitely, Kim did send him to deal with several reporters. But those were forced to be helpless and extremely angry before they dared to secretly act on reporters. As for challenging the so-called America's free speech spokespersons in the public, Jin may not be so courageous. But now, Heisenberg has. The boss annoys reporters, then my Bullseye is even more annoying. More than that, my Bullseye hated those bloody paparazzi a long time ago. So, just before the reporters downstairs had time to come out of the shock, the Heisenberg building has dispatched more than 80 cars and 200 people. They quickly rushed the seriously injured people into the car and then to the hospital. As for those who weren't sent away in the first time, they were pulled into a more spacious car, then, they were beaten severely, and then they were taken to the hospital. In this way, after 10 minutes, Heisenberg's ears were finally quiet. But Heisenberg's business hasn't been done yet. I saw him press the service bell and let Billy walk up respectfully. Heisenberg ordered Billy. Go contact the two public relations teams, ask for the highest price, and post today's matter to the internet. Do you know how to render it? Definitely know that your image will not be damaged in any way. After all, you have just been fighting the enemy, and the battle is extremely fierce. You saved New York. What are the injuries of those reporters? After speaking, Billy smiled mysteriously, then turned and left. Heisenberg nodded in satisfaction. Check it out. It feels so good to be rich, have subordinates, and have a team. If Superman of the DC world can have a lot of money for publicity at the beginning, how could he be forced into the court by countless anti-Superman groups? It's okay not to think about this. Heisenberg, who has already been brought into the role of the Kryptonian, feels angry for his offspring of that silly roe deer when he thinks about it. Let a group of weak people, or those who are frequently rescued by you, handcuff you. This is not the anger that the Kryptonites of my eastern country can bear. If it is placed on Heisenberg, it would be embarrassing. I care who you are right and who is wrong, so it depends on which one of us has a hard fist. If you are strong, I will persuade you. If you are weak, I will be strong. Jungle law is nothing more than that. Even if I am temporarily counseled, the revenge of the 10th generation can still be avenged. My Ram Confucian Heisenberg is not a vain name. But to be honest, from an onlooker's perspective, Heisenberg is not dissatisfied with Luthor or Batman who wants to kill Superman. Heisenberg's thinking of both of them is particularly recognized. It's nothing more than a thought. If it's not my race, it will have different hearts. Everyone will get it and punish it. If Heisenberg is not a Kryptonian, then he must find a way to kill the Kryptonian. Closer to home, continue talking about Superman. What upset Heisenberg the most is, what was the reason Superman was summoned to court in the first place? Because Superman faced General Zod, in the process of fighting with Zod in order to save the Earth. He saved the Earth and injured some people in the process. So these people sued him. Does the defendant count? Definitely doesn't count. Either you continue to save people, or you don't save people. No matter what, you don't have to deal with the guys who are causing you trouble. Did you hide your identity for nothing? Do they know who you are? If Heisenberg is sued by those people, all the main plaintiffs who sued him will disappear within 3 days. If Heisenberg was an ordinary person, he was injured in the battle between Superman and the enemy. Then he must also sue Superman, as long as he is sure that Superman can really sit in the dock. After all, whether the lawsuit is completed or not, he is on fire. After going out of the court, Heisenberg will be able to eat this bowl of food that he has sued Superman for the rest of his life. It's okay to appear on the show, talk about my thoughts, and publish a book as an internet celebrity. Isn't it fragrant? But from Superman's perspective, looking at the people he had saved, he clamored to be punished. Does he think that Zod killed the wrong thing? Is it right that Zod is allowed to dominate the Earth, as long as the Earth is not transformed into a Kryptonian appearance, so that I lose this power? Then you can reproduce any way Zod wants. If Zod can do this, wait for Zod to become the master of the Earth. Even if Kal-El is a representative of the Kryptonite resistance, he can live more than he did when he was a superhero. If Kal-El is replaced by Heisenberg, then well, he still has to look at General Zod's attitude before deciding whether to kill them. Heisenberg is not Kal-El, he is ambitious. It is enough to have one god of the Earth. Is there still a whole race? But if Zod kneels and surrenders, Heisenberg will reluctantly accept it? After all, it is a Gongja person. Forgive Heisenberg, he has always been the old double standard. All in all, Heisenberg will not follow Kal-El's old path. He will never lose to the battlefield of public opinion. Spend as much money as you can, and hire as many people as you can. Whether it's manipulating the presidential election or forcing capitalists to improve the Hero Act. Heisenberg will definitely set up a banner for himself that he will not be attacked. As for how much hypocrisy is buried under this banner, Heisenberg thought for a while, how could he not be more hypocritical than those American capitalists? After all, the capitalists are all hypocritical. After the melancholy period a few days ago, Heisenberg has already seen himself clearly. He now sits on the unlimited potential of the Krypton Eons, traverses the magical ability of multi-universe, and the system can realize all dreams in one body. With so many unique conditions, if he can still make himself a little wronged, wouldn't he be cheap? As for whether he is irritable, bloody, evil, cruel, is that a problem? Just as he said casually, the reporters were well arranged. He has a way to solve the trouble he has brought, and he has the ability to bear the consequences. As an adult, isn't it enough to be able to do these two things? As for the words that a certain hero's adoptive father said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Is this a hooligan? Obviously, the better the treatment, the greater the responsibility. As for ability, do I have ability? Isn't it my own business? Ethics may be a kind of benchmark, but everyone has their own ethics. In Heisenberg's eyes, he would not attack the harmless little children, the unscrupulous elderly, nor the unaggressive pregnant women. But please note that even these types of people are all with remarks. After all, the world is so big, and God knows if there are any children and old people who are broken to their bones. Even these privileged people, Heisenberg is not 100% merciful. Not to mention adults with mature will. When Heisenberg broke into the office of Director S.H.I.E.L.D., he planned to be attacked. The bullet hit him, and he took it with all his strength, without complaining. But when the agent shoots at him, the agent should also be prepared to fight back. When Jin Ben ordered the target to test him the first time he saw him, Jin Rong is also ready for him to resist. Even Heisenberg himself, when he blows the heads of others, isn't he also ready to be blown to his head? It's just that no one can beat him. Chapter 20. About the past 20 minutes. The phone is ringing. Heisenberg took the phone and glanced. Barbara. All right. Hanging up casually, in all likelihood, he came to ask him about throwing ice cubes and hitting reporters. Boring, just let your team handle it. S.H.I.E.L.D. is also quite well known. Since Heisenberg hung up the phone, they didn't bother. Despite the uproar in the press, the citizens who supported Heisenberg and those who did not support Heisenberg huddled together at the gate of the city hall, and it did not affect Heisenberg's rest. Sleeping until more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Heisenberg woke up leisurely. He is too lazy now, because the feeling of basking in the sun is too comfortable for him. He even wanted to stay in the sun for a while. However, he is not yet sure whether his body, which has only been strengthened by the sun for about a week, can immediately withstand the high temperature and radiation inside the sun. But one day, Heisenberg will definitely play in the sun. Even his plan is far more than that. If he has the opportunity to go to a world with gods, can he become a sun god and turn the sun into his own toy to carry with him? But it is still too far to think about those. Heisenberg only wants to harvest the original material on Marvel's Earth for the time being. After waking up, he basked in the sun as usual, and at the same time began to think about the future. These days, he has gradually thought about many ways to change the fate of everyone on the Earth. In the beginning, he wanted to find some stronger opponents to the Earth, and then play a desperate battle. At the same time, smash the core of the Earth in battle, so that the people on the Earth can be forced to survive in the universe. Change the fate of 7 or 8 billion people in an instant, why not do it? But considering some big guys hidden in Marvel Earth. For example, Ancient One, which has been talked about by countless people. In short, Heisenberg finally gave up that plan. However, although he gave up his plan to destroy the Earth, he did not give up the idea of sending the Earthlings out of the universe. If it is not convenient to destroy the Earth to force the people of the Earth to leave, then he will change a few gentle ways. He thought for a while, then set his eyes on Asgard for the time being. How about borrowing Asgard's Bifrost to carry out a 9-world development plan for the Earth? It is estimated that as long as it is implemented, the fate of at least 40 to 50% of life on the planet will be changed. But think about Odin, who is old, but always feels hidden. Fighting, killing, and killing has a gross meaning. Harmony is supreme. First 2 years of harmony, and wait until Odin is dead. According to the plot of the movie, after Odin's death, Hela, the goddess of death, was born. As long as you persuade or sleep in Hela, can you unconditionally use Asgard to accumulate resources for thousands of years? This is just a proposal. Heisenberg has better ideas. For example, find collector in the universe and sell yourself. Yes, it is the only Kryptonian in the universe. Isn't it worth money? What's more, collector will only collect his body after his death, so let collector wait. How could he die? After selling yourself, buy and grab its numerous spaceships and send them back to Earth. Needless to say, as long as those spacecraft are sent to governments of various countries by Heisenberg, the people on Earth will definitely get out of the solar system within half a year and attack the Milky Way within 3 years. Is the Earth people so greedy, or is it motivated? In short, Heisenberg had already listed countless plans in his mind, and he would gradually implement the plans in his mind only when the right time was met. Starting from the Earth, and then radiating the entire universe, within 20 years, he will definitely be able to receive the original material and be soft. Ding. Just thinking about something, the door of the villa opened. Heisenberg turned his head and took a look. It was an unknown guy who came. But this guy is actually carrying his most loyal little brother, which is the bullseye. Oh, it's amazing, you caught the bullseye just like that. Yes, Heisenberg. While talking, the man threw the bullseye in front of Heisenberg. Since you killed Jin Ben, it proves that you still have a heart of justice, but why do you continue to support the bullseye to initiate the gang war in Hell's Kitchen afterwards? At the same time the strangely dressed guy questioned, the bullseye fell to the ground with a snap, and even bounced twice. Heisenberg kicked the belly of the bullseye with his feet, but there was no response at all. Smell the strange smell on the bullseye again. A lot of ether. Are you trying to kill me and the bullseye in one pot? Heisenberg asked with interest, who knew that as soon as his voice fell, the guy in the strange costume opposite suddenly turned around and started to flee. I am afraid he did not expect that the large amount of Mongolian sweat medicine he prepared in advance did not work at all. In a moment, the guy had already come to the edge of the building and jumped straight down. He unfolded his uniform in the air, with a foldable simple hang-gliding wing clearly hidden behind it. Haha, interesting. As he spoke, Heisenberg rose into the air and flew behind the guy in a blink of an eye. Picking up the hang-gliding wing in one hand, Heisenberg carried him back to the top of the building, and slammed down beside the bullseye. Daredemon, right? Longhorns on his head, right? Lawyer, right? Blind man. That's right, this strangely dressed BD is clearly one of the superhero native to Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil. Or called the Brave Man. I saw Heisenberg questioning the night demon who was so painful that he couldn't speak. However, the night demon is considered hard when he arrives. Although his bones have been broken countless, he has never said anything in pain, nor has he said any soft words to Heisenberg. Seeing such a blind man, Heisenberg was also quite helpless. This person can be regarded as a superhero at first, although a little weak, a little indecisive, a little blind, and a little more troublesome. But if you just kill him directly, then you have to kill Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and young people like Iron Fist who are seeking revenge for Daredevil. Maybe he could meet a guy that Heisenberg particularly admired to seek revenge, that is, the Punisher. In short, Heisenberg didn't want to kill this brave man. But even if you don't kill, you won't let him go just like that. Let's close it first, let's talk about it when all his friends are here, then we will recruit together to see if this group of young people who are messing around in the Hell's Kitchen are interested in joining their own unrighteous alliance. Thinking about this, Heisenberg's eyes flashed red, and he glanced at the butt of the bullseye. Ah! Amid the violent screams, the bullseye painfully clutched his left hip and jumped up. Just about to scold his mother, I saw Heisenberg instantly. The poor bullseye immediately settled. "Boss, I was calculated, It's not a big problem, just keep this thing off for now," Heisenberg ordered softly. When the voice fell, the bullseye hurriedly executed, but besides obeying the order, he wanted to explain the reason for his failure. So he had to explain to Heisenberg in a low voice while carrying the daring man. The people in Hell's Kitchen call him Super Daring, a troublesome righteous policeman. I wanted to get rid of him, but I didn't expect him to use a lot of hallucinogenic potions to shame me. "Boss, please give me another chance, I will never be so easy. Would you not just take a dog like this?" Heisenberg patted the shoulder of the bullseye boredly. "I've said it, the problem is not big, so relax and do things well." After speaking, Heisenberg lay back on the couch, closed his eyes and basked in the sun and stopped talking. And the bullseye? He had no choice but to take away the brave man. When he first came downstairs, the bullseye's heart was still uneasy. He really didn't know how far this failure would make his evaluation in Heisenberg's heart plummet. But as I walked, when the fear and anxiety gradually disappeared, his head was full of shame and hatred. I saw him glaring fiercely at Daredevil. Degree_degree. And many more. The eyeballs of the bullseye lit up instantly. It seems that he has never been like this before, to carry a brave man who has not resisted ability at all. Who is the Daredevil, and what does he do? Is he a playboy like the Batman in the comics, or a tramp on the street? Moreover, Daredevil didn't resist ability now, so wouldn't he be able to play with him if he wanted to play with him? GG. The bullseye suddenly opened the door to a new world. 3 minutes later, in the basement of the Heisenberg building, the bullseye tied the Daredevil to the ruined experimental platform of the abandoned drug production base. In the past, the Heisenberg building, formerly known as the Golden Building, has always been one of the largest drug manufacturing bases under Jinhe. However, after Heisenberg came to power, drugs were abolished, and the laboratory was smashed by the bullseye himself. Don't ask him why he doesn't sell the drug-making tools to make some money. Not to show determination. And now, this abandoned drug manufacturing base comes in handy. After the incident of Daredevil, the bullseye felt that he could completely transform the basement into a private prison. Then shove all his mother's righteous police officers in strange costumes inside. Let's start with Daredevil. The bullseye took out flying darts with a sacred face, and the sharp blade immediately rested on the Daredevil's face. Any serious person would reach out his hand to take off his mask, it was all cut with a knife. After the mask fell, the bullseye always felt that this face was familiar. This is the lawyer? The blind man. He was blindfolded. I was defeated by a blind man countless times, ITM. Without a word, the bullseye slapped Super Dare. Snapped. Wow. Daredevil suddenly vomited a lot of blood. This mouthful of blood shocked the bullseye. He looked at his right hand inexplicably. Do these hands have such great strength that they vomit blood with a slap? No, the Daredevil is already injured. The bullseye that reacted quickly took off the brave man's shirt. I glanced at it, as expected. The brave man was full of bruises and purple swelling. He fractured at least a dozen places. Oh my God, the boss is really cruel enough to start but the boss didn't say to let him die. Am I going to send the brave man to the hospital? This decision makes the bullseye tangled. Let's talk about it. Don't make fun of the underworld. He is not willing to go to a regular hospital for treatment when he is injured in the target eye. Do you really want to send such an old enemy to a doctor? Ringing. The phone rang suddenly, and the bullseye quickly took out the phone. Boss, what's your order? Just remembering something, I seem to have broken a few bones of that weird guy. You take him to the hospital and don't die. Yes. The bullseye immediately indicated obedience, but Heisenberg's words were not finished yet. Also, go to the hospital too. In order to wake you from the ether, I played a cruel hand, just as punishment for this failure, did you hear? Yes. The bullseye nodded in agreement again. When the phone was hung up, the bullseye stood in place and gritted his teeth depressed. I really want this blind man to die here now? But what can he do? I definitely took the brave man to the hospital. As for your what happened to your Didn't the bullseye feel anything wrong with his butt? He thought so until he personally got in the car leading to the hospital. The moment his touched the seat. 3 hours later, the hospital. The little nurses are hiding in the corner and whispering. Have you heard that it's horrible that they rich people play it? Yeah, who's here? It's the one with the target tattooed on his head, that famous gangster. The bullseye is called the bullseye, his and his friend's chest. It's like a wrong posture. One butt is only a half, and one rib is broken 7 or 8. Are they using the legendary posture that fell from the sky? It's terrible. Chapter 21 Jessica Jones. I'll start from the beginning. My parents died in a car accident. Someone did a dangerous experiment on me. I was kidnapped. Be controlled to kill. As a result, I can only throw this damn ball here now. Boom. The rubber ball in his hand hit the wall fiercely. At the same time as the rubber ball burst, cracks appeared in the wall. And the person who just yelled, she quietly left. People come and go on the street, but that will not bring even a little optimism to this person. In other words, there is no optimism in her life. She is Jessica Jones, a superhero treasure from Hell's Kitchen, and a private detective, alcoholic, and promiscuity woman who looks like stinky shit now. She lowered her head and put her hands in her pockets, walking down the road like a thief. But she was thinking in her heart. Only alcohol and drunk can give her a brief numbness and hope. Perhaps, there is also the non-ordinary style like fire? So, where to find what she wants? Look around blankly. Think about my detective agency again. Anyhow, I made a fortune yesterday by taking photos of old men's affair. Go to a better place and spend your money, such as the best Harper's. In this way, she followed the memory to the Golden Mansion. As a result, she felt that she was lost. It seemed that alcoholism had become instinct. She felt that she was drunk before she even drank, and she couldn't even recognize her. Why did the Golden Building become the Heisenberg Building of TM? For this Heisenberg sign the building, you'd better pray that the nightclub has not changed, and pray that the old lady can still have fun. Otherwise, you will be smashed to death. Fack. Come on, you unkind BD, come and compare me to see how much you can drink. Tons. Did you have your own planting in your pregnant belly, made it for yourself with the thing below you? Do it, haha, I can't look forward to it. Boom. Ping pong yelling. Boom. At about 11:20 in the night, Heisenberg, who was sitting on the cart and chatting with Phil Coulson, had to accept the fact that someone was making trouble in his nightclub. Looking at Heisenberg, who got up because of impatience, Phil Coulson stretched out his hand slightly in sympathy. Heisenberg, he called. Want to say something for those drunkards, they are just drunk, but they don't die, right? Uh-huh. Heisenberg snorted, then turned, and left, leaving Phil Coulson himself entangled in the deck. After all, he was not sure whether Heisenberg's response accepted his persuasion or not. And Heisenberg. Snap. 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 He slapped his hand hard. The visible shockwave rushed out of Heisenberg's palm, swaying all the guests more than 10 meters around him for a few steps. As for the sound, it is even louder. Heisenberg wanted to stop the drunks by noise. After all, his nightclub has been open for more than a week, and the guys here know his temper. But today is obviously different. As Heisenberg's applause sounded, one of the two parties in the fight had already stopped. But a girl, a woman who looked slightly thin, but was obviously strong, still kept beating. She even raised the strong man who was at least 180 kilograms opposite with one hand, and then used the other hand to smash the strong man's belly. Seeing this, Heisenberg showed a wonderful smile. "Wow!" he exclaimed in surprise, and at the same time looked around with a smile, and then continued to speak to the customers who followed here. "It's really a hot enough rose, isn't it? Then definitely, boss, hurry up. Boss, this girl is yours, come on. Look at how strong her fist is, just like the boss. This girl should be lying on Mr. Heisenberg's bed, no doubt." Not surprisingly, the customers all around started talking screaming words, but these words obviously made the women in rage even more upset. She hasn't turned her head back to the idea of beating everyone in the nightclub for the time being. So she decided to spread all this breath on the fat man in front of her. Boom! With a fierce blow, the fat man's diaphragm was hit, and the fat man immediately spit out a mouthful of foamy blood. "Don't you just want to sleep with me, want to get me drunk, want to see what underneath my suit?" Boom! Another hard punch. The fat man simply spit out a little bit of visceral dregs. "If you can't drink me, and then put medicine into my cup, do you have to be so despicable?" Boom! It was another punch, but the woman who punched it was stunned. Her fist was caught lightly. That's right, when she looked at the man in front of her, she always felt that the man's arm was holding her without force at all. This surprised the woman a little. At this time, Heisenberg spoke. "With this punch, he is really dead. Are you sure you are ready?" As soon as the voice fell, the woman seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She retreated suddenly, then squatted to the ground helplessly. Her expression was grotesque and torn, as if thinking of something terrifying. However, her loss of control lasted only a moment. The next second she stood up again, and shouted at Heisenberg with a fierce face. "Who are you TM, dare to take care of my nosy?" "Me." Heisenberg smiled, "The boss here." "Oh, it's you." The woman didn't care about the identity of Heisenberg's boss at all, and hit Heisenberg's chest with a fierce punch. Heisenberg would naturally not avoid her fist. Clang! No one could have imagined that the moment a woman's fist hit Heisenberg's chest, she actually made a sound comparable to the crow of gold and iron. And this woman was also shocked and took 3 steps backwards. IFK. The woman was stunned, and while shaking her hands in pain, she stared at Heisenberg with wide eyes. "You TM are really strong, come on, play a game, if I win, I can play with me, how?" "Haha, definitely, although there are more swear words in your mouth than I have heard in my life, I would like to have something extra in your mouth that belongs to me." Heisenberg's mood is getting better and better, when he feels the woman's terrifying power that is not mortal, and the gloomy and miserable atmosphere of this woman. He probably knew who this poor woman was. The woman didn't give Heisenberg time to continue thinking, she slammed her right foot on the ground, and rushed towards Heisenberg with all her strength. The floor of the nightclub shattered more than 3 pieces in an instant. But this poor woman. What if she could smash the floor? She was held in his arms by Heisenberg. You all heard, I can play with her if I win, so we left. Someone sent the injured idiot to the hospital, and then everyone keep going, I will pay for all the consumption tonight. Even if the woman in his arms was still struggling, Heisenberg ignored it. He just returned to his penthouse with the woman in the joy of countless people. This night was extremely wild, the woman's body was much stronger than ordinary people, and this woman's desire for this aspect was heavier than anyone else. She even longed to be hurt in the process. And Heisenberg. He is also rare to be a little bit presumptuous. Those who usually fight with him are ordinary people. After all, he has to constrain too much, and only when he meets a special guy like a woman can he relax. How the woman didn't know, Heisenberg's bed collapsed anyway. Early the next morning, Heisenberg woke up on the floor. Looking at the time, it was only less than 6 o'clock. Therefore, he unhappy patted the woman's a. If it wasn't for a woman who planned to leave quietly so early, she wouldn't have to suffer the sin of getting up early. After being photographed by Heisenberg, the woman who was secretly getting dressed was stunned for a moment. Then she quickly turned around, then kissed Heisenberg on the cheek with a smile, and said, "You performed well last night and I am very satisfied, but I am very poor, so I won't tip you, okay?" Gan. Heisenberg was immediately upset, and he rubbed the woman into his arms. "Don't want to go so simple, take a morning exercise." "Humph, are you afraid of you?" While continuing, the woman who was already sober seemed to remember something, and saw her trying to turn her head back and shouting to Heisenberg who was doing the same. "I'm Jessica Jones, hell, it's embarrassing, but I want you to know my name." "Then, do you want me to call that name when you go to heaven?" Heisenberg bit Jessica's ear like this. When the two of them finished their tossing, the time had come to 7:20. No matter how strong a woman is, she has no strength anymore. Heisenberg hugged her and took a shower, then dragged her onto the recliner. After asking the waiter to bring breakfast, the two of them lay down and ate in disregard of their image. While eating, Jessica suddenly raised her head. But when Heisenberg looked at Jessica, Jessica lowered her head again. Repeatedly like this, Heisenberg finally couldn't help but ask, "I'm curious, because after you wake up, you finally remember who I am." "Indeed." Jessica nodded and explained. "The famous Heisenberg in the recent stage, right? Killer Kim, the new king of the Dark Empire in New York, the unrighteous Superman in the Gossip, and the barbarian with great skill in bed. Which one is your favorite?" called Roar. After speaking, she stretched out her amazing white feet and rubbed her toes against Heisenberg's chest. Heisenberg grasped the foot, dragged it towards him, and responded, "What, you praised me?" "Cut." Jessica retracted her feet into her night dress, and then resumed her meal. After eating, Jessica did not put on makeup, but simply tied her hair and planned to leave. Heisenberg didn't keep it in the first time, even if he really liked this woman who was once a treasure, but has now been tortured by the purple man to the point of bruising. But precisely because I like it very much, so. Around 11, Heisenberg put on the suit that Barbara had chosen for him, and the sunglasses of the same style as the Terminator. The Bentley who got on the gold and used to ride, took the address of Jessica Jones' detective agency that Billy provided him. Heisenberg set off. Jessica walked out of the office with a face full of boringness, dressed in simple to simple clothes. Before taking 2 steps, I saw an old friend of hers. "Hi, Jessica, you look really good today. Was the anger resolving club that you introduced you to yesterday very effective?" "Hee, I'm even more angry." Jessica pouted her lips and replied. Hearing her say this, her friend looked up and down at Jessica. "Tisk tusk, you don't look more angry, but you seem satisfied. What kind of man did you meet last night? Was it amazing?" "Ha, if you want to say this, he is very powerful, and my waist is about to be broken when it is so powerful. It takes a long time and has a strong force. Shoo. When talking about this topic, Jessica was more difficult to show up, she even blew a whistle at the end of the sentence. Suddenly, her friend followed her with an ambiguous smile. The women get together, what else can we talk about if we don't talk about it, right? The two stood and talked about the old days, and then parted ways. Jessica walked out of the building where the office was located, intending to eat something at the nearest fast food restaurant. But the moment she stepped out of the building, she suddenly uttered a series of screams. And when her scream was over, she was already floating outside the atmosphere. Look at the satellites close at hand, and look at the blue earth under your feet. Jessica blinked her eyes and glared at Heisenberg, who was holding her. Are you really Superman? Jessica asked. Heisenberg thought for a while, nodded and shook his head. Jessica, I checked your affairs and found a disgusting BD and the things he did that made me extremely angry. So I think you need a miracle, so I will give you a miracle. After speaking, Heisenberg pressed his face to Jessica's amazing white cheeks. You ask me if I am Superman, I am not. I do have the power of Superman, but I will personally kill the person who hurt you. I will knead him into meat sauce alive and throw it into the sun. Superman is not as cruel as I am, right? So Superman was never my hero. Jessica cried as she spoke. Crying. Finally laughed. Chapter 22. Smiling and laughing, Jessica's body gradually trembled. She looked at Heisenberg with a grim face, but as soon as she glanced at it, she tried her best to control her expression. She didn't want Heisenberg, whom she recognized, to see her ugly side. But she can't do it. The hatred and shame that Ziren buried in her heart had been deeply carved into her heart. No matter how much she believes in Heisenberg's power and commitment, she cannot change the fact that she fears. So, what did Ziren do to her? It is probably the despair that a woman would never want to experience. The Purple Man is a super person who can rely on pheromone to control others. At that time, Jessica is not withered, she is still a naive and kind-hearted weakened little supergirl, relying on her huge amounts of strength and superb speed, doing things that superhero like to fight crime like to do. At that time, Jessica's hero code name was exactly the Treasure. Until Genbeo met the Purple Man. She was controlled by the Purple Man in an instant. The first thing Ziren did after controlling her was to order her to take off all her clothes. After that, Ziren controlled him to kill, controlled her S*X, controlled everything about her. This period lasted for a full 8 months. 8 months of imprisonment and training. Even if she escaped from the cage, she almost lost the courage to revenge. He was even afraid that he couldn't kill the enemy. This is probably the most painful thing for her. The treasure of the year, the dregs of today. Even Jessica herself felt like a scum. But Heisenberg doesn't think so. After all, Jessica is so white. Noting Jessica's full of pain, Heisenberg pursed his mouth thoughtfully, then took his chin and rubbed Jessica's hair on the temples. What are you thinking about? Why don't I take you to some fun places to relax? Where are you going, your big bed? Jessica sighed, and reluctantly emphasized the talk. Heisenberg did not answer, but flew towards the earth directly holding Jessica. Before long, the two stood on the boundless snow mountain. The snow and wind around them can't affect them at all, and the scenery under the sky seems to be in sight. This is the charm of the world's highest peak. And this also made Jessica look at Heisenberg thoughtfully. Standing on the top of the highest mountain in the world, would you still be afraid of the height of the Burj Khalifa? Heisenberg asked Jessica. Jessica thought for a while, then asked. So you want to tell me that the gap between you and that demon is like Everest and Burj Khalifa? No, I'm asking if you are afraid of heights. If you are not afraid of heights, Let's ski down. Go to hell. Haha. Heisenberg made a joke to make Jessica look better. Afterwards, he took Jessica directly through the clouds and rushed all the way into the Atlantic Ocean. The ocean first showed them their external beauty, and then told them that they were deep, very dark, and had a lot of water. In the almost endless trench, Jessica could almost see huge creatures over 100 meters tall. So Jessica covered her mouth in astonishment. How about it, seeing these giant creatures below 50,000 meters under the sea, do you still think purple people are anything terrible? Hearing Heisenberg's question, Jessica hesitated for a long time, but finally nodded. Perhaps no matter what, there is no way to dispel the fear that the purple man left in Jessica's heart. This result made Heisenberg a little disappointed. He thought it would be enough to dissolve a little bit of Jessica's fear. Even a little bit is good. But obviously, Jessica's brain was hurt too badly. So there is only one last way to find the purple man, tie him up, and let Jessica kill him himself. Perhaps before the Zyron dies, he can also arrange hundreds of torture plays for the Zyron, so that Jessica can appreciate the embarrassment of the enemy. In that case, there should be no problem. Thinking about this, Heisenberg picked up Jessica and took her back to New York. He didn't go back to other places, but went straight to his nightclub. I saw him press Jessica on the sofa in the nightclub. You sit here, I'll make a call. While talking, Heisenberg called the bullseye. After a while, the call was answered, and the first sound Heisenberg heard was not from the bullseye, but don't answer the phone when changing the dressing, hang up the phone. Go away, you change your medicine, I'm from the boss, you lightly click on my mistake. Click. After the scream, the phone seemed to be snatched by someone. After a while, such a greeting came across the phone. You are the boss of the bullseye. You made Matthew like this. You are Erica, the only assassin under Jinhee who didn't take refuge in me. Heisenberg asked blankly, and at the same time he patted Jessica on the head. Hey, just sit here for a while, I have a little trouble. Well, you can solve it quickly, and you shouldn't need other people's help. I mean, if you can use me, then I'm pretty capable. Jessica seems to have no expression, but she also has her own way of caring about others. Being concerned, Heisenberg smiled and shook his head. No, nothing more, I'll get you 2 bottles of wine. Lo, don't drink too drunk, there will be surprises for you later. With that, Heisenberg brought a bottle of champagne and threw it to Jessica. When Jessica caught the bottle, Heisenberg had disappeared. On the other side of the phone, Erica in the intensive care unit of the hospital was dull. She never expected that Heisenberg was such a hot temper. Shouldn't all the bosses be as happy and angry as Jinhee? In the end, I just wanted to say a few hard words before taking the soft, so I just wanted to kill him. At the same time, the nurse's bullseye screamed while gloating and said to Erica, the speed of the boss is very fast. If you don't kneel down now, I'm afraid it will be too late for a while. Fart, Before Erica's cruel words were finished, Heisenberg had penetrated the glass and stood beside the bed of the bullseye. When he stood still, the sound of glass breaking hadn't even had time to sound. Wow! Only then did it ring. The little nurse looked up in astonishment, first glanced at the glass and then at Heisenberg. She just fainted with a trembling sound. And Heisenberg snapped. He slapped the back of the bull's head with a slap. Who is fast? Haha, boss, I was wrong. Do you have any super ability to get me out of the hospital sooner? I'm anxious to die for you, boss. No. While talking, Heisenberg sat casually on the bullseye bed. Glancing at the hospital bed next to him, Matthew Murdoch was naturally lying on the hospital bed. As for Erica, she was standing on the edge of Daredevil's bed. It is less than 5 meters away from Heisenberg. Erica, hello, I heard that you are a little dissatisfied with me, so I came here to meet you specially. Heisenberg made a move with Erica roar, and then he continued without waiting for Erica, who was stiff to answer. You used to work for Kim and you are also very satisfied with your previous job, so it is me that you are dissatisfied with. Not. Erica still had the courage, she turned her head away, and replied coldly. Hearing her answer, Heisenberg nodded. Because of Matthew Murdoch, because of love, because of the desire for a new life in the future, or a longing for the ordinary world. Seeing Heisenberg stood up suddenly, he wondered to Erica. Matthew is destined to hate me to the bone. His character decides that he will not let go of his hatred of me. Then, do you think I have given him a chance now, and how many times will I give him in the future? You won't be giving him a chance. Erica replied expressionlessly. The reason for her lack of expression was because she understood that Heisenberg was right. Matthew is such a persistent person, he always insists on the justice he believes in his heart. But no matter how great his justice is, it is absolutely no match for Heisenberg's fist. And Heisenberg, he patted Erica on the shoulder. Women, your gender determines your emotional right, but the future you want will not go down the emotional road. Want me to be merciful to Matthew Murdoch, who continues to provoke me in the future? That's impossible. But let us understand it in another way. The person I sent to deal with Matthew Murdoch may be myself, maybe the bullseye, or some other killer, but it can also be you. I am a generous person. As long as you do your usual work well enough, then I can tolerate your occasional failure in individual tasks, right? With that, Heisenberg put his head close to Erica's ear, and he whispered in Erica's ear. I heard that you have a higher status under Jinhee than the bullseye, so let me see how sensible you are. How about it? No problem. Erica immediately lowered her head towards Heisenberg. Erica is indeed in love with Night Demon, but love is not enough to make her lose her mind. She is sure that everything will develop as Heisenberg said. Since Heisenberg has provided a balance between her and her lover in this development, she has no reason not to accept it. Seeing Erica surrender as she wished, Heisenberg smiled with satisfaction, and at the same time he sat back on the hospital bed of the bullseye. In Erica's eyes, Heisenberg now has no arrogance and irritability a few days ago. Such Heisenberg seems to be taller than Jin. And such Heisenberg raised his right hand to him. Thump. Seeing Heisenberg seemingly intending to give orders, Erica immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully waiting for Heisenberg's instructions. Heisenberg commanded with satisfaction. After your lover wakes up, I will give you a day to talk about love, and then go do something for me. Xiren, I don't care if you have been in contact with him, within 3 days, I want to know his exact location. S.H.I.E.L.D. will cooperate with your work, pay attention to it as they cooperate with you. You are my subordinate, and I am behind you, don't be afraid of them, let alone be overwhelmed by them. The ability of the Purple Man is extremely useful for SHIELD. I don't want the Purple Man to fall into their hands, how about? Subordinates obey. Chapter 23 He has arrived. Seeing that Erica was particularly interesting, Heisenberg nodded in approval, then waved her to get up and wait. At the same time Erica got up, Heisenberg came to the dizzy little nurse and helped the poor woman to stand. Patting the nurse's cheek, the little nurse woke up slowly, and the first scene she saw with her eyes open was a close-up of Heisenberg's face. She really panicked. But after the panic, she blushed again. Some things, after the fear passed, she immediately saw it more clearly. Even because of the fear just now, the little nurse had a different kind of stimulation, and she even felt a little damp. Unfortunately, Heisenberg released her soon. If you destroy your windows and faint you, I will compensate you. In addition, I will donate 50,000 US dollars to the hospital because the staff standing in the corridor are very attentive. He didn't ignore the sound of broken glass, and didn't bother me after discerning the situation. While talking, Heisenberg patted the bullseye lying next to him on the hospital bed. Find your subordinates and implement what I said, okay? Definitely. The bullseye immediately said yes. Afterwards, Heisenberg glanced at the little nurse and asked with a smile. I have something to consult with you. When his voice fell, the little nurse became nervous with naked eyes. I don't know whether this tension is fear or some kind of impulse. I saw the little nurse standing very serious and replied in the most solemn tone. You can ask, and I will answer all the questions I can answer. Seeing this little nurse looked nervous, Heisenberg burst out laughing. He laughed for a while before speaking. Well, don't be afraid of me, I don't eat people. I just want to ask about their injuries. Roar. The little nurse breathed a sigh of regret. At that moment, she really fantasized about something unspeakable. For example, she imagined that Heisenberg asked her contact information, whether she had time at night, whether she had a lover, and whether she minded getting married with a gang member. But in general, even if it is regrettable, nurses have not lost the basic qualities of being a medical staff. Don't worry, Mr. Bullseyes. The treatment plan for the left buttocks is similar to that of bed sores. I have had many experiences in nursing care of similar injuries. As for Mr. Matthew Murdoch, the number of fractures on his body is a bit complicated. He has already undergone emergency fixation, and the follow-up skeletal structure correction surgery will be completed within 2 days. One of them is my best subordinate, and the other is, be my guest, I hope you will pay more attention. Take the liberty to ask, do you have any expectations for the recent life? How can I satisfy it, such as a refrigerator, a mobile phone, or an opportunity for advanced studies? No need, you are too polite. If you really can you sign me? The little nurse is so smart, and her answer makes Heisenberg particularly satisfied. So Heisenberg immediately signed her a name, left a blessing, and even after she left the ward, he confessed that the bullseye had prepared a suitable gift for the little nurse. And Erica, in this kind of contact with Heisenberg, she slowly got to know her new boss. In Erica's eyes, Heisenberg's oppressive power is no longer intimidating, because he has a heart that is closer to society than Jin. After finishing the work in the hospital, Heisenberg returned to the nightclub leisurely. Jessica is still drinking, but she is not drinking the so-called champagne, but pure whiskey. Actually, the champagne stuff can't satisfy the real alcoholic. Seeing Heisenberg's return, Jessica glanced over with a pair of drunk eyes. You are finished. Busy working. Heisenberg sat down, rubbed Jessica's delicate cheeks, and added with a smile. The purple man will be delivered to you within 3 days, and I hope you will be prepared for revenge. Boom. Jessica slapped her hands on the table suddenly, and after less than a week of changing the table, she was shot in half. But Heisenberg will not be angry, he understands Jessica's excitement. And Jessica yelled at Heisenberg nervously after smashing the table. You sure? Sure. Is that the purple man? Yes. Own to me. It's yours. Why, why did you do this? Is there a diamond under my old lady? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Heisenberg almost died of laughter. He finally held back his laugh, and then squeezed Jessica's ear. Don't make trouble, your value is not comparable to that of Xiron. I have a plan recently. Do you want to consider participating? Just to get me involved in some plan, so you have to kill the purple man, he is not an ordinary guy. But it's really average to me. Seeing Jessica seemed panicked, constantly refuting her words, Heisenberg finally got a little angry. He put away his smile and patted Jessica's shoulder seriously. I ask you, are you willing to give everything to kill the purple man? I'm definitely willing. I can even make up myself into an inflatable doll for you to do enough, man. Well, from now on, you can call me boss. With that, Heisenberg shrugged to Jessica. I took over Jin's not many sites and subordinates, but I have to admit that he has his charm. Most of the guys who have made good friends with Kim and occupy high positions in the gang system, they don't obey me. So now I lack people who can really do things, that is, elites with sufficient strength, rich experience, can lead the team, and can do it alone. So you former superhero, do you want to try joining the gang? It's up to you, as long as you fulfill your promise, then I will be yours. Jessica said so, and she did make this decision. In order to get out of one quagmire, he jumped into another quagmire, which didn't sound like a good choice. But what if one quagmire is 800 meters deep, while the other is only 1.5 meters? Jessica knew what she should choose. In this way, holding the wine from Heisenberg, she hurried back to her detective agency. After simply packing up her things, she simply moved into the nightclub. Definitely, she didn't move directly into the villa, but moved into the lower floor of the nightclub, in the suite arranged for her by Heisenberg. Starting today, Jessica has officially become the chief fighter of the nuclear bomb gang. As for what is the nuclear bomb gang? This is the nickname given to Heisenberg's gang by the rest of the gang. After all, is that Heisenberg? He almost developed nuclear weapons to help Germany unify the world's nuclear reaction. Even now, many people all over the world believe that Heisenberg deliberately miscalculated the data for making nuclear bombs, making this weapon impossible to spread in the world. It is a pity that this weapon finally bloomed in Einstein's hands. But Heisenberg was still regarded as an example by countless peace lovers. On the one hand, Heisenberg's recruitment of the team is in full swing. On the other hand, Nick Fury is also running in with his team. No, after 3 days of retreat, Iron Man successfully solved his target element poisoning, and as soon as he came out of the mountain, he was strongly invited to S.H.I.E.L.D. by Nick. Tony followed Nick Fury into the conference room and immediately saw a strong lineup. So after he looked around, he frivolously called Roar. Wow, let me see who this is. An old man over 100 years old who has been forgotten by the times. A doctor of radiology who can hardly conceal his inner mania and has an IQ not as good as mine. One is my former secretary, including a sexy stunner who is covered in hair. A bow and arrow lover who I have never seen before, but whose face looks like a circus playing with bottles. He commented so arrogantly that the anger of other people was almost visible to the naked eye. But instead of flinching, Tony said to Nick Fury more vigorously. What kind of Avengers plan you mentioned? I suddenly don't want to participate. Take a look at these lineups. What exactly should we avenge on? Is it Hitler, who has been dead for 60 or 70 years, or the aunt of my former secretary, or the Archer's Olympic opponent? When he said this, he pointed his finger at Banner, who worked hard to endure, and continued. The only thing that made me think you did the right thing was that you recruited this Dr. Banner. With him, there is a high probability that we will not find the wrong target for revenge. After all, that target is him in all likelihood. Tony. Nick interrupted Tony severely, but only a sneer in exchange. The most interesting thing is you, Nick Fury. Why do we have to work for a guy like you who hides everything? I propose to vote for the leader within our Avengers members, and I will run for this vote. This is the most reasonable answer, right? Tony, stop making trouble, sit down and have a chat. After all, this is our first meeting. Captain America stood up and stopped Tony, which made Tony curl his lips uncomfortably. But considering the relationship between Captain America's identity and his father, Tony shook his head, and sat down after all. Everyone finally barely entered the state, and Nick Fury stood in front of them and was about to say something. Unfortunately, before he could speak, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. No, it's not right, it's not a knock on the door, but a knock on the window. Everyone hurriedly looked to the window, and saw a handsome European-American guy in pajamas floating outside the window. Heisenberg knocked on the window politely, while releasing a hot gaze. Controlling the hot side only melted the glass in front of him, and Heisenberg walked into the meeting room naturally. "Damn it, why are you here? This is Washington." Tony asked Heisenberg awkwardly. He was really a little panicked at this moment. After all, their meeting is to discuss ways to deal with someone. And Heisenberg at the moment appeared, "Did you find out?" was angry, and wanted to kill the quartet? No, obviously not. Heisenberg nodded to everyone and smiled. "Nick, I went to your branch in New York, and they said you were here, so I just found it. But why didn't my men tell me?" Nick's face was puzzled. And just at the moment, his phone rang suddenly. Listening to the phone ringing in his ear, Nick seemed to have guessed something. Then his expression gradually became frightened. After he answered the phone, Hill's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. "Director, Heisenberg has just arrived at the branch and asked me about your location. I am afraid he has something to do with you." "Well, I see." Nick's face looked like a dead man. "He has arrived." Chapter 24 Bait Hole Card. Ha. Seeing Nick Fury's motherly expression, Heisenberg smiled unceremoniously. But after laughing enough, Heisenberg waved to everyone. "It seems that I am interrupting your meeting, so I will tell you about my request." When the voice fell, everyone present was dumbfounded. Should things unfold like this? Isn't it because you saw that we were in a meeting, so you exited politely? You are really welcome. Definitely, they dare to think so, but they dare not say so. And Heisenberg said his intentions along the way. "I hope you find someone for me, Zeeb Diakilgrav, who was a spy. He has stolen nerve gas from your US Army base, but he made a mistake in his mission and was swallowed by nerve gas, but he gained some madness as a result. When you are looking for him, never send anyone to contact him, because anyone who comes into contact with him will be easily controlled by him. In short, I only need you to provide me with his location, and I want to find him and kill him. My subordinate Erica will act with you. You had better listen to her command, otherwise I will not be responsible for your deaths and injuries." After speaking, Heisenberg nodded his head. "That's it, hurry up and do it, I won't bother you." When the voice fell, he had already cut through the sky and disappeared without a trace. In just a few seconds or 10 seconds, Heisenberg appeared in the hospital again. He came to Erica and ordered. "After the cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. starts, pay attention to a person named Rumlow. He will be your future teammate, so be kind to him." Erica and the Bullseye heard it, and immediately raised infinite admiration for Heisenberg. "I've only heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. planted spies into the gang, but the boss, have you already stuffed yourself into S.H.I.E.L.D.? Even if Rumlow is only the lowest level Aegis, he can play an extremely important role." For a while, Bullseye and Erica were full of expectations for the future. On the other side, Washington Aegis headquarters after Heisenberg left. "A group of people look at me, I look at you. Dr. Banner couldn't help speaking. This is the first time I saw him. He has always been so strong." "Haha, Banner, you also have his power, so you can be as strong as you like," Tony said coldly. "Don't worry about whether he drank Heisenberg's wine or talked about the commotion among men. Not to mention that they only have one meal of fate. No matter how many drinks, Tony can't bear Heisenberg's sense of superiority. As he himself once said to Pepper, he is destined to be unable to be friends with Heisenberg, and the greatest possibility between the two is what it is now. Imaginary enemy." Hearing Tony's words, Banner's heart was shocked. Seriously, at this moment he asked himself seriously. Why can Heisenberg rely on such a powerful force to frighten Aegis, so that S.H.I.E.L.D. actually confessed him? Hi. What about yourself? Why do I have to live a life of fleeing from the East, can't eat enough, and live tremblingly? Why can't I live like him? As long as I am willing to accept the power of that big guy? Thinking of this, Banner was stunned. He figured it out. He knew why he was not so free and easy than Heisenberg. Just because his power is not his power, but Hulk's power. That power does not belong to him, and he is deeply afraid and disgusted by the existence of Hulk. But he really wanted to live an ordinary life. So can he master the power of Hulk, or get rid of the power of Hulk? As long as he can have a peaceful life again, he no longer needs to worry about letting Hulk show up for a while. At this moment, he had a certain determination. Without mentioning Banner's psychological activities, the rest of the Avengers are obviously caught in fear of Heisenberg. The last time I saw him, he was still a handsome naked man. I thought we would still have a chance to happen to him after we picked him up. Natasha Romanoff greeted him first. What happened? The only relationship we can have with him now is his unilateral domination of us. Hawkeye shrugged. Yeah, unilaterally, we can't even refuse his request. Nick sighed long. After all, his requirements are not high at all. He doesn't need this country, he doesn't need to destroy mankind, and he doesn't need to be a new god. But we can't satisfy him blindly like this, Nick. I came to the department established by my father as a consultant, not for him as an assistant to an alien. Tony's words are quite rude, but it also speaks to Nick's heart. I saw Nick nodded to Iron Man and said solemnly. Then let us exchange information and decide how to control him. While talking, Nick clapped his hands, and the meeting room suddenly became dark. The virtual light gathered in the room, and a clear picture appeared in the middle of the round table where everyone was sitting. And Nick Fury explained in due course. The so-called exchange of information is mainly for me to show some of the secret weapons I have in my hands to you. You have experienced commanders like Captain, and geniuses like Tony and Banner. So I hope you will make a selection of my secret weapon. He is too strong. If something unacceptable happens to us, then we might only have one chance. While talking, a beautiful but very thin woman appeared at the center of the round table. Jane Foster, a young astrophysicist and also Thor's girlfriend. At this point, the virtual picture changed in time, and Jane Foster quickly became the tall and burly Prince Asgard. Thor, Prince Asgard and Crown Prince of Asgard, no one knows how his skills compare to Superman. But I believe that if we can rely on his girlfriend to contact him who has returned to Asgard, then he will be our help, because an arrogant guy like him is definitely not used to seeing someone more arrogant than him. Speaking of this, Nick quietly switched the virtual screen. The virtual picture of at the moment turned into a heroic but not very beautiful American ant. At the moment this ant is wearing an amazing uniform, launching an attack on countless spaceships in the universe. In a short moment, everyone in the Avengers jumped up from their stools. What the hell is this? Nick, are you sure you are not joking? Who is this? How do I think he is Superman? She is. She was the former executor of the U.S. Air Force Pegasus program. You can call her Major Carol, but her code name is Captain Marvel. She has the ability of super light transition, unstoppable strength, and physique, but the only problem is... What is it? Natasha Romanoff asked. She is mainly active in the universe, maybe hundreds of thousands of light years away from us. Okay. Iron Man's eyes lit up. Is the universe really so bright, so the silence we think is that the Earth hasn't got the ticket to the universe yet? That's right. Nick nodded. These news will never spread among the citizens. Not everyone can accept the reality that the Earth is equivalent to the indigenous people, but fortunately, we also have Captain Marvel that can form a race in the universe. Deterrent strong. But the problem is, are you sure Captain Marvel is better than me, or better than him, and you still listen to you? Banner frowned and asked, which made Nick shrug helplessly. I'm not sure. If so, he would have become our prisoner. So your so-called exchange of information is to use two people who may cause trouble for him, and a gorgeous universe, to draw us a target that is visible and intangible? Tony asked, unhappy. Seeing this, Nick patted the table helplessly. Indeed, I admit that what I have said is useless, at least for the time being, but like a war, no one knows who will win until the end, and what we are doing is to increase our chances of winning. So. Banner thought for a while and reminded, your original plan was to include him as a member of the Avengers, right? Why don't we extrapolate some plans for establishing a friendly relationship with him? Friendly relationship? Do you think we will take the friendly relationship with Japan Island seriously? Do you think Han Island has a chance to get something from our friendly relationship? When the gap between the strengths of the two parties is too large, the friendly relationship will not exist, Banner. Then, we might be able to find a chance to make the guy in me shine. Although this is dangerous, maybe it will increase our bargaining chips. It's barely an idea, but something suddenly came to my mind. I saw Tony took Banner's words and said to everyone. I was suddenly puzzled. Why did he ask us to find the so-called Purple Man for him just now, and why did he kill the Purple Man? Ah! As soon as Tony's voice fell, Natasha Romanoff smiled unceremoniously. Please. Your words are too whitewashed, he is just an order, I can't hear the taste of please. Okay, that's an order, but why does he want to kill the Purple Man? Is it related to the Purple Man's ability, or does he even suffer from the Purple Man? Hearing this, Nick Fury stared in surprise. You mean? Yes, my opinion is to find this Purple Man first and figure out his ability. He said that the Purple Man has the ability to control others. Can this control be a weapon for us to deal with him? Tony said at last. After listening to Tony's opinion, everyone present looked at each other and thought about it again. After a while, Captain America stood up. It's better to implement several plans together. I will lead the team to find and try to contact the Purple Man. Natasha Romanoff communicates with Jane Foster. Barton is with me. Tony, as the Iron Man, is ready to support our respective teams. Bar. After speaking, Captain America turned around and left without stopping. Until Dr. Banner stopped him. Wait, Captain. The Banner of at the moment was particularly embarrassed, and he asked Captain America with a little anger. What about me, what is my mission? You have to admit that your anger is our strongest hole card, so you will only appear on the most critical battlefield. In other words, unless you screw it up, otherwise I can only be their experiment in the base. In a moment, Banner turned a little green. Everyone's heart suddenly startled. And Captain America? Before he could answer, Nick Fury explained to Banner for him. Banner. Just listen to Nick Fury. That's not an experiment in your mouth, but to prevent you from appearing like this. In any case, you need to become more calm. And many more. Hawkeye interrupted everyone unexpectedly, only to see him raise his hand and say. I think we seem to have overlooked one thing. The first thing we need to do is to figure out the authenticity of Krypton, or to find the kryptonite that may exist on Earth. Chapter 25 Ancient One. Heisenberg Building, Brooklyn, New York. Heisenberg was lying on the rooftop basking in the sun, while boringly guessing about the gathering of the Avengers Alliance members just now. In his view, the reason why the Avengers Alliance group assembled in advance was only to plan to deal with themselves. So what do they rely on to deal with themselves? Hulk. Pull it down, as long as you use your brain a little, you can think of a way to deal with that big guy. He can fly, just take the Hulk into the sun and throw him in the middle of the sun. Even if he can't get rid of him, he can't get rid of the sun's gravity. If the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. are not stupid, they will never let the Hulk touch him. After all, if there is no conflict, the Hulk can still be a superficial trump card. If you really fight, I'm sorry, the whole cards are gone. So, will it be a surprise to deal with yourself in the end? Or do they really regard the Purple Man as their weakness? To be honest, Heisenberg, who has a Kryptonian brain, still has a sharp turn in his brain. The Purple Man is a decoy for Heisenberg to promote S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra. Since the Earth in Marvel has Superman comics, Aegis definitely should know that his so-called magic resistance is indeed slightly lower than physical resistance. He threw a superintendent master like Xiron in front of them, and showed a killer mentality towards Xiron. Then they will be very likely to doubt their motives, and then become interested in the purple people. And Aegis is interested in the purple people, which means that Hydra hidden in it is also interested in these things. Heisenberg. He wants the whole Hydra. Compared with Aegis, Hydra is the company that really does big things. No, it's an organization. In short, with Hydra, you can have countless resources and subordinates. In that case, with Hydra's existing foundation as the core, it will be renamed and reorganized to rule over the entire human race. Then he was responsible for bringing in alien technology and fleets, and bringing in alien scientific research talents. What if someone thinks that people on Earth can't be famous in aliens? That's impossible. Marvel's universe is not a three-body universe, and Marvel is not that difficult to mix. All you have to do is simplify the set of Xingju equipment and distribute them in batches. Or simplify Yongdu's whistle arrows dozens of times, and then distribute them in batches. Distribute the junk-picking spacecraft used by the Valkyrie in Thor, Ragnarok in batches. Ho! Do you think human beings are worse than cosmic people? At least they are not much worse than the group of hooligans on the Yongdu boat. In short, up to now, Heisenberg has barely had a goal, which is his overall plan for the Marvel Universe. Use Hydra to rule human society and recruit members of the Unrighteous Alliance to enrich the base of human power. Enter the universe, conquer the universe, yourself. Make money lying down. Thinking of this, Heisenberg almost thought of doing Erdi. However, he still lacks a little bit of time before embarking on his own plan. First, he wants to convince the Asgardian, Ancient One, who has been on this earth for nearly 2,000 years. Secondly, he wants to use the major events in the movie to continuously expand the scale of the Injustice Alliance. In the end, he must make up his mind, because after his plan begins, mankind will inevitably suffer too many casualties. Although the deaths and injuries are mainly European and American, Heisenberg does not want to harm the Huxia in Marvel after all. But in the end it is one life after another, and you have to prepare yourself. It is not only a preparation to endure the casualties, but also a preparation to endure the bloodshed of being scolded. Those who are boring, I think they will scold themselves as a dog blood sprinkler. Hey, there are more people scolding, and more people will be killed. It's a vicious circle. I don't know whether to kill them until they dare not scold, or always use public opinion to package themselves and their goals. Thinking of this, the sky fell faintly. Heisenberg plans to get up and move around. Just now, fly to the Himalayas and meet the old bald head for a while. Boom! Heisenberg skyrocketed in an instant, and then shot out, as if the sky was cut in half by his sharp body. As if only in a blink of an eye, Heisenberg saw the snow-capped mountains not long ago. But he couldn't see where Ancient One was hiding. How can I let Ancient One come out to see myself? It's very simple. Heisenberg's eyes reddened, and his fiery eyes shot out. In just a moment, the snow-capped mountains watched by Heisenberg collapsed instantly. An extremely violent avalanche happened immediately, and Heisenberg even saw a few poor climbers looking at everything on the top of the mountain with an expression of collapse. "Yo, there is a climbing team." Heisenberg flew to the vicinity of the mountaineering team quietly. The team members were like ants on a hot pot, frantically looking for a way to make them survive. Heisenberg murmured uncomfortably in his heart. "Ancient One, if you don't restart this short period of time, then I can only stop the avalanche." He wasn't really frantic, so he wouldn't really see these mountaineers die in front of him one by one. And the person who appeared in front of him next proved that Heisenberg was right. Seeing Heisenberg was floating in the air, Ancient One smiled quietly at him and said, "Heisenberg, go and stop all of this, just like you originally did." Heisenberg nodded, and then floated to the front of more than 20 mountaineers. These mountaineers are obviously Huxia, and their backpacks have small national flags. These climbers also expressed infinite consternation at the appearance of Heisenberg. That is, "Oh my God, why is he floating? Haunted? What the hell is that?" Listening to the familiar language in his ear, Heisenberg smiled knowingly and said, "Old watch, let's save you." While speaking, Heisenberg took a deep breath, and then he flew frantically around the avalanche line. While flying, he compacted the avalanche with freezing air, and in just 3 seconds, the surging avalanche returned to honest ice. But the only bad point is, there is a 130-meter-long ice ring on Mount Everest. It's like bringing a ring to this mountain. It won't be so easy to climb this mountain in the future. FK, God, what a god. How the hell is a fairy like a foreigner? Pull it down, haven't you seen Superman comics? How come I look a bit like Superman? Your Superman wears pajamas. The mountaineers who had escaped from the dead started discussing with excitement, but when they were discussing, Heisenberg had already returned to Ancient One. Looking at the return of Heisenberg, Ancient One nodded thoughtfully, then patted it casually, and the circular space door suddenly appeared. "Come with me, to Kamartaj, we have a lot of time." "Okay." Heisenberg immediately followed suit, and went to the opposite of the space gate with Ancient One. Ancient One does not shy away from his disciples, because he and Heisenberg just appeared in the courtyard of Kamartaj. More than 80 trainee magicians are working hard in the courtyard. Why do they practice fist? There are those who practice stick skills, those who practice swordsmanship, and those who practice footwork by jumping up and down, left and right. Is this really Kamartaj, not a circus or martial arts school? As if seeing Heisenberg's doubts, Ancient One pursed his lips and waved his hands to the disciples. "I have come to see His Excellency Heisenberg. His strength is not weaker than mine, and his attitude towards the earth is slightly different from mine, but our goals are roughly the same." After the words fell, countless disciples immediately looked at Heisenberg. Their eyes are full of surprises, and those surprises are not the same. Some are admiration surprises, some are longing surprises, some are fearful surprises, and some are dissatisfied surprises. Definitely, there is another ugly surprise in the universe, so let's not talk about it. Heisenberg smiled at the magicians, while also quietly spreading his biological position. As we all know, the biological position can change the 4 fundamental forces within a certain range near Heisenberg. Then, after Heisenberg's active control, the balance originally possessed by the position suddenly became the suppression of creatures. 10. A little dust suddenly rose up in the courtyard of Kamartaj, and the magicians all felt all over. 3 magicians fainted immediately. As for the rest, many of them sat on the ground in embarrassment. This is because Heisenberg changed the weak mutual force and gravity in his position, and the magicians became uncomfortable in a short period of time. At the same time, Ancient One beside Heisenberg gently folded his hands together. In just an instant, Heisenberg's biological stance disappeared. It turned out that her fusion had already pulled everyone present into the mirror space. But Heisenberg felt it, as long as he concentrates, he can still use the biological position in the mirror space. Although the mirror space has changed time and space and the laws of physics to a certain extent. But as long as the four fundamental forces exist, the biological position will not disappear. However, due to changes in the physical law, Heisenberg needs to regain the balance between positions. While Heisenberg felt his position, Ancient One was lecturing his disciples. This world is big, magicians, and I am not invulnerable. Therefore, you still need to work hard and be prepared for all emergencies. Your Excellency, talk to me in my study, they still need more practice, we don't need to take up their time and space. Okay, listen to you, do you want to be the host? Well, you seem to be proficient in Huxia, and the idioms are very appropriate. Haha, I am proficient in the lingua franca of all intelligent creatures in the universe, and Huxia is the more connotative one. Is there any more connotation than Baikiro's language? That's incomparable, their language, every scale is the most beautiful ballad in the universe, it's incomparable. Haha, you are more funny than I thought. You are also more than I thought, how to describe it, Kinder? Perhaps, after all, you are not the enemy I have to deal with. While talking, the two came to Ancient One's study. Heisenberg didn't have much interest in the magic books piled around, and he didn't care if he had magical abilities. Especially the magical ability in the Marvel Universe. Never mind that Superman has a form called Magic Superman. But the Magic Superman is not at all Superman who has learned magic, but Superman and a kind of demon named Yteligan become one. The devil allowed him to control magic, not himself, and there was a big gap between them. What's more, even if Superman has the ability, it is absolutely impossible for him to learn the magic in the Marvel Universe. Just because the magic in Marvel is simply magic. The power of this kind of magic comes from the ancient gods wandering in the universe. As long as you release magic, you will pay the price for this magic. Chapter 26 I Am Cracked. Heisenberg clearly remembered that in Doctor Strange's comic. How to describe it? Doctor Strange used magic so many times that he would grow tentacles at every turn. Almost 90% of his stomach and intestines have disappeared, and his viscera are also missing to varying degrees, and he is also constantly affected and eroded by hallucinations, or by forces from other latitudes. Especially the long tentacles. Heisenberg had to associate the magic in Marvel with the myth of Cthulhu. And that kind of myth. No matter whether he is a Kryptonian or not, how strong he is. Anyway, if you can stay far away, it's no harm. While talking, Ancient One reached out and invited Heisenberg to sit down. There were only 2 stools in the room, and there was no difference between the 2 stools, so he picked one casually and sat down. Ancient One first went to a tea cabinet not far away to get a little tea, then went to the fireplace, took a lighter to light the fireplace, and put the kettle on it. After the series of procedures sit down, Heisenberg's flowers are grateful. If it were replaced by Doctor Strange, he would definitely solve such ordinary trivial matters instantly with magic. And this is exactly the difference between Ancient One and Strange. One who treats magic carefully, does not abuse magic, and is at ease. The other is like a dog chasing after him. Using time gems cheating mode to learn crazy and master all magic. The things that can be solved by magic in life are definitely not solved by mortals. I remember that in the movie, Ancient One once said a sentence, she said that Strange is the best one in the Supreme Magician. This is not to say that Strange is better than Ancient One, it is as if both are academicians of the Huxia Academy of Sciences. Fishing and walking the birds for a whole day, to enjoy the whole year. Crazy experimentation all day, bravely climbing the peak. Their achievements are similar, even the former's ability and contribution are much greater than the latter. but there is no doubt that the latter's professional attitude determines his degree of dedication to be better than the former. But Strange's excellence in magic has consequences. For example, as the supreme magician, they all have their own team of ascetics. These ascetic monks take pride in torturing themselves. They connect their souls with the supreme magician, and bear all or most of the magic price for the supreme magician. In the era of Ancient One, most of her ascetics were able to die well. Even with all the scars, he can still laugh and die on the bed. But it's the age of Strange Supreme Magician. Excuse me. In the era of Avengers Alliance, the large group of ascetics had already been wiped out by Strange. Because of this, the later Strand Wizards had to bear the price of magic. What are you thinking? Seeing Heisenberg's thinking, Ancient One brought tea to Heisenberg and delivered it to him. After a sip of hot tea, Heisenberg pursed his mouth with great satisfaction. I'm thinking, what do you think of my arrival, Ancient One Magician? View, you don't need my view. You are a qualified human Asgardian. Although your attitude towards humans is a bit fierce and cruel, you can lead them as far as possible. I have seen that day with my own eyes. While talking, Ancient One took a sip of tea himself. The warm tea breath spit out from the two people, and the whole room was suddenly filled with the fragrance of tea. Heisenberg nodded thoughtfully while drinking tea. So, you really understand what's going on with me? Definitely, Emperor Weishin is always observing the balance of the universe. Guests from the origin have come, and Emperor Weishin has already notified me. Emperor Weishin, the white magic ancestor of the Trinity? Is he looking at me? I thought it was you who was observing everything. Me. Ancient One smiled and shook his head. I am not an observer of the universe. I only need to deal with the troubles from the dark dimension and hell every day. Even if that's all, I'm already tired of life today. Having said this, Ancient One stretched out his right hand and pressed her slightly old but still white palm to Heisenberg's face. I really want you to be my disciple, so that I don't need that stubbornness, a lot of things, disrespect for magic, playing with time, arrogance, pride, carelessness, extra stubborn and stubborn guys. Take over the seat of the Supreme Magician. Ha 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 ha. Heisenberg was immediately amused by the bald old lady. God knows if Strange hears this evaluation, the blue veins on his forehead will explode. But after laughing, Heisenberg suddenly thought of something. So he asked softly. You have seen many futures, right? Indeed, in every 3,000 futures, I will always be your mentor 70 times, and I will always be your lover twice. You have told me everything about you. Puff. Heisenberg really squirted out the tea in his mouth. Then what the hell is your lover, you all? Before she finished speaking, Ancient One Magician smiled, and saw a green light flashing slowly across her neck, and the trace of time disappeared from her body. She unexpectedly recovered to the way the cardamom was first opened. Even her original bald head has regrown blue silk. And such Ancient One. It's full of fairy flavor, or the flavor of the goddess of literature and art. It's a pity that in just a moment, Ancient One recovered to look like an old lady, but she couldn't disappear from Heisenberg's mind for a moment. And this result? Heisenberg suddenly felt sick, and he didn't want to have any contact with Camartage anymore. He wants to go home, don't stop him. But before he stood up, he heard Ancient One continue to speak. Just laughed. I don't regard youth as beauty, and now we will never have any contact. I just want to prove to you that I know you better than you think, so there is no need to worry about my hindrance to your plan. I am protecting the earth under my feet, not the human beings above it. I am guarding all creatures, and human beings are no more precious than carp in my heart. If you let humans go out, that's good, they go to the universe, but the earth is clean. I am not your enemy, Heisenberg, do what you want. Okay, let's not say much, someone asked me to drink and left. Heisenberg nodded hurriedly, then disappeared in front of Ancient One with a swish. In the courtyard of Camartage, the magicians all saw Heisenberg's departure. The figure full of power and speed has brought them extremely shocked. And the Heisenberg that shocked them. He was lying back on the couch on the top of his building, rolling his eyes disgustingly. Ancient One is definitely not in the mood to lie to herself, then in some future she sees, she must have truly become a relationship with her. The youngest of Ancient One? Definitely old, still bald. But if you think about it carefully, is Ancient One beautiful? Seeing the actor who played her, you know that she is also a very temperamental goddess. This person has the gem of time, and it is impossible for him to be so old that he can't hide the gem of time. She deliberately created an old-fashioned look to show the disciples. If Ancient One doesn't say this. Heisenberg thought about what he would do. Compared with the Earth Asgardian Ancient One, Strange is more like the American Asgardian, or Avengers Alliance Asgardian. Such a supreme magician, born on the opposite side of Heisenberg. Therefore, Heisenberg will most likely save Ancient One and make Strange lose his job. Besides, Ancient One is completely seeking death on her own. As long as she persuades her, she can live for several thousand years. So in some future that Ancient One is talking about, in that process, something indescribable happened to him. Damn it! Heisenberg could not help cursing. He scolded himself. Because when he guessed like this, he actually felt that Ancient One was a little fragrant. He really is ABCH. At the same time, the plans of the Avengers are proceeding in an orderly manner. Jane Foster has been pulled into the coffee shop by Natasha Romanoff to communicate. I don't know what they will talk about. As for the Purple Man. Under the three-sided siege of S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, and the nuclear bomb gang. In just one day, the traces of the Purple Man were already under control. However, only Aegis and Hydra are masters. Erica, as the representative of the nuclear bomb gang, has not been able to get news from the agents. At around 9:20 that night, Captain America and Barton, the Tri-Wing building in New York, took Phil Coulson, Crossbones, John Gatteler, Iron Horse Melinda, and Action Spirit England Ward. A group of people quietly walked through the streets and came to the Hell's Kitchen. That's right, the Purple Man is actually in the Hell's Kitchen. It turned out that Jessica didn't know, she thought she had escaped from the Purple Man's claws. But in fact, even her escape was arranged by the Purple Man. And Ziran, he has been observing his little pet. This observation brought great excitement and satisfaction to the Purple Man, and this satisfaction finally disappeared after Heisenberg's appearance. For some reason, the Purple Man is happy to see Jessica drinking alcohol because of psychological trauma, and even more happy to see the alcoholic Jessica being picked up by various scumbags. It's a pity that Jessica is too strong. Almost all the scumbags who picked up the corpse were blown by the woman's 2 punches. This makes Ziran regret all the time. But when Jessica was completely possessed by the extremely powerful Heisenberg, he found that he could still feel the taste of jealousy. Heisenberg intends to use Purple Man to complete the plan for Hydra, right? It's a coincidence. The Purple Man also wanted to find an opportunity to use his ability to completely control and play Heisenberg. So that when S.H.I.E.L.D discovered the location of the Purple Man, he was actually in an apartment less than 800 meters away from Heisenberg. Because of this, Captain America also specifically instructed the S.H.I.E.L.D agent, so that each of them is not allowed to say Heisenberg's name, so as not to lead Heisenberg out. As time passed, more and more cars approached the apartment building where the Purple Man was. In the neighborhood, homeless people were driven out first, and then residents were driven into houses. When the arrest operation was about to begin, the silence finally made Ziran alert. Heisenberg Building, Nightclub Center. Heisenberg and Jessica, you come and go, frantically destroying hundreds of wines on the table. Around them, countless drinkers were booing in excitement, and they hadn't seen this kind of dizzy fight for too long. Heisenberg finally stepped Jessica far and wide with a gap of 32 bottles. While instructing the younger brother to send Jessica back to her room to rest, Heisenberg returned to the sofa. At this moment, Erica approached quietly. Boss, S.H.I.E.L.D. during the day did not share much news with us, but our human investigation found that there are many suspected Secret Service vehicles gradually concentrated downstairs in an apartment not far away. Huh, that should be the location of the Purple Man. I didn't expect to be so close to me. Heisenberg nodded and said he knew it. Erica continued to ask. Do I need to bring people to intervene or participate? They won't get the Purple Man first, right? Go, but don't rush ahead. The Purple Man is not a toy, and they won't let them catch it. Chapter 27 I Am Hydra. Room 402, Building 6, Ashwood Avenue. Ren sat on the sofa and frowned. In front of him, two smaller screens were placed next to the huge TV, which was supposed to be the monitoring of 7 important intersections in the surrounding area. But now, the picture is completely black. So Ren took a bottle of wine in the refrigerator, poured it into his mouth and was shocked. So, who is staring at me? He thought for a while, and felt that it might be Heisenberg. After all, this BD actually played with his little cutie. That was Jessica, the best dinner the Purple Man left for him. He should have continued to make this girl fall apart until she could no longer bear her original existence. This process may last for 2, 3, or even 5 years. But Ren is willing to wait, because once this dish is truly mature, her taste will be astonishing. But now it's all gone. The food is all the FG for others to eat, Gan. Lao Zi ignited directly then Bo, and the anger seemed to form substance on his head. I saw him look out the window with deep eyes. Don't you people who don't know who it is that are malicious to me? Just use you to pour out my anger for a while. Boom. The door was kicked open, and Captain America rushed into the room holding the shield first. He was about to rush towards the Purple Man who was facing the door, but just after 2 steps, he stood still strangely. And Barton who followed him instantly felt weird, and saw Barton lift up his bow and arrow without hesitation, and shoot an arrow at the Purple Man's right leg. The moment the sharp arrow was shot, Captain America suddenly turned around and raised the shield, and the arrow was easily blocked by Captain America. And Barton, he also lost the strength to shoot a second shot. Behind Barton, Grant Ward and his Secret Service members swarmed up, but when they saw the specific situation indoors, they were instantly stunned. Grant Ward was very alert. He rolled directly and rolled out of the room. But his subordinates are already controlled by the purple people now. Ward didn't dare to continue the attack, so he yelled at the headset. The situation is not right. The captain seems to be under control, and so is Barton. What? Downstairs, John Gatteler, who was the deputy commander of operations, was puzzled. Wasn't the operation just beginning? Is the control ability of this Purple Man so terrible? In just an instant, even the captain could not resist. Break the wall to provide vision for the sniper. Pay attention to your own safety. Yes. Grant immediately took the command. Not far from him, the Melinda May agent picked up the wall breaker and started to work. In just 10 seconds, the miniature wall-breaking bombs had already spread all over the wall. At the same time, inside the room, Ren gloomily looked at the crowd and asked softly, "Tell me who you are, what department you are from, and under whose order you attacked me." When the voice fell, Captain America suddenly got stuck. He didn't say what the Purple Man wanted him to say, but instead relied on his own Superman's countless Marvel First willpower to constantly attack the Purple Man's control. But when he struggled to resist, the scattered agents spoke. The Hydra's secret agent Henry Ford, ordered by John Gartler, arrested the Purple Man in response to Superman Heisenberg. Hydra Secret Agent Teddy Garnett, subject to Hydra Secret Agent. Hydra Secret Agent. Hydra. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Clint Francis Barton, commissioned by Heisenberg, commissioned by director Nick Fury, came to arrest the Purple Man. After everyone said their self-introduction expressionlessly. Behind their expressionless faces, their heads were filled with horror like a volcanic eruption. Hydra. John Garrett. Seeing that the struggling Captain America stared, the blood vessels on his forehead exploded in an instant. How the hell there are so many Hydra agents? Captain America blurted out. The intense stimulation Hydra brought him directly made him walk out of the Purple Man's control. Seeing that he was out of control, Captain America did not deal with Hydra in the first place, but turned around and threw shield towards the Purple Man. The Purple Man, who was startled by Captain America's break free, quickly rolled out of the stool, avoiding the shield dangerously. Even if he lay on the ground embarrassedly, the Purple Man did not forget to give new instructions. "Protect me from New York." The voice fell, and the lonely Barton and a group of Hydra agents directly launched a crazy attack on Captain America. Two fists are hard to beat four hands, and there is a Hawkeye in four hands. Don't look at Captain America, Marvel is 50-50, but don't forget that Hawkeye is also famous in Marvel and anyone can come. Which famous villain hasn't been photographed by Hawkeye with an arrow? So can Hawkeye be a normal person? All of a sudden, the agents in the room huddled together, Captain America clumsy left and right, constantly resisting attacks from all directions. And the Purple Man. He avoided the chaotic crowd, picked up the Captain America shield and put it on his arm. Carrying the shield, he glanced out of the door, and the group of people outside must be tampering with the walls of his room. I must jump off the building. Only on the 4th floor, he still has a little confidence. After all, he is also a mutant. Even if the brain is mutated, his body has been strengthened to a certain extent. What's more, he still has a shield that can block bullets for him. So he hurried to the window. Before opening the window, the Purple Man was completely blinded. It turned out that he heard extremely fierce gunfire coming from downstairs. Half a minute ago. Who are you? Hydra. Hydra. After the agents in the room answered in this way, all the people who were preparing to attack outdoors were all dumbfounded. I saw this group of agents who should have worked together. Look at me, and I look at you. Immediately afterwards, all agents including Phil Coulson and others cast their sights on John Gartler. The atmosphere completely stagnated. At the moment, more than a dozen various modified off-road vehicles suddenly drove around. Erica got out of the car and walked all the way towards John's position. She knew that the handsome guy was the commander-in-chief of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Definitely, she didn't know that it was Captain America. But the handsome guy was not downstairs, so besides the commander-in-chief, she also knew that John Gartler was the deputy commander. So she definitely walked towards Gartler. But when Phil Coulson saw that Gartler was getting more help, he immediately raised his pistol toward Gartler, just like a nervous reflex. This can be regarded as stabbing the hornet's nest, and in a moment, more than 70% of the agents all aimed at Phil Coulson. The remaining 20% of the agents finally raised their guns with hindsight. But how are they guarded? Guard for a fart. All the teams broke up, and no one knew who Hydra was before. Look around, the decent Aegis agent is almost helpless, almost everyone has at least two Hydra by their side. At the moment, Erica was also shocked by the weird situation on the scene. Fuck, is it black to eat black? So she simply raised the short fork in her hand and rushed directly in front of John Gartler, intending to hold the helpless old guy under her belt. How could Gartler make her wish? Plus the scene was almost all exposed. He simply broke the jar and shouted, "Do it, don't keep one." The sound of gunshots suddenly became louder, and more than 20 agents died in just an instant, and this number is still increasing. Even Phil Coulson, he was shot a bullet, but fortunately he was wearing a body armor, which made him barely dodge and escape to the back of his car. Erica's reaction was also quick, and she yelled at her own person. "Protect Crossbones, those are ours." What? Crossbones, you? The last sentence was called by John Gatteler. He did not expect that Crossbones, who was almost equal to him in Hydra, was actually a FG traitor. And Crossbones. The old man is really dumbfounded now. Why did he betrayed? When did he become Erica's person? Why didn't he know? So why don't you know when you betrayed? I betrayed? But he couldn't even explain it, and the gangsters carrying various rifles and howitzers did not give him a chance to explain at all. In just 7 or 8 seconds, he was guarded by countless gang members. And Erica quickly rushed into her own team after failing to attack Gatteler. She hid in the crowd, took over the weapon handed over by her hand, and then leaned against Crossbones in a familiar way. "Hey, I'm Erica who just ganged up with the boss of Heisenberg, you must have heard of me." ITM. Listening to Erica's self-introduction, Crossbones was stunned, almost becoming a stunned fruit under the stunned tree. Seeing that Crossbones was so nervous, Erica nodded in understanding, and at the same time slammed his rifle into his forearm as a gesture of friendship. "Don't be nervous, we will protect you, the boss appreciates your brain, he seems to want you to manage all of his people. After today's hurdle, maybe I will call you Big Brother, come on." After that, she didn't care if Crossbones didn't answer, she rushed out of the crowd and started a bloodbath on the Aegis and Hydra agents. Suddenly, the scene was so chaotic that no one paid any attention to the purple man who was originally the target. The purple man just walked out of the crowd and swaggered into his Chevrolet. Ignite, fuel, the car moves slowly, but the purple man in the car only feels confused. Why is the person who caught him fighting? Because of Hydra? And many more. Hydra? Didn't that thing disappear after World War II? How? He was stunned. Not because he was shocked that he discovered Hydra. But, his car at the moment is flying in the sky. His old car that didn't have flight function installed at all, and didn't use flight magic, at the moment, it has drifted into the clouds. But he is not to panic, he is also a person who has seen the world. So he quickly opened his car window, and then glanced down the car. Really? He could see 2 hairy legs half hidden by pajamas. Heisenberg! He roared, and at the same time he tried his best to activate his control ability. His taste, eyes, voice, everything has opened up the maximum control function. But unfortunately, Heisenberg was not controlled by him at all. The wind in the ear was loud, and the purple man vaguely heard Heisenberg calling. As he listened hard, Heisenberg's voice seemed a little clearer. So he heard Heisenberg talking to the person on the other side of the phone. "Jessica, it's me, your boss. I now give you a task to wait for me on the top of my building. I will throw a car at you from the sky, and you have to do your best to destroy the car, and at the same time not allow the car to damage any floor of my roof. If you succeed, how about I give you the dying purple man?" Chapter 28, Real Scum. Hearing Heisenberg's words, the purple man in the car was shocked to death. Is this for Jessica to kill herself? I fell from the sky. Jessica did it herself. It feels good to die in her hands. In an instant, Zyron felt that he was schizophrenic again. Heisenberg, I have no grievances with you, why are you? Boom. Tear. Heisenberg directly stretched out his hand, tore off the door on the side of the purple man and threw it out. Heisenberg smiled slightly as he watched the purple man clinging to the steering wheel because he nearly fell. If you don't wear a seat belt while driving, you will be confused when you encounter this situation. I don't wear a seat belt. I don't want to die if I meet you. I want to know why you killed me the first time we met. I can do many things for you, many, trust me. The speed of the purple man's speech is surprisingly fast, which is probably the motivation that death brought him. But after he finished speaking, Heisenberg just laughed coldly. The purple man looked at Heisenberg's smile nervously. After Heisenberg laughed, he held the car with his left hand, while his right hand reached out and grabbed the purple man's neck. What can you do? Haha, what you can do is done. As soon as the voice fell, the purple man was about to continue explaining for himself, who wanted. Heisenberg's eyes flashed red. In Heisenberg's eyes, the purple man's brain structure is extremely clear, while Heisenberg used a miniature thermal sight to directly melt and evaporate the frontal lobe of the purple man's brain for thinking. When Heisenberg's eyes returned to normal, he had become a real vegetable. And he, a vegetative person, has no chance of waking up again. After getting the purple man, Heisenberg carried the car back to the roof of his own building. Because he was too fast, Jessica had not had time to appear on the roof. After waiting for more than a minute, Heisenberg finally saw Jessica with an anxious face. So, he directly threw the car in his hand towards Jessica below. Jessica was still full of doubts at this time. She still couldn't figure out why Heisenberg would throw a car at him. Are you going to drive with yourself tonight? Or was he angry and threw a car at himself? But before her doubts dissipated, she had already seen the car falling from the sky. Damn it, so high. Jessica was taken aback. She didn't pick up the car that had fallen from this height. It's not that she doesn't have the strength, but that there is no car that can fly to that height at all. Jessica used her whole body strength, and then her legs suddenly exerted force. The whole body came up, jumping to a height of more than 20 meters. She saw her palms together, and she slapped her against the car. Boom! The chassis of the car tore in an instant, and after a while, the whole car completely turned into various fragments, scattered all over the roof of Heisenberg. And the motionless figure of the purple man also flew out as the car tore. There is someone in the car. Jessica, who landed, was terrified by the silhouettes of people in the sky. She actually killed another person. Who was that, and who did he kill? Boom! The purple man slammed into the swimming pool of Heisenberg, and the blood from his body instantly stained the pool red. Jessica hurried to the pool, jumped down, and quickly picked up the purple man's body. Xiren was thrown to the pool by her casually, and then she crawled out of the pool by herself. Jessica kept muttering as she walked towards the purple man. Sorry, I thought it was just smashing the car, but I didn't expect you to be inside. Are you an enemy of Heisenberg? With that said, she turned the face-down Xiren over, and then she was completely blindfolded. Even if she doesn't remember anyone, she can't forget the devilish BD like the purple man. Boom! With an instinctive punch, the purple man's chest was directly punched with a big hole in Jessica's chest. At the same time, a big hole appeared on the roof of Heisenberg. It's you, it's you. Just listen to Jessica's roar, followed by a frantic output of punch after punch. While she was hitting, she also uttered a terrible scream. Ah 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 ah. In such a scream, the purple man was completely dogged. In the sky, Heisenberg looked at the tragic situation of the purple man and couldn't help but curl his lips. We smashed the potatoes and we got mashed potatoes. We smashed the garlic, and what we got was minced garlic. We smashed the tomatoes and we got the ketchup. And we smashed the scum. Weird things happened, and what we got was still scum. Seeing Jessica still working hard to process the scum, Heisenberg sighed long. Just leave the time to herself. Heisenberg drifted away. Under the apartment where the purple man is, Phil Coulson is carrying no more than 10 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around him, carrying out a difficult counterattack. When the number of people is far crushed, Aegis agent is not an opponent of Hydra agent at all. Even if he has an elite like Melinda the Iron Cavalry on his side, he also has Grant Ward on his side. Had it not been for Erica and the nuclear bomb gang members to suppress John Gatteler, Phil Coulson would have died long ago. While hiding his body behind the wheel of the car, Phil Coulson looked carefully at the probe and looked at the gang group that surrounded Crossbones in the distance to attack John Gatteler. Fortunately, we still have Crossbones. He couldn't help sighing. But at the moment's Crossbones, he still couldn't get out of the dumbfounded. I saw him holding a rifle, and after every 2 shots at John's side, he retracted his body and asked Erica continuously. You are glaring at me because of Heisenberg's order. Then do you think I am fond of you? I have a boyfriend. Bang bang. Fuck, I thought you were a spy, so are you really just gangsters? Definitely, but we are no worse than your agents. We professional gangsters shoot more than 30,000 bullets every year. After Erica fired 2 shots, she sat on the ground to press the bullets for the completely empty magazine and the spare magazine. While filling, she said enviously to Crossbones. Your name is Crossbones? Or is there any other name? Brock Rumlow. Ha, hello Rumlow, I'm Erica Natchez, codenamed Phantom Killer, welcome to join. Erica pulled out her right hand and stretched it out in front of Crossbones friendly. Rumlow's eyes couldn't help but stare. Are you sure you are serious? Is this added? I haven't agreed yet, how come I am a colleague? Are you so sure that I will join you? Boom. Just as the gunshots were loud, Heisenberg fell from the sky suddenly, and he landed directly near Erica and Rumlow. At the place where he landed, countless fine cracks appeared on the ground, and even the Land Rover on which Erica was leaning bounced. In the next moment, Rumlow grabbed Erica's right hand directly. It's an honor to join you, he said with a smile on his face. S.A. Who would have thought that? Erica pulled out the short fork at her waist, and the tip of the fork pierced Crossbones' neck. Crossbones stiffened, and then responded in an instant. He held Erica's right hand and pressed it down while slamming an elbow into Erica's chest. Erica was driven to step back a bit, and at the same time she squeezed her short forked arm, which was also tightly packed by Rumlow's free left hand. You. Haha, the technology is good, I'll recognize you, let's meet the boss. Rumlow's question was interrupted by Erica, who was smiling. Turning his head to look at the approaching Heisenberg, Rumlow gritted his teeth helplessly. He let go of Erica, got up and walked towards Heisenberg, and his face was full of entanglement. Heisenberg definitely knew Crossbones exactly like the one in the movie, and when Rumlow stopped in front of him, he nodded in satisfaction with Rumlow. It looks really good, better than my killer, but I think your ability is not only in the handling of actions, can you do a good job in department dispatch? After finishing speaking, Heisenberg didn't wait for Rumlow to answer, and put his arms directly on Rumlow's shoulders. He whispered to Rumlow. Don't think about collecting information under my hands, your Hydra leader is not worthy of you betraying me. You. Rumlow was shocked. Although John Gatteler had been exposed, he and his direct person in charge had not yet been exposed. Does Heisenberg even know this? What I am, don't you think that mixing with me is the best result? The news of Hydra has spread to the entire SHIELD. Almost all departments under the Aegis, at the moment have become a mess. Your immediate boss, Alexander Pears, although he has not been exposed for the time being, it is obvious that he will walk from behind the scenes to the front in less than half an hour. Because he couldn't accept that John Gatteler's faction was completely wiped out by SHIELD. Do you think there is a chance of success if you start things in a hurry like this? While talking, Heisenberg patted him on the back. If you're smart, go to my nightclub, then go upstairs and find me with your future colleagues. Let's have a small meeting. In this way, Heisenberg released Crossbones and then walked towards Erica. Coming to Erica's side, Erica immediately got up and bowed to him respectfully. "Receive the team, this is S.H.I.E.L.D's own war. After you leave, you take Crossbones to my house. There is a meeting to be held." "Yes." Erica nodded immediately, and then she and the other members of the nuclear bomb gang disappeared. Crossbones, who was not human inside and out, finally followed Erica's footsteps after careful consideration. Heisenberg also wanted to leave, but the sharp-eyed Phil Coulson had already seen him. Seeing that he wanted to leave, Phil Coulson couldn't help it, and rushed towards Heisenberg under the bullet fire. While charging, he yelled at Heisenberg. "Heisenberg, our organization is in trouble, help us, you have this ability." Hearing what Phil Coulson said, Heisenberg turned his head to look at him with interest. At the same time he also raised his right hand. At the moment when Heisenberg raised his hand, John Gatteler, who was also paying attention here, quickly ordered, "Everyone, cease fire." Suddenly, the Hydra agent didn't dare to shoot anymore, for fear that it might bounce on that boss. Even if John Gatteler understood very well, if Heisenberg chose to help S.H.I.E.L.D, he would be destined to die without a burial place. But he still didn't dare to fire, he would rather bet on Heisenberg's choice. Just in such a weird silence. "Phil Coulson." Heisenberg spoke. "I have the ability to help you kill your enemies, and you also have the ability to wipe out most of the terrorist organizations on the planet. Tell me, why didn't you do that?" Phil Coulson was speechless. So Heisenberg continued. "Because that is not your job, and tonight is the same. This is S.H.I.E.L.D's own business, the Americans' own business, the Earth's own business, but it is not my business, so you continue." As the voice fell, Heisenberg rose to the ground and disappeared. Chapter 29 I Am Not Clean. The Tritoon Wing building, Nick Fury and Hill Agent, are watching their actions in the command center. When Captain America was easily controlled by the Purple Men, Hawkeye's arrow failed to make a contribution, so that the Captain America action group was controlled by the Purple Men except Grant Ward. Nick Fury thought that was the worst news he saw tonight. But it only took him a second to think so. Hydra. Hydra. Anyone who obeys the Purple Man's order to answer his own origin, except for a Hawkeye, everyone else is his mother's Hydra. I saw Nick smashed his desk in an instant, and at the same time he stood up. Factfic, Mom messed with Factfic. He couldn't describe the mania in his heart. He is not a fool. He just started cooperating with Nick and SHIELD. As a result, Aegis is all Hydra, then they screw. Cough. In short, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, 8 out of 10 are Hydra. For Nick Fury, this is like a bolt from the blue. He is not stupid, he knows that no one dares to make Hydra jokes in SHIELD. For those agents, there is only one possibility of being true. And then, John Gatteler led his men to attack Phil Coulson, which made the matter even more certain. Nick Fury instantly felt that he might be facing the biggest trouble since he took office. Hill quickly contacted the heads of the branches around the world, so that the branches quickly entered a wartime state, with unlimited supply of Veritaserum, and we must find out all the Hydra members who are hidden among us. What about John Gatteler's direct staff? Hurry up and kill. What about an agent who has a deep personal relationship with Gatteler? Ning to kill the wrong, don't let it go. But what if there are other high-level agents that are also Hydra? Then it can only be seen how my S.H.I.E.L.D has been corrupted. At this point in the conversation between the two, Hill hurriedly operated the computer and edited the commands that were about to be issued to each branch. At the same time, she opened a video call for Nick Fury to contact each branch. But before the call was sent, it shut down automatically inexplicably. Next, the command edited by Hill could not be sent out anyway. Seeing this, Hill stood up tenaciously, sighed a long sigh towards Nick, who was looking out the window with his back to her, and said, "They are lurking deeper than we thought. We may have taken on the most meaningless task in this life. Yes, I have seen the agent rushing towards us." Nick sighed similarly, and then took out a special pistol from his pocket. I saw Nick holding a pistol that was approximately elliptical in shape and said to Hill behind him, "It's a pity that the super screw promised by Chief Talos has not arrived from the universe. Otherwise, if he can replicate Heisenberg's even 30 to 50% of its ability, the screw empire will rise again. Don't think about that, Tia Taylor, please pray to our ancestors, thank you for being able to die together," Hill said solemnly, while also holding his weapon in his hand. But Nick Fury, who she called Tia Taylor, did not respond to her prayer, and took a long breath. "Erida, you can't die yet." "But." "No but, I am the commander of this operation, right?" "Yes." "Well, escape from the Triangle Wing, go to Heisenberg, disclose our identity to him, and use one of our spacecraft in exchange for his promise to save us." "But he doesn't need a spaceship at all. Even Surprise needs a spaceship. With a spaceship to ride, no one likes to enjoy the loneliness of flight in the universe." "Then what do? Let's break through together. Do you think they can give us a chance? I want to attract firepower for you. As long as you are fast enough, you can come back and save me before I die." Having said that, the alien Erida finally made up his mind. She quickly rushed to the left wall of the command room and pressed the secret switch. A small equipment warehouse suddenly appeared on the wall. Erida picked out the hang-gliding wing from the inside and installed it decisively on her body. At the same time, Tia Taylor with Nick's face also rushed out of the command room with a weapon. As soon as the gunfire sounded, Erida in the command room flew towards the window. She raised her gun and aimed at the window, and when she shot it down, the bright blue plasma ball directly melted the window. And Erida, she jumped down without hesitation. On the other hand, Heisenberg has returned to his roof. Seriously, he couldn't use that villa as his home. Because this so-called family has no feelings worthy of his nostalgia. Whether it is family, love, or friendship. But I have to admit that instead, he felt that this roof and that recliner made him very kind. It's been about 10 days since he came to Marvel's world. As long as he lay on the couch, his heart would calm down. Lie down as usual, Heisenberg tilted his head to look at Jessica, who had passed out. She was full of scum, scarlet meat sauce, yellow solution, it was disgusting. Ding. Heisenberg presses the service bell. "Come to people and send your security minister back to the room." After speaking, Heisenberg closed his eyes and immediately seemed to fall asleep. After the two service personnel came up, the flesh and blood on the scene made them almost vomit out. But the two of them only prepared to send Jessica, but they didn't bring the tools to wash the floor. So they had to whisper Jessica away first. While sending Jessica off, they contacted more staff. They didn't dare to leave such a pile of things on the roof of the boss. But before they had the tools ready, Erica and Crossbones had already arrived. When the two went to the top of the building, they naturally saw the scum left by the Purple Man. Even if they kill people all the year round, their faces are a bit ugly. They looked at each other, nodded heavily, and then continued to walk towards Heisenberg. When he got to Heisenberg's side, Heisenberg stood up from the lying position. "Let's talk over the wine cabinet, it's a bit disgusting here." As he said, he took the two to the eating area more than 40 meters away. Recruiting roar and the two of them sat down. Heisenberg opened the wine cabinet and turned around to ask the two of them, "What do you drink?" "Champagne." "This is Erica." "Gin." "This is Rumlow." Heisenberg laughed at Rumlow's hobby. With this kind of wine he likes, Heisenberg dared to conclude that he is a professional agent, the kind that can lead the team even if all his staff are spies. Definitely better than Nick Fury. So Heisenberg took out his favorite bourbon whiskey, took their favorite drinks, and went back to the drinking table to sit down. Erica picked up the bourbon and opened it easily with a small fork stuck in her waist. Rumlow picked up the whiskey glass and asked Erica to fill it up for him before sending it to Heisenberg. After Heisenberg waited for the two of them to prepare their drinks, he raised a toast to them. Cheers to my beautiful and capable Erica, and our new comrade in arms, Crossbones, my future best commander. Cheers. Times 2. Putting down the cup, Heisenberg first told the two of them. Although Rumlow has just joined us, there is no difference between you and Erica. With that, Heisenberg looked at Erica. Don't worry, I only took about 10 days to kill Jin and the bullseye took refuge in me only a week earlier than you. As he spoke, Erica filled his glass again. Bulai, I gave him the identity of a gang leader who is familiar with the streets and the underground network, but he can only lead the gang members under me at most. I may not have told you about my plan, so let me explain that in my plan, the gang is far from my most important part. He pointed his finger at Rumlow in thought. I will completely receive all the power of Hydra like I accept the legacy of the Golden Union, but your size is too large, and only you two are far from being achieved. Indeed, boss. Rumlow nodded in approval. Heisenberg also nodded. Yes, so I need to use your knowledge of Hydra to select for me all the outstanding talents in Hydra who can adapt to management work, explore them, rely on them, and use them. Can you do it? Listening to Heisenberg's question, looking at Heisenberg's deep eyes. Rumlow is suddenly drunk. It is never wine that can drunk a man, but the friend on the wine table, the woman across from the stake, and the flourishing ambition. Rumlow believes that Heisenberg can do everything he says. After all, even if anyone has the power of Heisenberg, he can do it all. So, can you really be the snakehead of the entire Hydra? He nodded fiercely. Can. As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed fiercely, letting sporadic drinks spilled on his shirt. Seeing this, Heisenberg nodded in satisfaction. Very good, immediately list the ones you are familiar with, those you have heard of, and everyone you can think of, and try to bring them all into my hands. Yes. Rumlow replied. Heisenberg continued to look at Erica. Go to the bullseye for gold and stay in the contact information of all the forces around the world, operate them, save everyone marked by Rumlow, and do your best. Yes. Erica nodded respectfully. At this point, Heisenberg knocked on the table lightly. That's it, I now have more than 30,000 people in New York, and leave it to you, and give me an answer that satisfies me. Boom. The words were not finished yet. Under Heisenberg's favorite lounge chair, he was completely blasted by something unknown. And then, a slender figure jumped up along the blasted hole. The poor recliner died instantly, and Heisenberg's chest swelled immediately. Hill, what the FK have you done? He saw that it was Hill at a glance, but Hill should be dealing with SHIELD. How could she appear here? I saw Hill rushing towards Heisenberg. While sprinting, she was constantly explaining. Kryptonian Heisenberg, I am a refugee from the Screw-It Empire. I will ask you to protect me and another member of my clan at the expense of a spaceship. As she spoke, the whole person quickly turned green, and in just a moment, the glamorous Hill agent turned into a wrinkled green-skinned ugly ghost. And Heisenberg. Degree. Degree. Puff. He directly sprayed out all the wine he had just drunk. I was replaced by the Skrulls so early? I wanted to soak her in the first place. Seeing Heisenberg is like a candle in the wind, leaning on the back of the chair, crying without tears. I want to run such a thing, I am not clean. Chapter 30. He is here. Beside Heisenberg, Rumlow and Erica were also shocked by the alien Erida. But after being shocked, they quickly calmed down. After all, An alien like Heisenberg is in front of him. What is this ugly and weak alien in front of you? So they looked at Heisenberg one after another, waiting for Heisenberg's decision. So they saw Heisenberg at the moment. The Heisenberg lying on the chair like a salted fish. Rumlow was taken aback. How did the boss he just recognized become this Yazzie? Are Kryptonians not only afraid of kryptonite, but also of green? If Heisenberg could hear Rumlow's voice, he would definitely nod his head in agreement. These days, regardless of gender, who is not afraid of a green light on their heads? Boss. Rumlow whispered to Heisenberg roar, and Heisenberg finally recovered from the confusion. He looked helplessly at the alien in front of him and asked. Look at you like this, screw. How long have you been on Earth? I just came to Earth for 2 days, and Nick Fury felt that you were a threat, so he reached an interim agreement with Talos, the interim leader of our Skrull refugees. Oh. Heisenberg nodded and continued to ask. Since he has an agreement with you, why do you still seek my asylum? I have to admit, my lord, we are allied with Nick Fury, who is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, but S.H.I.E.L.D is gone. While talking, Erida continued to describe the situation of S.H.I.E.L.D at the moment to everyone. After some recounting, Heisenberg nodded clearly. He looked at Rumlow and asked softly. Have you heard? The situation is almost as I expected, and the war between Aegis and Hydra has completely begun. Yes, boss, this war may last for a few days. I think I should leave as soon as possible to complete our plan. After speaking, Rumlow decisively left with Erica. After they left, Heisenberg looked at Eridar. It's not impossible to establish diplomatic relations with you Skrulls, but I have to say first, I will never intervene in the war between Aegis and Hydra. At this point, Erida knelt down helplessly. She just knelt in front of Heisenberg on one knee and said nothing. Looking at Erida, Heisenberg thought for a while. I really don't know enough about the universe in the Marvel world, and the Skrulls can indeed help themselves in the 2nd and 5th generations. The reason why he refused to take action was because he just told Phil Coulson not to help SHIELD. He would never break his promise. Therefore, he has to send a subordinate with enough power to participate. Erida. Just listen to what Heisenberg said suddenly. I can save your people, but I need real news of Nick Fury's death. Can you do it? As soon as the voice fell, Erida understood the meaning of Heisenberg's words instantly. So she nodded quickly, and at the same time she was busy affirming. No problem, Nick Fury will die under the public, and we will survive too. Okay, but this is just the beginning. I need Nick Fury to appear in front of me, the real Nick Fury, understand? Yes, without the power of S.H.I.E.L.D, even if Nick Fury has some secret bases, it is not enough to cooperate with the Skrull Empire. We will send him to you. Very good. Heisenberg was immediately satisfied. Since the aliens listened like this, Heisenberg would naturally not be stingy. You Skrull refugees, where are you staying now? We temporarily established a small base on the moon. Hee, that deserted moon, forget it. Go back and tell Talos, as long as you work for me as agreed, I will give you a good enough ecological planet. You can choose the planet yourself, even if you choose Thanos territory, I will help you fight it down and provide you with shelter at the same time. This. Erida was immediately ecstatic, but before she could laugh, she found Heisenberg standing up from the stool. At the moment Heisenberg has formed a colorless field around his biological position. Erida, who was wrapped in a stand, suddenly fell to the ground as if struck by a sky thunder. She barely adjusted her posture so that she could continue to see Heisenberg. I saw the Heisenberg who looked like Mephisto in her eyes faintly opening. The power that Thanos has, I also have it. I also possess the qualities that Thanos possesses. But we are always a little different, I will not treat betrayers like him. Having said that, Heisenberg sneered. Humph, killing half of the lives of a race randomly, this behavior can be saved in only a few generations. Compared to his meaningless order, I prefer to go to waste. Leave everything that I am satisfied with, and remove everything that makes me dissatisfied. When those races ceased to exist completely, the universe naturally had more population space. Do you feel right? Yes. Erida nodded tremblingly, then she got up under the pressure of huge amounts of pressure, and surrendered to Heisenberg. Heisenberg put away his biological position and waved briefly to Erida. Go to the nightclub downstairs, find a woman named Jessica, tell her it's my order, and let her take you to escort your people back. Yes. Erida finally recovered a little bit of joy, but even so, she didn't dare to face Heisenberg again. She got up in embarrassment, rushed directly to the hole she shot out with the gun and jumped back to the nightclub. At this point, Heisenberg tonight has finally been free, and after a couple of drinks, he wants to go back to the recliner and take a good rest. But at this time, he finally thought that his favorite recliner was gone. He sighed depressed, and finally lay on the other recliner. What to do if the favorite is gone? Cultivate a new favorite. Professional trotter. Not long after he lay down, his men rushed up to clean up, first to remove the plasma, and then to rest the zenith. While watching their work, Heisenberg kept thinking. Today's Hydra group is much more decisive than in the movies. What does Alexander Pierce think? As the last director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he is now the head of Hydra Americas chapter. Alexander Pierce also paid special attention to the Purple Man. The appearance of Heisenberg not only sounded the alarm for S.H.I.E.L.D., but also made Hydra very jealous. So, when Pierce heard the agents in the video say they were Hydra, Pierce's mentality is no better than Nick Fury. Immediately afterwards, John Gartler's declaration of war almost blocked him in the last corner. What is he going to do? How should he choose? Was it right away and attacked S.H.I.E.L.D. across the board? Or do you stand on the side of S.H.I.E.L.D. again, suppress John Gartler first, and then wait for the opportunity? No, that's not a choice, it's a result. He has long been unable to wait for an opportunity to move. As one of his most important subordinates, John Gartler has worked with him for more than 30 years. When Pierce was still the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had already brought John Gartler into his hands and put most of his elite mobile power into the hands of the opponent. He cannot retreat, because if he loses all of Gartler's power, he will no longer be able to launch a full counter-attack against S.H.I.E.L.D. So time is not waiting, he must do it. Dr. Zola. He immediately contacted Zola, who had turned into an intelligent life. Block all S.H.I.E.L.D. networks, cancel all privilege levels of S.H.I.E.L.D., especially block all permissions related to Nick Fury, and declare all Hydra members that the war has come. The voice fell, and the phone was instantly hung up by Zola. Then, Pierce received a text message on his cell phone. There is only a short line of letters on it. Hydra hail. After turning off the SMS, Pierce made a second call. Sitwell. He said to the phone. Release that beast, in any way, we need chaos more than S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, but except for Beast, what about Tony Stark? He's already in the war, he's in Hell's Kitchen. Kill them, including Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and everyone who obeyed Nick Fury's orders. Snapped. He directly threw the phone in his hand completely. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Sitwell jumped up from his seat nervously. Like him, there are more than 300 people in the office. These people swiftly received the text messages that the war started, and they executed it as soon as possible. Hydra hail! I don't know who shouted first, and then the whole room spread to the corridor, to the upper and lower floors, and then to all the tri-wing buildings. Hydra hail's voice is deafening. Why Heisenberg likes an organization like Hydra to be its subordinates. Because of this sense of unity and fanaticism. Stimulate. The gunfire became more intense and continuous, and immediately countless Aegis agents died confusedly in the Sanqui building. As for the little bald Sitwell, he took 2 action teams and rushed towards the place where the monster rested. In less than 5 minutes, they had arrived at their destination. Facing the seemingly ordinary door in front of them, Sitwell was nervous and sweating. Open the door later, directly use shock bombs to feint, and then lead him to the command center and onto the streets. Afterwards, the rest of your staff will mobilize all the flight power we can to carry out a raid on the White House. The chiefs need this country to be completely chaotic, so what could be more chaotic than the complete disappearance of the superstructure of the administrative organization? After speaking, he waved his hand, and the action team immediately began to work. In the room, Bruce Banner is still reading. He has no pastime, and reading quietly is already his greatest pursuit. And his room is like a cage, invisible to the outside world, let alone any sound coming from the door. But he was not afraid of suffering from mental illness, because this room is extra spacious, and the ceiling of the room reflects the starry sky, and the window adjusts the various beautiful scenery of spring, summer, autumn, and winter with Banner's heartbeat. But the next second, the beauty disappeared. He looked around in confusion, thinking that the projection equipment in his room was broken. But the next second, he heard the door opening. The moment the door opened, Banner had heard countless gunshots, which made his heartbeat instantly accelerate. Then, more than a dozen grenade-like objects fell beside him. Suddenly, the giant is out. Chapter 31. You are not qualified to represent the Earth. With Hulk's roar, the narrow door tore instantly. The metal walls and doors that are more than half a meter thick, just the sound they make when they are torn apart, have made Hydra agents extremely uncomfortable. Sitwell covered his ears with difficulty, and before the Hulk could rush out completely, he hurriedly found a safe place to hide. As for the other Hydra agents, they lined up one after another and began to lure Hulk. Hulk finally squeezed his huge body out of the room, and then a blast bomb hit him in the head. S.H.I.E.L.D. has conducted countless simulated attacks on Hulk, and they know what kind of weapon can affect Hulk. Hulk is almost immune to most damage, but he is still responsive to sounds. Physical attacks, elemental attacks, and the effects are extremely poor. But as long as you use a sonic weapon, even if you still can't kill Hulk, it will make Hulk feel angry and painful. Boom. Buzzing. The messy sound exploded in Hulk's ears, and his bloodshot eyes suddenly became even more red. Oh, Hulk very angry. Boom. Huge amounts of body directly hit the wall of the corridor, and the poor wall suddenly shattered. He didn't follow the route set by the Hydra agent at all. This is embarrassing. Looking at the Hulk who kept venting their desire for destruction along the wall, the Hydra agents thanked God and breathed a sigh of relief. They look at me, I look at you. Finally a responsible person spoke. That's it, the monster has come out anyway. Yes, there is no need for us to do anything. Every time Hulk appears, it must be destroyed for at least 10 hours. So we go and see our good colleagues for a ride. It's been too difficult for them these years. Become Aegis agents among us. Yes, haha, let's go. In this way, the Hydra in charge of Hulk were so hilarious, they survived. At the same time, in Tony Stark's laboratory, he is developing his armor, and this time he wants to make it easy to wear while ensuring the texture and combat effectiveness of the armor. The discovery of new elements gave him a lot of energy, so he can add weight to the armor to a certain extent, and this also gave him a lot of inspiration. Before he wanted to, his armor should at least automatically fly to him from a distance for automatic wear. Perhaps the problem of automatic combat will take some time to overcome, but automatic flight. After thinking about it, he shook his head. After all, automatic flight is a bit difficult. I need a little thought. If I don't require the flight posture of the armor, can I make the armor into the shape of a missile? Thinking of this, he was overjoyed and seemed to have found inspiration. So he roared out of the console and quickly rewritten the parameters of the new armor. At the beginning of work, Tony only felt infinitely inspired, as if every time he flicked his finger, he could derive new ideas. How to fold the nail leaf, how to set the infrared, how to correct the autonomous flight system, how to extend the nail. Thoughts stretch like a comet in the sky, and Tony at this time is simply cooler than Gao Chao. But he just got cool for less than 3 minutes. The comet instantly turned into a shooting star, and it passed by in the blink of an eye. Believe me, he is definitely not too fast, but he is really disturbed. He actually heard the sound of a bomb exploding. Boom. Boom. Ping pong. Although the sound was slight, it was very unique. Tony immediately called Roar to J.A.R.V.I.S and asked him to show the location of the bomb. In just a moment, Tony rushed into the armor before he could wipe his greasy hands. In an instant, Iron Man came. The red gold armor flew across the sky, and Tony clearly saw the flames of the Tri-Wing building. What the hell is going on here? He simply couldn't understand that Tri-Wing was one of the most important bases of SHIELD. Could it be that it was invaded like this? Captain America, aren't they going to attack the Purple Man tonight? So what? Is the Purple Man so awesome? Not only did not lose, also counterattack S.H.I.E.L.D? As Tony guessed, he flew towards the Triangle Wing building. During the flight, he ordered J.A.R.V.I.S to crack the internal communication of SHIELD. After a while, Tony finally heard the captain's voice. I have to admit that even if he is not forgiving, he actually respects Captain Rogers the most. This is known since he first connected to Rogers' headset. Through the headset, Tony heard messy but continuous gunshots, the sound of punches, and the muffled noise between a group of men and a few women. It feels. Ahem, Steve, what's the matter? Why does the tricuspid wing explode? Fack. Rogers was startled by the sudden sound in his ears, and he immediately reacted. Is it Tony? Damn it, Hydra is hidden in the middle of SHIELD. We need support. Huh? Did you just say bad words? Will the captain also use bad words? This is not the time to talk about that, Tony. Captain America's tone was particularly helpless. While shouting, he used the shield to slap the Hydra agent in front of him on the ground. After continuing to make 2 punches in the face, Captain America took the time to shout to Tony. You have an advantage in the sky. How about supporting the areas where you feel most in need of support? No problem, but are you sure I don't need to support you first, Captain? I can still control the situation, but I don't know how the Sanqui building is now, maybe. Wait, I know where I need me most, damn it, Hulk shows up. Tony interrupted Captain America's words directly, and then the communication was interrupted instantly. It's not that Tony can't maintain communication during the battle, but he guessed that he would be beaten badly by the Hulk. He doesn't want others to listen to his screams. When Captain America learned of the appearance of the Hulk, the anxiety on his face was beyond description. I saw him suddenly throw out the shield in his hand. After hitting the enemy, the ordinary circular shield quickly refracted and continued to smash 3 enemies. Barton, Melinda, I'll leave it to you here, I'll hurry up and take a look downstairs. Also, to resolve the battle as soon as possible, Tri-Wing needs support. Don't worry, Captain. Barton waved his hand clearly, and at the same time used an arrow in his hand to kill a hostile agent. Seeing this, Captain America rushed to the window with no confidence. He raised the shield first, and then his whole person jumped out of the window. Boom! Landing easily, the height of 4 floors is too pediatric for him. But when he saw the tragedy outside the apartment building, he only regretted why he had to bring so many people to perform the task. If there are not hundreds of agents on the scene, they wouldn't need to play for so long. More importantly, as Xiao Menxin, who has just been involved in Aegis affairs for less than a week, he can't even tell which side is Hydra among the 2 waves downstairs. Fortunately, he soon discovered Phil Coulson, who he knew very well. So he rushed to Phil Coulson's side with the bullet. The moment Phil Coulson, who was constantly avoiding fire suppression, saw Captain America. Captain America seems to see love in Phil Coulson's eyes. I saw Phil Coulson grabbing Captain America's hand. Captain Rogers, I am sorry that S.H.I.E.L.D. has had such a big trouble. I was fighting Hydra 70 years ago. I didn't expect that I would fight Hydra 70 years later. What exactly did S.H.I.E.L.D. do in these 70 years, Nick Fury? Why is there no order given? Is he even a member of Hydra? Isn't he unclear that we must gather all the forces that do not belong to Hydra to have a chance to survive this disaster? Captain America's words are shocking, but this is also what Phil Coulson is particularly puzzled by. He wiped the sweat from the top of his head and forehead vigorously, and then he asked aloud. Yeah, the chief, what is he doing, so that we can only fight each other? On the moon, in the Screw refugee camp, Nick Fury is looking at Taros with a gloomy face. Just 5 minutes ago, he was put under house arrest in disguise by this damn old friend. At the moment, Talos was still explaining to Nick Fury. Nick, I'm sorry to have such a terrible problem in your department. Who would have thought that Hydra was hidden among you? While talking, Taros filled Nick Fury's glass. Nick took the cup and drank it dry, then said to Taros in a cold voice. That's right, the director, is indeed dereliction of duty, but I still have a chance to make up for it. S.H.I.E.L.D. also has countless agents who are loyal to their jobs. They will be my best help, as long as I convey the order to them in time. Having said that, Nick patted the table made of unknown metal fiercely. Talos, connect the satellite signal for me, you know I need that. But I really can't help it, Nick, this is the moon, no signal can radiate here, I'm sorry. So how did you receive the signals from me before, and what about the videos we are watching from the perspective of your people? That's a different way. It only applies to fixed signal receivers. You understand the meaning of fixation. Arrange it in advance. You have to be prepared. Hearing Taros shirk, Nick was furious. But he dared not shoot this BD after all, because he still needs Talos' help. He thought helplessly for a moment, stretched out his hand for a drink, and refilled it for himself and Talos. Then he raised his glass and touched one with Taros. We have been friends for more than 30 years, Talos, I cherish this friendship. I also cherish it, so I am more worried about your safety than you are. Don't worry, Nick, no one can hurt you on the moon, trust me. But you know I don't want this FG. Nick Fury finally couldn't help it. His best friend, and the only friend, betrayed him. Talos, for the sake of 30 years of knowing us, send me back to Earth. Nick Fury used his last effort to request Talos. Think of Carol, think of the orange cat that bite the UN beast, think of the days when we fight together, Talos, think about it. At this point, Talos' face couldn't help but look a little ugly. Yeah, Carol, Captain Marvel, Supreme Rising Star. That's really a big trouble. So, faced with the choice between Surprise and Superman, which one should I choose? Click. The door opened, and the thinking two suddenly looked towards the door. I saw a skull escorting the tied-up Hill agent, walking in with a gloomy face. "Boss, this human is trying to steal our spaceship." 10. Talos made a decision in an instant, and he figured it out. I saw him wave his hand to his tribe. "Split the two of them in our warehouse." After giving the order, Talos ignored Nick Fury's dark face and said one last word to Nick. "Nick, we are indeed friends, but they are my people. The people on Earth will not allow them to come back alive, and I will never allow them to die like this. So you gave up the friendship of the entire Earth for these two peoples, Talos." Nick's roar can almost shake the ceiling, but Talos' complexion remains the same. I saw him smiling as always, and said at the same time, "They are the best two of my only 133 people. What's more, you and your broken S.H.I.E.L.D. can't really represent the Earth." Chapter 32 Hulk hates little bugs. The streets of New York tonight are no longer busy as they used to be. Gunshots, explosions, gangs fighting for territory while the iron is hot, agent melee, the anxious military, and NYPD like ants on a hot pot. Countless forces have transformed the once economic center into today's Call of Duty. And on such an empty but full of crisis streets, a Grand Cherokee full of scars and bullet holes is racing hard. In the car, Jessica cursed and twisted the steering wheel. As the car turned, she finally spit out her curse. "FKS.H.I.E.L.D. FK Nick Fury, FK Twister, I really hate the city." After speaking, she drove the vehicle against the rain of bullets and broke into the vicinity of the Sonqui building. Just when it was no more than 40 meters away from the gate, 6 turrets suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Tri-Wing. Seeing those turrets with blue fire, Jessica wanted to curse something again. "You take care of your own safety when you step on the horse, we are going to abandon the car." After she finished talking to the alien Erida, she slammed her left hand toward the car door, and immediately blasted the car door out. At the same time, she grabbed Erida with her right hand and jumped out of the car with the poor alien. There is no need to roll and unload at all, Jessica's powerful body allows her to stand firmly in place easily. At the moment, the turret at the gate of S.H.I.E.L.D. had also opened fire. The Grand Cherokee exploded in an instant, and even more cannons shot at Jessica. Jessica hurriedly threw Erida into the distance, and at the same time carried down the attacking shells with her own body. Seeing her clothes become tattered under the fire, she curled her lips uncomfortably. "I really need a hood that can cover my 2 lumps of meat, and it won't be blown up." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately rushed to Erida next to her and pulled Erida's coat off and put it on her body. "I'm going on, you follow me and show me the way." While talking, Jessica fastened the zipper, then turned and sprinted, jumping to the side of a turret in 2 steps. Holding the turret fuselage with her bare hands, Jessica twisted it twice, pulled the turret off and threw it on another turret. Repeating this process several times, the turret at the door came to an end, and Jessica led Erida to kill frantically, rushing all the way to the headquarters of SHIELD. When they arrived at the entrance of the command department, there were more than 40 agents surrounding the room and continuously attacking the room. But this kind of offense just shows that the fake Nick Fury is not dead yet. This made Erida's face more joy. "Are you sure your tribe is there?" Jessica asked Erida. Erida nodded hurriedly. Her answer made Jessica pursed her lips uncomfortably. "There are too many people outside the door, it is very troublesome. Is it going to kill?" "Killing. She drove it a long time ago." 10. Take one step forward, definitely not the momentum of Heisenberg. But as a super-weakened version of Superman with a bench press force of more than 80 tons, Jessica naturally has her unique aura. In just one collision, more than 4 agents were hit by her on the corridor wall. That is to say, Jessica has never studied Hyuxia martial arts, otherwise he might still be able to leave behind the spectacle of beating people like hanging pictures. Tossing and moving, tigers into the flock, the supernatural beings are the greatest fear for mortals. More than 40 professional agents actually only injure Jessica's clothes. As usual, she unplugged a comatose agent's clothing and put it on her body, and then knocked on the sealed door that was slightly cracked in front of her eyes but was not completely damaged. After weighing it, Jessica shook her head. Her current strength is far less than that of the Hulk, and it is completely impossible to tear the S.H.I.E.L.D. special customized security door. I was called by Erida. Is there that Skrull alien in it? The voice fell, the door opened, and Nick Fury walked out of the wounded and ragged clothes. Erida. The black marinated egg didn't even look at Jessica, but directly called Eridar's name, and ran in Erida's direction at the same time. The two instantly embraced in bloody colors, and the atmosphere was not too romantic, but somehow, Jessica just felt like vomiting. After all, a black marinated egg is holding a green hairy egg and kisses me and I. Oh, sorry, I'm afraid my old lady drank too much, vomit. It may be that Jessica actually spit on the wall after drinking too much wine at night. The two skulls glanced at her, and then embraced again indifferently. Just as humans find them ugly, they also find them extremely ugly. There are no folds, and it is not green at all. How can there be beautiful mysterious wrinkles on our faces? While they embraced, Erida was also telling Nick Fury about her agreement with Heisenberg. You must die as Nick Fury last time, in public, and the real Nick Fury and Hill must be handed over to Heisenberg afterwards. After speaking, Nick Fury nodded decisively. Don't worry, I haven't revealed my identity. I'll find a better place to die in a while. By the way, Erida, who is the female human over there? Heisenberg's men are very powerful. I am afraid they are stronger than the regular form of the Super Skrull. The Earth is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Let's go, I will die soon, and then we will go home. Well, go home. The two aliens quickly unified their thoughts, and then took Jessica towards the Shield Academy. To say that at the moment S.H.I.E.L.D. has the most densely populated place, there is no other place than the SHIELD in New York. There are more than 3,000 outstanding reserve agents, and 99% of them have not had time to be corrupted by Hydra. Therefore, it has become the main attack site for Hydra agents. Simmons, where are you, Simmons? S.H.I.E.L.D. third level agent. He is actually a graduate of Aegis Major, and Leo Fitz, who has a double PhD, is constantly calling Roar the names of his friends. The war came too suddenly, and the order of the war was only given to one party. The poor people with justice in S.H.I.E.L.D. were unable to organize effective resistance at all. So in less than 10 minutes, the defensive front organized by the students spontaneously organized by Shield Academy was crippled. Hydra rushed into the academy and looted all kinds of outstanding talents. The reason why Leo Fitz can live to this day is precisely because of Hydra's respect and demand for talents. I saw Fitz searching all the way, holding up his degree certificate, constantly shuttled on the edge of various local battlefields. He didn't think about anything, he just wanted to find the person he dreamed of and make sure she was still alive in the world. But he never expected. Boom. When he rushed to lecture hall number 3, there was a sudden violent vibration from the ground. That kind of vibration was exceptionally strong, and the ground also quickly swelled up a pile of mounds over 1.3 meters high and 25 meters in diameter. Damn it, what? Fitz ran away quickly, he knew what was going to rush out of the ground. But what kind of monster would it be? What kind of monster can have such huge amounts of power? Such a terrifying shock was heard more than once from the underground of Shen Shield Academy. What is hiding in there? Even in such an emergency, Fitz couldn't help but think about it. It seemed that keeping curiosity was a common problem for these scientific researchers. Fortunately, he was still running away while he was thinking. When he escaped more than 80 meters, the ground shook again. This time, a huge green monster over 6 meters tall suddenly jumped out of the mound. His jump height almost reached 80 meters, which was the height he jumped after breaking through the ground. After just one jump, the shocked Fitz came to the conclusion that this green giant can definitely lift more than 10,000 tons of heavy objects. Even heavier. At the same time, Nick Fury rushed to the center of the college square, and saw him shooting while shouting at the student group that was still resisting. "I'm Nick Fury, everyone!" Boom. Just when both Hydra and the Aegis students were attracted by Nick Fury's name, something shocking happened to them. With that deadly gunshot, huge amounts of blood spattered out of Nick Fury's chest. In the next moment, Nick Fury had a hole in his chest, and at the same time he fell weakly to the ground. No mention of the momentary grief and anger of the Aegis students, nor the momentary excitement of the Hydra agent. Hulk, who had just jumped into the sky, just saw Nick Fury, who had fallen. Hulk is angry. Hulk. "I hate liars," yelling. I saw him yelling and rushing towards Nick Fury's body like crazy. From this look, he seemed to be about to smash Nick Fury's body into meat sauce. This made Jessica, who thought her work was over, died instantly, and she almost vomited blood without being depressed. "What is that monster, FK? My old lady is going to work hard." I saw that she rushed towards Nick Fury likewise, and just as the Hulk's big feet were about to step on Nick's body, Jessica's slender and white feet kicked hard on the Hulk's waist. Boom! The Hulk fell to the side for more than 20 meters, but he got up in a blink of an eye. Jessica's strength is far from enough to hurt him, it will only make him more angry. Hulk is very angry. My old lady is also very angry. Damn, Heisenberg, my old lady is right about your kindness. Seeing that Jessica rushed towards Hulk on the initiative, she dodges Hulk's punch dangerously, and at the same time approached Hulk's side by 2 rolls. He got up and hit Hulk's calf with 2 hard punches. It's not that Jessica likes to hit 3 lanes, but that she can only hit her calf without jumping up. But you let her jump in front of the Hulk. Then she would never dare. Once a mistake is caught by the Hulk, few people can escape from that situation intact. For details, see the Nordic round rice duo. After 2 punches, Jessica dodged frantically without looking back. After avoiding more than 10 violent attacks, Jessica found a second chance to give the Hulk a few more punches. In this way, she dragged the Hulk for more than 3 minutes before she finally seized the opportunity by the Hulk and slapped her into the library of SHIELD. With just 1 palm, the weakened version of Jessica almost lost the strength to resist. She struggled for a while before she managed to get up, but when she finally got up, the Hulk was already stuck in front of her. Hulk hates little people. With his roar, the green fist gradually enlarged in front of Jessica's eyes, and Jessica's pupils were also enlarged. She thought she couldn't dodge this punch, and she was about to die under the punch. But the next second, a frivolous voice came from her ear. "Isn't this Superman's little bedmate? Why do you have to deal with him yourself and be abandoned by that BD Heisenberg?" The sound came from the sky, and while Tony was teasing, he also smashed 2/3 of the missiles on the back of the armor shoulder at Hulk's head. Chapter 33 3 Punches. On the recliner, Heisenberg opened his eyes leisurely and looked in the direction of Manhattan. "The light and shadow that crossed the sky, is Iron Man dispatched, right?" He opened up his hearing and locked his voice on Iron Man at the same time. "Is the first one to chat with Captain America? Really, love? Does my nephew fall in love with my uncle count as orthopedics? As for Captain America, is it still fighting? Yes, he can fight for a whole day." Iron Man said that the Hulk appeared. "Listen." Heisenberg focused his hearing on the vicinity of the Tri-Wing building, and soon heard woman's painful grunt. "Mom." Seeing Heisenberg stood up instantly, Jessica was beaten by the green giant. By the way, about Loudza and my bed partner, it's your turn, Iron Man, to come and save the beauty. The campus square of Shield and the damaged exterior wall of the library. When the Hulk's fist was close at hand, the person she was looking forward to finally appeared in Jessica's pupils. Heisenberg came up with an old punch, and the Hulk was blasted out of Aegis Academy in the blink of an eye, smashing through countless buildings all the way, and stopped until Hell's Kitchen. And Heisenberg didn't stop, he instantly caught up with the Hulk that flew out. Following the damage to the building that the Hulk smashed out with his body, Heisenberg passed through countless skyscrapers. When the Hulk landed for the first time, he bounced on the ground uncontrollably. Before he landed again, Heisenberg flew straight to his side and hit the Hulk's chest with another punch. Boom! The shock wave exploded from this punch, causing all the glass within a radius of 300 meters to shatter. More than 100 people went into a coma directly, and even thousands of people suffered from broken eardrums and continued to bleed. And those are just the aftermath of this punch. The Hulk, who was hit by this punch head-on, had no room for any reaction. In just a moment, he flew out at a speed exceeding 50 times the speed of sound. The huge green shadow flew nearly 20 kilometers all the way before finally hitting the ground again. The first time I felt such severe pain, it made Hulk instinctively afraid of Heisenberg, but even if he was afraid, Hulk knew what he should do. Although he is not smart, and his IQ is only a child's level, his instinct tells him that Heisenberg cannot continue to attack him, that he cannot resist. He must find a foothold. As long as he can stand firm, he has a chance to defend. So he endured the pain and stretched out his hands with green blood. He desperately grabbed to the ground, but the ground was like tofu brain, so soft that he couldn't stop. Hulk didn't feel that his speed of flying backwards gradually slowed down until there were scratches about 2 kilometers on the ground. But Heisenberg still followed. Very resistant to beaten. Give me a kick. Seeing that the Hulk still had the power to resist, Heisenberg simply used his whole body strength, and he even applied the force field together. This kick hit the Hulk's face from the bottom up. The violent shockwave spread out like a cloud bomb. Fortunately, their current location is only in the suburbs, otherwise countless innocent people will die. After the Hulk hit this foot, he flew out into the sky in a blink of an eye. He has no help in the air, nothing can help him slow down. I saw him shooting all the way, rushing out of the atmosphere in a blink of an eye, until he hit the moon. That's right, Heisenberg's punch hit him from the Earth to the moon alive. The Hulk had already been attacked by intense pain and dizziness, coupled with the increasingly serious fear in his heart. He didn't even want to open his eyes again. But the situation does not allow him to rest, because Heisenberg is still there. In the middle of the crater over 700 meters in diameter on the moon, Heisenberg directly grabbed Hulk's huge amounts of fingers. Hulk punched him hard, and the punch hit Heisenberg's chest accurately, but Heisenberg didn't even retreat. He pressed the Hulk's almost powerless fist and threw the Hulk in the direction of the Earth. At the moment when the Hulk flew out, Heisenberg suddenly charged up to catch up. At this moment, Heisenberg's sprint speed almost reached tens of thousands of Mach. And Heisenberg's fists at this speed have wiped out countless cosmic rubbish around, at the same time. The Hulk simply looked like a meteor, and smashed towards the Earth without resisting ability. Heisenberg clearly saw that the Hulk flying to the Earth even closed his eyes. Hulk was scared, really scared. Heisenberg smiled, raised his hands and made a simple aim at the Earth and the Hulk. Then he murmured with satisfaction. It's a good game, quite accurate. He should be able to land in the desert as planned. After that, Heisenberg chased the Hulk all the way, just watching him smashed into the center of the Sahara Desert like a meteorite. This time, the damage caused by his landing is comparable to that of a meteorite of equal volume. A small crater that can be directly observed by satellites appeared in the central area of the Sahara. And in the middle of the crater at the moment, lying there is no longer the huge Hulk, but the unconscious Bruce Banner. Heisenberg was still wearing his pajamas, just standing beside Banner lightly. At the same time, his mouth was still muttering softly. In the Avengers Alliance 3 movie, Hulk got a total of 14 punches from Thanos from his appearance until he was stunned by Thanos. Although he occupied the conditions of the raid and favorable location, the achievement of 3 punches Hulk was enough to break the wrist with Thanos. Definitely, I can defeat Hulk so easily, just because Hulk is the Hulk in the movie universe. I saw Heisenberg glanced at Banner regretfully. It's a pity that you are not a Lushan Hulk, or a four-handed Hulk, or a grey Hulk. You are just like a child, a giant who is easily disintegrated and assimilated by mortal thoughts. After speaking, Heisenberg suddenly thought of something, and then he laughed out loud. But your big pants were finally beaten by me, haha. It turned out that when Hulk fell like a meteor, his pants were completely ashes. Actually destroyed the big pants of the Hulk. This is Heisenberg's greatest achievement. Heisenberg laughed for a long time, and finally laughed enough. He looked up to the sky, and he could see many satellites pointing in his direction. So he smiled and stretched out his right hand towards the sky, and raised an arrogant middle finger to those who looked at him. After I show this time, no one will dare to mess with me in a short time. You can't even solve Hulk. How can I solve Hulk's 3 punches? With that said, Heisenberg grabbed Banner's wrist in disgust, and directly took Banner back to New York. He threw Banner on the recliner and Heisenberg leisurely lay down on the other recliner. Flipping in his pocket and finding the phone, Heisenberg shot the bullseye. After a while, the phone was connected, and before the bullseye greeted Heisenberg, Heisenberg's order had already been blurted out. Knowing that Yura is uncomfortable, bear with it, take all of us to the middle of Manhattan and Hell's Kitchen. I just beat the Hulk and hurt many buildings and citizens in the process. God knows how many people will scold me behind their backs. The New York police force is all used to maintain stability. The injured citizens cannot be properly placed. Take our people to help and save everyone you can. As for the purpose, I think you should understand. Definitely, boss, I will promote it for you, don't worry. The bullseye immediately took over the task, even if his butt still hurts to death, but it is all trivial. As long as his position in the boss's heart is more stable. After hanging up, Heisenberg closed his eyes boredly and fell asleep completely. The war did not end because of the Hulk's defeat, but because of the lack of Hulk's destruction, Hydra's advancement work became more and more difficult. Most of the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York have died, but the rest are elites among the elites. Those who are completely unreasonable cannot be defeated by simply using the number of people. Hawkeye had already ended the massacre of Hydra in the Purple Man apartment. Unfortunately, John Gatteler left so early that he failed to kill the Hydra leader he thought. Phil Coulson, Iron Cavaliers, Captain America, and others, even before Barton ended the battle, returned to the Tri-Wing building to provide support. The real S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who are still fighting stubbornly. The appearance of Captain America undoubtedly ignited the sacred flame in their hearts. Even the extremely strong Hydra agent has a low morale due to the return of Captain America. One shield, one person, 7 hours. When the sun rose again, Captain America abruptly relied on its own influence and combat power to end the hunt and fight of more than 9,000 agents in the Tri-Wing building. More than 2,000 Hydra agents have surrendered, but the victory cannot bring joy to the victors who have lost thousands of comrades in arms. In such a sad atmosphere, Alexander Pierce took his confidant and secretly boarded a plane located in the outer suburbs of New York. The secret crew that has been hidden for many years consists of a total of 26 people, with the exception of Alexander Pierce, everyone is his absolute confidant. Naturally, these include Sitwell and Crossbones. And many more? Crossbones. God knows how he got back to Pierce again. When the plane took off, Pierce let out a long sigh of relief, and complained to Crossbones and Sitwell beside him. John Gartler is really careless. Why should we take so many of our people to perform tasks, especially when the target can control others? With that, Pierce patted the seat hard. And he hasn't been able to kill Steve Rogers, who should have died long ago. I saw Pierce's blood pumping, and decades of latent life were ruined in just one night. But after a brief period of anger, he quickly calmed down. He rubbed his sideburns, and said to himself helplessly, "Fortunately, we succeeded in killing the president and 2 vice presidents, and with the Secretary of Defense as interim president, we have much more workable parts. We first went to London, where we met with Madame Viper first, and then before Captain America and others vacated their hands, we completely wiped out the S.H.I.E.L.D. forces in Europe and West Asia. Fortunately, Nick Fury was stupid. Not only did he die in S.H.I.E.L.D., but he did not issue any administrative orders that could unify the major branches of SHIELD. This NR has done a good thing, otherwise our actions won't go so smoothly." When Pierce said this, Rumlow on the side suddenly coughed twice. Pierce suddenly looked at Rumlow, and saw Crossbones frowning and thinking for a long time, and finally asked Pierce entangledly, "Boss, you and Nick Fury are friends and comrades in arms who have known each other for more than 30 years. Would you feel sorry for his death? After all, he didn't know until he died. It was you who cultivated and promoted him, betrayed he. Ha ha ha." As soon as Rumlow finished speaking, Pierce laughed out loud. "I only have my career in my heart. How can friendship be taken care of by me? It's good for him to die, good death." Psst. Before Pierce's smile could dissipate, his heart was pierced by Rumlow. Rumlow finally smiled at him and said, "Yes, it's all for our business, our respective business. Goodbye, boss." Chapter 34. Fanfic. Sitwell on the side was almost scared to death by Rumlow. He jumped up from his seat hurriedly, and while backing up, he kept cursing at Rumlow. "Damn it, why did you fake do this? That's Pierce. Yes, he is Pierce, and he is the only snakehead that failed in this operation." With that said, Rumlow turned around calmly and pointed his chest at the gunpoints of Pierce's confidants. I saw him talking calmly. "Although we were exposed suddenly, looking at the world, regardless of Europe and Africa, our Hydra has all achieved an overwhelming victory over SHIELD. We alone are the only American branch that was swept out by the remnants of SHIELD. Isn't this Pierce's failure? That's because of Captain America. If the other damn divisions also face Captain America, they will only lose worse than us." Sitwell explained unwillingly. "So what?" Rumlow directly fought back. "Why didn't you kill Captain America when he just woke up? Knowing that he was the former Terminator of Hydra, but still confident in his calculations to make him the Terminator of the new Hydra? Is this the fate he wants?" Fart. Sitwell was dissatisfied with Rumlow's statement. He stared at the big eyeballs under his glasses and snarled viciously at Rumlow. "Even if you explain it, it can't change the fact that we wouldn't be accepted by other branches without Pierce. Pierce did lose, we did lose, but he was the boss alongside the other snakeheads. Is the dead boss still the boss?" Rumlow sneered disdainfully, and at the same time he pulled out his pistol. "Hey, put down the gun. Don't move, man." When the others were slightly flustered, Sitwell yelled at Rumlow ironically. "What else are you going to do, kill me, so that you can replace Pierce and do?" Rumlow inserted the muzzle into Sitwell's mouth. At this moment, the little bald Sitwell really panicked. The cold and sour taste of Magnum's muzzle made the little bald head only feel that there was nowhere to put his tongue. And Rumlow pressed his eager finger on the trigger. Sitwell immediately clamped his legs. To be honest, he was willing to sacrifice his virginity at this time, as long as he could survive. At the same time, Rumlow continued. The former Hydra grew stronger because of the Great Red Skull, but since the leader disappeared in the battle with Captain America, even if we are still prosperous, we have already lost our glory. Having said that, he pulled the muzzle out of Sitwell's mouth, and smashed Sitwell's head with the butt of the rifle. But whether it's Red Skull or Pears, they all used failure to prove to us a truth, that is, wisdom is not enough to support us to the end, what we really need is a strong enough leader. As soon as the voice fell, Sitwell changed his attitude after the two battles. This time he carefully cooperated with Rumlow, only to see him ask softly. Therefore, we should trust the elites of the action team like you. Only the action personnel who can handle all the enemies can have the decisiveness and calmness to deal with all accidents, right? Yeah. Rumlow shook his head helplessly. Sitwell was so special. Pierce is really a waste, how could such a guy be in a high position? After Rumlow shook his head, he said mysteriously to all the elites around him. I don't have ability as our leader, but I do know a suitable leader candidate. Believe me, if he comes to be our boss, then we are destined to not fail. As he spoke, he took the phone out of his pocket. I saw him dial the phone in front of everyone. Ring-ling-ling. The phone rang for a long time. This makes Rumlow extremely embarrassed. The people around also felt extremely embarrassed. The plot shouldn't unfold like this. Isn't it time to get on the phone, and then the person on the other side will let them know what a big shot is? Then they surrendered to their families and come back for a comeback? Why can't the phone get through? The boss is probably taking a break, even our failure is just a small matter in the eyes of the boss. Rumlow washed forcibly, then hit Heisenberg again. This time Heisenberg finally picked it up. Rumlow, give me a reason to interrupt my rest. Heisenberg was really a little angry, after all, he was really asleep. Listening to Heisenberg's tone, Rumlow didn't feel any tension. The brief contact was enough for him to get a little bit of Heisenberg's temper. He knew that Heisenberg would not blame him for this little thing. So he reported to Heisenberg softly. Boss, I am on the plane over the outer suburbs of New York. Alexander Pierce has been killed by me. There are more than 20 Hydra elites here. They need your guidance. Oh. Heisenberg heard the explanation and turned over on the recliner with satisfaction. You have a hacker, think of a way to search the video of my fight with the Hulk last night, the next thing is up to you. While talking, Heisenberg hung up the phone. On the plane, Rumlow smiled. He put the phone in the tactical vest while speaking to everyone. There are many people among us who can be called excellent hackers. I found the video of the Hulk's battle that took place last night. The answer I want to give you is there. As soon as the voice fell, the hackers immediately began their work. In just a few moments, they found all kinds of YouTube videos, but they were all messy and scattered videos. Most of them were shot and uploaded by citizens, and they were of different quality. The hackers further searched for satellite cameras, and then processed and edited all the video materials. Finally, the whole process of the battle between Heisenberg and the Hulk that shocked the whole world was restored by them. In the video, along with the surprise of countless citizens on the scene, roar, Heisenberg's powerful fists shocked all the agents. When Heisenberg hit the Hulk out of New York with the second punch, the agents on the plane simply started to enjoy roar. Until the Hulk broke through the sky, and simply missed the moon not far from the satellite itself, and was smashed back to the Earth again. The entire plane was completely silent. At the end of the video, when the Hulk was beaten back to Banner, and Heisenberg raised his middle finger to the satellite. This is my boss now, everyone. Rumlow said to everyone excitedly. He is the true god of the world. There is no vocabulary to describe his greatness. He will lead Hydra to rise again with a new attitude. When Rumlow spoke, he blushed with excitement. But no one minded his rudeness, because most of the people present were tempted. As for a few uninterested people, they seemed to be more excited than the truly tempted. I can't ignore the one who should cooperate with you. Rumlow continued in this atmosphere. Heisenberg, you might say that he is an alien, but he has the same characteristics as ours, has the same image as us. In addition to his power that is enough to make us look up, he is one of us. Definitely, he is destined to be higher than us, he is aloof, like a god. Is there anyone who is better suited to lead Hydra forward than such a strong one? Rumlow patted little bald Sidwell on the head. The Hulk can't even hold the boss's 3 punches and kicks. Do you think Captain America, whom you have been afraid of, will cause trouble for our new boss? Well, Heisenberg has become the new boss in his mouth. And this statement was actually recognized by everyone present. Looking at his ex-colleagues who were silent but with wonderful expressions around him, Rumlow knew that his short-term tasks had been done a little bit. I saw him pick up the walkie-talkie and whispered. We are not going anywhere, not going to Europe, not going to Asia, let us go back to New York and start again where everything ended. Yes. The flight man excitedly obeyed Rumlow's instructions, and the plane immediately returned to New York, and finally landed in a port and airport owned by Jin Ho before his death. With an excellent high-level agent, Rumlow quickly integrated into the atmosphere of the nuclear bomb gang. After Heisenberg was awakened by Rumlow, he covered his head and took a nap. By the time he woke up, it was already 11:20 in the morning. He got up from the recliner and first glanced at Banner, who was still in a coma. Tisk tisk, sleeping or not? Frowning disgustedly, Heisenberg grabbed the tapestry and threw it on Banner's naked body. I was a bit silly last night. What did he think? How could he make a naked man appear on his roof? If this is seen by his subordinates, wouldn't it mean to misunderstand his own orientation? Heisenberg murmured in his heart, then hurriedly fetched a set of clothes from the closet and threw it beside Banner, who was unconscious. In this way, he can see the clothes as soon as he wakes up, and he should not be misunderstood by others. After finishing Banner's little trouble, Heisenberg went downstairs to the nightclub, sat on his own sofa, and enjoyed the lunch delivered by the chef. While eating, he checked his harvest. And this look directly surprised him. The host received 625,475,277.26 squares of origin material yesterday. I hope the host will continue to work harder. IFK. Heisenberg simply cursed. What did he do yesterday? How did it cause such a big impact? 600 and 200,000 cubic meters of origin material represents that he has caused at least a slight change in the fate of 600 million people. This is not 6 million like a joke, but 6 billion. But then I think about the Purple Man exposed Hydra, which led to a full-scale war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra nearly 2 years in advance. This wave changed the original fate of hundreds of thousands of agents. These agents also have their own family members and friends, and there are more than tens of millions of people in this radiation network. At the same time, with the exception of the United States and Daxia, Hydra has won victories in most countries. This victory can almost change the fate of most people in those countries. While the Aegis of the United States won the war, it was just a tragic victory. The United States has a dog with its president, and one can imagine what this country has become. The chaos may continue for a long time. As for Daxia, sorry, Daxia is a forbidden zone, not to be said or to be said. In short, Heisenberg laughed, really laughed. The Earth in the Marvel Universe has only a population of about tens of billions. In this wave, he washed out almost 1/15 of the original material. The Purple Man is truly worthless. Chapter 35 Little Spider-Man. Feeling for the scum who had already flown into the sewer for a moment in his heart, Heisenberg began to recollect the feeling of getting rich. More than 600,000 origin materials. How to spend it? Heisenberg hesitated for a while, whether to change to an Audrey Hepburn or 10 Audrey Hepburn. Keek. It's all clouds, how can he be such a superficial person? It is better to eliminate the weakness of kryptonite first. System, eliminate my genetic weakness in kryptonite. Yes. In one sentence, Heisenberg's weakness is one less. This is really no fun. After spending more than 40,000 original materials, there are still more than 500,000 left. What do these 500,000 UN do? Do you want to go back to your hometown as you thought? Definitely, Heisenberg does what it says. But not now, in any case, not in such a hurry. He hasn't finished his meal yet. At the end of the meal, Heisenberg had a little regret. I'm tired of steak and barbecue. I miss the authentic Yuxia food. Especially the dishes he once liked more. Billy. Seeing him beckoning, Billy brother quickly walked towards him. When Billy came to stand beside him, Heisenberg urged softly. Take time to recruit 2 Yuxia food chefs for me. The level must stand the test. I want to try the most authentic Yuxia food. Yes. Billy nodded hurriedly. When Billy turned and left, Heisenberg slowly drank 2 bottles of bourbon. Lao Mei's Yuxia food won't taste like no matter how you eat it, so I still have to take the time to go back to my hometown and try my hometown cuisine. He didn't know if it was because of the drinking spirit or the cowardly feeling of nostalgia. He planned to go out for an unprecedented time. Just do it as soon as he thought of it. Heisenberg went back to the room and changed his clothes immediately, wearing a fairly casual suit and leaving the Heisenberg building. Today, the city of New York is extremely empty. After more than 300 meters, Heisenberg saw more than 10 fire trucks and ambulances. Without it, Heisenberg's 2 punches against the Hulk last night destroyed more than hundreds of buildings. This problem could not be solved in a short while. Heisenberg ignored those. He had done what he wanted to do and what he should do. If the Hulk is allowed to wreak havoc in the city, the Hulk's habit of not venting for more than 10 hours will not stop. I am afraid that more innocent people will be injured or killed. Heisenberg is not Clark Kent, and since the pain has been reduced, he will not blame himself for the remaining pain. All he can do is to be himself. Continue to advance along the street. After about 2 kilometers out, Heisenberg walked into the Hell's Kitchen. Unexpectedly, this place is completely different from other neighborhoods, and the people here make him feel extraordinarily happy. There are even many people on the street gathering to drink. This really scared Heisenberg. As long as the earth does not perish, the Hell's Kitchen will still be the Hell's Kitchen? Heisenberg leaned close to the party crowd, drank 2 glasses with everyone, and took the 2 homeless men to chat for a while. Only then did I know that the reason why everyone was able to hold this party was actually his Heisenberg's credit. When Heisenberg ordered the bullseye to take people to the streets to appease the people, the bullseye was the first to appease the Hell's Kitchen. And what kind of comfort can he use for street mercenaries and professional gangsters? Like the federal government, it is impossible to bring in a mayor to give a speech, stand on the stage and let the people below scold for a few hours to vent their anger. The federal government can do that, and after cursing the mayor, cursing the governor, and even the citizens after cursing the president, they will lose their temper. But the bullseye cannot do that. So our unsophisticated bullseye man directly brought countless drinks to the people in Hell's Kitchen. Jinbin's gang originally had the business of smuggling alcohol, and after Heisenberg launched anti-drug activities on the streets, the arms and alcohol business also accounted for an increasing proportion. In this business, how can there not be enough stock, so that almost every person in Hell's Kitchen can drink 2 to 3 bottles of beer for nothing? In addition to the free drinks, the bullseye used the name of Heisenberg to order the streets of New York not to cause trouble. Heisenberg's reputation is that after killing Jinbin, defeating the Night Demon, and killing the Hulk, it will be able to stop the children from crying at night. With this order, apart from the nuclear bomb gang in New York, no gang member dared to wander the streets. No one in the town knows that Heisenberg is a lunatic who kills at every turn, or a lunatic with Superman power. Who the hell dare to provoke a madman? Therefore, today's Hell's Kitchen has changed directly from a neighborhood where gangsters do not dare to shit, to a paradise without any gang activity. The aboriginals of Hell's Kitchen were instantly hilarious. Looking at the joyous crowd in front of him, even Heisenberg knew that there were no good people inside. But at least this joyful atmosphere has made him happy enough. He left the Hell's Kitchen with a satisfied smile. At least the work of the bullseye was done well in this block, really well. Only a guy like him who walks the streets knows what the citizens of New York need most. What they need is not a bite of rice, or starvation. But even if I starve to death, I hope to have a sense of security and real ease and happiness. Definitely, there is also the freedom to not wear a mask anyway, even if you wear a headgear without a mask. Skip the Hell's Kitchen, walk across the Brooklyn Bridge, Heisenberg crosses Washington Square, and arrives in Queens. This is one of the most famous areas in the Marvel Universe and is the hometown of little Spider-Man Peter Parker. How do you describe the popularity of Spider-Man? On Origin Earth, the top 3 comics sold in the United States are always those 3. Superman, Batman, Spider-Man. One of them represents the perfection of human nature, one writes the darkness of human nature, and the last little Spider-Man paints the ordinary of human nature. And Queens is the home of little Spider-Man. Heisenberg looked towards Queens, his hearing had already locked the position of little Spider-Man. At the same time, his eyesight also allowed him to see the life of the 8-year-old little Spider-Man. This child is being watched at home by Aunt May. Little Spider-Man has a very lively character. It's rare that elementary school is suddenly closed. He wants to go out and play rugby with his friends. But no way, Aunt May and Uncle Ben, who knew the danger on the street, easily suppressed him. As a result, the little Spider-Man sitting on the front of the TV only felt that cartoons were not so fragrant. Looking at such a little Spider-Man, Heisenberg suddenly wanted to do something. I saw him take off suddenly, and in a blink of an eye he came to the window of little Spider-Man's house. Although Uncle Ben and Aunt May didn't have much money, their house was still a detached house. Don't think too much about it, because they lived in New York a long time ago. Heisenberg knocked on the window lightly, and the sound made little Spider-Man looked over curiously. When little Spider-Man saw Heisenberg clearly, Heisenberg smiled and beckoned to the child. In the next second, Heisenberg quietly walked into the room and came behind little Spider-Man. Just when little Spider-Man was wondering why the man at the window was gone, Heisenberg rubbed his little head. What? Little Spider-Man was taken aback, and this made Heisenberg smiled with a prankly successful smile. Seeing Heisenberg's smile, little Spider-Man frowned in dissatisfaction. It's kind of cute. So Heisenberg continued to rub the head of little Spider-Man, which made little Spider-Man evade with dissatisfaction. Who are you? How did you come into my house? This is private territory, sir. Haha, okay, private territory, it seems I made a mistake. Heisenberg said to little Spider-Man with a smile, and at the same time he stretched out his left hand and took off the watch from his wrist. Since I made a mistake, I have to make up for it, so how about I give you this watch? Not so good. Facing this watch, which looked particularly beautiful, little Spider-Man pouted and chose to refuse. You don't need to give me this at all, and I can't accept gifts from people I don't know, this is what Uncle Ben told me. But I broke into your private territory. You need to apologize, sir, Aunt May and Uncle Ben are upstairs, I. Having said that, little Spider-Man suddenly thought of something. He looked at Heisenberg's strong body, and couldn't help but squeeze himself towards the corner of the sofa. Although afraid, he suddenly didn't want Aunt May and Uncle Ben to go downstairs. He was afraid that his relatives would be hurt. Just listen to him whispering, slightly worried. "I can accept your apology on their behalf. Will you apologize?" Definitely, but you seem to be scared." "I'm not afraid. You're not a bad person, are you? And you have to give me a watch, so you will apologize, because an apology is much cheaper than a watch." Little Spider-Man persuaded himself with these words, and also made Heisenberg amused with these words. Seeing Heisenberg rubbed little Spider-Man's head again with a smile, while muttering to himself, "Yes, even children know that bowing their heads is easier than paying the price, but adults just don't do that." Speaking of this, Heisenberg patted little Spider-Man on the head. "Okay, let's talk about it. As for the watch, it is not compensation, nor a gift, but an expectation." Heisenberg stubbornly pulled the little Spider-Man's hand, and directly put his old watch on the little Spider-Man's wrist. Before little Spider-Man took off his watch, Heisenberg floated up. His flying in the sky surprised little Spider-Man. In the blink of an eye, little Spider-Man gestured Superman flight to Heisenberg. "Oh my God, are you Superman, the one that many people have been talking about recently? Haha, you recognize me, so keep my expectations, kid." After the voice fell, Heisenberg flew to the window. He opened the window politely, and for the first time left someone else's territory without breaking through the wall. Only little Spider-Man himself was jumping and jumping excitedly on the sofa. Sending out the last contact between himself and the past, Heisenberg placed the once ordinary on the most worthy child. And he who gave out this watch also bid farewell to him in the past. Came to the Marvel Universe for 11 days. After experiencing countless psychological activities, Heisenberg finally became the real him, the present and future him. He quickly flew back to the roof of his unit and lay back on the reclining chair. It feels good to say goodbye to your past self, so it's time to make a simple plan for the next action, he said to himself. Now I have initially established my own authority in New York, and the penetration and wooing of Hydra is still in progress. I need to put some effort into it to keep them in balance with the Aegis, so that none of them can spare time to trouble me. This will facilitate Rumlow's rebellious actions. At the same time, the crisis of Hydra and my threat will allow the remaining members of SHIELD and the US government to continue research on Tesseract. They need the power that can bring them confidence, and those studies are precisely the best way to get them into the abyss. Defeating the Hulk will make countries around the world afraid to act unilaterally against me, but it is not enough. They must have some foreign enemies, some crises that make them trust me, rely on me, and even force them to worship me. In this crisis, we must first ask Thor's stupid brother. Chitauri's technology will bring a leap forward to the Earth's science and technology, and the new energy discovered by Iron Man will also reshuffle the Earth's original industrial chain. Under the impact of the new era, if those who were once great want to continue to be great, they must be more trendy than the new era. What would be more suitable for them than the big plan of going out of the solar system? Earthlings, you will go out, and soon. Chapter 36, I Bit Someone. When the words fell, Heisenberg showed a consistent sneer, but after he laughed, he frowned again soon. He finally thought of the reason why he went to see Spider-Man, who was only 8 years old, and gave his watch to little Spider-Man. The reason why he returned to the roof to make plans for his future. Whether it's bidding farewell to the past or looking forward to the future. Everything is because he now doesn't want to change back to the ordinary self in the past. It turns out that he is the truly greedy person. Once he gains this power, he will never want to be ordinary again. So, stop being a human being. I saw Heisenberg nodded to himself, and at the same time instructed the system. It takes more than 6,000 origin materials to return to the origin universe, right? Yes. Come back, How much does it cost to go back to the Marvel universe? The round-trip cost is the same. When I go home, will the Marvel universe continue to run, or will it pause? As a lawful, you want it to work, and it will work. Hee, I don't know what your system is for me. My rights are too great, but the responsibilities don't seem to be much. But it's okay, take me home and stop Marvel for now. While Heisenberg spoke, Ancient One smiled brightly at Camartage in the distance. Feeling the time and space that is gradually suspending around her, that is the time suspending that even she can't control. She didn't feel any fear, because she had already seen that every time Heisenberg brought such a pause, the universe would get better. And Heisenberg, he quietly turned into dust, turned into a black hole, and rolled himself back to the original universe. Bo. As if dropping a stone in the wavy water, Heisenberg quietly emerged under the most famous mountain in Phoenix, without attracting any attention. It used to be his home. It was the place where he opened the mahjong hall before passing through. But now, Heisenberg looked around, his mahjong hall was actually blocked. Anger immediately rushed to my heart. Could it be that I encountered the plot of the Return of the God of War? Someone took advantage of their disappearance and began to bully their elderly parents, smashed their mahjong hall, and even madly used the head of their orange cat? I'm not here these days. How long has the origin universe passed? All timings are based on the lawful ones. 11 days have passed since the origin of the universe. How much source material is needed to project everything that happened in Phoenix these days into memory fragments and send it into my mind? It's very simple, 186 squares. Do it. Heisenberg issued the order, and everything that happened in Phoenix in the past 11 days was unfolding in Heisenberg's mind. That is to say, the brains of Kryptonians can receive such a huge flow of information. After Heisenberg selected those information, he finally found out what he needed. Looking at it this way, he suddenly had mixed feelings. Why, what are you all doing? Aren't you good friends? Can a good friend kill people? For such a big living person, why is my son gone? I told him long ago not to cause trouble, less trouble. Why did this disappear? Was kidnapped? Ask us to get money, we give it. Seal it, and leave it sad. Sold? Why do you sell it? That's my son's place. I would rather rebuild a mourning hall for him. Where did he go, kid? His father, you're looking for it, go find his friends and ask again. We call the police. Yes, 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 I am Hideo, and my son is missing. I can't find it, there is no news at all. Are you the FG policeman? People, if you can't find them, continue to look for them. Great people, I beg you. Daughter-in-law, I really can't find our son anymore. Where can I find it? Husband, our son is back, he is back, his watch is gone, he must have taken it. What watch? Just the pile of clothes he left in the mahjong hall. There is a watch in it? The one he likes the most is hundreds of thousands. Why is he going to disappear? Is he owed money? There is no shortage of money at home. He gives us a lot every year. Are you going bankrupt? Provoke someone. You stopped. When he comes back, he must be in trouble, and will be back sooner or later. Yes, our son will be back. For a while, Heisenberg tears. Well, the extremely melancholy Heisenberg suddenly discovered that even if he was impacted by such huge amounts of emotion, he still couldn't shed half a tear. His parents still love him as much as before, but he has changed, becoming unbelievable. Feeling the plain sadness in my heart, but also clearly discovering the truest thoughts in my heart. Even if his parents love him, how they need him. He was also reluctant to abandon everything he got. His heart is already wild, and he wants to go to every universe to experience the brilliance of every different civilization. He didn't want to guard his strength to be the once ordinary him in the origin universe. Or be a Superman of the origin universe. Not to mention. Heisenberg thought for a while, and shook his head helplessly. What my parents need now is not the self who doesn't care about the value of life and is full of ambition and desire for control at the same time. The system reshapes a me in the past, and gives him all the memories before I crossed. Received, you need 226 cubic meters of origin material. Go ahead, send me this to my parents, they need me. When the voice fell, Heisenberg rose into the sky. His control position refracted the surrounding light, making it impossible for all the cameras to take pictures clearly. Flying all the way out of the universe, Heisenberg stayed on the moon, looking at the Earth, which was not far away to him. After watching for a long time, he finally shook his head. People in other places always feel that the people in their hometown are more beautiful and the water is sweeter. But when I came back, I found it was no different. Even to me, this mundane world called Origin is far less exciting than other universes. Heisenberg glanced at Origin Earth one last time, then turned around and said softly, "System, come out and chat." I always. Yes, you have been there all the time, even when you didn't have me, you still existed, so what about the former me, that is to say, your other host, is it detached or dead? They left unfinished business. It's all dead, after all, living people will only have goals, not unfinished careers. Heisenberg nodded clearly, and then continued to ask the system. I am a lawful person, but to be honest, my job is not lawful at all. So, tell me, what changes will my work bring to the universe, and what significance do they have? Regardless of order or chaos, the universe does not need the continuous extension of a single thought. Only the balance of order and chaos can ensure that the universe will never approach the end. Whether it is good or evil, a universe that loses diversification will approach the limit of entropy faster than a normal universe. Therefore, the host's job is to bring changes to the universe, and every change will add weight to the balance and continuation of the universe. As a lawful person chosen by the will of the universe, you are one of the most suitable beings to complete this task. You will bring order to the chaotic world, make the world of justice feel evil, rekindle the blood of the decadent world, and make good the world of war is at peace. This is your job. Huh? Ha 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 ha. Heisenberg laughed suddenly. It turned out that this is the true meaning of the lawful. His lawful order is not a lawful order to guard the order, but a lawful order to bring the world back to balance. Life is too good to do, too evil to do. He needs to ensure a balance between justice and evil in the universe, that is, to be a wicked person in a world that is too just, and a good person in a world that is too evil. Life cannot develop too fast, nor can it develop too slowly. Heisenberg needs to interfere with the development of the universe, so that the overall environment of the world can reach the state that the universe really needs. But for the system, I can't see the degree of balance of the universe at all, which is the so-called increase in entropy, so how can I judge whether my actions are effective? You don't need to judge those. The immutable multi-universe has always followed its destiny as it should continue. But when the lawful broke into the immutable multi-universe, he had already injected a variable factor into the immutable universe. You don't need to deliberately pursue balance. What you do, every trace of your fate trajectory, and every strand of origin material you harvest will extend the universe's path to destruction. You have no distinction between good and evil, no sense of good and evil, but you must be the most special and meaningful life in the universe, beyond doubt. Haha, God knows what you said is true or false, but I like what you said, the most meaningful life. Heisenberg smiled, but shook his head again. I am not so much the most meaningful life, but I want to thank you for giving me this exceptionally meaningful life. Let's go back to Marvel. When the voice fell, he turned into dust once, and disappeared into the origin universe in a blink of an eye. In Marvel World, Heisenberg opened his eyes. He still stayed on the rooftop. Very good, it seems that my departure will not have any impact on Marvel. Heisenberg definitely knows that there are all kinds of supremacy in Marvel, but it turns out that the authority of the system is even higher than those supreme. OAA, supreme, right? Heisenberg is looking forward to the day when he will be cut off. But that is the future, and now he still has to continue his plan. Let S.H.I.E.L.D accelerate the research on Tesseract. But this matter needs a suitable leader to carry out. The current New York Aegis, in the circumstance that the chaos of the United Nations countries has made it impossible to influence SHIELD. New York S.H.I.E.L.D is almost alone in Captain America. His character will not attack Tesseract. Therefore, I must let the screw people send Nick Fury and he'll back sooner. Nick Fury. Heisenberg shook his head. He must die. His character of hiding everything and controlling everything is destined to be a trouble. So, let Hill take up the post of director of S.H.I.E.L.D in advance. Originating from the Earth, Phoenix Mountain Police Station. Heisenberg looked confusedly at the policeman who kept asking him. I'm running naked. I ran barely, I stepped on horseback to play cards. Do you know how to play cards? It's the kind that doesn't play money, and it turned out to be on the street all of a sudden. Huh? You said I lost 230,000 in one fell swoop. That's all a joke, we won happy beans. What the hell? You said my friends have admitted that in order to avoid the trouble of my disappearance, they took the initiative to report that they gambled in the game to hide. When did I disappear? Why did I disappear? What's the date today? Oh, my God, yes, what's wrong with me? Why do I suddenly disappear when playing cards? This is a special situation for me. Besides, although I have lost a lot, but I didn't give them money at all, can't you guys be bragging about me? Why are you arresting me? What are you arresting me for? Catch me streaking. Is this what I thought? I don't pretend it, it's a showdown. I called an alien kidnapped. The reporter, approaching the science column group, isn't I more bizarre than the sow screaming in the middle of the night? Let go of me, I'm not crazy, let go, let me go, I bit someone, I bite. Chapter 37 Another high-level achievement. At 10:20 in the morning, Heisenberg Building. Heisenberg is drinking in the nightclub. Opposite him, the bullseye was standing there constantly bragging. Boss, you are on fire, you are really on fire. Unlike the past, the video of your beating the Hulk last night was organized and posted online by the gods. Heisenberg nodded. God, what a Hulk, who has destroyed the city more than once, leaving the US Army without resistance to abilities Hulk. Heisenberg nodded. We all know that you are very strong, but no one can imagine how strong you are. You actually gave the Hulk with just 3 punches. He clenched his fist fiercely and made the next hammer. It's done. Ha! Heisenberg exhaled in cooperation. And you actually kicked him to the moon with 1 kick, and even the crater is still there now. So, don't talk to me about these boring things, talk about serious things. Heisenberg finally couldn't help interrupting the bullseye. After all, being flattered was okay once or twice, but once more, it was immediately embarrassing. Being interrupted by Heisenberg, the bullseye is absolutely not going to get angry. As a professional subordinate, he knows how to show what the boss needs in front of the boss. The boss is drinking boringly alone, so he must go up and flatter himself to enliven the atmosphere. And now the boss wants to talk business. Seeing that the bullseye stood straight in an instant, he was like, well, after just being straight for a moment, he held his back in pain with his hand and leaned his upper body back desperately. Nothing, his A. Heisenberg couldn't bear it, so he raised his hand and shook it. Forget it, go and rest. No, boss, I will continue to bring those idiots to the streets to condolences to New Yorkers. Hee, don't give away some alcohol. Do you want the group of citizens to drink together and then shoot out every day? Okay boss, we don't have a lot of wine in stock. In the afternoon, I will bring my men and give the citizens some car fuel to escape from New York, as well as the toaster that we have been processing and selling in our factory. Heisenberg froze for a moment. Did the fat guy like Kim ever sell a toaster? But being the boss, there is no need to be surprised by a little thing. Heisenberg nodded blankly and said, "Whatever you want, but don't let the wound worsen, go ahead." Yes. The bullseye immediately led away. After he left, Heisenberg rang the service bell on the table. Billy, the manager who had been watching the nightclub, hurried over. "Boss. Call Jessica and let her tell the screw people to meet me on the top of the building." Yes. Billy arranged it right away, while Heisenberg walked through the backstage of the nightclub leisurely. After briefly admiring the dazzling flesh of the two-eyed dancers, Heisenberg lay down on the recliner and waited while basking in the sun. As for Bruce Banner, at the moment has been transferred to the villa, because Heisenberg does not want to watch the sun in the company of a man. After a while, the two screws came to the top of the building. As soon as they showed their heads, they paid a very complicated ceremony to Heisenberg from a long distance. They don't even care if Heisenberg looks at them. Then, when they came to Heisenberg, they stopped at a distance of about 10 meters from Heisenberg and stopped moving forward. Heisenberg raised his eyes to look at them, and the male screw suddenly bowed to Heisenberg again. "It's an honor to meet you, the great Lord Heisenberg." As soon as he finished speaking, Heisenberg simply chilled out disgustingly. "Man, you don't need to be so serious. We are all foreigners on Earth anyway. Sit down." While Heisenberg was talking, he pointed his finger at the reclining chair next to him. But the Skrulls didn't dare to sit on it at all, and saw them standing there, respectfully speaking to Heisenberg. "No, no, no, we are not qualified to sit next to a great life like you. I have seen countless powerful people in the universe, but you are the most brilliant one. Just standing here and looking at you, I already feel very offended." Ha ha. Heisenberg smiled boredly. Whether it is his own experience in the origin universe, or a part of the memory shared with him by the elders of Krypton, these precious experiences all told him a truth. Be sure to treat other people's flattery as farting, otherwise it will be embarrassing if someone makes a joke with you and you float away. So he continued. "Let you sit down, then sit down and don't take my words as a trifle, Scrooge." Yes. The two hurriedly found a place to sit, and while they sat down, Heisenberg continued to ask. "Last night I only unilaterally made a verbal agreement with Ms. Erida, so." Heisenberg raised his eyelids and looked at the Skrull slowly. The pressure of invisible gathered around, making the Skrull breathe out nervously. Heisenberg continued to ask them when they were in a panic. "So after you are saved, our agreement." "Completely established, sir." The male Skrull answered immediately. Although he still looked calm, his gradual wrinkles on his face had already completely sold out his panic. "We Skrulls have long lost our country and territory. We no longer regard ourselves as noble as the Kari and Shia empires. We can serve you as powerful as the destruction of Titan Thanos. It is a great honor for us to wait for the Skrull refugees." As soon as the voice fell, Heisenberg shook his head. His denial made Screw's face turn green. Although it was originally very green. In short, the Skrulls at this moment even imagined the scene of Heisenberg massacring these refugees. But Heisenberg only said to them, "More than that, my Screw friend, I want Hill and Nick Fury." While talking, Heisenberg got up in front of the Screw and patted the male Screw on the shoulder. "Give them to me, and I will send you a suitable planet at the right time as agreed, don't you want those?" Definitely. The screws nodded together. Very good. Heisenberg nodded. It's 10:40 in the morning Earth time. I hope I can see them before 10:40 in the evening. Go. The two Skrulls were directly driven away. He knew that these Skrulls had a way to contact their kinsmen. After the Skrullians left, Heisenberg returned to the villa and pushed away Bruce Banner's room. This BD is still in a coma, or is he sleeping? In short, Heisenberg didn't want to let another man in his house anymore. I saw him instantly release his hot gaze, and the hot red light hit Banner's chest severely. In just a moment, Banner had turned into a Hulk before he even had time to scream. As always, Hulk roared, and once the Hulk awoke, he couldn't wait to break something to exhale. He is different from Banner, who has never awakened. He still remembers Heisenberg's hatred of beating him. But when he roared full of anger, he looked up and saw Heisenberg standing in front of him. At this moment, Hulk lost his love for the outside world for the first time. Once, when Banner tried his best to keep Hulk in his body, God knew how much Hulk had come up with it. Every time Banner can't control Hulk, it is the happiest time for Hulk. The older Hulk is very simple, whether he is attacked by people, whether he is disgusted by people or not. He just wanted to come out and take a look, feel the world up close, and then play a game of climbing on various skyscrapers. But only today, only at the moment. Hulk stopped roaring in an instant, and he even bent his waist a little. At the same time, he drooped his hands and looked at Heisenberg with blank eyes. It may be an illusion, Heisenberg always felt that he was in Hulk's sluggish eyes and saw the scenes of himself beating him. But Hulk is Hulk after all. After a brief period of confusion and fear, Hulk chose to attack Heisenberg. Just one failure can't hit him, he is fearless. Yes, Hulk is fearless. Even though he has been ridiculed by the egg shrinking incident, that is when the Avengers Sanley, Hulk no longer comes out of Banner. It wasn't because he was afraid of being beaten by Thanos, but because he grew his brain and felt unhappy. In the eyes of Hulk at that time, he was just a fool who was used as a tool by Banner. Banner restrained him in every way and tried desperately to prevent him from appearing. But when Banner is in danger, he will be beaten immediately to Hulk. Hulk is just innocent, not stupid, he naturally won't follow Banner forever. So when the Avengers Alliance 3 was released, Hulk shrunk. In short, Hulk, who hasn't been bored yet, won't be too afraid to come out just because he was defeated by Heisenberg once. He yelled and slammed his fist directly at Heisenberg's head. Boom! With a muffled sound, Heisenberg blocked the Hulk's fist with his palm. At the same time, he also used a biological stand to protect the floor of his roof, so that the two of them did not fall all the way into the nightclub below. Haha, quite energetic. Heisenberg laughed, he has fun again. So he picked up Hulk and went straight to the sky. This battle did not take place on Earth, but on Mars. The battle lasted for 2.5 hours, and even Heisenberg missed lunchtime. But Heisenberg doesn't mind. Compared to the same lunch, his sense of accomplishment at the moment is indescribable. At the moment, Heisenberg stood back to the top of his building, and at the same time stepped on Banner's chest with his feet and yelled at Banner. Hulk, right. Is it angry? Fear of Thanos, but not afraid of me, Heisenberg, are you? You dare to fight me, right? While shouting, Heisenberg patted the face of Banner, who was in a coma. Aren't you pretty brave before, why did you persuade you? Speaking of this, he directly picked up the unconscious Banner and shook Banner's body continuously. You have to stand up. After shaking for a while, seeing that Hulk didn't mean to come out at all, Heisenberg let him go boringly. Looking at Banner lying on the ground in a coma, Heisenberg took a sip of wine with satisfaction. The second high-level achievement in the Marvel Universe is the achievement that Hulk dared not show up. Achieved. I saw him put down the wine glass and press the service bell. After Billy came here in person, Heisenberg pointed to the naked banner on the ground. This guy is considered useless for the time being. Take it to SHIELD. Just to make trouble for the slightly improved Aegis of New York. Chapter 38. After sending Hulk away, Heisenberg took a bath. The dust on Mars is too heavy. Even if he has a biological standpoint, he will inevitably stick to a lot of things. After a good soak, and after enjoying the maid's massage, Heisenberg lay back on the roof and slept while basking in the sun. Don't ask why he doesn't sleep in the house. If you are a Kryptonian, you will also hurry up to bask in the sun every minute. At the Sanqui building, nearly 1,200 young Aegis students, and more than 300 formal agents who survived by chance, repaired the Sanqui building. It's not that they don't want to hire a construction team, but that there are too many secrets in SHIELD. No one dares to let outsiders walk into this dilapidated building. And Sanqui Underground Command Post, which is the temporary command post established by S.H.I.E.L.D. in the New York branch. Steve Rogers was listening to Phil Carlson's report with his head full of circles. Captain Rogers. This report started from this sentence. We are currently alone and helpless, the Americas are completely in chaos, and the federal side is unable to help us. Because after the war barely ended, the Federation has begun a new round of presidential elections. Director Fury died bravely, and Commander Hill had no news. Many of our plans have fallen into a state of being unable to execute. Tahiti, Pegasus, Aerospace Mothership, this kind of project that requires the director and commander to authorize personally has almost lost the possibility of operation. We must take back the project and decide whether to invest in it again. But the point is that in this incident, SHIELD agents in the Americas suffered heavy losses. In the Washington headquarters and New York branch alone, more than 12,000 agents rebelled, more than 7,000 of our agents died, and more than 1,800 students died. We are completely unable to spare manpower to recycle multiple plans. And the most troublesome thing is that the Huxia representative, who is the 5 permanent members of the United Nations, has filed a lawsuit against us and requested that Aegis be revoked in response to the incident that Hydra is hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as he finished speaking, Captain America immediately lowered his head in dissatisfaction. When he raised his head again, his expression was particularly ugly. It was like thinking of something that made him painful. I saw his hands holding the tabletop gradually exerting force, and at the same time he said fiercely, 70 years ago, I almost frustrated Hydra's conspiracy at the cost of my life. I thought I was dead, but I slept for 70 years. But less than half a year after I woke up, I found that Hydra, who was crushed by me, was always by my side, and I was laughed at by them like a joker. Captain America glared at Phil Carlson. So, it has become the S.H.I.E.L.D. it is now, and it may be a good thing to disband. Captain Rogers. Seeing that Captain America meant to disband S.H.I.E.L.D., Phil Carlson hurriedly took out his efforts to persuade him. You cannot deny S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nearly 70 years of dedication with the harm that Hydra has caused to us. What's more, this is an organization created by Ms. Page and you personally. Aegis is Ms. Page's last expectation. As an Aegis agent, I am ashamed of the current situation of Aegis, but please think about the agent who sticks to the position of Aegis like me, and Ms. Peggy who can't bear to let go in the nursing home, Rogers. Team leader. Phil Carlson's words were shocking, and Rogers hesitated in a blink of an eye. Seriously, he really wanted to disband SHIELD. After all, he couldn't handle the mess left by S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. He has always been just a soldier, the commander of a special operations team at best. He has no experience in managing hundreds of thousands of agents up and down, and I'm afraid he doesn't have the ability. What's more, don't talk about the chaotic chores. He has just awakened for less than half a year. He doesn't even understand the basic affairs of SHIELD. What should he use to manage those hell things? Besides, the current S.H.I.E.L.D, even he himself is not sure how many Hydra molecules are lurking in it. Is it really possible to be sure that Hydra has mobilized all manpower in this battle? Once the Aegis system still has Hydra lurking in it, then all his hard work is to serve the enemy. But no matter what, Phil Coulson said something very right, and that sentence deeply pierced Roger's heart. That is. This is pages S.H.I.E.L.D. Rogers turned around, turned his back to Phil Coulson, Barton, and others, thinking. He has made a decision, no matter what, he will do his best to preserve Paget's most cherished foundation. But does Steve Rogers have that ability? He can indeed play for a whole day, but he is just an executor. Does he have the ability to act as a manager? Rogers wanted someone to stand up and assume the role of the director for him. In that case, he would just continue to fight. That is his strength. But here is the problem. In today's ruins of S.H.I.E.L.D, no one is more convincing than Rogers. S.H.I.E.L.D is waiting to be thriving internally, and external enemies are all around. Agents and students are up and down, and there is an urgent need for a leader who can be trusted and inspired by them. Maybe if Nick is still alive, he barely has such qualifications. Even if Hydra has been hidden under his hands until now, this is his irreparable fault. But in any case, his nearly 2 decades of experience in ruling S.H.I.E.L.D will eventually convince his former subordinates to him. It's a pity that Nick is dead. Even if his body is left, Phil Coulson participated in the Tahiti project, and he has the ability to resurrect his director. But Nick didn't even leave his body, until now no one has found him from the ruins made by the Hulk. Except Nick. Commander Hill is also qualified. Serving as Nick Fury's deputy for many years, Hill personally participated in about 80% of the secret plan of SHIELD. She understands every secret up and down in this department. What's more, the high-level agents Phil Coulson know very well that S.H.I.E.L.D's current strongest force is the aerospace aircraft carrier. Hill is the commander of the aerospace carrier. But Hill disappeared after Nick died. There is no real news. Apart from Nick and Hill, what about other high-level agents? Currently there is only one 9th-level agent, Hill. Almost all of the 8th-level agents have had close contacts with John Gatteler. Except for the 8th-level agents who resisted Hydra in other branches, all others are conducting political trials. Even if the political trial is successful, John Gatteler's betrayal is doomed to other 8th-level agents not being able to assume the position of director. S.H.I.E.L.D is now an 8th-level agent, that is, the branch directors of other branches. The agents have shadowed their position. As for the 7th-level agents below the 8th level, an agent of this level is not so much a level 7 as a flow level. Natasha Romanoff, as the representative of the 7th-level agent, can have the authority of the 10th-level agent at any time, because she has to bear secrets that some low-level agents cannot handle at some special moments. But what about the high authority? No one will accept a Black Widow who betrayed the Red House and entered the Aegis to serve as the director. At least no one can. Especially at the moment when Hydra just betrayed, no one would listen to any of her decree. Who knows if you are lurking in the Red House? And Barton, Melinda, Phil Coulson. These people. The qualifications may be enough, but the prestige is far from enough. If there is no Captain America, maybe you can pull the big one from the dwarf and hand over the position of director to one of them. But everyone obviously has a better choice. Rogers can only be put on the shelf by the duck and sit in the seat of the director. Phil Coulson. After figuring it out, Rogers ordered without hesitation. Lead all students of SHIELD to continue collecting and sorting out all the materials inside the Sanqui building. The Barton agent went to Texas to find the Natasha Romanoff agent, and brought Thor's girlfriend back to New York for protection. At this special moment, it is not ruled out that Hydra will use Thor's girlfriend as a breach to create a contradiction between us and Asgard. The May agent led 2 teams to search and hunt down John Gatteler, Alexander Pierce, and other major Hydra members. I will go to meet the members of the World Council, as Captain America, to guarantee the current S.H.I.E.L.D., and try to persuade them to revoke the decision to divide and abolish SHIELD. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. was almost completely hollowed out by Hydra. Even if we insisted on retaining the existing establishment, we must be prepared to climb up from the ruins. When I was on the battlefield, I always liked to say this to my comrades in arms. We must move forward, friends, because we have a reason to win. Yes. Everyone answered all together, and then left separately, quickly throwing themselves into work. But just when Captain America was planning to start a video conference to discuss with members of the U.S. Department of Defense the main person responsible for the Hydra incident, the returning Phil Coulson interrupted his plan. I saw Phil Coulson strode back to the command room, excited and a little nervous, talking to Rogers. "Captain Rogers, that person sent Bruce Banner back. If we can, we will have one more absolute main force to deal with Hydra." 3 hours later, Rogers took time to visit Bruce Banner's ward after experiencing political wrangling that he didn't want to try in his entire life. But what he saw was Banner, who was still in a coma, and a large group of helpless doctors around him. "What's the situation? Banner's problem is serious?" Rogers asked softly, and at the same time came to Banner along the path the doctors had made for him. Looking at Banner, who was naked in front of him and covered only with a white scarf on his waist, Rogers simply checked. After a while, he asked suspiciously, "It looks like there is no trauma. Although Banner is a lot thinner than before, it shouldn't make you helpless, right?" The voice fell. "The doctors around you look at me, and I look at you." They exchanged eyes for a long time, and finally a thick-skinned middle-aged man came out. This person said to Rogers, slightly embarrassed, "Banner is just malnourished. I am afraid that fighting with that person caused him to consume too much energy. It's just malnutrition, so why not infusion? Is the situation so bad that you are starting to lack of medicines and supplements?" Rogers asked curiously. His words made the doctors bow their heads in shame. After a while, the middle-aged male doctor continued to speak. "We have never been in contact with the Hulk. Most of us were just deputies before. We are really not sure if we poke him with a needle, will the monster in his body reappear?" This. Rogers was speechless. Chapter 39 Goodbye, Marinated Egg. Just as Captain America was worried about Banner's health, Nick Fury's fate finally came to the last juncture. On the Skrull spacecraft, Talos was alone, escorting Nick Fury and Hill, who had long been shackled by Skrotech, and flew to the house in Heisenberg. The spacecraft was extremely fast, and in a short moment, Nick had passed through the porthole and saw the approaching New York City. That city should have been adorned with endless lights, but unfortunately this is not the case today. Nick only felt that the city was astonishingly dark, and it seemed that even the lights had been swallowed by the endless darkness. And the darkness that was going to be swallowed next was him and Hill. "Do not." Nick suddenly raised his head. "He will not go to the kingdom of death today, and he will not fail in the betrayal of others. No one can betray him." Nick Fury. "I saw him trying to look at Talos, who had originally had a very rich and kind face. At the moment there was only infinite indifference. Inside the Skrull spacecraft, the lavender glare struck Talos' face obliquely, which made Taros's expression look particularly harsh. "Taros," Nick said, "you have no turning back." "The same with you, old friend," Talos responded, and then operated the spacecraft to hover gradually, and finally stopped over the airport on the roof of Heisenberg. Although it is a small spacecraft, it is still much larger than an ordinary helicopter, and Heisenberg's small airport cannot stop them. So he opened the hatch and controlled the spacecraft to connect the ropeway to the airport. He saw him pick up Hill and Nick Fury at the same time. Then he took his back close to the ropeway, and immediately he clung to the ropeway. The ropeway began to move, and Talos came to the roof of Heisenberg in a cool manner. He saw Heisenberg, who was sleeping from a long distance away. Seeing Heisenberg's undefended attitude, Talos felt a little envious. If he had the power of Heisenberg, how could he be pursued and killed by the Carey Empire for so many years? However, he straightened his mentality in an instant, took out the smile he felt most suitable, and walked slowly towards Heisenberg. Heisenberg squinted his eyes. Even if he just walked out of the nap, he would not feel sleepy. In other words, even if he doesn't sleep in his life, he will only feel mentally exhausted. As for his body is full of energy at all times and does not need to be supplemented by sleep. Sleeping with a woman is another matter. Closer to home, Heisenberg sat up and beckoned to Talos. "Welcome, Screw, especially you brought me the gift I wanted." While talking, Heisenberg got off the couch and came to Nick Fury and Hill. Nick looked at Heisenberg's eyes extremely calm. Even if he knew he was imprisoned by Heisenberg, he also controlled his emotions well. For an agent like him, controlling oneself has become a real habit. Nick is good at making a needy look when he needs it. Unfortunately, Heisenberg did not look at him at all. "Hello Hill, how does it feel to be on holiday on the Screw spacecraft?" he greeted Hill. Hearing Heisenberg's words, Hill glanced at Nick Fury instinctively. Although there was no dissatisfaction in this eye, everyone in the room knew that Hill was about to hate Nick Fury. If Nick Fury hadn't made a private decision, how could she be dragged to the aliens? If she is in S.H.I.E.L.D, even if Hydra rebels on a large scale, Hill has a way to mitigate the losses caused by the rebellion. At the same time, if the two aliens were not in a death crisis, Talos wouldn't have used the two of them to exchange with Heisenberg. "Hey." Hill shook his head regretfully and responded. "It's terrible, just because I stayed on that spaceship for a while, I almost lost what I had struggled for all my life." After that, Hill looked at Nick again. This time Nick turned his head silently, not wanting to look at Hill's eyes again. Seeing the resentful and unwilling eye interaction between Hill and Fury, Heisenberg let out a laugh and waved to Talos. "What do you call roar? It's an honor to see you in Lower Talos." "Well, just call me boss." Heisenberg patted Taros on the shoulder and said with a smile at him. "Don't be nervous, there shouldn't be anything to do with you recently, so please rest as usual. Do you want me to send you off?" Hearing Heisenberg was going to send him away, Taros was extremely surprised. "Why doesn't this kryptonite play cards according to the routine? Shouldn't we have a good talk about our surrender at this time? Let me go in a blink of an eye? Are you using me as your hand, or are you using me as a courier?" But even though he was startled, Talos hurriedly returned to the spaceship and left the Earth silently. Heisenberg watched the invisible spacecraft lift off, then turned to look at Hill and Fury, who were a little worried. He walked up to Hill, grabbed the screwer shackles that had been restrained by Hill's upper body, and pulled it lightly. He looked as if he didn't use any force at all, but the shackles full of technological sense were instantly scrapped. At the same time, Heisenberg said to Hill, "You go, I will chat with Fury for a while." "Huh? I can leave now? Are you? You can stay if you don't want to, after all, it's night, and there is a bed in the room where you can lie down." Heisenberg interrupted Hill's question, and while teasing, he waved Hill to leave. Seeing this, Hill's anxiety instantly turned into worry. She glanced worriedly at Fury, who was expressionless, and then left altogether. After Hill went downstairs, Heisenberg released Fury's shackles, and the two sat beside the wine cabinet. Heisenberg poured a glass of wine for Nick Fury. Fury drank it with a cold face, while Heisenberg continued to pour him a glass. Putting the wine bottle in Fury's hand, Heisenberg raised his glass and touched him. To our Hydra director Nick Fury, cheers. As the voice fell, Nick Fury's face went dark, visible to the naked eye. He squeezed the cup tightly, controlling himself not to pour the wine on Ge Yingran's Heisenberg face. Taking a deep breath, he finished his second drink, and then he said while pouring himself. "It's funny, isn't it? My chief subordinates are all enemies. Haha, it's so much more funny than this. Drink a bar." Heisenberg filled himself up, and then the two clinked their glasses again. This is the third whiskey that Nick Fury has drunk. Putting down the glass, Nick stopped talking, then finally made up his mind. Just listen to him asking softly. "You don't want me to return to Aegis, so I will die. If you want to start a little bit, maybe I will throw you into outer space and let you recruit people in the universe to counterattack me on Earth." Heisenberg said with a smile. Hee, it's better to die. That's true, so if there is anything I want to say, let's talk more now. Heisenberg simply said to Nick. And Nick was not scared by these remarks. I saw that he really thought about it. After a moment, he shook his head feebly. "Until yesterday morning, I still thought I was more successful, but now I have nothing to say." "You can do it? Just give in? To fate? It's not like you." "Not to fate, but to you, Heisenberg," Nick said seriously. "I always suspect that the accident on the Purple Man must also have your calculations. Maybe you are just playing the next chess move, but you won. This chess move accurately captured my knight and king." When Nick Fury said so, Heisenberg smiled and shook his head. "Don't make trouble, you believe in John Gatteler, and you sent those Hydra members to arrest the Purple Man. You let the screw play you, and you hide in the screw. Do you think woolen cloth?" This sentence floated into Nick's ears, and he fell silent immediately. Heisenberg's eyes were full of mockery when he looked at him, but he couldn't refute it. He really did it himself. The trust in John Gatteler, the trust in the people of Screw. He still doesn't know the identity of his old boss, Alexander Pearce. Otherwise, he might be even more sad. When Nick Fury fell silent, Heisenberg asked Nick. "Answer me a question, man, why would you believe in the Screw but not me, who is also an alien?" When he asked, he patted the table with dissatisfaction. "For you, the Screws and I are no different. They are all aliens, right? But in the 10 days since I came to the Earth, there are more than 80 spies around you, and there are more than 50 female agents. Let your poor hands go down and dance a striptease in the nightclub. How do you feel willing to do it? I am not a human being on Earth after all. You are afraid of me, I understand. But what about the Skrulls? Why do you trust them so much, and even give them your own identity, just because I am stronger than them, and they are uglier than me? No, you don't understand." Faced with Heisenberg's question, Nick said. "I don't trust the Screw people, I trust my friends far away in the universe." "Then he must be very strong?" Heisenberg asked, pretending to be surprised. "Yes." Nick nodded and explained with relief. "She is a sun-like woman with an unimaginable great power. I have witnessed that greatness together with Talos. I believe Talos dare not betray my friend." "I understand." Heisenberg nodded and said to Nick with approval. "You and me, we have a little similarity, that is, we only believe in power. But my strength is these fists. I'm lazy, even if I have an extraordinary brain, I don't want to think and learn anything. And I don't need to think at all, I can do everything I want to do, just use my fist. As for you, Your power is your mind, and you believe in every judgment you make. You think you can provoke me, so put a spy by my side. If you think your friend's power is worthy of trust, you dare to rely on him to form a brotherly alliance with Talos. We believe in ourselves in this way, so do you think I will put you in the face of your friend like you think? As soon as the voice fell, Heisenberg didn't wait for Nick to answer, his eyes flashed a red light. Nick Fury's brain was instantly evaporated, his eyes turned white, and his whole person was lying on the wine table, as if drunk. It's a pity you can't see me fighting with your friend. I hope your friend can bring me a little surprise, I hope. Heisenberg got up and left, and continued to enjoy the ubiquitous solar radiation on the recliner. And Nick Fury, he was soon carried away by Billy Brother and dragged to Shanghai. Chapter 40 I Am Order. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Captain America walked out of the room where the Hulk was resting. He was really worried, because the Hulk was unable to wake up for a long time. At the same time, the doctors were helpless with Banner. No one dared to do the same things they used to do in the operating room to the Hulk. What's more, in addition to the Hulk, Captain America has to deal with the World Security Council. Hey! Captain America strode back to the command room like a soldier. But he never expected. At the moment's S.H.I.E.L.D. command room, another person had already given orders to the agents. Noting the returning Captain America, Hill looked up from the countless documents and then stood up. Thank you for your help to S.H.I.E.L.D., Captain Rogers. Without you, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have all fallen. No. Rogers was suddenly a little embarrassed. It turned out that Commander Hill was still alive. Then his behavior of being chased by a duck on the shelves just now, will Hill be regarded as a squad-grabbing power? Fortunately, Hill didn't say much, she just naturally thanked Rogers, and at the same time personally sent Rogers to the lounge to rest. After a whole day of fighting, Rogers should really be exhausted. Perhaps Hill should be thankful that Rogers has no ambition. When Captain America was sent away, Hill immediately called Phil Coulson and others together again. In this meeting, he almost overturned most of Captain America's previous instructions for SHIELD. Abandoning the Trident branch in New York, we moved all the way to the Sky Mothership. Unlocked the agent permissions of the students. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. has no students, they all graduated. Giving up on catching up with the main members of Hydra, what we need most is recuperating and rejuvenating, and giving priority to providing compensation to the sacrificial agents. What's more, John Gartler will take the initiative to come to us. As for the various projects we are currently carrying out, the projects involving all former Hydra scholars, including Dr. Zola, have been suspended. Phil Coulson, lead people to transfer the Tahitian resurrection plan to the World Council in exchange for their continued support for SHIELD. Those big shots will be interested in resurrection and longevity. As for Natasha Romanoff, you are far away in Texas, so come back quickly. We are SHIELD, not the National Security Bureau. We don't need to guarantee the safety of Thor's girlfriend. She is an adult. Even if she has any situation, Thor's anger will only be right. The person who hurt her vented. After you come back, you will take over the work of Phil Coulson as soon as possible. You are more suitable for dealing with the politicians of the World Council than Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson, after handing over the work to the Natasha Romanoff agent, your task is to contact Tony Stark. Today's Aegis needs every bit of strength, not to mention a great scientist like him. In addition, to maintain a good relationship with Captain America, he may not be a qualified agent, and he may not be suitable for this bloody job. But please remember that Captain America will always be our last and strongest line of defense. I always believe in this. There is the last and most critical task, Barton agent and Melinda agent. I hope you too can take on the important tasks and successfully complete the continuous research and development of the Pegasus project. Today, when S.H.I.E.L.D. has suffered such a heavy blow, we need the power that we can hold in our hands. Tesseract is dangerous, but it is the only shortcut for us to have that power. In addition, Barton Agent, please ensure the safe operation of Project Pegasus. You can recruit talents from Aegis students at will. Since they have joined us, they must always be prepared. Let us go. After the voice fell, the agents finally felt the smell of SHIELD. Sure enough, it is more appropriate for Hill Agent to be the director. Captain America's order. Everyone is definitely willing to listen. But everyone also understands that Captain America's set is actually not suitable for an agent organization like SHIELD. In this way, Hill only took 10 minutes to confirm the fact that he inherited Nick Fury's legacy. She finally became the true leader of this behemoth. But when at the moment, she suddenly realized. It turns out she is not much different from Nick Fury. Perhaps it is precisely because there is no difference that Nick Fury has allowed her to have the enormous power that she once had. When the bullseye stood confidently in front of Heisenberg and reported to Heisenberg. 2 months passed in a hurry. In the past 2 months, Heisenberg has adapted to life today. He's not a fighting freak, he's alright to bask in the sun, drink a little wine, and have something interesting with the girls. Isn't this better than hitting some poor giant? But while enjoying life, Heisenberg did not stop his plans. And now, it's time for the bullseye to report the overall progress to him. I saw the already recovered bullseye, with Erica and the slightly unwilling Daredevil, excitedly reporting to Heisenberg. Boss, after 2 full months of hard work, I have defeated 80% of the gangs in New York. Our manpower has expanded to more than 70,000, and more than 60% of the night shows are covered by us. The arms and smuggling routes of the entire New York City have also returned to our hands. At the same time, we also own more than 18 large-scale companies. Among them, the least one, our proportion has reached 15%. Heisenberg nodded in satisfaction. When he usually lay down in the sun, he occasionally turned on his super hearing and listened to the situation in New York. During that time, he heard that the public security situation in New York was getting better and better. Even in the Hell's Kitchen, it was basically restored to the calm and regularity of the time when Jinhee reigned. Thinking of this, Heisenberg looked at Daredevil and asked him softly. Matt, how do you feel? Do you still hate me in your heart? After speaking, he didn't wait for Matt, who was slightly embarrassed, to respond, but continued to speak to Matt. Regardless of whether you still hate me, I just ask you one sentence, since you worked for me, has Hell's Kitchen changed to what you want? With that, Heisenberg drank a glass of wine and waited for Matt's answer. Matt replied after a moment of contemplation. You are right, boss. Definitely right. After all, after I master New York, there will be no more drugs in the city. This rule directly drives the unbearable drug addicts out of New York. After losing this most likely source of violent incidents, the Hell's Kitchen was already much better, and the losses that you and the Bullseye caused to the major gangs directly cost them the money to support them. The black of the Bullseye eats the black, and you have to do both legal and physical aspects. Those gangsters naturally want to lower their self-confidently powerful heads to us as they do now. Yes. Listening to Heisenberg's words, Matt nodded affirmatively. When he was discharged from the hospital, he didn't really want to join Heisenberg's team. Definitely, he didn't want to take revenge either, because he broke into the Heisenberg house to find a beating, and he couldn't blame others. However, with Erica's persuasion in every possible way, and the prestige of the boss of Heisenberg. Under the majesty of the boss of Heisenberg. Daredevil finally embarked on the path of a private lawyer. And when Daredevil put aside the character of superhero, and turned to the identity of a private lawyer, He is really a very good lawyer. With his understanding of the law and ability to exploit loopholes, Heisenberg succeeded in inheriting Jin and more than 80% of his inheritance. After taking refuge in Heisenberg, Daredevil also succeeded in realizing most of his ideals, which is to completely stabilize the Hell's Kitchen. In any case, Matt Murdock contributed a lot. However, the Bullseye's report today is not just to come here to tout their recent work. He has more important things to call Heisenberg. I saw him 2 steps closer to Heisenberg and asked softly at the same time. Boss, all the gang leaders in New York recently. They want to see you before they fail completely. Look. Hee, see me. Heisenberg said with a sneer, and he looked at the disdainful face of the Bullseye. They don't want to see me, but want me to restore the rules of the Jin and Rain, right? After speaking, the disdain on Heisenberg's face was beyond words. Bullseye, Erica, Matt. Heisenberg said seriously. I will never be a Golden Union because he is more of a businessman than his godfather. But I am different. I don't need those boring money, so I give you all the right to distribute your income. I don't need more money. What I want is the entire New York. I need the city to survive according to my requirements. I need everyone here to abide by the rules of my Heisenberg. This. Matt was taken aback by Heisenberg's remarks, and he immediately got up to refute. But Heisenberg stretched out his hand and shook it at him. Don't think too much, Matt, my rules are the rules you are implementing now. I want the city to completely prohibit drugs, and I want to put an end to every violent incident in the city. I want the city to become our strongest rear, which can provide sufficient driving force for our future expansion. I need the city's economy to continue to improve, the income of everyone in the city to be increased, and I need them to be extremely satisfied with their lives. But most importantly, I need them to be grateful to me. Having said that, Heisenberg simply stood up. You may think that I am some kind of dictatorship, but as long as I can make everything better, dictatorship is indeed the way I am willing to choose. I will not leave every gang organization that may create chaos, Bullseye, and finally give you 10 days, I want all their so-called bosses to FK me roll into the trash can. Matt, you do not need to participate in armed operations in the near future. I need you to formulate a law for our team that can be accepted by that group of bastards and at the same time help the stability of the city, that is, a law that belongs only to us. As for Erica, I will take the time to mobilize a group of people from Rumlow, and you will lead them to complete the training of the ordinary gangsters of our gang. The American police have no ability to keep the streets stable, so let's do it for them. The US government does not have the ability to meet the demands of the citizens, so we will meet them for them. Don't think of you as people who challenge order, believe me, under my leadership, we will become order originally. From now on, gradually adapt to the changes in your status. Yes. The 3 resolutely answered. Chapter 41 Jesus Can't Save Them. Sending off the 3 people at the Bullseye, Heisenberg returned to the recliner silently, and life was once again quietly spent in the rest. Sometimes when Heisenberg is idle, he often has some kind of boring thoughts. For example, he is thinking now. He is a Kryptonian, and he is happy in the sun. But if he bought the blood of a vampire? Sunlight makes vampires miserable, and sun makes Kryptonians happy. So if he is a combination of vampires and Kryptonians. At that time, once he was in the sun, shouldn't he think? Happy. Ha ha. Heisenberg successfully made himself amused. In the early morning of the next day, it rained lightly in New York, and Heisenberg was awakened by the slight rain and mist. Opening the biological stance, the rain suddenly passed Heisenberg's side, and he suddenly discovered that his biological force field seemed a bit too unusual. Thinking about it this way, Heisenberg immediately compared his biological force field with the Superman in his impression. Superman does have a biological force field, but Superman rarely has the tendency to actively strengthen the biological force field. Only when he needs it, will he think of using biological force fields. The biological force field is more like a passive skill in Superman, rather than an active skill like Heisenberg. Heisenberg thought for a moment, and finally thought of the reason. Just because Superman has lived on Earth since he was a child. For Superman, when he had just had his own worldview, which was the naive but exceptionally innocent worldview of his childhood. At that time, he had discovered that everything around him seemed extremely fragile. Perhaps at that time, he developed his biological force field with the instinct of not wanting to harm everything around him. After that, even though Superman continued to grow stronger, he never clearly realized his biological force field. In other words, he never worked on the instinct he thought. But Heisenberg is different. Heisenberg took the initiative to develop the biological force field after he became strong. Even after he realized the existence of the biological force field, Heisenberg deliberately exercised his control over the biological force field. Therefore, he is better at using his biological force field than Superman. For example, he used the biological force field to control the 4 basic forces such as gravity, so that the Skrulls could not resist lying on the ground. This shows that Heisenberg's biological force field has surpassed Superman in the movie universe. Compared with the passive activation of Superman in the movie universe, just to protect the world from being too heavy by him. Heisenberg's biological force field has already been improved from defensive skills to attack skills. Because Heisenberg realized this, he couldn't help thinking along this route. If he continues to strengthen the use of the biological force field, and continue to expand the scope of the biological force field, then can he possess similar skills to Magneto, Wanli Wong, and even Dr. Manhattan to a certain extent? After all, the source of the ability of these people is the control of the 4 basic forces. Magneto is the application of electromagnetic force, Wanli Wong is the overcoming of gravity. As for the streaking enthusiast like Manhattan Blue Skin, his performance is completely after mastering the 2 mutual forces of strength and weakness. And Heisenberg's biological force field. Change the 4 basic forces in the force field to affect the surrounding world. This must be able to evolve into what Magneto and others look like. Thinking of this, Heisenberg was immediately excited. He couldn't wait to adjust the biological force field. I saw the raindrops beside him, and immediately changed direction as he adjusted. Da-da-da. Maybe it was just starting to exercise. Heisenberg had no experience, and it made the water fly everywhere. After the water droplets were misguided by the biological force field, they actually smashed the glass skylight of the villa like bullets. Billy, who was always on guard downstairs, rushed to the top floor with Jessica, the nightclub security minister, but all they saw was a helpless Heisenberg except for a mess. At this time, Heisenberg suddenly figured it out. How about Magneto? What about Wanli Wong? Even in Manhattan, he also fights. Besides, the development of one's own ability is not at all convenient for exchange through the origin material. What's more, his originally Kryptonian bloodline has been long enough for him to develop. He can even upgrade the bloodline of the ancient Krypton elders into the bloodline of the gods of Krypton Ra, Rio, Nightwing, and Firebird. He can even rely on the original material to strengthen his originally strength. Even if he does not develop a messy ability, he is confident that he can climb to the level of God of creation, or even above the creation of the world. So, damn, the biological force field is really fragrant, but let's train in the suburbs in the future. While thinking about it, Heisenberg shut down his position, and when he saw the people upstairs, he slumped and waved his hand. I accidentally broke the glass. It's too weak. You can clean it up. I'll go to the nightclub and sit down for a while. While talking, Heisenberg left the top floor irresponsibly, leaving only Jessica and Billy looking at each other. After a while, the silent Jessica finally spoke. Boy, how do you think boss broke the glass? Does he need it? Puff, cough 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 cough. Jessica's tiger wolf question made Billy dare not listen anymore. He even picked up the tools himself and directly started cleaning up the broken glass. While cleaning, he still slandered in his heart. Who doesn't know that you are a woman who has something to do with the boss? Can you stop talking about pornography under our hands? Seeing Billy look terrified, Jessica curled her lips boringly, thinking about how she would chat with his men about this dying topic. It seems it's time to go to Heisenberg to play games at night again, hey. At the same time, Heisenberg came to the nightclub and made a few tricks roar with the old customers who were drinking as usual. Unlike the past, Heisenberg in the past was scary, but it was just scary. But now, when Heisenberg's forces continue to grow, when he has almost become the dark monarch of New York and the true godfather of the American gang. I wish you a pleasant stay, Don. Thank you for bringing us peace and prosperity. There will never be fake wine in your store, I love it here, Godfather. Your Excellency, this is my second home, I can see you every day. Boss, we all love you, haha. Almost all the people who can appear in the nightclub during the day are Heisenberg's most loyal supporters. The Heisenberg in their mouth is obviously much more perfect than the real situation. But the so-called truth does not prevent Heisenberg from enjoying the compliments of the fans. However, among this group of fans, a petite figure seemed a little out of sync. Heisenberg walked towards the woman in the lovely pale pink sweater and sat down opposite the woman. Barbara, S.H.I.E.L.D. has given you another vacation. Hee, I'm not sure if there is any S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. Barbara said in dissatisfaction while drunk. How many days have passed since, for more than 40 days, I haven't seen it once by my superiors. The order is in the shadows, but people are completely missing. I haven't even seen a second colleague in New York. Am I isolated now, or are they disbanding S.H.I.E.L.D. without paying attention? While talking, Barbara took a sip of wine skillfully, and this gesture made Heisenberg, who watched the excitement, laugh. Hearing Heisenberg's smile, Barbara put down the cup in dissatisfaction. You actually laughed. If it wasn't for your guy who was born out of nowhere and kept doing things in New York, then I would have been transferred back to the bureau to continue working as a civil servant. Besides, you guys don't give me a chance, even if you give me any news that you can report on your work. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so anxious now, ha ha. Heisenberg smiled unscrupulously, and after he had laughed, he filled Barbara's glass himself. While pouring a glass for himself, he joked with Barbara. If you want to report on your work so much, why don't I send you a child so that you can take a vacation? Bah, I hope you are a BD who changes women every night, I might as well quit my job in place. Barbara responded indignantly, and then she raised her glass and met with Heisenberg. After the two toasted, Barbara was about to continue talking with Heisenberg. But she suddenly noticed the expression on Heisenberg's face. Heisenberg's smiling face just now became a bit stiff in an instant. Reminiscent of Heisenberg's 5 Superman senses, Barbara knew that someone was going to be unlucky. But she is not Phil Coulson, no matter who the bad luck is, as long as it is not Barbara herself, or someone in S.H.I.E.L.D. that Barbara cherishes. That Barbara didn't bother to care about other people's life and death. The subsequent development also proved Barbara's guess. After Heisenberg frowned, he put the wine glass directly on the table. You drink first, I have something to deal with. He put a word down and turned away. Barbara was left looking at the wine glass helplessly. She looked at it, first curled her lips in dissatisfaction, and then laughed happily. Her dimples continued to surface on her cheeks, as if there was still someone's shadow in the wine glass in front of her. At the same time, Heisenberg came to the roof and looked down along the crystal guardrail on the edge of the roof. Just around his downstairs, more than 800 people were gathering together. This group of bastards wore weird shapes and rivet leather jackets, which were just ordinary things. Even if it is still raining lightly in the sky, most of these bastards who have gathered have two bare hands. What's more, they even show their breasts topless, so that the whole block has almost become a tattoo art fair. At the same time, these bastards were holding placards and shouting slogans. The content of those slogans are inseparable from the slander and mockery of Heisenberg. The alien thought he was the Godfather. New York has been occupied by stupid aliens. New York is the New York of New Yorkers, we don't welcome aliens. Beating the Hulk is not about saving New Yorkers, we need business freedom. Aliens get out of New York. Aliens get out of New York. There should have been countless reporters chasing after such a hot event like hungry wolves. But it may be Heisenberg's continuous suppression of newspapers in the past 2 months. Although the parade is still spectacular, after all, there are no strange reporters reporting strange content to the citizens. But what if there are no reporters below? What if this demonstration has not been spread for the time being? Heisenberg is still dissatisfied. Very dissatisfied. Heisenberg took a deep breath. Then he took out the phone and dialed the bullseye number directly. Just after the call was made, the bullseye was connected instantly. He was doing a pre-war mobilization of the action squad that was going to be dispatched tonight. The New York gang members gathered for a parade. He also only learned about it 2 minutes ago. But no matter what reason he had, he quickly apologized to Heisenberg on the phone. Sorry, boss, I didn't expect those bastards to actually engage in today's parade. I have been careless recently, thinking that with our strength, we don't need to grasp every movement of them, my fault. The bullseye quickly admitted the error, which slowed Heisenberg's anger slightly. After a while, Heisenberg said, "The gang members are always vacillating. I can forgive you for your information errors, but the point I want to tell you is not how they got together, but another thing." "Yes, boss, I'm listening." The bullseye suddenly became tense. He heard clearly. Heisenberg, who was on the other side of the phone, took a hard breath, and then said coldly to him, "Contact Rumlow and transfer all the elite agents in his hand that are convenient for mobilization, as well as all the forces you can mobilize. Tomorrow night, I want all the gangs in New York to disappear from this world." "Yes, boss, I will prepare now." "Wait, my words are not over yet. Aren't those FG bastards wanting to see me? Okay, I want to see them now too. They dare to use the parade to pressure me. Do they think I am Clark Kent? In my name, I will send a notice to all the leaders of all the existing gangs in New York. At 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, my nightclub will be closed to welcome them. Want to step on my name to realize their grasp of wealth and power. Ha ha. I want to spill the ashes of all of them into the Pacific Ocean. Jesus can't save them," I said. Chapter 42. Tony is not miserable. Whoosh. The phone was thrown directly downstairs by Heisenberg, and in a blink of an eye, a large hole with a diameter of about half a meter and a depth of about 20 centimeters was created near the intersection. The splashing rubble made a dozen nearby marchers wailing, but not only did that not stop the march, but the group of bastards shouted even more joyously. "Look at this scene, he is so rampant. He thought he was a god. He won't let us take drugs. Only the gun shop under his name can buy guns. He is as evil as Na Sui. Zeta Le from the aliens. We need a savior. The United States does not need the spirit of aliens." Listening to the slogans of these bastards, Heisenberg gradually calmed down after being angry for a while. There is no doubt that this group of bastards is irritating him, making him lose his mind, and making violent behavior in front of countless people. Then they will criticize those violent acts. In doing so, Heisenberg may really be able to constantly promote the Hulk Nemesis and New York Asgardian in the media in a short period of time. Become an extraterrestrial killer and a cosmic healer. But so what? Heisenberg wouldn't swallow his breath, and he couldn't even take a bite out of it. Even if you are irritating me, I will make you feel enough pain while your plan succeeds. I saw him repeat the old trick, blowing directly into the swimming pool with a breath of cold air. The huge amounts of ice pool instantly smashed towards the place where the most people gathered downstairs. Swimming pool, you can always get me out of water. Whoosh. This time Heisenberg didn't use his hot side to crush the ice. If this huge piece of ice smashes into the crowd, I am afraid that more than 50 people will become scumbags in the first place. The marcher is definitely not a fool on TV. As soon as they saw the ice falling from the sky, the marchers in the center of the crowd suddenly panicked. They want to flee in all directions, but they are faced with crowds in all directions. Pushing and stamping happened immediately, but more often they fell and waited for death. In just a moment, despair had fallen on them. Pity. Dozens of streamers flashed by in a blink of an eye, and the thick ice layer was accurately hit by dozens of oncoming micro-missiles at a height of about 60 meters above the ground. Along with the explosion of the missile, the crowd plunged to the ground. The intense sound waves make many people's eardrums tingling, but no one complains about those bombs. Because of the ice layer that can bring death to them, at the moment it has broken into countless tiny pieces of ice. But they didn't get well either. First they were smashed to the ground by the violent shock wave, and then severely ravaged by the falling ice. When this group of people struggled to get up from the ground, almost all of them had blood on their faces. As for their thoughts on continuing the parade, on the contrary, it is more determined. Because they were rescued by Iron Man. Even if Iron Man is just to save people, his rescue of those marchers has already contributed to the spirit of the marchers. And when Iron Man and Heisenberg had a conflict, one of the two was destined to be wrong. If New Yorkers didn't feel that Iron Man was at fault, everyone would know that Heisenberg was at fault. On the roof, Heisenberg frowned and looked at the light and shadow flashing in the sky. After Iron Man hurriedly fired the missile, he hurried over behind the missile. The reason why he was able to come in such a timely manner is that he had already received the news through J.A.R.V.I.S as early as the beginning of the assembly of the parade. As for where J.A.R.V.I.S got the news, don't ask, ask is the artificial intelligence. Anyway, Tony Stark, absolutely did not invade the surveillance system of the New York City municipality. What does J.A.R.V.I.S do to me, Tony Stark? If it were in the past, something like Tony saved the New Yorkers again, Heisenberg would not mind. After all, he still admires Stark. Especially Stark who snapped his fingers. If Heisenberg was in that kind of environment, he would never fight, he wouldn't rush out to fight Thanos. Anyway, I have a daughter-in-law and a daughter. For those poor people who disappear under the snap of their fingers, Heisenberg will only mourn for them with his arms around his wife and children. It is precisely because it can't do it, so it maintains a certain degree of respect for those who can do it. But today, Tony Stark. Heisenberg groaned. You are really annoying. Boom. Heisenberg broke through the sound barrier in an instant, and under the sight of countless people, he grabbed Tony Stark's steel-protected neck. Iron Man and J.A.R.V.I.S can't even observe Heisenberg's trajectory. With the current level of science and technology on the Earth, there is no analytical machine that can record up to 10,000 Mach speeds at close range. As for Iron Man's subsequent miraculous battle armor, although that is the best illustration of Tony's personal wisdom, he has to admit that he finally got too much benefit from the Chitauri invasion. Without those extraterrestrial technologies that have expanded his horizons, perhaps he will still develop those armors afterwards. But in terms of development time, he is definitely much slower than in the original plot. In short, no matter how much the current Iron Man strengthens the battle armor, it can't stop the current Heisenberg even with a punch. If you want to resist Heisenberg's 3 punches and 2 kicks, at least it must be his nano armor set against Thanos. So, after being strangled by Fate's neck by Heisenberg, Tony rolled his eyes under his helmet. "Hello, Heisen, you used too much force, are you really going to pinch me to death?" It turned out that Heisenberg didn't care about his move roar at all. Instead, he applied the force with his right hand, pinching the neck of the Iron Man armor into a depression. The airtight feeling in his throat gradually deepened, and Tony instantly felt fear, but the reason why he is a hero is precisely because... Stop. I can't breathe anymore. I just want to say that you don't need to commit a massacre, there are too many ways to let them leave. You have too much nonsense, Tony. Heisenberg interrupted Tony, and at the same time he dragged Tony in front of him. He stretched his free left hand to Tony's mask. Pinch and pull with fingers. Tony showed his face suddenly. And his mask worth tens of millions, used to control the entire armor and J.A.R.V.I.S, has also been thrown into the distance by Heisenberg. Seeing the struggling man in front of him, Heisenberg snorted disdainfully. "Tony Stark, arrogant playboy, do you think you are indeed a domineering president, as long as you think?" Snapped. With a slap in the face, Heisenberg simply smashed his armor. With this palm, he even opened the biological stand, causing Iron Man's armor to be shattered into pieces, falling off Tony. Having completely lost the protection of the armor, Tony was just a poor man whose throat was strangled by Heisenberg. Seeing him struggling desperately, his 2 legs fluttered back and forth in the air like a churning fish. And Heisenberg's words continue. "You think you saved them, but I can assure you that all you saved were criminals who wandered around in the Hell's Kitchen and created chaos. You should know what I have done recently. They marched because my request for calm broke their living space. Yes, you saved a few, dozens, or even more lives. But you have created the strongest protection net for those damn evil spirits, and you will make them feel that their actions are effective. Look at us, you and me, we perform in front of them like baboons being watched. Do you think they will feel pity for your failure? They will only regret your death, regret that you, the superhero, failed to stop me, and then they will look for the next you. If I stand under this building is a group of 5 or 6-year-old children. Then I definitely won't hurt them, I will only kill all the bastards who organized them. But it's not children standing downstairs, but a bunch of villains who are not worthy of your sacrifice. You like the profession of superhero, I understand you, but I also want to advise you, don't pay for people who are not worthy of you, let alone sacrifice for people who are not worthy of your sacrifice. Get out." When Heisenberg roared to the end, he simply squeezed the neck in his hand and flew forward while pressing Tony. They smashed through more than 13 buildings back and forth, until in the end, Heisenberg stopped Tony on a wall of a certain building. In the process, Heisenberg protected Tony with a biological standpoint, otherwise Tony would have died without a place to bury him. As for why it didn't kill Iron Man. No reason, but he didn't want it. Heisenberg is not a real devil, he has his own likes and dislikes. He only does what he wants to do, and he doesn't want to kill Tony Stark, it's that simple. But even if he didn't kill, he wouldn't make Tony's life easier. Just as Heisenberg pressed Tony to stop, they suddenly screamed incomparably harsh. The sound made Tony feel very familiar, and when he tried to turn his head to look at the source of the sound, it was Pepper Potts who screamed. After a brief scream due to fright, Pepper quickly understood the current form. So she quickly suppressed the scream, and then flew towards Heisenberg and Tony pinched in his hand. God, why is this, Mr. Heisenberg, what is going on between you, please let him go first, please, whoa. In a moment, Pepper rushed to Heisenberg's side. While crying, she tried hard to pull Heisenberg's right arm that held Tony's neck. Seeing this, Heisenberg let go of his hand boringly, and Tony suddenly slipped off the wall. While Heisenberg retreated, Pepper hurriedly hugged Tony tightly. At the same time she turned her head crying and asked Heisenberg cautiously. "Mr. Heisenberg, I am willing to pay everything for him, so what can we do to satisfy you?" "Satisfying me?" Pepper's question made Heisenberg pursed his lips depressed. He looked around uncomfortably, then he went to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of whiskey and 3 glasses from it. Then he strode to the guest sofa in Pepper's office, and after placing the cup on the coffee table, he opened the wine and filled all 3 cups. Without waiting for the panicked two to sit over, Heisenberg took a drink by himself. Putting down the cup, he whispered to Pepper. "I am so terrible in your hearts, so terrible that you think I need to ask for a price from you." After speaking, Heisenberg beckoned to the two. "Stop holding and crying and show affection, your Tony is not too big, I have been protecting him with my stand." "Yes, is it?" Hearing this, Pepper finally became less nervous. She checked Tony quickly, and after she was sure that Tony was not injured at all, she finally let go of her mind. At this time, Heisenberg continued to speak to them. "Relax, come and sit down, drink some wine to suppress your shock. It is not you who makes me angry, but the group of marchers, and the leader behind them, I can tell the priority." Chapter 43 Goodbye, Iron Man. Note that Heisenberg did not mean to kill. In other words, at least he didn't look like he was going to kill. In short, Pepper held Tony's arm and sat slowly across from Heisenberg. Sunlight came in from the broken wall and hit Tony's face diagonally. But the sun that made Heisenberg so comfortable could not heat Tony's gloomy face at all. Heisenberg looked at Tony and felt that his gums were almost crushed by himself. "Tisk tusk tusk, find that I am weak, and the battle armor that has been carefully built for hundreds of millions of dollars has not resisted even a slap." Heisenberg joked, and Tony took a hard breath. After a while, Tony's expression improved a lot, and he shrugged helplessly, and said at the same time, "Well, this is actually nothing. They all say you are Superman, and there are no bats on my armor, so I am definitely not your opponent." As he spoke, his state changed drastically, and in a blink of an eye he changed from gloomy and drab to unruly and perverse. I saw him leaning over and grabbing the wine glass, and dashing against Heisenberg. "This bottle of wine is worth 60,000, and the wall of my assistant's office is worth 300,000. Ask your company to call me." "Ha ha ha, how is that possible? Let us toast the decoration team you are about to hire, buddy." Heisenberg drank the wine happily, and the two put down their glasses almost at the same time. Pepper sat next to him and silently picked up his glass of wine. There were many complaints and unhappiness on her tear-stained face. "You men are always like this. You forget the women around you when you drink. Am I not qualified to clink glasses with you?" "Punched, BD." Pepper took a sip of his wine worriedly, and the relationship between Heisenberg and Tony at the moment did not seem to be as simple and pleasant as the previous few seconds. After Tony put down the cup, he gritted his teeth and gave himself a little more confidence. Then he opened his mouth, trying to say something, but took a deep breath. When he roar came out of this tone, he finally made up his mind. "Heisenberg, the way you handled the marchers before was really cruel. They deserve to be treated like that, Tony." Heisenberg responded with disdain. "But the price shouldn't be their lives. You have the ability to make them pay other costs, such as making them impoverished all their lives. That's very simple for you. So you are more cruel than me. I only want them to die, but you want them to live rather than die." Heisenberg sneered simply. Being so mocked, Tony frowned dissatisfied, then he shook his head while pouring the wine. That kind of scum, it may be a good thing to die, but it is a breach of the law and the rule, and it is a contempt and insult to life. Isn't it fair? They stand in the street and insult my personality, I stand in the sky and insult their lives. While Heisenberg was speaking, he stood up directly from the sofa. He took the wine glass and touched Tony again. Speaking of which, our chat will never be pleasant, after all we only believe in ourselves. After speaking, Heisenberg drank all the drinks and put the cup back on the coffee table. I saw him wave his hand to Pepper. I'm sorry I beat up your man, crashed your office again, and most importantly frightened you. In order to make up for all this, I will give you a life you want, it will be extremely precious to you, don't thank me, cherish it. After speaking, Heisenberg flew out along the channel he had smashed when he came. Not long after flying out, Heisenberg suddenly remembered something and returned to Pepper's office. I saw him speaking to Tony with a serious face. Suddenly remembered one thing, Tony, you better remember a little, a particularly important one. You love your father, love your mother, even a playboy style can't change your love for family. But you always like to think of family and heroic careers as weights and weigh them on the scales. Unfortunately, the weight of the word hero will always overwhelm your sense of responsibility to your family. This is not fair to your lover and future children, and it is the same to you. After talking about these endless words, Heisenberg left in an instant, and he was no longer visible. All the way back to the top of his building, he floated in the sky and looked down. I don't know whether it was he who had an effect on Iron Man's fatness, or the leader of the marcher received the news of the interview. In short, the group of marchers has stopped roar yelling, and began to prepare to leave. But Heisenberg didn't want them to leave so easily. He took out the phone and called Jessica. After a while, the call was connected. Boss, do you need it? Fax, can you not leave FAQ in 3 sentences? Heisenberg cursed helplessly, which caused Jessica, who was full of female hormones, to shut her mouth. After a while, seeing Jessica calm down, Heisenberg continued. Bring your people and stare at the iconic figures in the parade downstairs. When they lead people to abuse me, they are no longer qualified to go home and continue to enjoy. Follow them, break their legs, you should be good at doing this kind of thing, after all, they are all bastards in Hell's Kitchen. When the voice fell, Jessica readily accepted. Definitely, it's easier than fighting with the Hulk, but the reward you promised me, the Hulk. Come to my room tonight. Heisenberg smiled helplessly, this woman. Hanging up the phone, Heisenberg smiled and lay back in the lounge chair. His mood is much better than before. Not only because he made the decision to kill all the gang bosses, but not because he sent Jessica to deal with the main characters in the parade. What really made him feel better was that he finally thought of a solution to Iron Man. As an ordinary person, Iron Man is one of his favorite characters in countless movies that Heisenberg has seen in the Origin universe. But after he personally came to the Marvel universe, he found that he was faced with a choice. Or, he must assimilate himself into the American superhero and do good deeds wholeheartedly. Even in this way, he is very unlikely to be cited as a major enemy by Iron Man in the Civil War plot. Or just FK the American hero, he just follows his own path, which is what he is doing now. In that case, it doesn't take long at all for him to have a head-on conflict with Iron Man. So, how can you prevent Tony Stark from causing trouble for yourself without killing Tony Stark? Mouth escape? No, not everyone's mouth escape can convince a person cursed by knowledge. What's more, Heisenberg does not have the mouth escape technology comparable to the protagonist of the Japanese comics. The subordinates he has now subdued are all under the suppression of absolute power and subdued according to the situation. There has never been a shock in the world, but there are many people who are willing to fake tigers. So this method does not work. So how about letting Iron Man lose his wisdom in another way? Going further, If Tony loses his wisdom, he becomes more cherish of love and family, so that he will no longer give up Pepper and his daughter for the heroic cause. In this case, there is no need to worry about Tony continuing to be the Iron Man flying around, let alone the snap of his fingers that made him lose everything. Most importantly, Tony will no longer cause him trouble. Definitely, if Nini knows what Heisenberg is going to do to him, then he will definitely put on the armor to shoot Heisenberg twice. But I'm sorry, as long as it can bring me a satisfactory result, Heisenberg doesn't mind the process. He will always be the Heisenberg, he has the same heart, and he can do whatever he wants. He doesn't need to think about others, because in this life, no matter what he needs, food, housing, or love, hatred, everything is only for satisfying the person's own needs. You need love, you don't want to be alone because you don't want to be alone. You need affection, because you don't want to be alone. You need friendship, because you still don't want to be alone. And you need money, rights, status, attention, and respect from others, because you always pursue a better life. This is the nature of man. Therefore, without the knowledge of Iron Man himself, Heisenberg is about to kill the hero Iron Man in the Marvel movie universe in order to satisfy himself. At the same time, he will also create a Tony Shid who loves his family, loves his wife and daughter, and lives happily. Cough. Heisenberg didn't know whether he was right or wrong, and he didn't mind his right or wrong, he only knew that this was the result he wanted most now. Better than he was forced to kill Iron Man Tony Stark in the future. System. Heisenberg immediately called roar in his heart. How much source material does it take to remove the curse of the Marvel Universe's knowledge on Iron Man? Need 26,000 square meters of origin material. Ha, it's so cheap, is he just worth the price? He is the only Iron Man in the current universe, but he is also one of the infinite Iron Man in the infinite universe. Alright. Heisenberg nodded clearly. Everyone has an Iron Man in their heart, right? He said, and at the same time waved his hand neatly, and in a blink of an eye, his source material consumed the number needed by the system. And this is not the end. I saw Heisenberg continue to ask. Next, change Tony Stark's subconscious mind so that all the desires in his heart can't exceed his love for his family. It's very simple. It only needs 8.97 squares of origin material. It's a bit outrageous. Heisenberg really did not expect that this low number could only ship 2 watches from the origin universe. And his answer was quickly answered. Also, please don't be surprised. The way to change Tony Stark's subconscious mind is extremely sufficient. You can either exchange the ability of the thinking machine Superman to control him, or you can use the cheapest way to change the subconscious mind of Inception. In the case of too many options, the system will automatically recommend the lowest cost option. Your system, I always feel that the idea of this system is the same as mine. Is this an illusion? Heisenberg said instinctively, and then he made a decisive decision. Change it? When the voice fell, everything changed unconsciously. That night, Tony rushed out of the laboratory depressed. He seemed to be hit by Heisenberg's inhuman power, so that his original plan to upgrade the armor disappeared. He only felt that his mind seemed to be in a mess, even the method he used to make the armor himself was almost forgotten by him. This is terrible. At this time, little Pepper, who had been following Tony, quickly discovered something wrong with Tony. She came to Tony caringly. Just sitting down, Pepper heard Tony speak to her. My heart is messed up, Pepper, I don't seem to be as great as I thought in my heart. When the voice fell, Pepper rolled his eyes helplessly. Don't you know how great you are in your heart? How narcissistic you are. This is the 86th time I have talked about similar topics. But every time you encounter a difficulty, you can always solve it quickly, and it must be the same this time. So she hugged Tony, planning to comfort her often lost lover as usual. But Tony backhanded her into his arms. I saw Tony hugged his lover tightly, and at the same time he reached into Pepper's ear and said seriously, "Although this is silly, but I want to propose to you, let's get married." When the voice fell, Pepper immediately widened her eyes. She finally realized the difference, and Tony was really different this time. When she was about to answer, Tony took a deep breath. At this moment, Pepper clearly saw Tony crying. Even if the tears were wiped away by Tony's head down in just a few moments, she remembered it deeply. Next, Tony whispered sadly in Pepper's ear, "I suddenly miss my father. He will be happy for me to have a happy family. I love you and will love our children, just like my father treats my mother and me. I miss him a lot." At the same time, the Heisenberg building. Heisenberg lay on the roof and glanced in the direction of the Stark building. "Maybe you don't like my plan, but considering your future, you should always say thank you." "Definitely, I should say goodbye to you too, the future Iron Man." Chapter 44. After a little taste of Tony's future happiness, Heisenberg quietly fell asleep. When he woke up, Billy had already stood beside him and reminded him softly, "Boss, do you see if you have lunch first? You still have a meeting in the afternoon." "Meeting? What's going on, what the hell?" Heisenberg asked instinctively, and then remembered today's work. "Yeah, those damn gang bosses should also come to him to die." Cough. "In a meeting, how can you say that those idiots are going to die?" So Heisenberg got up from the recliner and went to the nightclub to eat something. Due to the order he gave in advance, there was no half of the guests in the nightclub today. At the same time, more than 30 professional cleaners have been arranged in the backstage of the nightclub. The reason why it is a cleaner and not a killer. Heisenberg's subordinates do not need a killer, because the killer is a profession that kills by sneak attack, and Heisenberg's subordinates never surreptitiously kill. Slowly swallowed the last bite of steak, and stuffed the last oyster into his stomach. He put down the knife and fork and patted Billy on the shoulder. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when they arrive, call me. Yes. In this way, Heisenberg returned to the roof and basked in the sun leisurely. If you examine his life carefully, you will find that he seems to be basking in the sun for 9 out of 10 days. In this way, until 3:15 in the afternoon, Billy finally came over and woke him up. "Boss, everyone seems to be there." "Uh-huh." Heisenberg nodded clearly, then got up from the recliner and walked towards the now closed nightclub. "Take the elevator downstairs." When he came backstage, Jessica and the Bullseye were waiting here. Seeing Heisenberg's arrival, the two nodded to Heisenberg, while the Bullseye said softly, "Boss, we are all ready." "Well, do it cleaner." Heisenberg responded, and then passed through the now empty backstage, over all kinds of dancing girl costumes, and came to the nightclub without any customers. The door of the nightclub has long been closed, and in the nightclub at the moment, more than 40 people are sitting indiscriminately on chairs. They were either nervous or indifferent to taste the wine sent by Heisenberg's men. When Heisenberg arrived, more than half of these people stood up decisively and called roar to Heisenberg. "It's an honor to meet you, Lord Heisenberg." Those who stood up respectfully said. As for the remaining guys who hadn't gotten up at all, they didn't even look at Heisenberg in the mood. But Heisenberg was exactly what they thought, and he didn't bother to look at these gangsters even at a glance. I saw him slowly walk to the front of his seat. Snapped. He patted the table lightly and said in a very gentle tone, "Today's meeting, I have only one thing to say, are all the bosses in New York here, and are there anyone yet?" When the voice fell, one of the bosses stood up and shook his head quickly, and replied to Heisenberg, "Your Excellency, we are all here." When he answered this question, the expression on his face was even a little uplifted. Perhaps he thought he could have the rights that he once gave him. But he never expected it. When Heisenberg heard his answer. "Are you all here? Okay, let's get started," Heisenberg said softly, and at the same time he simply turned around and walked back in the direction he came. And his subordinates in the nightclub instantly pulled out their weapons under the leadership of the Bullseye. In the blink of an eye, countless guns filled with blood and killing were aimed at this group of gang bosses. "What's happening here?" "Boss, you talk about the matter first, don't do it without saying anything." "Damn it, do you have to do it? You just want to ask, in case we can do it?" "Heisenberg, you are a BD when you step on a horse. You are too courageous, BD, how dare you do this kind of thing? You will pay for it." Da. They hadn't finished their words, the gunshots had already sounded one after another, and the Bullseye even picked up the machine gun personally, so that every bullet of his own was accurately shot into the chest of the gangsters. In a short moment, the corpses were everywhere. As for Heisenberg, he looked at the corpse in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. "Everyone is here, right, that's the only thing I want to say," he said. "Since no one is late, kill each of them. Bullseye, take your men, and go to the street with the elite sent by Rumlow. Starting tonight, the night in New York will only be named Heisenberg. Jessica, bring the nightclub staff together to clean up here, and don't let this group of greedy bugs stain my floor. And Billy, boy, I admire your ability, and I hope you won't be like this group of dead ghosts, being driven by greed and ambition. Everyone is qualified to get achievement and happiness through me, but those who violate me are not. Do your work, and say goodbye to these damned bastards for me." After speaking, Heisenberg returned to the top of the building with a brisk pace. Perhaps the mood was finally relieved, he looked at the moment lying on the top of the building, very leisurely. At the same time, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Pegasus Project Temporary Headquarters. Bruce Banner, the radiologist who squeezed into the Pegasus Project as the Commander-in-Chief a month and a half ago. He has just ended his life of being constantly squeezed out. I have to admit, even if he himself does have the wisdom worthy of the Commander-in-Chief. Even if he is more suitable for this job than others. But when he suddenly squeezed into this plan with an airborne attitude. There are far more people who hate him than those who admire him. However, from the first day of joining the group, Dr. Banner has made all preparations. He knows these shit and horrible things in scientific research, and he also has the ability to deal with them. No, so far, a full month and a half after joining the group. Relying on his extremely professional strength and unconstrained ideological realm, he successfully conquered countless great scientists under him. At the moment, he also succeeded in enjoying happiness that he hadn't experienced in countless years. I saw that after finishing today's work, he walked briskly and freely to return to his dormitory. At the moment, his dormitory is no longer what it used to be, like a prison, but an ordinary scholar's dormitory. But it is this ordinary, but let him experience the happiness that he desires most. He is no longer a monster in others' mouths. Now he has truly become one of the most intelligent scientists on the planet, and has become Dr. Bruce Banner, who truly deserves his mind. Talking about his doctorate title, Banner walked into the room smartly and skillfully made a cup of coffee for himself. He still has a lot of work at night, and now is not a time to rest. After drinking the coffee, Banner savored the taste of S.H.I.E.L.D's special coffee while thinking about the phased formula of Tesseract's energy surge. Yes, after confirming that he would not release the beast in his heart to cause trouble to S.H.I.E.L.D, Hill transferred him to the current Tesseract research team. Thinking of his current leisure and happiness, Banner suddenly kind of thanked Heisenberg, who beat him up. In his opinion, if Heisenberg hadn't taught Hulk a few good times, how could he have the life he is now? But he didn't expect that the leisure life he had just had would disappear with Tesseract's anomaly. I saw Banner, who had just drunk half a cup of coffee, heard the ringing of the phone. When he answered the phone, his current deputy, Professor Selvig, who was once the leader of the Pegasus project, said nervously to him on the phone, "Dr. Banner, the Tesseract spectrum record suddenly appeared abnormal, please come and observe it as soon as possible." Hearing what Professor Selvig said, Banner suddenly had a bad feeling. So he put on his white coat and rushed to the main laboratory of Project Pegasus with the most perfect attitude of a scientist. In less than half an hour, in the Sky Mothership over the Rocky Mountains, Hill, the then director of S.H.I.E.L.D., received a call from Banner. Hill was still a little nervous when he saw the call. It was she who rejected all the consensus and sent Bruce Banner into the Pegasus project. If Banner caused trouble again, it would be very difficult for her to do it. So when she answered the phone, she asked Banner the first time, "What happened? How about Project Pegasus?" The Pegasus project is okay. We have developed at least 3 weapons that use the energy of the Rubik's Cube based on the energy law of Tesseract. Banner answered softly. But this is not enough to let Hill relax. As a professional agent, Hill has already heard something wrong in Banner's tone. "Speaking of the point, what happened? Your voice sounds a little nervous." On the other side of the phone, Banner didn't seem to be used to telling the leader the omissions of the plan. After all, his scientific research project led by Bruce Banner never made a mistake. Degree. He had a showdown. He made a mistake when he independently led a scientific research project for the first time, and he became the Hulk. As for after that, he never participated in a large-scale scientific research project like the Pegasus project. Therefore, Banner said to Hill nervously, "Well, there are indeed some problems with Tesseract, and I am a little unsure of the cause of this problem." Having said this, Banner instinctively picked up the scientific research report at hand, and while reading the abnormal pulsation curve of the recent stage of Tesseract, he continued to speak to Hill. "Tesseract seems to have some changes beyond our control. It is much more active than before, as if something is controlling it remotely." Speaking of this, Banner put down the scientific research report and said to Hill seriously, "If possible, you'd better come and experience the changes in person. It has just experienced a small-scale energy riot. I have to apply for the evacuation of the Pegasus project base. I am afraid we will temporarily abandon the research on Tesseract. Please hold on for a few more days. I will rush to the Pegasus base as soon as possible. Until I arrive, please don't do anything with Tesseract for the time being." Hill quickly issued an order. Tesseract was the last hope of the lingering SHIELD. Hill would never want it to lose its effect in this way. Therefore, when she hung up, she immediately ordered the Air and Sky Mothership to turn around and head to Pegasus base. In the past 2 months, S.H.I.E.L.D. has faced the blow of the remnant Hydra Party and the continuous squeeze of the World Security Council. But Hill also knows that whether it is Professor Selvig or Professor Banner, who is sure that he will not suddenly become the Hulk, they are all leaders in the industry. Their judgment is basically correct. Therefore, you must be prepared to give up Tesseract. Chapter 45, I Really Miss My Brother. At 4:20 in the evening, the New York Police Department, Chief George Stacy, was desperately receiving the news from him. "Director, that one's subordinates have already hit Brooklyn, and the stronghold of the giant artillery gang has obviously been wiped out. The gunfire in Hell's Kitchen stopped for more than an hour. Could it be that Hell's Kitchen was truly unified?" The Wired person reported that countless body bags and trash cans were pulled out of that building. The so-called New York gang gatherings seem to have evolved into a massacre. They have gone to the last 2 gangs in Queens. They are very professional. They are not like gangsters at all, but more like the CIA. Damn. At this moment, Director George Stacy, who was staring at the New York City surveillance station, couldn't help shouting in surprise. He immediately paused the surveillance, then pointed to a figure on the surveillance and said, This the FK is my former subordinate, isn't he transferred to S.H.I.E.L.D, why would he be a thug under that one's man? Speaking of this, Director George frowned and shut down the monitoring screen depressed. Then he couldn't help standing up and pacing left and right in the police station. After a while, our Chief George's helpless opponent said, The City Hall has been emphasizing that our city seems to have become a metropolis in the comics. But I think that is farting. It is not so much that the Superman in the comics came to the world. It's better to say that he is a manic version of Marlon Brando. No, it's the crazy version of Vito Corleone, the Godfather. This is obviously the Godfather who has come to unify the American gang. After speaking, he slapped his desk depressed twice, and then said dissatisfied with the police officers on the left and right. I have to tell us that the ambitious mayor and his damned campaign team, this is simply not an opponent we can deal with. What did he tell me to fight against that guy? Has he ever thought about my wife and lovely daughter? My daughter is only 8 years old this year. Maybe it's time for me to resign. Let me see that sooner or later he will let his subordinates show off on the streets of New York, or that they have already done so. We, the New York police, have long lost their credibility and management rights in New York. This has already begun 2 months ago. This is really a nightmare. Even if it's a golden match, it won't give me so much pressure. It's not the same as Jinbin's concealment. That person never even concealed his criminal behavior, or that he did not need to conceal it at all as he does now. I knew he was committing a crime, but how should I catch him? Damn, the advice given to us by the temporary cabinet of the presidential palace was actually left unchecked. Why didn't he just let us blueskins take refuge in that man? But the most important thing is that the person's method is actually very effective. The crime rate in New York City in the past 2 months has dropped to 20% of the previous. A full 80% of the crimes were actually eliminated by that one's subordinates in a brutal way. Even my jurisdiction has achieved 70% anti-drug work without my knowledge at all. Is he a hero? I think he is a great man. I am going to resign. If I continue to do this job, I will run into that one sooner or later. Being a police chief under his authority, I might as well take my daughter to elementary school. At least this will not cause the one to show me a Superman bat light in the middle of the night. Boom. At the end, Director George, who was depressed and resentful, simply slapped the table. Then he no longer looked at the disturbing but completely unmanageable surveillance screen in front of him, and left the police station directly towards the New York City Hall. At the same time, in the nightclub in Heisenberg, Barbara is full of spirits and Jessica. But she was obviously not the opponent of the security minister, and within 2 minutes, she was drunk into the bathroom. In the bathroom, after Barbara vomited briefly, she took out the communicator and contacted her immediate supervisor. It is now Miss Hill, the director of SHIELD. After a while, the communication link, Hill's helpless voice came out. Do you always like to contact me on his nearest site so much? Hearing what Hill said, Barbara also shrugged helplessly, and then responded. Trust me, this is at least respect for him, and the crux of the problem is that I suspect that even if I come to Washington to contact you, he might even hear it. So it's better to just chat under his nose. At least I didn't do anything to harm him, but only reported a little bit of trivial news. While speaking, Barbara couldn't help but glanced at the ceiling, as if Heisenberg at the moment was looking at her at the top of the building through the wall. And Heisenberg at the moment. He rolled over on the recliner. Does this woman think he will peep into the women's bathroom? What a joke, he is not such a scumbag. In the bathroom, Hill, who had acquiesced Barbara's decision, was listening to Barbara's report to her. The person today doesn't seem to be in a very good mood, or that he has made him feel better because of his behavior just now. 19 leaders of 17 gangs in New York and their deputies have all died in this building, and no one has survived. That person is not only Jin and the former gangster, but also many of our former colleagues. It is obvious that the legacy of us and Hydra is slowly being taken over by him, and it is Rumlow that I once reported to dominate everything. Don't ask how I knew it, the one who didn't avoid this problem at all, and his unstoppable power proved that he really didn't need to be sneaky. Rumlow is his subordinate, Sitwell is his subordinate, so I can completely guess that the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director, our old boss, Hydra's biggest lurker, that is, Alexander Pearce, he may have already died. On hand. Apart from that, I have nothing to say, even I want to join them a little bit, at least then my safety is really guaranteed. In short, please come on, Chief Hill, the mess left by Nick is really causing you too much trouble. Speaking of this, Barbara reluctantly hung up the communication. On the roof, Heisenberg smiled with satisfaction. As he expected, the US government and S.H.I.E.L.D. did not dare to counter the actions of him and his men at all. In other words, Heisenberg did not continue to pursue more territory, but just kept the rights in New York. They will continue to acquiesce in their rule of New York. What's more, the current Heisenberg, even in addition to commercial operations, pays their taxes normally, so. Heisenberg reached out and rubbed his forehead. Starting today, New York has completely become my sphere of influence, and I believe the New York City government will back down in front of me. They can't solve me, so they can only accept me temporarily, and this will continue until they develop weapons that they can consciously and confidently deal with me. Thinking of this, Heisenberg chuckled. If the poor American government thinks they can develop weapons against themselves, then I will definitely teach them what Kryptonians are. As for how to expand one's power to other cities besides New York, Heisenberg does have a way, but I have to admit that he does not currently have so many men. What can be done? It is nothing more than improving oneself while attacking the prestige of the US government among the group of citizens who yearn for freedom in the United States. And against the prestige of the US government? They didn't have much prestige originally, right? Since the Hydra incident, the US government has not raised its head at all, right? As for Heisenberg's participation in the United States in this Marvel world, its current status in the world. To put it bluntly, this poor little beauty has been pressed step by Daxia, which owns the spear game. How can he still have the time and energy to attack himself? Thinking of this, Heisenberg rolled over and put his back in the sun to expose himself. Life is still the best today. As a Kryptonian, what's wrong with being a salted fish tossing and basking in the sun? Not to mention Heisenberg's plans for everything in place here. S.H.I.E.L.D. Pegasus Base, Dr. Banner and Dr. Selvig are getting together to discuss Tesseract's continuous overflow of jumping energy. By their side, in addition to the more than 50 main scientists involved in the Pegasus project, several special assistants have joined the project. For example, 2 young girls who are taking notes next to Professor Selvig. These 2 are also well-known ties to the Pegasus project recently, and Dr. Banner is the paratroopers who rushed into the project. One of them was Jane Foster and the other was Daisy Louise. They are all former students and assistants of Professor Selvig. Speaking of them, one had to mention Thor, who was far away in Asgard. Asgard, Asgard. When Bifrost's light shined again. Well, after Bifrost shined, it was one step closer to its complete repair. As for the culprit that caused the Bifrost fragmentation incident, that is, our Prince Thor. Damn it, Heimdall, did you find any news about Loki? He is Loki. He can't just die like this. As always, Thor carried the wine barrel, pestering Heimdall to ask about Loki. Listening to Thor constantly questioning, Heimdall pushed Thor 2 steps away unhappily. The BD's oily hand who had just grabbed the pork leg is pressing on his neat armor. Looking at the drunken BD in front of him, and his mouth full of greasy bastards. Heimdall sighed weakly. Odin is this guy the helm of Asgard's future? Well, at least he now has tolerance and kindness. This quality is especially important for Asgard, who needs to rest and rejuvenate now. And when he thought, Thor didn't end the questioning of him. I saw that Thor didn't care about Heimdall's pushing, instead he leaned in to grab Heimdall's shoulder and said mysteriously. Old man, set aside Loki's business, I have something serious to ask you. But before he could ask, Heimdall sighed weakly. This is the 22nd time you have asked me this serious matter, Thor. The current Bifrost has not been repaired yet. If you want to go to Midgard, you need to use your majesty to personally manipulate Bifrost. You must go to your majesty Odin. This is terrible. Thor suddenly wailed feebly. You know, I went to Midgard to find my brother. Trust me, but let's let this go first. I'm going to find Fandral for a drink. As soon as Odin was mentioned, Thor sobered up. He turned around and walked towards Asgard. But Heimdall knew this was not over yet. Thor had at least one more word to say. And the next Thor turned around as expected. Heimdall, if I want to go to the earth, don't tell my dad. If I don't really miss my brother too much, I wouldn't want to go to the ghost place in Midgard where you are not allowed to drink. Seeing Thor leaving behind, Heimdall really wanted to give him the scabbard cruelly. Are you sure you are going to Midgard to find your brother? Are you sure you really miss your brother? Then why do you never ask me why I can't find logic? I suspect that he prevented me from observing him because he was teleported to a certain infinite gems. Only that thing can shield me to a certain extent from observing the universe through divine power. And you, the BD who loves his brother, don't even care about such important things. Heimdall sighed long. Fortunately, Loki is a more a hole, otherwise he, Heimdall, would really worry about Thor's poor brother. Chapter 46. In Asgard, Odin led Phrygia through the door, looking out at the boundless sea of stars. It's just that they look at different things. I saw Odin looked at Thor who was drunk, and shook his head unmovingly. He is still so tired and lazy, I hope Midgard and his party will give him enough gains. You said Thor. Phrygia turned to look at Odin, the expression on her face was very sad. What's the problem with Thor? He is always so happy. On the contrary, I am worried about Loki, and I don't know how he is doing outside. What can he do? He has his own destiny. Odin, you are too harsh on that kid. Different people need to be treated differently, and Loki needs us to remind him. The chat between the two ended up unhappy, and Odin returned to the throne alone, stroking Gangnil in his hand with recollection. If you say who is best to inherit my seat, if she is not too persistent, hey. Midgard, 3 days after Iron Man was dealt with. Heisenberg walked out of his nightclub and took the car that Billy arranged for him to go to his new base. No way, the nightclub is good, but it is a bit cramped for Heisenberg. His current subordinates are simply countless, even if not everyone needs him to meet him personally, but there must be a suitable place where they can all be brought together. For example, today when Heisenberg is about to announce something. Therefore, in order to facilitate Heisenberg's future work, Rumlow and the Bullseye got together to plan and decisively modified the largest opera house under the nuclear bomb gang. Heisenberg moved to the opera house. As for his own residence, the Bullseye opened up a separate open-air lounge for him, where Heisenberg can enjoy the sun after work. After arriving, the convoy of thousands of cars behind Heisenberg made many people around the theater look curiously. It's also fortunate that this theater has undertaken the Hollywood Oscar night, otherwise it is really not as large as it is today. Around the theater, outside the red carpet, countless reporters were overcrowded. So much so that countless passers-by were attracted over, and they speculated that this was some kind of premiere ceremony. But when they saw that the person getting off was Heisenberg. Wow, Subman. Aha, my wife, come and see God. It's so imposing, worthy of being Superman. You also watched the video, right, the hottest video on YouTube. He used a few punches, and the Hulk lost. That's Heisenberg, our Asgardian in New York. Because of him, no one in Brooklyn now sells those damn fans to my son. It's awesome. I love him, God, I really want to sleep with him. We should remake Superman's movie, and at least change our face to that of His Excellency Heisenberg. He doesn't look like a superhero, but more like a godfather. This is the style of our New York heroes. Whether Superman or Iron Man, they are the coolest. Yeah, these two guys look very rich. Passers-by kept muttering in surprise, few people really bore Heisenberg like the gangsters. After all, since Heisenberg arrived in New York, he has not taken the initiative to harm the interests of ordinary people, and has effectively improved the overall crime rate in New York City. In addition, What Planet Daily, The Horn Daily, and all kinds of news media have all been friendly exchanges with the people of Heisenberg. As a result, Heisenberg's external image is particularly positive. In this regard, the US government and S.H.I.E.L.D. are also left to do nothing. They even hope Heisenberg has a good reputation more than Heisenberg himself. For the US government, Heisenberg is clearly a strong man who cannot be restrained at all. So for such a strong man, the government would be anxious to give him a kind-hearted heroic personality. Even Heisenberg may not be such a positive person. But as long as he is used to listening to praise from all walks of life, if he is complacent and even proud of those compliments, then he will change his mentality to the direction that all walks of life praise him. Even if there is only a little possibility to make Heisenberg a good man, the government will do its best. If Heisenberg really becomes the kind of person they promote, then Heisenberg will be able to deal with it. But will Heisenberg? He frowned, blocked his strong hearing, indifferently walked through the passage left by countless reporters, and walked straight into the theater. After he entered the theater, instead of leaving, more and more people gathered. Their discussion is getting more and more heated. It's Heisenberg. He came to Manhattan. That's it. How can a strong man like him stay in a slum like Brooklyn? That's a waste. He is so charming, he should go to Manhattan and live with us nobles. Noble, you. At least we are rich people. Manhattan is so safe, there is Iron Man, and Superman. But Iron Man hasn't appeared in the past few days. Is that the playboy playing tender again? Who knows, now we have Superman enough. In the theater, Heisenberg passed one after another, and came to his seat in the center of the theater to sit down. His seat at the moment is facing away from the stage and facing the front seat with more than 2,000 seats, and his seat is slightly higher than the rest of the seats. After Heisenberg was seated, most of Heisenberg's staff gradually sat down, and the more than 2,000 seats were actually full, and there were even many people standing in the outer circle of the seats. This surprised Heisenberg. Yes, although he hasn't been very concerned about things, but in the hard work of his subordinates. Now there are more than 2,000 middle and upper level people who are qualified to participate in the meeting. Looking at everyone in front of him, Heisenberg nodded. Sitting in the front row, he only knew a few: Bullseye, Night Demon, Erica, Jessica, Rumlow, Sitwell, Billy, as well as the drinkers who often meet in some nightclubs. As for the others, they were all sitting in jeopardy, far from being as casual as the Bullseye and others. As for the absolute upper layers of the Bullseye, their sitting posture is not very standardized. Except for the appearance of a daredevil sitting under his hands, everyone else. The Bullseye was raised with Erlang's legs, and there was still a cigarette in his mouth. Erica and Jessica are talking about the lip gloss they use at night. Rumlow sat there with crossed legs and wiped the gun in his hand. Even Sitwell kept wiping his glasses. All right. It seems that these people really understand his temper. Heisenberg does not get angry about these trivial things, and the respect that his subordinates show him cannot be proved by the so-called sitting posture. Heisenberg would not have any objection to those who were born and died for him. I saw Heisenberg put his right leg on his left leg, and at the same time placed his hands on the armrest naturally. He said softly, "I came here for about 2 months, and the one you have been with me the longest is only 2 months." He looked at the bullseye and others. "How do you feel in these 2 months?" "Haha, but hurts." The bullseye pierced and said, causing Heisenberg to sigh weakly. "Really shouldn't give you a chance to speak, from now on, you should be polite." Heisenberg said, clapping his hands at everyone. 2 months ago, we had our own identities and our own positions. Some of you are from the streets, some are from large groups, some are from FBI and CIA, and many of you are from S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra. But now, we are all rulers of the city, at least the rulers of the night. After speaking, Heisenberg put down his hands and nodded to everyone. "You did better than I thought, and to make New York our New York, we only spent 2 months. So, will our footsteps stop here? Definitely not, haha. How is that possible? Boss, we can't wait. But there are still some troubles that haven't been removed, such as those 5 fingers, and the black light in their mouths." Bang 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 bang. Heisenberg's applause stopped everyone's voice, and after he clapped his hands, he continued to speak to everyone. "In terms of reigning the night, we have done it to the extreme in New York. For foreign forces like Shaohui, you can attack them with the most brutal means. Today's meeting is not about discussing what we should do next. The reason why I called everyone was just to let everyone see each other. Everyone has different sources, and even some people still have past hatred. But now, I want all those sitting here to regard the people next to you as comrades in arms to rely on. The unity of New York at night starts with you and me, but I don't want this unity to end with you and me, everyone, remember." Having said that, Heisenberg raised his hand, and the bullseye immediately got up and walked towards him. When the bullseye came to his side, Heisenberg patted the arm of the bullseye and said to everyone, "This is the bullseye, my first follower, I will give him the dark night that I hold tightly. I need all members of the nuclear bomb gang to see the bullseye as me. He has the ability to lead you forward like me, and the command he sends to you will be my command. Our gang will become our basic target, bullseye, and teach our brothers well in the future. We are not traditional gangs, but rulers who are about to create miracles. Use the ruler's mind to face the citizens, don't steal, rob, or threaten, that's boring. Use their security to do business with them, they pay money, and we give them far more protection than the American police. This country has already fallen into a deformity, and we will become the most trusted force by New Yorkers and the rest of the citizens. I want them to trust us more than they trust the police system. Until the end, I want us to no longer be the night in their eyes, but the sun in their hearts." "Yes." The bullseye nodded immediately. Heisenberg waved him to retreat, and then beckoned to Rumlow, who stood up with an unruly expression on his face. This expression is ugly, Crossbones. He will become the chief instructor of the nuclear bomb gang, and he will also become one of the commanders of the Justice League. When Heisenberg said this, the whole person got up from the chair and came to Rumlow's side. He patted Rumlow on the shoulder and continued to speak to everyone. "In the past 2 months, I have discovered that there are too many problems on the earth that ordinary people cannot solve. So I decided to set up the Justice League, in which only outstanding talents are recruited as members of the Intelligence Department and Logistics Department. These members will be selected from the existing nuclear bomb gang talents. As for the Justice League fighters, I only need the Superman first-class Superman to join in one aspect. Currently, the Justice League will be composed of Crossbones, Bullseye, Jessica, Erica, and Daredevil. By the way, there are 6 people, because there is still me. Chapter 47 Lord Heisenberg. As the words fell, everyone present finally made an instinctive sound of roar. They thought the Justice League was still a subordinate organization of the nuclear bomb gang. Or maybe the Justice League is just an elite team under Heisenberg. But now, even the boss of Heisenberg has joined the Justice League himself. Suddenly, countless people came up with the idea of joining Zheng Lian. Listening to the light noise below, Heisenberg raised his hands and patted twice. The noise disappeared instantly, and Heisenberg waited for 2 seconds before continuing to speak to everyone. The reason why this organization is named the Justice League is because I want to issue the deadliest ridicule to the US authorities. Among them, politicians, as well as those policemen and soldiers who live on our taxpayers' money. When they are unable to maintain justice at the moment, justice will be in the hands of our bastards. Heisenberg suddenly raised his right hand. Tell me, guys, what do they call us? Scum. Rubbish. Waste. Douchebag. Violence. Spy. Traitor. Loser. The gangster. Hydra. Agent. Drug dealer. The theater that was vying to discuss was instantly quiet. I saw everyone cast their gazes on the big boss who called the drug dealer. All New York knows that Heisenberg hates drugs most. But you actually went to the gun to find death? The shouting brother was probably in his 20s, and he was stunned on the spot when so many people watched him. And when Heisenberg also looked at him with incomprehensible eyes, he got up from his seat with a squeak. Boss, that was all before. I have not done this for more than 2 months, so I really don't do this. Seeing this, Heisenberg smiled and nodded. Sit down, buddy. Matthew, you take time to show people to care about this guy, hoping that what he said is true. Daredevil nodded and said yes. The little brother over there had the courage to sit back again. He really hasn't been a drug dealer for 2 months, and he can withstand the investigation, and he has nothing to fear at all. As long as the boss didn't kill him on the spot. To be honest, most of the people present, like this little brother, were full of fear of Heisenberg. As for why they are afraid? If you also have a Superman standing in front of you, this Superman also killed countless people, and even all the gang bosses in New York gathered together, and they were taken directly by him. If you don't leave one, believe me, you will also feel fearful. After a short episode, Heisenberg sat back on his exclusive sofa and continued to speak to everyone. In short, including the guy who called out the drug dealers, in our previous lives, we will not be recognized as the righteous party. Daredevil, are you sure? Keek. They are happy to put them in a better position and bring our thoughts into their understanding. In their view, everything we do is destined to be full of evil and guilt, but I must say one thing, guys. The road to justice will never be the only way to insist on justice. On the contrary, insisting on justice is the most difficult and stupid way to achieve justice. If I use strict discipline and demands to force the whole world to get justice, in this process, we are destined to do many evil things. But the ending will have real justice. If we want people to obey a rule, we must first let him know the rule, and secondly, we should ask him to abide by these rules. Next, we are going to kill the person who violated the rules and push his bloody body in front of others to tell them the consequences of breaking the rules. And finally, believe us, man, we will be justice originally. Speaking of this, many of the subordinates who knew Heisenberg's ambitions for the first time all opened their eyes in shock. As far as the United States is a deformed country, the current United States can be said to be supported entirely by the 2 seductive words of freedom and hope. Even if we all know that it is not free at all, it is almost hopeless. But in any case, even the homeless people on the street who are pursuing freedom must praise the beauty of American freedom. Even the majority of former directors of small companies whose hopes have been robbed of hope by the chaebols have to boast that the United States has the best hope. But in the United States today, few people dare to talk about dictatorship in such a semi-public occasion like Heisenberg. At the same time, Heisenberg also noticed the changes around him, so he sneered and clapped his hands. "Guys, what are you timid? Your boss has the power to resist everything, so we have to believe us originally. Remember, no one can stop in front of me, no one can, I will destroy all obstacles in front of me. And I sincerely hope that you are not among those obstacles." After the voice fell, the originally slightly noisy theater quieted down in an instant, and the large group of men sitting here almost all figured it out. They finally remembered why they had to seek refuge in Heisenberg in the first place. Is it because of the pursuit of freedom and hope? Is it to protect the basic interests of one's own country? FK American interests, they are just to live, or because Heisenberg is strong enough, and they are looking for the thickest thigh to hug. So what is America? At this point, Heisenberg finally patted his hands. That's it, Daredevil goes back and distributes the law you recently codified to everyone, and then you form an inspection team to supervise it. If there is any problem, report it to the Bullseye or Rumlow. When I am away, they are the only ones who are good at killing people among us. In addition, I will increase the salary and benefits for everyone. There are more things to do, and the salary should keep up, right? Everyone is gone, don't disturb me to rest, it's settled. After speaking, Heisenberg left without a word, leaving space to his men. The noisy discussion lasted until the evening before it came to an end. When the theater was completely quiet, Heisenberg lay on the bed with a satisfied smile. He was right. If he intends to implement his tough rule in the United States, he must start with unscrupulous gangsters. This group of bastards is probably the most receptive to his thoughts and demands. And next is Hydra. Rumlow and his men have no resistance to their ideas at all. After all, they were originally like this. Isn't Hydra just such an organization that deviates from American ideology, an evil organization whose collective interests outweigh individual interests? In addition to them, Heisenberg has to deal with the citizens of New York. This group of citizens will definitely not be able to accept the changes in life for a while. When they really feel the control brought by the gangsters, when they find that Heisenberg will convict them according to his own law regardless of whether they have money or not. When the rich cannot find a lawyer, and the poor are 100% able to get justice. New York is going to be messed up. For this, Heisenberg has its own way. What can be done? When there is chaos in a city, it is very simple, just find a strong enough foreign enemy for them. For New York, for the United States, and even for the entire planet. What enemy would be more suitable than aliens? Heisenberg calculated in his heart when the Avengers story was about to begin. When he entered the Marvel universe, it was 3 months before the plot began. And now it has been more than 2.5 months. Considering the butterfly effect he brings, Loki may not play at the original time. So fast is in the past few days, and slow is later than before. In short, Loki is coming. In other words, Heisenberg will be the key to the Marvel world's US infrastructure, and it's coming soon. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in an apartment in Queens. Peter Parker is watching the news show with Uncle Ben. His Uncle Ben is a good old man and always likes to educate Parker through the news. After all, in the eyes of people in Uncle Ben's era, news is the most authentic and official platform for sharing and commenting on events. But today's New York evening news. Uncle Ben felt a little weird as he watched. The weather forecast at the beginning has not changed. There will be light rain in New York tomorrow, so I have to remind Peter to bring an umbrella. The next news start was also normal, and the sexy and beautiful Lawrence host still talked about the opening remarks that he could hear every day. You are welcome to watch the New York evening news. But after this sentence, everything seems to have changed. Before I start browsing our content today, I must share good news with you. According to reliable sources, our New York Superman has decided to relocate to the Columbus Circle Theater in Manhattan in Brooklyn. So we may not have the opportunity to continue to enjoy the ballet in the theater. But this is all secondary. The important thing is that Superman finally truly accepted our city and chose to completely settle in the center of our New York City, between the Empire State Building and Central Park. Now let's take a look at the live report provided by Mr. Lois. Just between the screen switching, Peter on the sofa suddenly let out a frustrated cry. Oh my goodness, Superman moved to Manhattan. I have to save many more days before I can visit him. The ticket to Manhattan is $2 more expensive. Hearing what the little nephew said, Uncle Ben smiled suddenly, and saw him smiling and talking to Peter. So are you planning to sell the watch that Superman gave you? If you sell it, the money will be enough. Uncle Ben, don't laugh at me like that. I just saw Aunt May didn't have a washing machine. She was very tired from washing clothes by hand, so I wanted to buy her a washing machine. But I'm sorry, I was not willing in the end. This is the watch that Superman gave me. Ha ha. Uncle Ben immediately rubbed his nephew's head with satisfaction. This is the right thing to do, boy. You should never exchange gifts from others for money, because money is valuable, but this is the only gift. Uncle's life does not need you to care about. Your Aunt May will soon have her new washing machine. Okay, let's watch TV, Superman is about to appear. Peter interrupted his uncle. After all, the TV had already shown that Heisenberg was about to step out of the extended Bentley. In the next moment, Heisenberg walked out of the car wearing a straight suit with his godlike appearance. At this moment, even the reporter who was shooting the picture couldn't help howling. Your Excellency Heisenberg, can I interview you? Just 1 minute, half a minute. Your Excellency, don't go so fast, can you take a look at the camera? Don't stop, we want to interview, hell. Superman. Roar's sound resounded through Central Park, making Peter in front of the TV uncontrollably excited. But after being excited, Peter asked Uncle Ben suspiciously. Uncle Ben, why do they call Superman His Excellency Heisenberg? That's because they are not friends of Superman. Aha, Superman specially gave me a watch. This is a gift from him, so am I his friend? Definitely, boy, if you see him again, you can call him Mr. instead of Your Excellency. Uncle Ben said to Peter seriously. Chapter 48 Destiny. The reporters did not capture the content of the meeting, so the news ended up with Heisenberg's back into the theater. I don't know what others think, at least Peter Parker in front of the TV, he definitely thinks Heisenberg's back is extraordinarily tall. After that, the New York Evening News did not end the topic of Heisenberg. On the contrary, they even invited several well-known public figures to the studio to explain the situation in Heisenberg. In the final analysis, these well-known brothers were hired to wash the ground by the little brother Yemo. However, they are very dedicated to the money. Can you see what they said on TV? Hello everyone, audience friends, I am your favorite journalist, the boss and chief writer of the Daily Horn, J. Jonah James. I am honored to sit here and talk to you about Your Excellency Superman. I saw the horse-faced man in front of the TV almost showed 100% excitement. Even if only talking about the code name of Heisenberg, he seemed to be about to reach a physical climax. Guys, I can't believe it. I have seen big comics and movies since I was a kid, definitely, and TV series, and the absolute protagonist in there is my idol all the time. Superman actually exists, and he has settled in our great New York City. Yes, Mr. James, looking back on the experience of the past 2 months, I am almost 30 years younger, and at the same time I have traveled into the world of comics when I was a child. The host cooperated and acted in support. And J. Jonah James continued with his declaration of washing the floor. If you just think like this, it would be too narrow. After I have collected countless clues, I must tell you a piece of news. Now that Superman is determined to live in our New York City, he is definitely not the superhero in the comics who only rescues disasters. Do you know that I have collected criminal records in New York City for the past 2 months? Can you guess how much this record can drop compared to 2 months ago? My God, is Superman still intervening in our streets? Can the rate of decline reach 30%? Haha, definitely no, but 20%. The number of crimes today is 20% of what it was 2 months ago. I saw James flushed with excitement, and then he continued to introduce to the audience dancing and dancing. How terrible this number is. We must know that every crime represents at least one family's destruction. Just take the criminal record in March this year as a comparison. There were 432 robberies in New York in March, resulting in 86 casualties. This is just a robbery. And last month, after Superman arrived, there have been only 82 similar incidents in New York, and all the suspects have been arrested. No one can get away with it. Compared to the Superman in the comics, which only rescues the troubled citizens, I like the one we have now. Because he not only helps people who are in trouble, but he also helps us who are gradually surrounded by danger. Stopped all that before the disaster. This is our Superman. He is simply a great man. The most important is. Having said that, James showed a mysterious smile to the audience. The most important thing is that he never wears the tights that cover the underwear in the comics, haha. Heisenberg simply turned off the TV, and he was tired of listening to the so-called bluff of the boss of the Daily Horn. Shows like today are broadcasted almost every 3 days on major television stations in New York City. Although Heisenberg paid a large sum of money for this, more than 20 of his subordinates were in prison for threatening public figures. In short, their contribution is worthwhile. Occasionally in Heisenberg, he will turn on his super hearing and listen to what New Yorkers think of themselves. Overall it's pretty good. In this way, Heisenberg fell asleep in a good mood. The boundless universe, the flagship spacecraft holy place. There are countless beasts in the Ring spacecraft, which is the army that Thanos is most proud of. And in the center of the spacecraft, in his own command room, he was sitting on the high-hanging throne, receiving a guest who surprised him thoughtfully. Beside the throne, the thin but elegant Ebony Maw lightly waved his right hand. "Welcome, Prince Loki from Asgard, please visit our lord. It's your master, not mine." Loki responded with a smile. When the voice fell, Ebony Maw's graceful face suddenly became more dissatisfied. He turned back to look at Thanos, and silently asked how to deal with it. "Do you want to kill the proud prince?" But before Thanos could reply, Loki continued to speak to the two of them. "But I hope to be the forerunner for you, the great universe king Thanos." At this point, Loki quietly bent down and surrendered to Thanos. Ebony Maw finally nodded in satisfaction, then he replaced Thanos and said softly to Loki, "Prince of Asgard, coming to join Lord Thanos' empire, do you want to start a war between the empire and Asgard?" "No, wise Lord Ebony Maw, although all this happened not long ago, I have to admit that I no longer belong to Asgard. I initiated a failed rebellion in Asgard. I was defeated by my stupid but lucky brother, and I ended up in the vast universe. Your Majesty Thanos, I need a suitable one, worthy of my previous status as a prince, so I chose to join your subordinates. As a gift, I will present you the space gem in infinite gems." I saw Loki raise his right hand, and then a clear image flickered between Loki's palm. If Heisenberg saw this video, he should be able to recognize the protagonist of the video at a glance. Because this protagonist is Professor Selvig, who is in charge of the Pegasus project. The Selvig in the image first wandered aimlessly in a certain base. Then, a black man with a blindfold called his name. Following the black man's guidance, Selvig came to the black man. Then, the black man wearing a blindfold extended a sincere invitation to Selvig. Invite him to join a project that will enable mankind to gain unlimited power. At the moment, the black man in blindfold took out a box. The treasure that can bring infinite power in his mouth, at the moment is placed in the box. When the box was opened by the black man, Thanos on the throne was finally interested. He definitely knows what it is. I saw a cube shimmering with crystal blue light in the box. Before this cube was sealed by the former Odin, it had a name that made Thanos pursue countless years. Space Gem. Thanos spoke, his voice full of fatigue and vicissitudes. But apart from that exhaustion, Loki could only hear the wailing of countless lives from Thanos. Even knowing that Thanos wouldn't do anything to himself, Loki became nervous uncontrollably. He tried his best to control his expression and said to Thanos, "Dear Lord Thanos, I want to use the Space Gem news to exchange Midgard's dominance with you." "It's just news." Thanos asked himself. "Definitely not, I need you to provide me with an army sufficient to defeat Asgard's Soul Castle. I hope to win a real victory from my father, and in exchange, I will offer the Space Gem with both hands." The voice fell, and the spacecraft fell silent for a moment. After a while, Thanos's majesty and terror coexisting face showed a look of remembrance. 5,000 years ago, Odin became the king of Asgard. He was controlled by ambition and desire and attacked who was once me. I lost to him, and the price of that battle was that I lost the Space Gem. Next, his soldiers swept across the universe until he mastered all 5 of the 6 infinite gems. But after that, he stopped his footsteps, withdrew his army, stopped his aggression, and even gave up the infinite gems he had collected. I don't understand him, but he doesn't need my understanding either. Until now, his son came to me and decided to retrieve the Space Gem for me. This makes me feel the meaning of fate. I will give you the army you want, and I will give you the mind gem that I have collected recently. Go, get my things back for me. Yes. Loki immediately leaned down and offered Asgard's heaviest courtesy to Thanos. But even when he took the mind scepter from Ebony Maw, he couldn't understand the meaning of Thanos' words. Odin ever beat Thanos? Odin almost collected 6 gems. Odin almost dominated the universe? But why now Odin has become an old man with a mouthful of mercy and forgiveness? And he's still an unknown, ruthless old BD. Doubtful, Loki picked up the scepter inlaid with mind gem. Immediately, the power of the invisible soul filled Loki's body. He seems to be able to feel everyone's mind, he even feels that he can manipulate everyone he sees. Infinite gems, even if it is only indirectly mastered by inlays on tools, it has increased his power countless times. If he had the terrifying psychic power that he is now, he could even directly order Thor to commit suicide. But he felt these forces even more incomprehensible. Since infinite gems is as powerful as the legend, why did Odin give up on it? Loki. Just as Loki kept thinking about it with doubts, Thanos opened his mouth and ordered. I will change my plan of attacking Carrie Nova, and the Zetaru warriors assembled for this will fight for you. Do not disappoint me. Yes. Loki hurriedly lowered his head to answer, he decided not to think about the questions that made him puzzled. No matter what secrets are buried in the past, he has nowhere to go. The moment when Odin didn't recognize his Loki for the last time. When Loki decided to let go of Thor's hand and chose to fall into the universe. He has no way to go. Either defeat Odin, defeat the father who never loved him, and prove his ability to everyone. Either die in the universe and be the nameless dead bone left by Asgard. That's it. Chapter 49, Are you dissatisfied with me? Loki, who had already made a decision in his heart, carried the soul scepter all the way to a position about 10 meters in front of Thanos and stood still. I saw him put the scepter on the ground first, and then knelt down on one knee towards Thanos. Thank you for your gift, Lord Thanos, I will never let you down. Well, I believe in Asgard and in its prince. Ebony Maw, take him to the Chitauri fleet. Yes. Hearing Thanos' order, Ebony Maw nodded respectfully, and then led Loki to the landing bay of the mothership Holy Place, and walked into a small spaceship with Loki. After boarding the ship, Loki smiled and sat on the deputy commander's seat, but compared to him, the expression on Ebony Maw's face was not particularly good. The spacecraft took off quickly and jumped directly to the Chitauri assembly site. As soon as the transition was over, Ebony Maw couldn't help but said to Loki, who had a particularly evil and perverse smile. Your Majesty never trusts a person easily, but you have his trust. But I know that your heart is full of fraud and pride, and I hope your pride will not let your Majesty down. Haha, Lord Ebony Maw. Loki immediately responded confidently, since I have received the help of Lord Thanos, do you think I still have the possibility of failure? Indeed. Ebony Maw thought for a while, shook his head seriously, then put his hands behind his back and stood beside Loki like a sculpture. Until the spacecraft arrived, Ebony Maw moved and continued to take Loki to the Chitauri flagship. Chitauri's flagship looks as if two U-shaped magnets are attached to each other with their backs facing away. In other words, it is more like a huge amounts of the letter H. Around the flagship, countless flying dragon landing ships, which are integrated with flesh and blood, are constantly circling and cruising around the hull. The spacecraft of Ebony Maw and Loki flew all the way to the flagship center, which is the middle part of the H-shaped flagship. The closed flagship immediately opened the door for Ebony Maw's car. After the two entered, Ebony Maw took Loki out of the small spacecraft and came to the flagship command center. While walking, Ebony Maw introduced to Loki. Chitauri will be the best unit for you, because this unit does not have any commander. As long as you enter the genetic information into the head of Chitauri, you can obtain the complete command of this biomechanized force. They can fall into dormancy at any time to avoid wasting energy. They are unaware and will not get tired. As long as you give orders, they will fight for you. Even among the 7 top troops controlled by His Majesty, Chitauri is not the last one. While talking, Ebony Maw waved his right hand lightly, and Loki's forehead suddenly pierced. Damn it! Loki roared instinctively. At the moment he was in pain, there was a long and narrow wound in the center of his forehead. Did just one wave of his hand hurt Loki's proud body? This is Asgard's greatest assassin. The greatest magician's body. And this also made Loki's face instantly darkened. Ebony Maw looked like he couldn't see Loki's dissatisfaction. He gently shook his right hand, and a small mass of flesh and blood floated to the summit container with his movements. Ignoring Loki's anger completely, he directly completed the steps of inputting genetic information. The flesh and blood that is closest to the brain will be more effective. Leader Chitauri likes the taste of wisdom. Although you are stupid, you are finally a little clever. Ebony Maw said, and continued to wave his hand at Loki. His right hand is like the hand of God that can control everything, and countless mysterious equipment piled up in the Chitauri flagship command room suddenly floated out. Those equipments were constantly combined in the command room, and eventually became an instrument that looked a bit like a trampoline. And Ebony Maw explained to Loki with his hands behind his back after the instrument was assembled. This is the teleportation ritual used by Your Majesty to search for and utilize the space gem's energy. You can use it to affect the space gem to a certain extent. But that kind of influence is not very strong, if you want to remotely control the gems by ritual and send you and your troops into the earth. Ebony Maw shook his head slightly. That's basically impossible. So, Lord Ebony Maw, you must have a way, right? Loki didn't seem to panic at all, he believed that Thanos' men would be able to solve his problems. As for why I believe. Because in the current universe, there are almost no problems that Thanos can't solve. What happened next also proved Loki's guess. Indeed. Ebony Maw whispered. We don't need to send all of your troops into Midgard, so you are the only one who arrived in Midgard. You should know what I mean. When the voice fell, Loki nodded clearly. The old-fashioned way, let me go to Midgard to open this door myself, right? Yes. Ebony Maw confirmed. Remember, you only have less than 5 chances of teleportation, because the reason why we can control the space gem through Yuritsu is precisely because Yuri has contacted and retained a small part of the space gem's energy 5,000 years ago. These energies will continue to escape into the universe after you start the ritual, so you must grasp the fluctuation law of the space gem as soon as possible, and open the portal at the appropriate time. That time will be extremely short, and it would be more appropriate to call it a blink of an eye. So, you don't have too many opportunities to train, study him, master him, do your best, Prince of Asgard. I look forward to your success. After speaking, Ebony Maw nodded to Loki, then turned around and left. Seeing Ebony Maw's back further and further away, Loki had to admit that he was a little envious. He really envied the self-confidence of Thanos' subordinates. Just look at them, I just made a suggestion, it's just a suggestion. He didn't plan to succeed himself, he just wanted to get a position under Thanos. As a result, Thanos gave himself Mind Gem, and gave himself the Zeta Fleet. And after giving him these, they didn't make any request to him, but let him handle everything in his own way at will. As long as you fulfill your promises. This kind of self-confidence is really utterly conscience. Thanos and his men are simply sure whether he has the earth or not, no matter how Loki fled to the ends of the world, no matter what power he has in the future. If you violate the agreement with Thanos, no matter how far you are from Thanos, Thanos will always find you and make you pay enough. This invisible shock made Loki shook his head instinctively. He didn't like the feeling of being chained. So he walked quickly to the front of the space ritual and checked the instrument. For a long while. Well, it's incredible, the style of scientific research 5,000 years ago is actually very simple. He looked at the ritual without half of the control keys, and said helplessly. It's so simple that you don't even know where the switch is. With that said, Loki simply stood above the ritual track. Then think about it in another way, is Yugi always working? While talking, he opened his arms on the ritual platform, constantly trying to feel the power of Space Gem. After a while. Haha, that's right, I feel the force that is constantly suppressing and waiting for the final burst. The use of Space Gem by the Midgards is too crude, they just release the internal power of the gem after continuous extraction, compression, and storage. It's like you get the best Pegasus, and instead of letting him go on the battlefield, instead of letting him keep breeding to breed offspring. I have always believed that these miraculous gems have souls, and the actions of the Midgards are completely to shame the gems. Therefore, I am the destiny brought to Midgard by Space Gem. They will be sanctioned, and then their destiny will be managed. After the voice fell, Loki communicated and used the energy of Space Gem for the first time. In an instant, Loki's body surface was gradually covered by a blue fluorescent layer. Unfortunately, this phenomenon disappeared after only 2 seconds. Well, this sense of tearing from space and Bifrost's transmission are completely two feelings. Bifrost is like I'm floating down the river in a boat. And it makes me feel like I have fallen directly into the crypt, and the point of falling is where I am going. After all, Loki kept thinking about the reasons for the failure, and this thinking continued for a while. Midgard, our beautiful Earth. In the not beautiful Pegasus base, more than 2,000 Aegis agents and elite scholars left the base in an orderly manner like moving ants. They just received a high-level command from the aerospace aircraft carrier. Evacuate all staff involved in the Pegasus project and suspend research on Tesseract. In the command center, Hill said helplessly to Banner and Professor Selvig. I have followed your suggestions and evacuated all members. So, will the kind of risk you raised still exist? After she finished speaking, She looked at the two banners tiredly, silently waiting for their answers. Hearing Hill's question, Professor Salvig shook his head immediately. There is always a risk. Tesseract's activity level is higher than it was 2 days ago. I can't guarantee everything you want. As soon as the voice fell, Banner immediately continued with him. It's too conservative to say that. Let me briefly describe it to you, Director. The current Tesseract has long lost the balance and silence of the past. Just like a sleeping volcano gradually awakening, it is brewing his energy. Once this energy is brewed, he must erupt. Breaking out. Hill pursed his lips. How far will it reach? A wormhole will be created, and even a black hole will be created. Fact. Banner's answer made Hill scold his mother directly, which turned out to be absolutely unacceptable to her. What is a black hole? Hawking has long told us that the Earth cannot afford the price of such a black hole. Fortunately, Professor Selvig quickly went on to talk about it. But we have a solution, Director Hill. As long as we don't stop stimulating Tesseract, let it continue to accumulate his energy, and use the instrument to be ready to isolate the energy of the Rubik's Cube at any time. What exactly do you mean? Hill was a little confused. Selvig explained it separately. It is that we take the initiative to speed up the energy of the Rubik's Cube, so that the wormhole will be born before it has accumulated enough power. At the same time, we must isolate the energy of Tesseract as soon as possible, so that the wormhole is not enough to elevate to a black hole. In that case, the wormhole will collapse suddenly. Although it is harmful, the power will not exceed the medium-sized hydrogen bomb in my calculations. As soon as he finished speaking, Banner on the side yelled in dissatisfaction. Selvig. Banner looked particularly angry. This is not a good solution. We can't determine the scale of the wormhole, and even what it releases may be a black hole. I have discussed this with you a long time ago. Don't take the danger of active release as a solution, especially when the degree of danger cannot be determined 100%. You clearly promised me to end the stimulation of Rubik's Cube energy and bury it in the inaccessible places to completely extend the time of Rubik's Cube riots. But why do you propose such a radical plan again now? Are you dissatisfied with me? Chapter 50 Tony's Invitation? Banner, calm down, calm down. Even if it is certain that Banner will not explode into the Hulk due to basic anger recently, Hill is still afraid of the angry Banner. She calmed Banner with a particularly gentle tone, but her tone just made Banner even more irritable. Damn it! Banner said to several people unhappy. I'm not simply getting angry. This is a dispute between academics and ideas, Salvig. I hope you respect our profession and don't put any gambling-style conjectures in formal discussions. But my opinion is indeed the best solution at the moment. Selvig is still trying to persuade Hill, but his words can only make Banner more dissatisfied. Boom. I saw Banner slap the table fiercely. Selweger. He yelled at his colleague. Do you know what you are doing? You have to take the initiative to detonate a bomb that is very likely to destroy the Earth. You have to open the Pandora's box that you know what is hidden inside. I can't believe this is your decision. Are you controlled by that damned Rubik's Cube? When Banner's voice fell, Selvig suddenly changed his face. I saw him as if he had just awakened from a dream, and he glanced at his hands in surprise. But then, his surprise disappeared instantly, and then he ignored Banner's anger and continued to explain to Hill. Director, I trust my own judgment even more. As for Dr. Banner's opinion, burying Tesseract is simply nonsense. That is Tesseract, it is already active, no matter how we suppress it, it will eventually explode one day. We can only postpone the arrival of this day, but we cannot prevent the final arrival of the outbreak. But I have conducted accurate calculations. It needs at least 3 cycles of diffusion reaction from active to critical point. If we let it return to calm, it can maintain stability for at least 40 years. That is just a calculation. Before it is confirmed, your plan is also just a guess, and I will completely solve the Tesseract problem. Yes, you want to solve this problem in a way that might ruin everything. But that is also a way. If Tesseract will increase the size of the outbreak due to the extension of the active period, you will regret it for the rest of your life, and you will never be able to make up for it. But according to what I said, we still have at least 40 years. 40 years are enough for us to make a breakthrough in the research of the current EPUB's energy. But if we can advance the active period of Tesseract, we may have unlimited time to study him, and this outbreak of Rubik's Cube can also help us enter the third stage of research. Fanfic. Bang bang bang. Banner knocked on the table angrily. Even if he hadn't turned into a Hulk, his expression was almost the same as Hulk. He looked at Hill suddenly, and then shouted at Hill. Hill, now I am the chief executive of the Pegasus project. I want to ask you for my rights. Tesseract must be sealed up, because I deeply understand the cost of losing control of the experiment. Think about the big guy in my body. It was the product of a gamma-ray experiment that went wrong, and it was just gamma-ray, but now it's Tesseract. No one knows what its activity will brew. I don't know what happened to Hilvig. He was burnt out by the Rubik's Cube. I admit that in the field of science, sometimes some surprises are indeed needed to promote the development of technology. But that requires unexpectedness, not accidents. That would be a disaster. That's the end of the story, and the decision is in Hill's hands. Looking at the two great scientists in front of him, Hill really didn't know what to choose. Because from the perspective of bystanders, both of them are right. What Hilvig wanted was to detonate the danger in advance to reduce the danger. Bruce Banner buried the danger in order to break through and deal with it perfectly. This is all a good way. But she must make a choice among them. She was in deep thought for a while, and finally made a decision. She turned to look at Dr. Hilvig and said apologetically. Sorry, Dr. Hilvig, although I prefer your approach, today's S.H.I.E.L.D. can't really withstand any damage and setbacks. While talking, Hill shook his head weakly. At present, S.H.I.E.L.D. has fully retracted to the American continent, and we have lost the financial and human support of the other 7 continents. The loss caused by Hydra to the world is temporarily remembered on our heads. Even if we exchange countless benefits for the support of the Security Council, we cannot continue to break out scandals in this Level 1, especially the scandal of testing large-scale destruction weapons. So, Professor Selvig, I hope you can understand my decision. Hill's voice fell, and Banner let out a long sigh. As for Selvig on the opposite side, he sighed regretfully. But besides this kind of regret, he actually had a little bit of rejoicing, but that rejoicing was deeply concealed by the loss of his performance. Perhaps only his fortunate, or sober mind knows. Banner's words are actually a bit right. He was really controlled. Being Tesseract, being lusted, or, being the brother of Thor. That's right. He had already been to Earth when Thor broke Bifrost and Loki was separated from Asgard. While there, he obtained a video record of Tesseract, and also planted his nails early. That is, Selvig, who should have independently hosted the Pegasus project. But at this time, Loki absolutely couldn't think of Chitauri flagship, command room, on the transmission ritual. Loki felt the power of the space gem in a puzzled way. This damn thing was extremely active half an hour ago. Why did it suddenly lose its activity? Definitely, that activity did not completely disappear, but gradually weakened with a steady frequency. But weakness is already very troublesome. After all, he has not successfully communicated with Space Gem at all. Even if Space Gem's activity continues to increase, it will be difficult for him to remotely control it. Not to mention now, you know, that is infinite gems, and there are not dozens of people in the universe who can directly use infinite gems. Most people can only use infinite gems indirectly through special containers, just like the psychic scepter in Loki's hand, inlaid with gems on tools. Even Thanos, he can only use one infinite gems directly at a time. Without Infinity Gauntlet, he couldn't use his body to use the unified power of 6 infinite gems. Not to mention remote control, the difficulty of remote control is definitely higher than that of face-to-face control, which is obvious. But what can Loki do? He has no other way but to continue trying to communicate here. He has no retreat. At the same time, the Earth S.H.I.E.L.D. Pegasus plans a temporary base. Hill is leading Phil Coulson to relocate everything in the Pegasus base. Banner carefully stood by the centrifuge and gently pulled out the tesseract inlaid on it. Until the Rubik's Cube was pressed into the airtight box, there was still a slightly turbulent energy surging on its surface. Fortunately, this surging slowed down quickly. "It's okay." Banner closed the box and said to Hill. "According to the current frequency, as long as we properly seal it up, it will take at least 40 years to reach the critical point again. We still have enough time to formulate a plan." "Very well, thank you for your contribution to S.H.I.E.L.D., Dr. Banner." Hill gently thanked Banner. "It seems that it has been a long time since anyone has said thank you." Banner's face was a little restrained, and he shook his head nervously. "No thanks, not to mention that although the Avengers plan will come to an end with Nick's death, I am also a consultant to S.H.I.E.L.D. anyway. This is what I should do. Yes, Nick's departure did take too much. I really feel sorry and sad for him. Unlike other people who don't know the truth about Nick's death, Hill really regrets Nick's death. Because the Nick Fury she knew was not the hero that others thought of, who sacrificed to protect the lives of Aegis students. The real Nick Fury, just like his habit of hiding in the gutter, died in his own calculations. But she still didn't say anything. No matter how regretful she was, she would never pursue Heisenberg who really killed Nick. The first is because she does not have that ability, and the second, she should even thank Heisenberg in some ways. When she served as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. for 2 full months, she was no longer the same she used to be. Now she no longer wants to go back to the life of an assistant in the past. Near New York Central Plaza, in the Columbus Circle Theater, Heisenberg lay leisurely in the backyard to enjoy the sun. Beside him, Billy Brother is constantly reporting the recent situation for him. "Boss, about 30% of the police in New York have joined us. Maybe we can start the plan to collect protection fees from the police station." "No, it's not enough. I want the police system to be completely destroyed by us before plundering the rights and money that the police deserve. Take their wages and black income, and use the money to provide them with a huge amount of gang allowance. This is just a use of New York taxes, but it can make public officials who wear blue skin fall in love with us," Heisenberg said with a smile, and his words also amazed Billy. "The thinking of my boss is really unreasonable." His former boss, as the Golden Union of the Underworld Emperor of the United States, this powerful underworld overlord only bribed those public officials. Can wait until Heisenberg. Billy began to feel sad for the future New York City Hall. "Go on, what else needs my attention?" Watching Billy pause, Heisenberg asked softly. Billy was suddenly excited, while continuing to talk about Heisenberg. "The mayor of New York has invited you to the charity dinner at the Eilenberg restaurant this Saturday. Do you think? At that time, I will go and have a look. After being here for more than 2 months, I should also show my face in public." Heisenberg thoughtfully. "Next thing, Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Group, sent you a letter, inviting you to attend his wedding next Friday." Cough cough cough. Heisenberg was really stunned at this time. He couldn't help coughing slightly. Then he asked Billy Brother in disbelief. "Next Friday? Wedding? Are you sure it is Stark himself who got married?" "Definitely, boss, Stark is an indispensable piece of the puzzle in New York's upper class after all. I always have every bit of information about him. He will indeed have a wedding next Friday, and he has indeed sent an invitation to you. At the same time, I also think that if you can go to his wedding for a banquet, it will be very good for the promotion of public opinion. Everyone loves Superman, and everyone wants to be Iron Man. So they will be excited about your contact with Iron Man.